In the tale of Qin Minghao, a blind man who, on the night of his wedding, unwittingly stumbled upon the illicit affair between his fiancée and his dearest friend, was tragically murdered by the two conspirators. Yet, fate had other plans for him. He survived and unexpectedly inherited a legacy, transforming into a revered healer. He could revive the dead and mend the broken, attracting countless beautiful women who vied for his affection, while esteemed figures sought him out as their mentor. My hands possess the power to take life, as well as to save it. If heaven intends to forsake me, I shall defy it. Ah, Minghao, the sensations differ from various angles. Some women are ample, while others are petite. Yet, fear not, I have observed your bride, and she is quite well endowed. Your children shall never know hunger, and you will find yourself fortunate, teased Yi Mingyue with a playful grin. Before her stood a man whose eyes were vacant, yet his ears flushed with embarrassment. Thank you, sister. Today marked the day of Qin Minghao's nuptials, but an unforeseen mishap had rendered him blind. Unable to escort his bride himself, he entrusted the task to his close companion, Yang Kaijun, while he awaited her return at home. In a hushed moment, Sister Mingyue discreetly beckoned him aside to impart wisdom on how to consummate the marriage. Why thank me? You will discover for yourself when the time comes. Yet, remember, girls are delicate flowers. Do not be too hasty, be gentle. Observing the handsome Qin Minghao, Mingyue felt a pang of pity. This young man had endured much abandon by his father at birth. He and his mother were left with nothing but a dilapidated house. Just as they awaited a relocation, tragedy struck and his mother passed away suddenly. In his haste to return, he suffered a car accident that cost him his sight. Fortunately, his mother had arranged a childhood betrothal, and now at 20, he was finally able to marry, finding someone to care for him. The bride has arrived. The bride has arrived. With the sound of firecrackers, the courtyard erupted with excitement. Minghao, remember what I told you. If you cannot find your way, let your bride assist you. You must ensure that the night bears fruit. Guided by the crowd, Qin Minghao finally grasped his bride's hand. Due to his blindness, the ceremony was simple, yet he was still inundated with drinks and was led to their chamber by Yang Kaijun. Lying on the bed, Qin Minghao felt a haze envelop him. In the room, the bride covered her mouth, her garments undone by a large hand. Yuanyuan blushed and shook her head at Yang Kaijun. Stop. Minghao is still here. With his senses dulled by drink, Yang Kaijun, devoid of reason, embraced Yuanyuan recklessly. What is there to fear? Look at his state. I've ensured he's had more than enough to drink. Besides, what can a blind man see? The wedding night is too precious to squander. Do you not find this thrilling? Yang Kaijun's face bore a wicked grin. Just be gentle, there's still our child to consider. Though Qin Minghao had drunk deeply, he was far from unconscious. His lack of sight did not equate to a lack of hearing. In fact, his auditory perception was acutely heightened. In an instant, clarity pierced through the fog of intoxication, and anguish gripped his heart. He could not fathom that his closest friend and childhood sweetheart would engage in such betrayal before him. And they had already conceived a child. Desperate to rise, he found himself dizzy and disheartened. After 18 years of companionship, he had never touched Yuanyuan, yet she had become entangled with Yang Kaijun long ago. The irony was bitter today. It was Yang Kaijun who had brought her home. What was the purpose of this duplicity? Remaining still, Qin Minghao sought to comprehend their motives. Although betrothed to Yuanyuan, no one had decreed she must marry him, and as Yang Kaijun was his dear friend, he would never stand in their way if they expressed their desire for one another. My dear, once this child is born, we will ensure the Qin family estate is passed into our son's name, allowing us to live freely together. How despicable! Their intentions were driven by greed for wealth. Do you think this plan will succeed? I fear Qin Minghao will uncover the truth, and then. Yuanyuan hesitated. What do you fear? With the old woman gone, no one will know the truth. I possess the means to blind him. I can easily dispose of him. Do not worry, my dear. Just tend to me well. The blind Qin Minghao will see nothing. You need only deceive him. As he absorbed their conversation, Qin Minghao's mind reeled, his fists clenched tightly as he sat up. The death of his mother and his own blindness were no mere accidents. These two were despicable. The soft moans that had previously filled the air were abruptly silenced by Qin Minghao's awakening. You, how are you awake? Yuanyuan looked at him in terror, fearing he had overheard everything. Stumbling from the bed, Qin Minghao stormed towards them, shouting, Yang Kaijun, Yuanyuan, you wretches! I will kill you. He swung his fists, but they could not reach the two traitors. Yang Kaijun, realizing the exposure of his treachery, ceased his pretense, sneering at Qin Minghao's futile attempts to grasp at shadows. Qin Minghao, do you think it is too late to seek vengeance now? With that, Yang Kaijun kicked Qin Minghao in the abdomen. Bang! Stumbling, Qin Minghao fell onto the ground. Why? Why? Yang Kaijun, I regarded you as a brother, why would you betray me? He gritted his teeth against the pain. Brother? Qin Minghao, you claim me as a brother, yet you would not even share a jade pendant with me? If I am truly your brother, why can I not have your money and your wife? The jade pendant? Qin Minghao finally grasped Yang Kaijun's motifes. The pendant he had worn since childhood was coveted by Yang Kaijun at the age of 10, but he had refused to part with it, fueling Yang Kaijun's resentment. What have I done to Lun to deserve this? He turned his attention to her. You have done nothing to wrong me. Blame the fact that your family is on the brink of receiving millions in compensation, yet your mother would not even grant me 300,000 as a dowry, while Brother Jun is willing. Listening to their exchange, Qin Minghao coughed up blood, feeling as though he were a shattered kite. Very well, you have both made your choice. Despair consumed him. Are you not aware? That jade pendant you deemed a dowry now hangs around my neck. I thought it valuable, yet it is worth no more than 100 coins. Here, take it back, Yang Kaijun declared, ripping the pendant from his neck and tossing it at Qin Minghao's face. In that moment, Qin Minghao's acute hearing pinpointed Yang Kaijun's location, and he lunged at him, biting down fiercely on his arm. Ah! A scream echoed as Yang Kaijun thrashed about in a frenzy, but Qin Minghao had surrendered all hope of survival, clinging desperately to Yang Kaijun, indifferent to the blows he received. You blind fool, let go! Bang! Lun seized a lamp and struck Qin Minghao on the head. In an instant, blood flowed from his wound. Thud! Qin Minghao collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. He's dead. Brother Jun, I've killed him. I've killed Qin Minghao. Yuan stood frozen in panic. Why are you shouting? Do you want everyone to know? Yang Kaijun covered Lu Yuan's mouth. Quick, let's go. The two fled in haste, leaving the body unattended. No one noticed the jade pendant that dropped from Qin Minghao's grasp, resting beside him. The verdant jade lay amidst the pool of blood, as if the crimson liquid was drawn to it, being absorbed. Gradually, the jade transformed from green to a vivid red, emanating a dazzling glow that enveloped Qin Minghao before fading away. As the last glimmer vanished, it entered his body, and the blood on the ground seemed to have been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace. Simultaneously, an ancient voice resonated in Qin Minghao's mind. I am the first ancestor of the Qin family. Your blood has awakened the last remnant of my soul that resides within this pendant. I shall impart to you the ancient secrets of the Qin family, the Yinhuang medical canon, methods of cultivation, and the chaotic divine eye. Qin Minghao felt a torrent of images flooding his mind, threatening to burst his consciousness. He cried out in agony. Minghao, you have finally awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Qin Minghao felt a heaviness in his head, as if he had inherited memories that were not his own. A peculiar energy coursed through his limbs, filling him with an unusual comfort. As he closed his eyes, words and images surfaced in his mind. Could the Yinhuang medical canon truly be real? When he opened his eyes again, he found Yi Mingyue seated at the foot of his bed. Yi Mingyue was not wearing any clothes. Her alluring figure was unmistakably displayed, and Qin Minghao's already tumultuous emotions surged even more, causing his breath to quicken. No, he could see her. Minghao, you are bleeding. Yi Mingyue bent down in a flurry to wipe the blood from his nose, her alluring form pressing against his face, the unique fragrance of a mature woman filling his nostrils, rendering him utterly spellbound. Child, why are you lying here alone? Where has your wife gone? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Mingyu's gentle voice snapped Qin Minghao back to reality. Wife, he scoffed inwardly. What a wife. She had adorned him with a green hat, intended for him to take on the burden while plotting to eliminate his spouse. He, too, was curious about the whereabouts of the two. As he continued to gaze, he noticed something amiss. He was no longer seeing Yi Mingyu's seductive form, but layers of skin, bones, and blood vessels. The chaotic divine eye. He remembered that within his inheritance, there was a power known as the chaotic divine eye, capable of revealing the intricate networks of a human body. Minghao, speak. Don't frighten your sister-in-law. Yi Mingyue felt a twinge of fear, as Qin Minghao had been silent since awakening, his gaze oddly distant. Sister-in-law, I am fine. Qin Minghao sat up in bed. Have you been taking care of me all night? Upon Yi Mingyu's arrival, Qin Minghao had already lost his sight. Now he realized how stunningly beautiful she was. Her heart-shaped face possessed a classical beauty, with long black hair and sparkling eyes that exuded warmth. Dressed in an elegant gown, her delicate hands and fair skin appeared almost translucent, tenderly brushing against his forehead. Her beautifully arched brows were slightly furrowed, casting a hint of worry across her finely crafted features, enhancing her extraordinary beauty with an endearing charm. "Yes, I had dropped something I intended to bring you. I was startled to find you lying here alone." As she spoke, Yi Mingwei picked up a box from the ground. Qin Minghao paused, realizing that not only had sister-in-law taught him about the bridal chamber, but she had also prepared a small umbrella for him. "I'm already fine, and as for Lu Yuan, she is unlikely to return." As he spoke, a cold smile crept on Qin Minghao's lips. "Unlikely to return? What on earth happened?" Before Yi Mingwei could finish, a commotion erupted outside the door. 3 or 4 burly men entered the room. "This house has been mortgaged to me. You have 3 days to either pay 5 million to redeem it or vacate within 3 days." The man held out a property deed and mortgage contract. "Minghao, did you mortgage the house?" Yi Mingwei looked at Qin Minghao in disbelief. Their home was about to undergo demolition. How could he have made such a foolish decision? Qin Minghao remained silent, knowing precisely who was behind it. He picked up his phone to check his account, and sure enough, the 30,000 remaining in his bank account had vanished. "The house belongs to me. It seems the person who mortgaged it is not me," Qin Minghao replied, aware that due to his blindness, he had not yet had the chance to obtain a marriage certificate with Yi Mingwei, rendering the mortgage contract invalid. He recalled his initial good intentions, fearing that one day Lu Yuan would disdain his blindness, which had prevented him from formalizing their union. "The person who mortgaged the house is your wife, and we have the property deed. You aren't trying to renege on your debt, are you?" The men glared at Qin Minghao. "The property deed may be in your possession, but the mortgage was not executed by me. You claim it was my wife, but I am still single and have not married anyone." Qin Minghao remained composed. This was a society governed by law, and their assertions were not absolute. They should have conducted thorough checks before the mortgage. "Who do you think you're fooling? We have verified it. You just had your wedding yesterday." Qin Minghao coldly smiled at the furious man. "Indeed, we had a wedding, but she fled that very night, stealing my property deed and the money from my bank account. I intend to sue her for fraud. As for the wedding, what does it prove? As long as we do not have a marriage certificate, we are not legally married. I advise you to return the property deed to me, and if anyone has defrauded you of your money, you should pursue them. Otherwise, I will consider you as having stolen my property deed." His kindness had not yielded the expected rewards. It had even harmed his mother. He would no longer naively believe in the notion that good deeds would be repaid. As for that pair of treacherous lovers, Qin Minghao would not let them off easily. "You applauded this, hadn't you?" The leading man seethed with rage. If what Qin Minghao said was true, he had been deceived, and 5 million in cash was at stake. This little courtyard was hardly worth 5 million by market standards. It was worth at most 3 million. He had only offered 5 million as a loan to that woman because it was due for demolition. Chapter 3. The moonlit sister-in-law is struck. That woman was undoubtedly lost to him, yet he could not afford to suffer a loss of 5 million without recourse. Today, he was determined to secure the property at all costs. "I have stated that I am unaware of the situation. Whoever took your money should be pursued," Qin Minghao asserted with unwavering resolve. "Bah, what if I choose otherwise?" The opponent rolled up his sleeves, revealing powerful biceps, threatening Qin Minghao with a ferocious glare. "I'll give you the right to refuse. Just because you're simple-minded and physically strong? Please understand, your lack of clarity in judgment and being deceived has nothing to do with me." Qin Minghao appeared to mock his adversary. Yet was he not also mocking himself? No wonder he felt blind and his heart was clouded. What use was sight? Beside them, Yi Mingwei stood in shock, bewildered by the unfolding drama. "Can we speak calmly?" she interjected, trying to mediate. Smack! Before Yi Mingwei could finish her sentence, a sudden slap landed on her face. "Who gave you the right to speak?" The aggressor was too enraged to heed her words. "You're going too far." The slap was so unexpected that even Qin Minghao was taken aback. While he had remained calm when confronted with the theft of his funds, the sight of Yi Mingwei being struck ignited a genuine fury within him. "Too far? There are worse things to come. Do you wish to test that?" The opponent scoffed, having learned that Qin Minghao was merely a blind man. "Since you cannot comprehend human speech, I shall not be courteous." Suddenly, Qin Minghao sprang into action. Like a specter, he dashed towards the opponent, moving so swiftly that no one could discern his motion. The brute felt a sharp pain across his face, darkness enveloping him as he lost his footing. Smack! Qin Minghao's palm landed accurately on the adversary's face. You dare to act disrespectfully. I pity your gullibility, yet you remain ungrateful and dare to harm others in my presence. The brute fell to the ground, clutching his face in rage. You dare strike me? What are you all waiting for? Get him! Kill this brat! As his furious command echoed, the three companions, witnessing their leader's downfall, charged towards Qin Minghao. Fools! With the earlier slap confirming the authenticity of his inheritance. Qin Minghao was not daunted by these few challengers. Protecting Yi Mingwei, he stood firm, transforming into a wall against the oncoming threats, their movements appearing as if in slow motion to his keen perception. As one assailant reached him, he finally moved. Qin Minghao raised his foot and delivered a kick to the opponent's abdomen. The towering man, like a kite severed from its string, flew backward, crashing onto the floor. The remaining two approached, fists poised to strike. Thud! Thud! Their punches met Qin Minghao's shoulders. In an instant, both were sent flying, and within moments, all four aggressors lay on the ground, groaning in pain, having not even grazed Qin Minghao's clothing. Yi Mingwei, in disbelief, covered her mouth. When did Minghao become so formidable? The four men, filled with fear, looked up at Qin Minghao. Do you know who we are? How dare you lay hands on us? Long ago will not spare you. You are finished. The leading brute shouted, declaring his boss's name. Is that so? I await your arrival. Qin Minghao replied, advancing step by step towards the group. You, what are you doing? Do not come any closer, they stammered, trembling as they retreated. Having navigated the underworld for so long, they understood Qin Minghao's power was not something they could contend with. Qin Minghao disregarded their threats, bending down to pick up the property deed that lay on the ground. He coldly commanded, leave. The group, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet and fled the Qin family's courtyard in a panic. Moonlit sister-in-law, I am sorry. Qin Minghao turned to see Yi Mingwei's swollen face. I am fine. Minghao, please explain what transpired. Yi Mingwei's gaze was filled with concern. I know of that long ago. He has dozens of brothers in Nan City. You have angered them. Do not worry, Sister Mingwei. Please take a seat. I will explain everything upon my return. Although he possessed his inheritance, he had no medicinal supplies at home. A skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. Qin Minghao exited the courtyard and made his way to a pharmacy at the alley's end. Please give me a box of anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving ointment. Standing at the counter, he awaited the price. 83, cash or scan. Qin Minghao was momentarily stunned. Was a mere box of ointment truly so costly? He fished out his last 100 yuan and handed it to the cashier. Upon receiving the ointment, he examined its ingredients. Rhodiola, rosemary, and sanchi. To be frank, these were not particularly rare or expensive ingredients. Had he crafted it himself, this small 15-gram box would cost less than 10 yuan. Yet at the pharmacy, it was marked up to over 80, an eightfold increase. Was money so easily earned these days? A thought began to take shape in Qin Minghao's mind. As he entered the alley, he spotted Yi Mingwei anxiously waiting at the entrance, scanning the surroundings. Sister Mingwei. Qin Minghao hurried towards home. This child, where have you run off to without your cane? Qin Minghao froze, suddenly recalling that Yi Mingwei was unaware of his restored sight. I want to buy ointment for you, anti-inflammatory, pain-relieving, and to promote blood circulation. Yi Mingwei paused, her eyes welling with tears, although she did not show it. Instead, she took Qin Minghao's hand. It was just a slap. It cannot cause lasting harm. Is it worth your rush to fetch ointment? What if you fell? Come, let me guide you home, she said, her delicate hand clasping his. Though they had held hands many times before, it was the first time Qin Minghao felt her touch was so soft and tender, leaving him enchanted. Upon entering the house, Yi Mingwei did not immediately apply the ointment, but instead led Qin Minghao to the bed, beginning to tidy up the disarray. With her back turned, she bent to lift a fallen stool. From this angle, Qin Minghao felt a rush of warmth. He could not help but admire her figure, curvaceous and delicate, her waist impossibly slim. He extended his hand, contemplating how he might encompass it with just one hand, though one particular area might prove more challenging. Yi Mingwei, oblivious to Qin Minghao's scrutiny, gazed at the umbrella on the table, pondering its usefulness. Chapter 4. Setting up a fortune-telling stall. Seeing Yi Mingwei's hands fidgeting, Qin Minghao found himself at a loss for words. Could he truly express how considerate she was? Perhaps even his mother would not have thought of such things during her lifetime. Under Qin Minghao's watchful eye, Yi Mingyue placed the small balloons into a drawer, then continued her cleaning, though Qin Minghao noticed a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Sister Mingyue, you should take a break. He gazed at her rosy face, yearning to feel her warm skin. Well, I have tidied up significantly. Little Hao, please tell me what exactly happened? Yi Mingyue sat beside him, her expression laced with worry. It is what it is. They looked down on me, a blind man, and ran off with Yang Kaiju. Qin Minghao refrained from revealing the full truth, nor did he mention that his blindness was a result of their actions. At this point, he saw no need to wallow in self-pity. It was an embarrassing matter for him. Gently, Qin Minghao opened the ointment and applied it to Yi Mingyue's slightly swollen face. Sister Mingyue, does it still hurt? Yi Mingyue's face was smooth and tender to the touch. The pain has subsided. I can manage on my own. Yi Mingyue took the ointment, leaving Qin Minghao with a sense of regret, as he had not yet fully savored the moment. If she has left, so be it. Perhaps it is for the best. At least the house has not yet been demolished. Once you have wealth, you can choose any bride you desire. Yi Mingyue had a refreshing perspective on life. Qin Minghao forced a smile. He had no desire to marry at all. Wait here. I'll prepare dinner, Yi Mingyue said as she rose and headed to the kitchen. Qin Minghao sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. The house was secure, yet he was utterly broke. Without a source of income, he would starve. Not to mention that pursuing his cultivation required both medicinal herbs and funds. Should he seek employment? Qin Minghao was reluctant to disclose that his eyesight had returned to normal. Or perhaps it simply was not the right time yet. Moreover, even if he found work, he had not graduated from university, limiting his opportunities to only the most mundane jobs, barely enough to cover his daily expenses, let alone support his cultivation. Although he had inherited knowledge of medicine, without resources, he could hardly practice alchemy. At that moment, he found himself envious of rural dwellers, as they might possess hidden opportunities. Living in this urban village, the nearest mountain was over 30 kilometers away. Furthermore, alchemy required not just herbs, but also a furnace. Now, if he wanted money, he could only engage in some risk-free ventures. An idea struck him: fortune-telling. He recalled a spot just 3 streets away, beneath an overpass, where numerous fortune-tellers gathered. Nearby was an antique market. If he earned some money, perhaps he could acquire a valuable artifact, and soon enough, he'd be wealthy. After dinner, and having reassured the still concerned Yi Mingyue, Qin Minghao changed into a set of clothes. A black robe previously worn by Yang Kaijun as a groomsman, and donned sunglasses, completing his transformation. Beneath the overpass, although dusk had fallen, the atmosphere was remarkably lively, even more so than during the day. Qin Minghao set up his table and propped up a sign he had hastily crafted from ragged cloth: Divine Insight, Miraculous Healing. After some thought, he added 4 more words: Master of Ghostly Hands. The more services he offered, the greater his potential income. Perhaps someone would come seeking treatment. As soon as Qin Minghao set up his stall, an elderly man, lurking in the shadows beneath the opposite arch, eyed him suspiciously, pondering the sudden appearance of this young competitor. The new fortune teller quickly attracted attention from others nearby. Hey, a new fortune teller has arrived. Should we check him out? Divine Insight, Miraculous Healing. He speaks with confidence. The old man scoffed, though business was sparse. If this young man were to encroach upon his territory, he would certainly not let it go unchallenged. Don't go. He's just a charlatan, another fraud. Young and able-bodied, yet resorting to deception. Bai Jinjin held such disdain for such individuals. Come on, Jinjin, we're here to unwind. Even if he can't read fortunes, he might possess medical skills that could alleviate your issues. Bai Jinjin hesitated at her friend's words. The reason she had come to this place was to seek out extraordinary talents. Married for 3 years, her womb had remained silent, and her husband had not returned home in 2 months. If this continued, her position would be at risk. Consequently, she had even offered a substantial sum online to bear a child. As long as she could have a baby, it didn't matter if it was not her husband's or even her own, as long as it was Bai Jinjin's. Then let us have a look, but first, I'll gauge his worth. With that, Bai Jinjin took a seat directly across from Qin Minghao, pulling a thick wad of red bills from her designer handbag and slapping it down on the table. Qin Minghao noticed her, momentarily captivated. The woman wore a tight, black mini dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her eyes sharp yet seductive, with a high nose and full red lips that exuded confidence. She did not seem there merely for fortune-telling. Rather, she appeared to be seeking trouble. However, upon seeing the thick stack of bills, he was momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and inquired, "May I ask what the esteemed guest wishes to see? Fortune-telling, or perhaps medical treatment?" Unexpectedly, Bai Zhenjin did not follow the script. "Aren't you quite skilled? Then you should choose whether to read my fortune or treat my ailment. Guess correctly, and I shall grant you half of the money." Qin Minghao, far from offended, chuckled at her tone. The money on the table was at least 1,000 yuan. If he guessed correctly, he would pocket 500. This business was indeed promising. "Oh, no need for such hostility, dear guest. Could you extend your hand for me to examine? Rest assured, if I fail to provide an accurate reading, I shall charge nothing." Seeing Qin Minghao's confidence, Bai Zhenjin extended her hand. As he took her pulse, he also scrutinized her palm. The fortune revealed a dismal fate. According to her palmistry, she would remain childless and endure a tumultuous romantic trial. If this misfortune were not altered, it would lead to her financial ruin and tarnish her reputation, culminating in a sorrowful end. Yet, Qin Minghao discerned a glimmer of hope within her palm. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Might I inquire if the esteemed guest is married, and if so, for how many years?" Bai Zhenjin hesitated before replying, 3 years. Nodding, Qin Minghao concluded, "You did not come to seek fortune-telling. You are here for medical treatment. A child cannot be forced unless you are willing to invest heavily." He spoke this way to encourage her to offer more money for her treatment. As the softness of her palm indicated, she was a wealthy individual accustomed to luxury. How did you know?" Bai Zhenjin's calm demeanor faltered, her gaze fixed on the young man with sunglasses. Indeed, she had sought treatment, but her desperate quest for a child was a secret she had shared with no one, not even those who had inquired about her true identity. Pleased with her astonishment, Qin Minghao unabashedly pocketed 5 bills, thinking, "This will last me for half a month." "Remarkable. You can discern such things. You truly are a gifted seer. But can you cure Zhenjin's ailment?" asked a young girl beside Bai Zhenjin. "Certainly. My sign does declare it. Divine insight, miraculous healing. However, I must reiterate, substantial investment is essential." Substantial investment, Bai Zhenjin murmured to herself. Had she sought a child merely to conceive? This fortune-teller's repeated insistence on heavy payment implied he possessed a method to help her become pregnant. Bai Zhenjin scrutinized Qin Minghao closely. Although she could not see his eyes behind the sunglasses, he was not unappealing. Perhaps there was a chance for them. All for the sake of a child. "I understand now. Please provide me with your phone number. I will contact you in a few days." Qin Minghao was taken aback. Was now not the right time? Although infertility sounded challenging, treating it was not particularly difficult. Merely clearing blockages and reinforcing with a few doses of medicine would suffice. In fact, it could be done tonight. Panic set in as he noticed the elderly man opposite him, whose predatory gaze seemed poised to strike. He realized he had to act quickly. "No, tonight is not convenient. Share your contact information, and the remainder of the payment will be yours. As long as you can assist me in resolving my issue, I shall offer you an additional sum, but you must keep it confidential." Upon hearing that the remaining funds were indeed his own, Qin Minghao felt a sense of relief. He understood the importance of safeguarding client privacy. He inscribed his phone number on a piece of paper. Earning 1,000 yuan in a single evening was an unexpected delight, providing him with a semblance of financial security for the remaining half of the month. For the next few days, he resolved not to set up a stall again. In preparation for future endeavors, Qin Minghao decided to purchase a set of silver needles. With wealth comes hope, and that night, he enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. Awakened by hunger at dawn, Qin Minghao opened his eyes to find Yi Mingyue in the courtyard, diligently washing his clothes. "Xiaohao, you're awake," she said, holding up his undergarments with an air of naturalness, as if it were a routine occurrence. Minghao, what are you doing?" Qin Minghao's ears flushed red. How could she be handling his undergarments? Since the age of 6, he had never allowed anyone to wash such personal items for him, not even his mother. No wonder his wardrobe was perpetually stocked with them. He had assumed they were gifts from Yi Mingyue, only to discover that she had been washing them all along. To be honest, even for a man, this was quite embarrassing. "I'll help you with the laundry. You must be hungry." "I've already prepared breakfast," she offered. "We can eat together. The clothes aren't too urgent. They could be tossed in the washing machine." Had Qin Minghao wished to avoid revealing the truth he had already come to terms with, he would have snatched his undergarments back without hesitation. "It's fine. It's the last piece. You go eat. I've already had my meal before coming here," he replied. Understanding that he was the one feeling awkward, he decided not to mention it. After breakfast, he handed Yi Mingyue 500 yuan. Mingwei, please take this 500 yuan as my contribution to our meals for the next half-month, he said. In his life, Qin Minghao had encountered two remarkable women. One was his mother, who, despite facing immense pressure, had brought him into the world and raised him alone. He felt remorse for her passing, a consequence of his own actions. The second was Yi Mingwei, who had been his companion and caretaker after his mother's departure. Selflessly devoted and diligent. I know your situation isn't easy, and I don't wish to be a burden to you, he continued. No need for that. It's just a few meals, it won't cost much. Keep it, Yi Mingwei insisted, refusing to accept the money. Qin Minghao adopted a serious demeanor. You must accept it. If you refuse, then you needn't come over anymore. Seeing his sudden shift in attitude, Yi Mingwei ceased her resistance and accepted the 500 yuan, contemplating how she could prepare more nutritious meals for him. After taking a midday nap, Qin Minghao visited a pharmacy, only to discover they did not sell silver needles. You could order them from a gold shop, or perhaps check the night market under the overpass. You might find some, suggested the pharmacist. Night market? So the place where he had been setting up for fortune-telling was referred to as the night market. How fitting, given the spectral characters that emerged in the dead of night. Thanks. Ordering them seems impractical. I doubt this 500 yuan will suffice for a complete set of silver needles. I might as well gamble my luck at the night market. That night, Qin Minghao removed his sunglasses, donned a cap to obscure his face, and ventured into the night market. After browsing for a while, he came across numerous antique vendors but found no stalls selling silver needles. Just as he was about to leave, something intriguing caught his eye. Talismans. Remarkable, they actually exist. Qin Minghao mused. He could craft talismans too, albeit with some difficulty. Currently, he lacked the skill to produce advanced talismans but could manage basic protective charms. However, crafting talismans required investment, which he hadn't considered initially. How much for this protective charm? He inquired. Not expensive at all. 5,000 for the protective charm, 10,000 for the exorcism charm, 15,000 for the fortune charm, and 26,000 for the wealth charm, replied the vendor with a grin. Qin Minghao was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. While he could sense that the materials were genuine, such as vermilion and chicken blood, there was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the charms. Essentially, they were merely pieces of painted paper. One could purchase a sense of security for a couple hundred, but 5,000 was outrageous. Young man, I see you've been experiencing misfortune. I'll give you a discount, 2,500. What do you say? The vendor offered. Misfortune? 2,005? Do you take me for a fool? Qin Minghao retorted, exasperated. You can't see my misfortune just because I'm wearing a hat. He had no interest in engaging with such a fraud. Those who engage in deceitful practices must face the consequences. Nevertheless, he recognized the potential of talismans as a lucrative venture, and once he received his medical fees, he could purchase the necessary materials to craft talismans, not only for profit, but also to enhance his own skills. After leaving the talisman stall, he continued to explore the night market for another hour, eventually discovering a stall selling silver needles. Old man, how much for this set of silver needles? Qin Minghao asked, crouching before the stall, which displayed 18 nearly pristine silver needles. 5,000 yuan. Take it or leave it, the disheveled old man replied lazily, pulling off his straw hat as he spoke. 5,000? That seems rather steep. I could get a set from gold shop for less. Qin Minghao countered, silver isn't gold. These 18 needles together weigh no more than 20 grams. He was there to find a bargain, not to be taken for a fool. What's crafted in a gold shop can't compare to mine. These are the Yin Yang 18 needles. Individually, they may not seem valuable, but as a set, 5,000 is a steal. You wouldn't find them for 50,000 elsewhere. The old man insisted. The mention of the Yin Yang 18 needles triggered a memory in Qin Minghao's mind, created by a renowned master a century ago. This needle technique could heal the gravely injured, bridging the realms of life and death. While the technique was extraordinary, it required specially infused silver needles to wield its power. The spiritual energy was not infused by the user, but by the creator during the crafting process. Is this true? What's this Yin Yang 18 needles? I've never heard of it before. Are you trying to pull a fast one with a fancy name? Qin Minghao challenged, picking up a needle. Indeed, a surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through him. The needles were authentic, and the Yin Yang 18 needles were as well. Yet his financial constraints were all too real. Am I deceiving you? It seems the Yin Yang 18 needles have truly been lost to time. Alas, You're not destined for this set. Even if I gave them to you, you wouldn't be able to wield them. Consider me a charlatan. You may leave now." The old man's unexpected response left Qin Minghao feeling frustrated. He merely aimed to negotiate the price, yet he was genuinely interested in the silver needles. Even if he could not master the Yin-Yang 18 needles, their inherent value would still be significant. He possessed the knowledge of refining tools, though he had yet to acquire the skill. This set of silver needles could very well be deemed a magical artifact. If utilized wisely, they could save lives or even take them without a trace. Qin Minghao found himself in dire need of them. Nothing could be more suitable for him at that moment. Yet, he had clearly miscalculated the situation. "Say you're not destined to have them? I refuse to believe that. Will you sell them for 500? He asked through clenched teeth. "Not for sale." The old man replied impatiently. "Hey, you old man." Qin Minghao was about to speak when he realized his hands were empty. "This set of silver needles is quite remarkable. I never expected to find such a treasure in this place. Boss, how much for the silver needles? I want them." As Qin Minghao lifted his gaze, he saw a beautiful face with a playful smile, illuminated by the moonlight, her bright eyes resembling two shining stars. "Miss, surely one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served when purchasing items? I have my eye on those silver needles first," Qin Minghao said, a hint of anger in his voice. It was one thing for the old man to disregard the rules, but now a newcomer had emerged to snatch the needles away. Judging by her attire, which was adorned with designer labels, particularly the large jade pendant resting on her snow-white neck, it was clear she belonged to the affluent class. Such a person could easily afford not just 5,000, but even 50,000, one would presume. However, did you actually pay? If not, they are not yours yet. I certainly have the opportunity to choose. Wouldn't you agree, boss? Name your price. Seeing the pride etched on the young lady's face, Qin Minghao inwardly lamented his misfortune. "Not for sale, no matter the price. If it's a fated encounter, I shall gift this set of silver needles. If not, even a fortune won't buy them." Shen Baisho sighed as he spoke. He had clung to a sliver of hope in this ghost market for 2 months, only to be met with despair. Fate. Qin Minghao's eyes lit up. If money was a topic, he might just have another chance. "Old man, what is the point of flaunting them if you want to sell?" Shun Yiru exclaimed, her large eyes brimming with indignation. She had finally encountered an item she adored. "Old man, what constitutes a fated connection?" Shen Baisho shook his head. "The Yin-Yang 18 needles can only be wielded by its true heir. Both technique and needle are indispensable. Otherwise, it is not the Yin-Yang 18 needles. Heir?" Qin Minghao mused quietly to himself, wondering if he could be considered one. What kind of Yin-Yang 18 needles is this? The name certainly has a ring to it. "Old man, you don't appear wealthy. How about selling me these silver needles for 100,000? 100,000? Qin Minghao exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. This young lady truly was a little heiress, casually mentioning such a sum. Yet indeed, the Yin-Yang 18 needles are worth that price. Qin Minghao grew anxious. "Old man, you're seeking an heir for the Yin-Yang 18 needles, are you not?" "To be frank, I am indeed the heir." Shen Baisho regarded Qin Minghao, a scoff escaping his lips. "You a mere boy? Just moments ago you called me a fraud. So quickly you claim to be the heir of the Yin-Yang 18 needles. Do you think I am foolish?" Caught in his own deception, Qin Minghao scratched his head awkwardly. "Senior, I wasn't being serious about being short on cash. I merely wish to negotiate a better price. I truly am the heir of the Yin-Yang 18 needles. I can prove it to you. Yin and Yang interact. Yin and Yang oppose. Yin and Yang are mutually rooted. Yin and Yang flourish and decline. Yin and Yang transform. Yin and Yang harmonize. Clear Yang is heaven. Turbid Yin is earth. When Yin prevails, Yang suffers. When Yang prevails, Yin suffers. Yin and Yang must be in balance to fill their forms. The 9 conditions are as one. This is called the harmonious person. In a bid to demonstrate his proficiency in the Yin-Yang 18 needles, Qin Minghao recited the fundamental principles. "You." Shen Baisho stood up, excitement causing him to tremble, unable to articulate his thoughts. At last, he had been waiting for this moment. "Old man, do you not think that I am quite fated to possess this set of silver needles?" Qin Minghao grinned. Shen Yiru looked on in confusion, pondering the significance of the Yin-Yang. "Are you truly the heir of the Yin-Yang 18 needles?" Shen Baisho regarded Qin Minghao with disbelief. "Do you think so? The Yin-Yang 18 needles are part of his lineage. He should also be considered an heir. Wouldn't he? Oof. Qin Minghao was taken aback by the old man's dismissive grunt. But you said these needles are to be gifted to someone fated. Am I not fated to have them? Qin Minghao felt a sense of urgency as he realized this old man wouldn't be swayed by any conventional tactics. Shouldn't he be overwhelmed with emotion and willingly bestow the needles upon him at this very moment? Fated or not. I never expected the descendant of the Yin 18 needles to be in such dire straits, unable to produce even 5,000, while claiming that the ancestral techniques are fraudulent. Qin Baisho felt both disdain and sadness. Old man, what is wrong with being poor? I'm trying to find a way to earn money. Qin Minghao was not one to shy away from the truth, feeling a blush creep across his face. Never mind. It is a blessing that the Yin 18 needles have not been lost to time. I have not fared much better than you. Take the needles back as though they were returned to their rightful owner. Qin Baisho sighed deeply, waved his hand, and returned to his small stool, his straw hat shielding his face. Are you really giving them to me? Qin Minghao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sensed the old man's despondency and resignation. To be honest, he did not consider himself a true heir to the Yin 18 needles. They were merely a renowned technique within a larger lineage. Not really? Why not? Old man, did he really just fool you with a few words? You would even take 100,000? 200,000. This set of silver needles is mine. Shen Yiru, feeling overlooked by both men, interjected defiantly. Qin Baisho appeared as if he had fallen asleep, silent. You're short on cash, aren't you? I'll give you 200,000 for them. Seeing Qin Baisho's silence, Shen Yiru turned her haughty gaze towards Qin Minghao. Not for sale, regardless of the price. The value of the Yin 18 needles cannot be measured in monetary terms. Although I am in need of money, I will not part with such a treasure. Are you doing this on purpose? Do you know who I am? Name a price. Qin Minghao frowned at the spoiled and arrogant girl, lamenting the waste of her sweet appearance. I said I want to sell them. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Minghao retrieved the last 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Senior, I truly am short on funds. This is all I have left. Please accept it. I'll make good use of the Yin 18 needles. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's words, Qin Baisho, who had remained unresponsive, finally broke into a smile beneath his straw hat. Good, he has not wasted my years of waiting. As Qin Minghao departed, Shen Yiru followed closely behind. So tell me, how can I acquire these silver needles from you? Could you stop following me? Did you not hear? These silver needles are mine. Qin Minghao replied irritably, halting his steps. Why was this girl so relentless? Fine, I will remember you for trying to steal from me. I hope I never encounter you again. Shen Yiru stomped her foot in frustration before running off. Qin Minghao dismissed this brief encounter, returning home with the Yin 18 needles and began to study the techniques through the night. After a sleepless night, Qin Minghao nearly turned himself into a sieve, but he finally grasped the basics of the Yin 18 needles. Come morning, he noticed that Yi Mingwei had not appeared to make him breakfast. Where's Mingwei? Qin Minghao wondered. Since losing his sight, Yi Mingwei had been dutifully caring for him every day without fail. Even if she couldn't come herself, she would arrange for neighbors or her shop's staff to assist. Today, however, there was no word at all. Something strange must be afoot. Qin Minghao mused as he donned his hat, grasped his cane, and stepped outside. Yi family, I am giving you 3 days to vacate. If not, I will make you regret it. In the small courtyard of the Yi family, a group of men had gathered, led by a young man in his 20s, who was pointing a finger at Yi Mingwei. Gao Chang, I cannot possibly leave. This is my home. Yi Mingwei stood her ground against the group of men, showing no signs of weakness. Your home? Nonsense. This is our Gao family's property, left behind by my cousin. What does it have to do with you? Gao Chang retorted. I am your cousin's wife. I am your cousin-in-law. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Yi Mingwei and Qin Minghao were neighbors, one at the end of the street and the other at the alley, both residing on the same road. And Yi Mingwei's house was also on the verge of demolition. Sister-in-law, who doesn't know that you married my cousin only to have him die shortly after? I've heard you and that blind man from the Qin family have long been together. How can you face my cousin? Hai Chang sneered, relishing the chance to humiliate a widow. If you don't leave today, believe me, I will make sure everyone knows how despicable you are, Yi Mingwei, seducing a blind man younger than you by several years. I will ruin your reputation. Hai Chang had no intention of making things difficult for a widow, but he found himself in a predicament. He owed a substantial debt, and someone had approached him, promising a handsome reward if he could acquire Yi Minghue's house. You're talking nonsense. I have always regarded Xiao Hao as my brother. Yi Minghao trembled with rage, yet felt powerless against these men. Brother? I'm still your little uncle. Yet you never tend to me. Sister-in-law, I know my brother died young, and you are lonely. You don't have to move out. We can still be family. Hai Chong's eyes glinted with greed as he gazed at the beautiful Yi Minghao, lamenting his cousin's misfortune for marrying such a stunning wife who died so prematurely. You scoundrel! Yi Minghao raised her hand to slap Hai Chong, but he seized her wrist. TSK, sister-in-law, your hands are so smooth and fair, he remarked, his face twisted with desire. Yi Minghao struggled fiercely. You bastard! Just then, Qin Minghao arrived, witnessing Hai Chong gripping Yi Minghue's wrist while reaching for her face. Sister Minghao, he shouted, his heart tightening at the sight of her humiliation. What are you doing here? Xiao Hao, this is none of your business. Go back. Yi Minghao broke free from Hai Chong and rushed to Qin Minghao's side, attempting to pull him away. Oh, so this is the little blind man from the Qin family? Thinking you can be a hero? Hai Chong taunted, striding over to Qin Minghao and snatching the cane from his grasp, eager to see him humiliated. Well, a blind man can still make you roll on the ground in pain. Do you believe it? Hai Chong gripped the cane, but found himself unable to budge. Little blind man, you still have some strength, huh? You think you can make me roll in pain? Ha ha ha. Hai Chong laughed uproariously, his companions joining in. Suddenly, Qin Minghao raised his hand, and with a swift motion, he sent Hai Chong and the cane flying, causing Hai Chong to crash to the ground, grimacing in pain. How can this little blind man have such strength? Fuming, Hai Chong got back up, his eyes blazing with rage. Little blind man, you think you're something, huh? Do you want me to kill you? He glared at Qin Minghao. If you have a problem, come at me. Don't bully Xiao Hao. Yi Minghao exclaimed protectively, standing in front of Qin Minghao. Look at that. You're already defending him. You claim nothing's going on between you two? Hai Chong sneered. Yi Minghao, what is it like to have a blind man as your protector? Let her go. Today, I'll show these men how to speak. Qin Minghao stepped forward, approaching Hai Chong with his cane, donning sunglasses that made him appear anything but capable. You really think that wretched Yi Minghao can protect you? Today, you'll learn what it means to face real strength. Hai Chong commanded his lackeys to attack, but Qin Minghao stood his ground, unwavering. Ha ha! This blind man dares to stand up for himself, mocked one of the thugs, swinging his fist at Qin Minghao. Well, a blind man can still take care of you, Qin Minghao declared, raising his cane and striking the thug on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. With precision, he swung at another thug, causing him to yelp in pain. What? How can he know where we are? Hai Chong stammered, bewildered. I'm just a blind man. You all are truly useless. He spun around, swinging his cane again at a would-be attacker, sending him sprawling to the ground as if the cane were a hammer, leaving no room for resistance. I want to believe it. All of you attack. I'll make sure to break this blind man's legs today. Hai Chong shouted defiantly, but as he lunged at Qin Minghao, he was caught off guard by a swift kick that sent him crashing backward onto a stone table, shattering it into pieces. Others stood frozen, intimidated by the unexpected turn of events. What? Afraid now? Didn't you want to break my legs? Qin Minghao sneered. With such pathetic skills, who gave you the courage to boast? Get him. I'll pay each of you 50,000 after the demolition. Hai Chong shouted, desperate. The promise of money sparked their courage as they charged at Qin Minghao once more. Standing firm, Qin Minghao didn't budge an inch. Yi Minghao was astounded, wondering when Xiao Hao had become so formidable. Stop. Hai Chong, if you want a house, take it. Just don't hurt Xiao Hao. Witnessing the ferocity in their eyes, Yi Minghao couldn't help but worry. Sister Minghao, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you or take what belongs to you. Qin Minghao was determined to protect her, refusing to let them prevail. It's too late to say that now. Hai Chong snarled. Attack. Yi Minghao covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, feeling guilty for dragging Xiao Hao into this mess. Just as despair enveloped her, she witnessed an astonishing transformation in Qin Minghao. Several thugs were sent flying, crashing to the ground, and she barely understood how it had happened. Step by step, Qin Minghao approached Hai Chong, who was flabbergasted. Don't come any closer. How could a blind man defeat so many? Was he truly blind? With a firm grip, Qin Minghao seized Hai Chong by the collar, letting his cane fall to the ground as he delivered a resounding slap across Hai Chong's face, causing stars to burst in his vision. One after another, He landed blows until Haichong's face was swollen and unrecognizable, blood trickling from his mouth. Stop. I was wrong. Haichong pleaded, truly terrified. Realization comes too late, doesn't he it? At that moment, Qin Minghao relished the exhilarating sensation of power, free to dispense justice upon these nefarious individuals. I'm capable of safeguarding those whom I wish to protect. Sister-in-law, I truly regret my actions. Please save me. I never intended for things to escalate this way. I find myself helpless, for Brother Long owes a substantial amount of money. If he is not repaid, he will sever my hand. Sister-in-law, my parents have only one son, and you wouldn't want me to become disabled, would you? Gao Chong wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. Brother Long? Which Brother Long? Qin Minghao suddenly recalled that the person who had come to their house to collect debts was referred to as Brother Long from Nanching. It was he who sent me here, claiming that your family was on the verge of demolition. If I could drive you away, I would gain access to the compensation. Gao Chong, lacking in fortitude, promptly revealed Brother Long's identity. Brother Long from Nanching. Xiaohao, please let Gao Chong go. Yi Mingwei implored, her heart aching. Qin Minghao scoffed, releasing Gao Chong as he inquired, how much do you owe? 50. Gao Chong stammered, unable to complete a single sentence, his body trembling. Avoiding Qin Minghao's gaze. 50,000 or 500,000. Chapter 9, Disrobe. Gao Chong swallowed hard and confessed 5 million. Boom. Yi Mingwei felt as though her head might explode. How did you accrue such a debt? This house wouldn't even fetch 3 million in a demolition. Gao Chong was well aware yet. I understand, but Brother Long's men said that Xiaohao is affluent, and his family is also set for demolition. If I complicate your life, he will undoubtedly come up with a way to assist you, and then I could ask him for 2 million. Yi Mingyue's mouth hung open in astonishment. Asking Xiaohao for money? Ha! Qin Minghao quickly comprehended that Gao Chong had been ensnared. Their true target was likely not Sister Minghua, but himself. Brother Long was indeed cunning. He spoke the truth. If such a situation arose, he would certainly aid Sister Minghua. Not to mention 2 million. Even 4 million would be at his disposal for her sake. So what are your intentions? Qin Minghao crouched down to ask. No, I don't want anything anymore. I'm not joking. This little brat is ruthless. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare to say. Consider yourself fortunate. Regardless of how your gambling debts were incurred, they have nothing to do with Sister Minghua. I don't wish to see you again, nor do I want you to trouble her. Today, I'll let it slide. If I see you on the street again, I will strike you. Take your men and leave. Gao Chong scrambled to his feet, fleeing the courtyard in a panic. Xiaohao, I'm so sorry. It's sister-in-law who got you into trouble. Yi Mingyue now believed she was the cause of Qin Minghao's distress, unaware that he was the original target of the plot, while she was merely collateral damage. Sister Minghue, this matter does not concern you, but living alone as a woman is indeed inconvenient. Qin Minghao wished to suggest that she move in with him, but hesitated, realizing that being a widow often invites gossip. Even if their relationship was innocent, others might misconstrue it, and if they truly cohabitated, Sister Minghue would be subjected to even more scrutiny, complicating his own life as well. He currently lacked the financial means. Survival took precedence, and he had no time to seek vengeance against Yang Kaijun and Lu Yuanyuan. However, one day, he would ensure they paid dearly for their misdeeds. Yet, he truly worried for Yi Minghua. It's all right. Haven't I been safe all these years? You needn't fret. You truly startled sister-in-law just now. Do you know that her heart nearly leapt in her throat? However, she truly cares for you. Had it not been for you, she would have certainly been bullied today. Yi Minghua stood opposite Qin Minghao, gently patting her chest, her white dress accentuating her fair skin, the V neckline hinting at the beauty beneath. Qin Minghao, peering through his sunglasses, could see it all too clearly. Gulp. Qin Minghao swallowed hard, quickly averting his gaze. No wonder Gao Chong harbored such lewd thoughts. Had he not known Sister Mingyue's true character, her alluring figure and charming visage could easily incite impure thoughts. What is wrong? Xiaohao, are you thirsty? Observing Qin Minghao's discomfort, Yi Mingyue inquired with concern. I indeed feel a bit parched, Qin Minghao admitted, feeling a dryness in his throat. I'll fetch you some water. As Yi Mingyue turned to leave, Qin Minghao's phone rang. An unfamiliar number, one he had never seen before. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. Is this the one seeking fortune? I am Bai Jinjin, the one looking for child. Do you have time tonight? A cool voice resonated from the other end. I have time. Qin Minghao's heart finally eased. The financier had arrived. He had merely provided his phone number and had feared she might not reach out. All right, 8 o'clock tonight, room 603 at the Glorious Hotel. Don't be late. With that, Bai Jinjin abruptly ended the call. Having waited until her ovulation period had passed, she deliberately reached out to Qin Minghao now that the time was right. The thought of what lay ahead made her cheeks flush. If not for dire circumstances, she would not have chosen this path. Thankfully, the other party was young and handsome, and being blind meant he wouldn't even recognize her, making him the optimal choice. Glancing at the time, Bai Jinjin decided to pamper herself a bit. Qin Minghao contemplated the phone. This woman hung up rather swiftly. Oh well, matters could be discussed later. Xiaohao, drink some water. Yi Mingwei approached with a cup in hand, carefully offering it to him. Are you hungry? Qin Minghao indeed felt hunger pangs, having eaten at Yi Mingwei's home before returning. Yi Mingwei was not idle. She owned a small restaurant, though Qin Minghao rarely visited due to his eyesight. Upon returning home, he meticulously cleaned his acupuncture needles and retrieved a decent outfit from his wardrobe. At 8 o'clock, he donned a cap and took a taxi to the Glorious Hotel. After pressing the elevator button, he ascended to the 6th floor, pausing at the door to dial the number from earlier. I'm at the door. Please open. The call ended abruptly, and the door swung open. Bai Jinjin stood at the entrance in a seductive red nightgown, seemingly fresh from the shower. Her hair cascading over her shoulders, a fragrant aroma wafting from her. Even without his special vision, Qin Minghao was taken aback. Much of her skin was exposed, the neckline plunging even lower than Yi Mingwei's had in the morning. The deep valley showcased her alluring assets, and Qin Minghao felt as though his nose might bleed. Come in, Bai Jinjin beckoned. The moment she turned, Qin Minghao found it hard to contain himself. Her alabaster back was nearly fully exposed, her slender waist swaying. It was utterly intoxicating. At that moment, Qin Minghao questioned his purpose for being there. Perhaps I should freshen up first. Bai Jinjin's suggestion left him momentarily stunned. Freshen up? Realizing he was standing there in shock, Bai Jinjin suddenly recalled that he was blind. Her elaborate attire was entirely unnecessary. I forgot you can't see. Never mind. Just come here. Do you need help with your clothes? Bai Jinjin stood before Qin Minghao, ready to unbutton his shirt. No, wait a moment. Qin Minghao instinctively stepped back, evading Bai Jinjin's hand. What are you shy about? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. I will pay you 100,000 up front, and if it succeeds on the first attempt, I will provide an additional 200,000. However, if it does not succeed, I can only offer you 100,000. Bai Jinjin hesitated, fully aware that even with his youth and vigor, success was not guaranteed on the first attempt. She had prepared herself for a long-term engagement. Rest assured, it will certainly succeed this time. Now, let us not linger. I must clarify a few points. This is merely a transaction. You may enter my body, but not my life, and definitely not kiss me. Chapter 10. Still a naive novice? Just enter. Qin Minghao wished he could stuff a chicken egg into his mouth. Was Bai Jinjin teasing him? Miss Bai, is it? Qin Minghao endeavored to maintain his composure. I believe you have misunderstood. When I said I could make you pregnant, it was due to my exceptional medical skills. Nothing else. Do you understand? It is you who is infertile, not your husband. Even if you were to change partners, your ailment would persist. With just 2 sentences, Qin Minghao left Bai Jinjin momentarily stunned, her face flushing. Had she misinterpreted the situation? But hadn't he insisted on a substantial fee? How can a blind man treat an illness? Bai Jinjin blurted out. Who said that? A blind man cannot heal. I merely ask if you wish to cure your ailment. Qin Minghao was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation, yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had encountered his fair share of absurdity. Yes. Bai Jinjin gritted her teeth, stating, how could one ignore disease when everything seems lost? Very well then, lie down on the bed. To be honest, Bai Jinjin's attire was quite suitable today. The acupointing needed to target were mostly exposed. All right, I shall see how you intend to treat this ailment. Reluctantly, Bai Jinjin reclined on the bed. Qin Minghao retrieved the Yin-Yang 18 needles from his backpack. I'm going to administer acupuncture. It may be a bit painful, but no pain, no gain. I hope you understand and can endure it. It will only be once, coupled with some herbal medicine, and it can entirely resolve your infertility issue. Bai Jinjin lay on the bed, watching Qin Minghao with suspicion in her eyes. You can't see. You won't accidentally kill me, will you? Bai Jinjin was somewhat apprehensive. Some people may have eyes, but lack vision, blind in heart and mind, making their sight irrelevant. Qin Minghao wasted no time on pleasantries, directly inserting the silver needle into Bai Zhenjin's lower abdomen. A slight sting made Bai Zhenjin involuntarily cry out. Realizing her indiscretion, she swiftly covered her mouth. Qin Minghao's actions did not falter due to her outburst. However, while disinfecting, he found himself momentarily distracted by her soft abdomen, such delicate and smooth skin. This sensation, even more tender than an egg, akin to being soaked in milk. No, he was here to earn money, Women are temptresses, they could lead him astray. Qin Minghao steadied himself, channeling his internal energy as he inserted another needle. Aside from the pain, there was a tingling sensation that Bai Zhenjin struggled to suppress, her face growing crimson. The young man before her had beautiful hands, long and well-defined. Every time he touched her skin, it evoked an unusual feeling within her. Emptiness. Indeed, as his hand glided over her skin and withdrew, Bai Zhenjin felt an overwhelming sense of void. What was wrong with her? First, she had misjudged him, assuming him to be of a certain character, and now she found herself feeling this emptiness. One needle after another, they filled her lower abdomen. Qin Minghao was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang 18 needles had been infused with spiritual energy during their crafting. Otherwise, with his current cultivation level, he would likely be drained. Even so, Qin Minghao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his head slightly spinning. Administering the needles did not signify the end of treatment. Qin Minghao steeled himself, wiping the sweat from his brow, and began to channel what little spiritual energy he had left to massage Bai Zhenjin. His large hand glided over her skin, which was not rough at all. Bai Zhenjin felt a warm current flow through her abdomen, spreading throughout her limbs. So comfortable. Bai Zhenjin could not help but moan softly, the sound dripping with allure, entirely genuine, igniting a fire within Qin Minghao. It was his first time administering acupuncture, and for safety, he activated his divine sight. He was not truly blind. In his eyes, Bai Zhenjin appeared even more alluring. Previously tense, Bai Zhenjin's legs relaxed due to the comfort, brushing against Qin Minghao's waist. How absurd! Despite being 20, Qin Minghao was still a naive novice. This intoxicating scene, combined with Bai Zhenjin's enchanting voice, rendered him somewhat uncontrollable, prompting him to hastily press a few more times before excusing himself to the bathroom. Something within him felt as if it were about to burst forth. Qin Minghao splashed cold water on his face and stood by the window, allowing the chilly breeze to calm him. He admitted to himself that he was merely a mortal, swayed by the whims of desire. Noticing Qin Minghao's unusual behavior, Bai Zhenjin was not angry. Instead, she giggled playfully. How old are you? Qin Minghao instinctively turned his head, responding in a hoarse voice. 20. Do you have a girlfriend? Qin Minghao opened his mouth. He was essentially a solitary soul. No. To his surprise, Bai Zhenjin's smile grew even brighter. No wonder. Qin Minghao understood she was teasing him, yet he felt he had done nothing to deserve such mockery. What was so surprising about it? Be cautious with your laughter. If the needle shifts, it could be troublesome. Bai Zhenjin seemed unfazed. She had previously feared this blind man would harm her, yet now, she felt too comfortable. This little blind man truly had a talent. Not worried, as you were here, right? To think, at 20, he still had no girlfriend. Could he still be a naive novice? Qin Minghao was taken aback, his face flushing. Were they suitable to discuss such topics? What does this have to do with you? He retorted stubbornly. Ha. Is there really someone in their 20s who has never been in love? I see you are not unattractive. Has no one ever taken a liking to you? Bai Zhenjin's words reminded Qin Minghao of Lun. Since childhood, he had known he would marry Lun. Thus he had no interest in other girls. Was his relationship with Lun even considered a romance? Reflecting on those unpleasant memories, Qin Minghao fell silent. Why the silence? Shall I introduce you to someone? Bai Zhenjin assumed Qin Minghao was shy from her remarks. Little did she know, Qin Minghao silently removed the needles, coldly stating, I will send a prescription to your phone. The payment, please. Qin Minghao felt somewhat dejected. Was it his fault to be a naive novice at over 20? Did he desire this? He merely wished to avoid being a scoundrel. Was that a fault? He was rather irritable. Bai Zhenjin rolled her eyes, but still proceeded to transfer the money to Qin Minghao, although she could not yet ascertain whether she was truly cured. The comfort she experienced was unparalleled. For the pleasure he had provided, the 100,000 was well worth it. Not to mention, Qin Minghao genuinely possessed remarkable skills. Chapter 11. 100,000 secured. After a week, I can go for a checkup at the hospital. If all is well, I will transfer the remaining amount. With that, Qin Minghao exited the room. Upon leaving the hotel, he removed his cap and sunglasses, meticulously checking the balance. Indeed, it was 100,000. Though memories of painful pasts resurfaced, this sum was now in his hands. For a month, or even a year, his basic needs were no longer a concern. Yet, mere sustenance was far from sufficient for Qin Minghao. He needed to grow stronger. He required more funds to purchase medicinal herbs and seek opportunities. Qin Minghao lifted his gaze to the 6th floor, where Bai Zhenjin resided. His mind flooded with thoughts of her graceful figure and exquisite beauty, making it hard to believe she was already a married woman. A surge of impulse rose within him once more. Qin Minghao cursed under his breath, refusing to be treated like a novice. Exiting the hotel, he hailed a taxi that whisked him directly to the city's largest red light district, just a street over. Flanking streets revealed a stark contrast. One was clean and spacious, adorned with vibrant bars and nightclubs, bustling with luxury cars, while the other was narrow and dilapidated, filled with hair salons, coffee shops, and massage parlors. Each establishment displayed a large red lantern at its entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Minghao donned a baseball cap, preferring to remain inconspicuous. With a heart full of trepidation, he ventured into the alley. Upon entering, he was met with a row of provocatively dressed women standing in front of the shops, winking and posing at passing men. "Hey, handsome, why not come in for some fun?" They beckoned, clad in revealing attire that accentuated their exaggerated makeup, obscuring their original features. Most appeared gaunt and emaciated, their forced smiles betraying a sense of exhaustion. A few, however, possessed more appealing figures, their curves voluptuous in all the right places. In front of one massage parlor, a mature woman with a generous figure caught his eye, her tight-fitting shirt revealing more than it concealed, leaving a strong impression on him. Despite feeling a stirring within, Qin Minghao was reluctant to embrace the role of a cad, yet he also dreaded the thought of being ridiculed. Sensing his interest, a woman approached him, her voice sultry. "Hey, handsome, care to relax a bit?" The moment she drew near, a wave of cheap perfume mixed with a foul odor assaulted him. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, realizing the implications of such a stench. It was unmistakably a sign of uncleanliness. As a healer, he understood the risks all too well. There was no reason to jeopardize his well-being out of momentary frustration. "No, thank you," he declined, leaving with a mixture of exhilaration and fear. Returning home, he felt a newfound appreciation for his innocence, recognizing its merits in maintaining his purity. Just as he prepared to sleep, his phone rang, startling him. It was Bai Zhenjin. What could she want at this hour? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past midnight. "Hello?" he answered. "Little novice, have you forgotten something?" Bai Zhenjin's languorous voice came through the line. "What is it?" Qin Minghao was genuinely puzzled. He believed he had completed all his tasks. "The prescription," she reminded him. "Oh, that is not urgent, but since you asked, I'll send it to you now." With that, he hung up and began composing a message. Meanwhile, Bai Zhenjin lay in bed, her thoughts consumed by him, her body yearning for the warmth of a man's touch. Despite her affluent and powerful facade, she had spent countless nights alone since their marriage, a business arrangement that left her longing for affection. The arrival of this novice had ignited a spark of desire within her, a feeling of loneliness she had never known before. Even though he was inexperienced, he was still a man. Yet, he remained aloof, indifferent to her allure, treating her with a coldness that frustrated her. Both were now restless, unable to sleep due to the lingering effects of their conversation. The next morning, Qin Minghao did not wait for Yi Minghua. Instead, he sought out a traditional medicine shop, purchasing a significant amount of vermilion powder and acquiring 3 large roosters to place in his yard, spending over 3,000 on various supplies, with the brush costing him the most at 2,400. Returning home, he found that while Yi Minghua had prepared a meal, she was nowhere to be seen. He ate a few bites before turning his attention to crafting talismans. The ancient Taoist art of talisman making required a synthesis of power, master strength, personal strength, and the collective force of both. This practice was distinct from folk magic, relying on specific techniques and strict adherence to ritual. The creation of talismans was not something just anyone could accomplish. It demanded the expertise of a qualified practitioner. Qin Minghao, though not a Taoist, was determined to produce his own talismans. After a thorough cleansing, he set to work, laying out yellow paper and mixing vermilion with chicken blood, wielding his brush with precision. Soon, an image resembling a symbol began to appear on the paper. The process was intricate and time-consuming, and after half an hour, he was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Finally, he completed the protective talisman, though its efficacy fell short of his expectations. Over the following week, he dedicated himself to the art of talisman making, producing 3 each day, culminating in a total of 21. His repertoire expanded to include protective charms, evil-repelling talismans, and a formidable 5 thunder talisman, the highest tier he could currently create. With the town in turmoil, he prepared to venture south, knowing it was time to address certain issues. In the underground casino of the Southern District, the atmosphere was electric despite the late hour. The raucous cheers and lamentations of gamblers filled the air as Qin Minghao approached the entrance. Just as he pushed the door open, 2 burly men blocked his path. "Brother, you seem to have wandered into the wrong place," one grunted, his imposing frame and a scar running across his face suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. "Enough chatter. This isn't place for just anyone," the other added, his wiry frame contrasting sharply with his companion. "Have you said enough?" Qin Minghao replied, irritation creeping into his voice. He was not one to be deterred by mere words. Ribs scrutinized the man before him, whose duckbill cap nearly obscured his entire face. His voice was notably hoarse. Though his visage remained hidden, he appeared to be quite young and radiated an air of hostility. Ribs stowed away his earlier disdain and inquired gravely, "A gambling den? This is Dragon Brothers territory." Qin Minghao regarded Ribs and replied, "Since you are aware this is Dragon Brother's domain, you ought to know his rules." "Who sent you here?" Qin Minghao held his silence, instead retrieving a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "No one introduced me, but I would appreciate your assistance in making an introduction." Ribs exchanged a glance with Lao San, then both turned their attention to the money in Qin Minghao's hand. In a mutual understanding, they stepped back, their wariness evaporating, replaced by sycophantic smiles. Of course, come in and have some fun." Qin Minghao, hands inserted into his pockets, entered the courtyard. He traversed a long corridor and arrived at a spacious hall. Observing the raucous gaming tables, a knowing smile graced Qin Minghao's face. He suddenly felt that, rather than merely wreaking havoc, making some money could also be quite rewarding. Once Qin Minghao had distanced himself, Lao San remarked, "Ribs, I sense this lad is trouble." Ribs rolled his eyes. "What you say matters not. Keep an eye on things while I go find Dragon Brother." With that, Ribs strode toward another courtyard. Upon entering the casino, Qin Minghao discovered it was far from a simple courtyard. The surrounding establishments had been interconnected, forming a 2-story complex. The ground floor featured a grand hall filled with 7 or 8 large tables, each surrounded by eager patrons. The second floor, with its railing, allowed one to survey the entire first floor clearly. While Qin Minghao surveyed the layout, he suddenly heard Rib's voice behind him. "Since you are here, why not join in a few games?" Qin Minghao had indeed contemplated this, and as he prepared to agree, he noticed several keen gazes amidst the crowd. About 7 or 8 individuals donned attire similar to that of the monkey. Clearly, this monkey was not one to be easily swayed by money. He had underestimated the situation. Upon entering the casino, he had already drawn attention. While this might pose difficulties for others, it was of little concern for Qin Minghao. Although he had never gambled before, never even having touched a deck of cards or dice, this did not imply he could not win. At the very least, dealing with such individuals would be a mere trifle. The casino offered numerous games, Jinhua, dice, Pai-Gao, slot machines. After pondering briefly, Qin Minghao approached the dice table. Ribs eagerly inquired, "Would you like to exchange some chips?" After some thought, Qin Minghao produced 5,000 yuan. "Let me have 5,000 worth." Ribs promptly delivered the chips, though only 4,500 were provided. "This is the runner's fee, as per casino's rules." Qin Minghao smiled at the chips in his hand, but chose not to speak, instead offering 500 yuan as a tip. Truth be told, parting with 10,000 yuan stung Qin Minghao considerably. However, he knew that one must take risks to reap rewards. He inquired about the game. "How does one play?" The dealer smiled, explaining it's simple. "I'll be the banker, shaking the dice and guessing high or low. There are 3 dice in the cup. A total of 10 or more is high, while less than 10 is low. You wager on your guess, and if correct, You share the loser's stakes according to your bet. Qin Minghao nodded, recognizing the simplicity of the game. And the banker? Just shakes the dice. He did not harbor illusions about the fairness of casinos. We take 20% from the winnings, the dealer replied. This meant that for every 1,000 yuan Qin Minghao won, 200 would be taken by the house. Certainly a lucrative arrangement for them. Understood. Let us begin, Qin Minghao declared. I shall commence. Bets are now closed. The dealer placed the dice into the cup, shaking it first with his left hand and then with his right. The room fell silent as everyone held their breath, straining to hear the clatter of the dice within the cup. Some even closed their eyes in concentration. However, Qin Minghao was different. He abruptly opened his eyes and peered intently into the cup as the dealer's movement ceased. 1, 4, 3, 8 points low. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Minghao pushed all his chips on a low. Bets are closed. Bets are closed. As the dealer called out, the crowd erupted in laughter, bemused by Qin Minghao's audacity to wager all his chips on a single guess. Brother, is this your first time? You placed all your chips on low? If you lose, you won't have another chance. The dealer chuckled. No worries. Let us see the outcome, Qin Minghao replied nonchalantly. The dealer, not dissuaded, reached for the cup. High, high, high. Low, low, low. The surrounding patrons shouted excitedly, as if their shouts could influence the outcome, each voice louder than the last. The dealer wore a calm smile, seemingly waiting for the crowd to exhaust their cheers before revealing the dice. Inside the cup, the dice lay quietly on the table as the onlookers craned their necks for a glimpse. Chapter 13. Meeting Dragon Brother. 1, 4, 3 low. Cheers erupted while others hung their heads in despair. Qin Minghao beamed with satisfaction. With this round, he had transformed 4,000 into 12,000. He had not only recouped his initial stake, but also pocketed an extra 2,000. The dealer regarded Qin Minghao. Brother, you have quite the luck. Shall we continue? Qin Minghao, pocketing his winnings, replied with a smile. Let us keep playing. 100,000 worth of chips lay on the table as he awaited the dealer's roll. Once again betting on low. This time, no one paid Qin Minghao any heed. What one hears is often misleading, and what one sees is the ultimate truth, ensuring Qin Minghao's status as a victor. 2, 2, 3 low. Brother, your luck is remarkable. The dealer squinted, handing Qin Minghao 50,000 worth of chips, though his smile did not reach his eyes. Damn it, how is it low again? Today's luck is truly abysmal. I say, this newcomer has incredible fortune. Let us follow his lead. This time, Qin Minghao again wagered all his chips on low, and a few began to follow suit. Watching Qin Minghao's chips, they grew envious. Perhaps this lad indeed had some skill. However, a few skeptics intentionally bet against him. I refuse to believe it's low again. When the cup was unveiled, 311, still low. This is absurd. Something is off. No one dared to question Qin Minghao any longer. Winning 3 consecutive rounds, his chips had amassed into a small mountain. Those who chose to follow Qin Minghao were overjoyed. Brother, you're quite impressive. What shall we bet on this round? The dealer's eyes brimmed with confusion. How could this lad be so astute? It was true that all 3 rounds had yielded low outcomes, but the accuracy with which he guessed was uncanny, with more and more people joining his bets. This posed a dilemma. If no one lost, how could the dealer profit? Yet the dealer felt compelled to give it another shot. He had encountered lucky players in his years, but none as fortunate as this one. Each time, Qin Minghao went all in, as if he were certain of his victory. Surely, there must be some trickery at play. Cheating? It seemed unlikely. To cheat under his very nose without detection was improbable. Ribs, observing from the sidelines, kept his gaze fixed on Qin Minghao. This lad truly meant trouble. He possessed at least 2 tricks up his sleeve. Contemplating this, he ceased his scrutiny of Qin Minghao and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. This time, the dealer no longer shook the dice with one hand, but employed both hands, rapidly varying his technique. The onlookers no longer strained to listen, but instead focused on Qin Minghao, eager to discern his method for winning every round. Qin Minghao feigned ignorance, waiting patiently until the dealer halted before casually placing all his chips once more on low. What the hell? Is it really low again? No matter. I'll just follow his lead. Almost everyone had placed their bets on the smaller side, with only a scant few chips on the larger one. The dealer took a deep breath, refraining from lifting the shaker. You have some skill. I concede this round. Gasps erupted from the crowd. This was the first time in many years at the casino that they had witnessed a dealer counting money. Is this for real? Incredible. Old Joe, unveil the shaker. Yes, let us see. Just as Old Joe hesitated to open it, A voice came through his earpiece. Let him guess the numbers. Brother, since you are so capable, why not take a guess at the numbers? Following the instructions from the earpiece, old Joe replied, Guess the numbers? Why would I guess? What do I gain from that? He faltered, pondering what gain there could be since the dealer had already lost. You're so skilled. Surely you can't misjudge the numbers? Or did you employ some other method? A low voice suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. A man, graying at the temples and sporting a buzz cut, stood behind Qin Minghao. The ones who had let Qin Minghao in, Ribs and Lao San, flanked the man. Dragon Brother, the big boss has arrived. The crowd erupted once more. You are Dragon Brother? The owner of this casino? Qin Minghao's piercing gaze fixed on Dragon Brother. Indeed, it is I, little brother. You are quite impressive, Dragon Brother said with a smile, twirling the ring on his thumb. Impressive is an understatement. Compared to you, I fall short. Who doesn't know of Dragon Brother has unparalleled gambling skills in Nan City? No one in Luo City can rival you. Qin Minghao narrowed his eyes beneath his cap. Since you know, why dare cause a ruckus in my domain? Dragon Brother smiled, though his eyes held an edge. Cause a ruckus? Winning is causing a ruckus? Qin Minghao's tone suddenly turned frosty. Winning is certainly not causing a ruckus. But you seem to be winning a bit too easily, don't you? 200,000 in 10 minutes. Dragon Brother's face, lined with wrinkles, radiated a keen intensity. His eyes narrowing like a hawk locking onto its prey, fixed firmly on Qin Minghao. He spun 2 iron balls, each the size of peaches, wildly in his palm. Winning easily is my skill. Do you have any objections? Qin Minghao scoffed. No objections. All guests are welcome. However, seeing your prowess, how about a wager? As he spoke, several individuals who had been covertly surveilling Qin Minghao swiftly surrounded him, ready to act should he refuse. Since Dragon Brother has extended such a warm invitation, I cannot deny it. Let's proceed. Qin Minghao returned to his seat, and Dragon Brother approached the table, taking the shaker. Take a guess then. Well, 1. 6 small. Though his voice was not loud, it captivated everyone's attention, their gazes fixed on the shaker. Dragon Brother unveiled it. Indeed, it was 1. 1-6. Even old Joe gasped, seeking help from Dragon Brother with a look of disbelief. Interesting. Dragon Brother slammed the iron ball onto the table, seizing the shaker and addressing old Joe. 3 dice are a bit too basic. Bring 3 more. This time, let us change the game. We'll play 0-67. Qin Minghao furrowed his brow. Explain the rules to me. The objective is to guess how many of the numbers rolled by both sides correspond. The first side to open reveals their numbers, and if they match, the opener loses. If they don't, the other side loses. There is no scenario where both sides can be wrong. 1 can count as any number, but if 1 has been called, it cannot count. 1 is greater than 6, and a straight is 0, meaning you have nothing. If you don't have a pure straight of 12,345 or 23456, calling a pure straight of 0 disqualifies you from counting. If you roll 3 straights consecutively, the third counts as a loss. A triplet can be a mixed triplet or a pure triplet. A mixed triplet contains a 1 acting as a triplet, counting as 6, while a pure triplet without a 1 counts as 7. For example, if you have 66661, you can count it as having 6 sixes. If you have 66,666, it counts as having 7 sixes. If it's 5 ones, it counts as any number equating to 7. Qin Minghao found the explanation comprehensible. Triplets were the highest, with pure triplets surpassing mixed ones. Do I also need to roll the dice? Chapter 14. Dragon Brother, you have lost. Of course, with your prowess. You wouldn't be incapable of rolling the dice, would you? Dragon Brother scoffed. He truly did not believe this young man was a novice gambler. I've never tried it before, but I'm willing to give it a shot, Qin Minghao said as he picked up the shaker, examining it with interest. You do have guts. Let us not waste time and begin. Dragon Brother squinted, lost in thought. Each of them held a shaker containing 6 dice. It was indeed Qin Minghao's first time playing this game, yet he showed no signs of hesitation, even neglecting to check if the dice had been tampered with. Such audacity! Dragon Brother was secretly astonished. Did this youth not fear that he might have tampered with the dice? Please. Qin Minghao did not act immediately. Instead, he watched Dragon Brother's movements while channeling his internal energy. Dragon Brother, not one hold back, grinned as he sealed the shaker and began to shake it vigorously up and down, left and right. Qin Minghao merely observed. Unlike the previous individual, Dragon Brother's technique was both smooth and peculiar. Divine eyes activate. He finally understood. Dragon Brother truly was a master hidden from plain sight. No wonder he had dominated the casino for so many years without defeat. Were it not for his divine eyes and internal energy, he would likely have lost everything today. Qin Minghao expertly manipulated the dice within the shaker using his energy. Dragon Brother's movements were flamboyant as he tossed the shaker high, tracing an arc in the air, swirling left and right. The crowd erupted in applause. Truly worthy of being called Dragon Brother. What an eye-opening experience today. Qin Minghao, too, was observing Dragon Brother, eager to discern when he would resort to trickery. As the shaker landed steadily on the table, Qin Minghao halted his actions. Let us open it. Watching the calm and composed Qin Minghao, Dragon Brother felt a twinge of interest, but he dismissed it and proudly lifted his shaker. The gamblers craned their necks in anticipation. 66,666. A small triplet. Remarkable. As expected of Dragon Brother, starting off with a small triplet. Truly our role model. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their chatter reflecting their elation as if they were the ones who had rolled that number. I've embarrassed myself. Just playing around, don't take my performance too seriously. Though he feigned modesty, his grin revealed his satisfaction. It was clear Dragon Brother relished the admiration. Observing Dragon Brother's triumphant demeanor, Qin Minghao smirked subtly. One must use full effort even to catch a rabbit. Thankfully, he had not underestimated the game, managing to roll 6 sixes for a grand triplet. Little brother, it's your turn. Dragon Brother turned to Qin Minghao. Why are you still watching? Do you think he can roll 6 sixes? Impossible. Dragon Brother merely rolled a small triplet. He cannot possibly roll a grand triplet. Little brother, I advise you to concede. The crowd had nearly concluded that Qin Minghao was destined to lose. Little brother, I acknowledge your skill, but compared to me, you are still too green. Go practice for a few more years. Dragon Brother declared confidently. Oh, is that so? Qin Minghao smiled, noting the defiant expression on his face. Dragon Brother decided to drop the pretense. I admit you have some talent, but your previous rolls were merely lucky. Don't fool yourself. Rolling a grand triplet is beyond your current capability. I want to take advantage of you. Leave the money on the table, and you can go wherever you please. Let this matter rest. Ha! Qin Minghao's voice dripped with sarcasm. Dragon Brother exuded confidence. Yet a saying rings true. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves away, and the older waves will eventually be washed ashore. We shall let our strengths speak for themselves. After speaking, Qin Minghao did not give Longu any chance to gloat and directly lifted his own dice cup. In an instant, the smile vanished from Long Ji's face as he beheld the perfectly arranged dice inside. 6 sixes. Not a single one. A full house. How could this be possible? Not only did the group of gamblers find it hard to believe, but even Longu was incredulous that he could lose to a mere youth. Longu could no longer maintain his composure and approached Qin Minghao, scrutinizing the dice closely. The dice were indeed legitimate. The issue lay with this young man. Longu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. A bet is a bet. You won't deny it. Will you, Longu? Qin Minghao spoke languidly. Long Ji's countenance darkened, but he did not publicly refuse to pay up. Instead, he maintained a stern expression and said, Indeed. You possess great skill. You have won this round. Let's play again. However, Qin Minghao was not inclined to continue. It's getting late, and you are right. I should return where I came from. As Qin Minghao was about to leave after collecting his chips, he was blocked by 7 or 8 people. What was Longu implying? Qin Minghao's expression turned icy. Step aside. I can afford to lose. It's just. Long Ji's tone shifted ominously. I haven't encountered anyone as skilled as you in a long time. My hands are itching. Would you care to indulge me in a few more rounds? Qin Minghao sneered. Are you certain? No one would refuse the allure of money, especially when it is offered by Longu himself. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, I will not make it difficult for you. Very well. Qin Minghao acquiesced reluctantly, turning back to take a seat. Let's play once more, this time with a 20-fold stake. If you lose, you need only leave the chips on the table. Is that acceptable? Qin Minghao slowly smiled. Since Longu is so hospitable, I shall not refuse. Let's proceed. Instead of picking up the dice cup, Longu produced a deck of cards. This time, let's play blackjack. Having already lost with the dice, he was not about to humiliate himself further. Very well. Blackjack is quite simple. The rules need no explanation. Please inspect the cards, and if all is well, you may deal. Longu stated. No need. I trust that Long Ge would not deceive me. Long Ge signaled to old Zhou, who then picked up the cards. The game commenced, with both Qin Minghao and Long Ge receiving 2 cards. Long Ge's total was 13, while Qin Minghao's was 16. Long Ge was the dealer, and Qin Minghao was not required to draw more cards. At present, Qin Minghao's total appeared superior. But that was not necessarily advantageous. Should he draw poorly, he could exceed 21 and bust. Will you stand? Both players shook their heads. Will you split? Again, they simultaneously shook their heads in agreement. As the game continued, Long Ge's luck seemed to turn as he drew a 7. Although he had not reached 21, his total was nearly unbeatable compared to Qin Minghao's. Long Ge beamed with pride. Shall we continue? Qin Minghao did not refuse. Unfortunately, I'm just a bit short. Qin Minghao gazed at the 3 of hearts in his hand, remaining calm and unperturbed. He was merely lacking a little. Chapter 15. Bring Yu Mingwei back to me. Observing the cards in Qin Minghao's hand, Hu Ge chuckled, knowing that even if he stood now, he might not necessarily lose. However, if he drew, there was a significant risk of busting. Will you continue, Long Ge? Long Ge remained silent. Qin Minghao was gambling on whether Long Ge would draw again. The next card was a spade 2, followed by a diamond 2. If Long Ge chose to draw, he would bust, while Qin Minghao would achieve exactly 21. If Long Ge refrained from drawing, he would still end up with 2, landing at 21. I shall not. 20 is already a remarkable hand. With age comes caution. But young brother, you may take your chance. Since Long Ge suggests it, how about I take a risk? It's just a point after all. Perhaps today is my lucky day, Qin Minghao declared, waving to old Zhou. As the card reached Qin Minghao's hand, all eyes were glued to him. Long Ge was so tense he began to sweat, fearing that this young man might actually draw an ace, which would leave him utterly devastated. Qin Minghao did not leave any suspense. He flipped the card over. 2 points. Indeed, it was a 2. My heavens, this young man is extraordinarily lucky. The onlookers seemed to witness a miracle. This cannot be. Long Ge's face turned ashen. Could this youth truly be so fortunate? Old Zhou shook his head at Long Ge. The cards remained untouched in their hands, prepared by them, and the dealer was one of their own. Even if this young man attempted to cheat, he had no opportunity. Old Zhou had not anticipated this outcome. His expression complex as he regarded Long Ge. 300,000, 20 times. Long Ge will not refuse to pay, will he? Qin Minghao smiled at the now pallid Long Ge. Long Ge looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly, clearly uncomfortable, yet forcing a congenial smile. I am willing to abide by the bet. The money can be given to you, but should you reveal your true identity? Long Ge gritted his teeth as he spoke. That is not an issue, but you must allow me to see the money first. Qin Minghao replied. Give me the account number. With 600,000 arriving, Qin Minghao did not remove his cap, but approached Long Ge, speaking in a tone audible only to the 2 of them. To remain so composed after losing 60,000 in demolition funds, Long Ge truly possesses a remarkable temperament. Long Ge paused, suddenly recalling something. You are. Qin Minghao had already walked away. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Ge muttered to himself, as if driven mad. Upon seeing this, Pai Gu quickly dispersed the onlookers. Long Ge, what is impossible? Long Ge raised his hand and slapped Pai Gu across the face. Who the hell lets such people in? Go follow this young man. I want to know who he is. How could that boy, a blind man, possibly win 60,000 from him? Even if he could discern sounds and positions, how could he possibly play blackjack? Long Ge's gaze was fixed on the direction where Qin Minghao had departed. Like a venomous snake, his eyes filled with malice that sent shivers down spines. No one had ever left his gambling den victorious. Pai Gu, having been struck, dared not utter a word and signaled a few men to follow. Old Zhou remained silent, but he knew this boy would not get far. That night, Qin Minghao strolled through the streets, keenly aware of someone trailing him. However, he did not flee. Instead, he slowed his pace and turned into an alley. Pai Gu and another thug followed closely behind. They never suspected that their every move had already been exposed. As Qin Minghao entered a dead-end alley, it became darker and devoid of streetlights, more so of people. Pai Gu sensed an opportunity and signaled to his companion to prepare to strike. Yet, when they entered the alley, they found it completely empty. Where'd he go? I clearly saw him enter here. Both were puzzled. Qin Minghao perched himself atop a wall, watching the 2 of them in their confusion. Could he have fled? Split up in search. One of them exited the alley, leaving only Pai Gu behind. Damn, this is such bad luck. Had I known, I would never have let him in. Now I'm getting beaten for it. He cursed under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. What will you do? Qin Minghao's voice echoed from behind Pai Gu, the quiet alley at night taking on a ghostly quality, sending a chill down Pai Gu's spine as he spun around. Bang! Qin Minghao delivered a kick to Pai Gu's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Almost instantly, Qin Minghao was upon him, pressing a sharp stone against his carotid artery. Pai Gu felt a coldness at his neck. Let us discuss this like gentlemen. Pai Gu trembled in fear. Behave yourself, Qin Minghao commanded. Honesty, I am honest. How could this person vanish into thin air and then reappear just as mysteriously? How bizarre. What's the matter? Has Brother Long regretted it? Qin Minghao knew he wouldn't let this slide easily. Yes. It was Brother Long who sent me here, said Ribbone. What did he send you here for? Ribbone had no idea, but it was certainly something trivial. He could not speak the truth, so he replied. He just asked me to keep an eye on you and see who you really are. Oh, you still don't know who I am? No witties. You'll find out sooner or later. With that, Qin Minghao thrust the stone in his hand towards Ribbone's neck. No, please don't. Ribbone was so frightened that he wet himself, feeling as if his soul had already fled. With such a character as you, you're only here to deliver your head. Go back and tell your boss not to provoke me again, or money 1T resolve it. If they're SA next time, I'll take his dog-s life. Qin Minghao had never killed anyone and didn't wish to. He merely intended to intimidate Ribbone, delivering a warning to Brother Long that if they were wise, they would cease to provoke him. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate this group of people. All right, Ribbone exclaimed, feeling the weapon at his neck withdraw, and quickly turned to retaliate, only to discover that the person had already reached the alleyway. Damn it! Ribbone dared not pursue further and could only curse as he returned. At the casino, Ribbone embellished Qin Minghao's words when relaying them to Brother Long, listening to Ribbone's account and observing the injury on his neck. Brother Long's hands, which were resting on a steel ball, bulged with veins, and he slammed them down hard onto the table. The solid wooden table was dented significantly. Qin Minghao, this matter is far from over. I refuse to believe that a blind fool like you possesses much capability. If I don't kill you, then I've wasted these years in the southern part of the city. Brother Long glared at Ribbone and commanded, Doesn't that widow Yi Mingwei interest you? Take some men and bring her back to me. Isn't she somewhat attractive? Deliver her to the nightclub. I want that blind fool Qin Minghao to kneel before me. Chapter 16. Yi Mingwei is captured. In the Qin family courtyard, Qin Minghao removed his cap, took a shower, and gazed at the balance in his bank account, which stood at 650,000. To be honest, even without the house, this amount was sufficient to ensure he had no worries about food and drink. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He opened his phone and searched online for a private investigator, adding his contact information. Help me investigate 2 individuals. Qin Minghao sent the details of Yang Kaijun and LV Yuan to the investigator. I need to know their whereabouts and residence. The investigator replied almost instantaneously. 30,000 for 1 person. For 2, I'll give you a discount at 50,000. Hiss. Zhao Yu sucked in his breath. This was quite a hefty sum right off the bat. Yet he understood he had no choice but to spend this money, as he lacked the time to search for these 2 individuals himself. A deposit of 20,000. If that's acceptable, transfer the money to this account, the investigator instructed. How long until I receive news? Qin Minghao inquired. Within a month. If there's no news, the task is deemed unsuccessful, and the deposit will be refunded to your account. The remaining payment is due upon task completion. The investigator's terms seemed fair. If unsuccessful, he could at least get his money back. All right, I await your news. When Qin Minghao sent the message, the investigator's profile picture went dark. Having resolved one of his pressing concerns, Qin Minghao did not rest immediately, but continued to spin talismans. If investigating Yang Kaijun and LV Yuan required 50,000, how much would it cost to investigate his father? It would likely require an even greater sum. A sleepless night ensued, and Zhao Yu once again did not wait for Yi Mingwei to prepare breakfast for him. Just as he contemplated visiting Yi Mingwei's home, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Minghao answered. Hello, who is this? A hoarse and unfamiliar voice responded. Is this Qin Minghao? Yi Mingwei is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to her, prepare 60,000 and bring it personally to the location I specify. If you dare to call the police, be ready to collect her corpse. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped Mingwei? Before Qin Minghao could finish, the line went dead, leaving his mind blank as he gripped the phone tightly. Attempting to call back resulted in a disconnection. Who was it? Who had abducted Sister Minghao? The call to him indicated that the person was targeting him. Who were his enemies? Yang Kaijun? Alpha Yuan Yuan? No, it couldn't be them. They had long assumed he was dead, already transferred his money, and mortgaged the house to flee. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to hire someone to investigate them. 60,000? Suddenly, Qin Minghao recalled the figure mentioned. He had just won 60,000 at the casino yesterday. Brother Long. It was that despicable scoundrel who had captured Sister Minghao. Qin Minghao never anticipated they would extend their claws towards her. Yet now that he knew who was responsible, he dared not act recklessly. As Sister Minghao was in their grasp, his expression darkened, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The location was sent via text. It's just money. Isn't it? He could give it to them. However, this money would not be so easily obtained. Compared to Yi Minghui's safety, what was money? Qin Minghao withdrew 60,000 in cash from the bank and proceeded to the address provided. At an abandoned factory in the outskirts, Yi Minghao was bound to a chair, her hands tied behind her back, and her mouth taped shut, tears brimming in her eyes. She had just risen that morning to prepare breakfast for Xiao Hao when 4 burly men suddenly rushed from the alley, grabbed her, and shoved her into a van. Woo-woo. Yi Minghao struggled incessantly, emitting muffled sounds. Brother Long gazed at the beautiful Yi Minghao, greed evident in his eyes. He was aware of the existence of a widow and knew she was quite pretty, but he hadn't expected her to be this stunning. With both an exquisite face and an exceptional figure. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have caused a scene, but would have claimed her for himself long ago. It wasn't too late now. Brother Long approached Yi Minghao, reaching out to caress her delicate face. Stop struggling. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Just cooperate with me, and once I dispose of that blind fool Qin Minghao, you'll be mine. I guarantee you'll live in luxury. Brother Long's demeanor was lecherous. Upon hearing his intent to kill Qin Minghao, Yi Minghao struggled even more fiercely. Is your heart aching? That little blind fool is so weak and cannot see. What's there to admire? Or perhaps you simply don't know what a real man is. No matter. I'll make sure you find out. Once you share my bed, you'll surely forget that little blind fool and understand what true pleasure is. As Brother Long spoke, he tore the tape from Yi Minghui's mouth. Huh. Yi Minghao spat at Brother Long's face. If you're capable, come at me. Don't harm Xiao Hao. Though panic filled her heart, she still refused to submit to Tiger Brother. Smack. Brother Long hadn't anticipated Yi Minghao to be so fierce. He slapped her hard across the face, his expression darkening as he glared at her with malice. You'll soon witness my true power. But that little blind fool Qin Minghao won't escape either. Don't disrespect me. If you refuse my kindness, don't blame me. After playing with you, I still have over 100 brothers. You'd better be this spirited then. Having spoken, Brother Long untied the ropes binding Yi Minghao, pressing her down to the ground as he began to tear at her clothes in front of his underlings. Get away. Don't touch me. Yi Minghao fought back with all her might, but she was still a woman, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't budge Brother Long even a little. Stop. A voice rang out as Qin Minghao stood at the top of the stairs, holding a travel bag. Long Gu stood up, ordering his men to restrain Yi Minghao, and turned his gaze towards Qin Minghao. So you really came. I never imagined you were so infatuated with this widow. But after all, she is but a woman, capable of throwing you into disarray. I thought you were formidable. Qin Minghao's heart ached as he looked at the disheveled Yi Minghao being held down, feeling a pang of guilt. I have brought the money you wanted. Release Sister Minghao. He implored. Release? You think just because you've shown up, I will let you leave alive? You won my money and my territory, humiliated me, and injured my men. Do you naively believe returning the money absolves you? Long Gu sneered at Qin Minghao, suspecting that he was not truly blind, having deliberately chosen a location in the suburbs to test him. You're not serious, are you? Qin Minghao's anger boiled over, his eyes blazing. Are you saying you won't keep your word? Chapter 17. Qin Minghao has gone mad. Haha. I never realized you were so naive. Long Gu laughed uproariously, pulling Yi Minghao into his embrace, gripping her chin as he taunted, Little widow, your blind brother has arrived just in time. Let us stage a performance for him. As he leaned down, attempting to kiss Yi Minghao, she turned away, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. Qin Minghao, consumed by rage, shouted, You're courting death. without a moment's thought to conceal his sightlessness any longer. He charged at Long Ge. Want to save her? Not a chance. The hulking figure of Pai Gu and his gang surrounded Qin Minghao, closing in with weapons raised. Get away! Qin Minghao unleashed his fury, charging into the throng like a raging bull, striking with unrestrained ferocity. Don't! Xiaohao, don't worry about me, just go. Yi Mingwe shouted, realizing the danger they were in. These men were not mere thugs. They were desperate and ruthless. Leave? Neither of you will escape today. Long Ge grasped Yi Mingwe's wrist, his other hand wandering inappropriately over her body, laughing maniacally. The blows rained upon Qin Minghao like stones against granite. Yet he felt no pain, disregarding the strikes as he retaliated with brutal punches, sending several of Pai Gu's men sprawling. With a decisive stomp, he crushed Pai Gu's wrist, the sickening crack echoing through the air as Pai Gu writhed on the ground, clutching his injury. Qin Minghao pressed on, dispatching the remaining henchmen with alarming speed. Despite sustaining a blow to his own head, blood trickling down his face, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, terrifying beyond measure. Long Ge, having previously dismissed Qin Minghao as a mere boy, now felt a surge of panic as he witnessed his men fall effortlessly. You useless fools! You can't even handle a pretty boy. Shoving Yi Mingwe aside, Long Ge approached Qin Minghao. I didn't see this coming. You can actually fight. Qin Minghao, enveloped in an aura of cold determination, approached Long Ge silently. What do you want? A one-on-one fight? You may not be my match. Long Ge was a seasoned fighter, having ruled the Southern District for years, not solely through gambling prowess but also martial skill. Enough with the chatter. I never intended to kill you. But if you seek death, don't blame me. Qin Minghao's voice was icy, devoid of emotion, as he regarded Long Ge as one would a corpse. You think you can threaten me? You really believe knocking down a few weaklings makes you my adversary? Long Ge scoffed. Those who bully me must die, Qin Minghao declared, vanishing like a wraith. How fast? Long Ge barely had time to react before Qin Minghao appeared behind him, his fist crashing into Long Ji's face. Stumbling back, Long Ge barely managed to brace himself against a pillar, shock and disbelief etched across his features. How could this boy be so swift? In a flash, Qin Minghao's fists rushed forth once more, targeting Long Ji's head. In a desperate attempt, Long Ge raised his arms to block. With a sickening crack, Qin Minghao's punch shattered Long Ji's arm, sending him into a panic. Let's talk this out. In just a matter of moments, Long Ge realized he was no match for Qin Minghao, who relentlessly rained blows down upon him. Within a minute, Long Ge lay battered and bloodied, his front teeth shattered, his nose broken, resembling a discarded ragdoll on the ground. Stop, please stop, he whimpered, pleading for mercy. Yet Qin Minghao remained indifferent, seizing Long Ge by the throat, lifting the towering figure effortlessly as his fist continued to rain down upon Long Ji's face. Weren't you so tough? Weren't you going to kill me? Come on. Qin Minghao had lost all semblance of reason. Long Ge, struggling for breath, could barely plead, his face turning from red to purple, desperately clawing at Qin Minghao's grip, his legs kicking wildly in the air. Xiaohao, please stop. Yi Mingwe, snapping out of her shock, threw herself onto Qin Minghao, desperate to prevent him from killing Long Ge. Her voice broke through the haze of rage, and Qin Minghao gradually eased his grip, allowing Long Ge to collapse to the ground, gasping for air as if he had narrowly escaped death. Spare my life. I will give you anything you desire. Long Ge stammered, truly terrified. This was no ordinary blind man. He was a devil incarnate. Though Long Ge was aging, he was still formidable. Yet before Qin Minghao, he found himself utterly powerless. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would never have dared to kidnap this widow and provoke Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao wished to demand Long Ji's life, but a sudden thought struck him. He stomped down on Long Ji's knee. With a sickening crunch, Long Ji's face drained of color, sweat pouring down his brow. I'm not the one who deceived you. You should seek out the real culprits, not me. I will let you go this time, but do not cross my path again, or it will not be just a broken leg next time. With that, Qin Minghao disregarded the fallen man, taking Yi Mingwe's hand and lifting the travel bag of money before departing the abandoned factory. As Long Ge lay on the ground, he felt no relief, only a deepening hatred for Qin Minghao. Yet he could not dismiss the truth in Qin Minghao's words. Those who deceived him must also face justice. In the suburbs, Yi Mingwe walked beside Qin Minghao, holding his hand. Xiaohao, are your injuries serious? We should head to the hospital. I'm fine, Sister Minghao. It's just a minor injury. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, he replied, recalling the image of Yi Minghao being mistreated, wishing he could return to break Long Ji's leg. What nonsense! If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived today. Those scoundrels are utterly lawless, Yi Minghao retorted, still processing the revelation that Qin Minghao was not blind after all, and wondering if he was merely holding her hand to guide her. This group of individuals indeed possesses an audacity that knows no bounds. However, the wheel of fate turns justly, and those who bully you today shall meet with no favorable outcome. Chapter 18. A narrow path for enemies. Within the hospital, Brother Long writhed upon his bed, his body covered in a multitude of painful and itchy welts that tormented him relentlessly. It was imperative to ascertain the nature of these afflictions before any surgical intervention could be considered. The doctor, encountering such a severely afflicted patient for the first time, could hardly recognize the man whose face had swollen to resemble that of a pig, with missing teeth and a broken leg, rendering his entire body a canvas of misery. The welts, neither allergic reactions nor insect bites, defied diagnosis, leaving the physician utterly perplexed. After 3 long days, the swelling subsided, but due to the delay, Brother Long's leg, although reattached, was now crippled, one leg shorter than the other. While this discrepancy might not be immediately apparent, it became evident when he attempted to walk briskly. Qin Minghao entrusted a protective talisman to Yi Minghao, infusing it with a fragment of his spiritual energy, thus enabling her to sense danger should it arise. Simultaneously, Qin Minghao, through his online inquiries, procured information regarding Yang Kaijun and Lun Yuan. The 2 individuals you asked me to investigate are no longer in Yuqing. They have relocated to Kyoto. If you wish to continue your search and obtain their precise whereabouts, an additional 100,000 is required. If you choose to halt here, we shall only charge you 20,000, and the remainder will be refunded. Kyoto? As far as Qin Minghao was aware, these 2 seemed to have no acquaintances there. Proceed with the investigation. I shall transfer the funds immediately. Qin Minghao was resolute in his pursuit of these 2 individuals. Thus, 150,000 vanished in an instant. Although the final payment had yet to be made, 12,000 had already been disbursed, instilling a sense of urgency within Qin Minghao. Despite having another 100,000 in pending payment from Baijijin, he could not afford to be complacent. That evening, he donned a cap and returned to the ghost market beneath the overpass. This time, rather than setting up a stall, he opted to sell talismans. Observing that many believed in their power, selling these would prove more lucrative than fortune-telling. Seated on a small stool before his makeshift stall, Qin Minghao faced disappointment for 3 consecutive days, while the self-proclaimed master thrived. On the 4th day, however, he finally welcomed his first customer. Yiru, as a young lady of means, is it wise for you to frequent such places? Moreover, this venue is rife with charlatans. If you truly wish to find a doctor for your mother, I can assist. I know many reputable overseas physicians. A tall, handsome young man accompanied Yiru, his eyes reflecting disdain, not towards her, but towards the dubious establishment of the ghost market. No need, she replied impatiently. I've heard from Sister Bai that there exists an exceptionally skilled physician in this market who treated her infertility, an accomplishment even the hospital director found remarkable. Even if I cannot locate that physician, I must discover the heir to the 18 needles of yin and yang. Yiru's irritation grew. She had already expressed her desire to proceed alone, yet he persisted in following her. Having sought renowned doctors from abroad to no avail, she had little patience for his interference. If you find this place unsuitable, you may leave. I will manage on my own. Despite Sister Bai's assertions that the individual she sought was beneath the bridge, Yiru had seen nothing after 3 days. Yiru, do not resort to desperate measures, Song Xiujin cautioned. Yiru's expression hardened at his words. What did he know of her mother's condition? The rigors of travel were unsuitable for her mother, who needed care from abroad. Having exhausted every option, her mother remained in a coma, and she was determined to find solution. Song Xiujin, I did not invite you along. If you dislike this place, feel free to depart. I will not leave until I locate that physician. Moreover, do not attempt to dissuade me. Nothing is more important than my mother's health. I would brave the depths of hell itself if it meant securing her recovery. Yiru's demeanor was resolute as they approached Qin Minghao's stall. Talismans for sale. Exorcise evil, ward off malevolence, protect homes, and heal ailments. Upon hearing the mention of healing, Yiru halted. Beautiful lady, interested in purchasing a talisman? Qin Minghao offered with a smile, only to be taken aback upon recognizing her. You. It was her. Despite the cap obscuring his features, his attire was unmistakable. Once again, we meet, she exclaimed, a note of excitement in her voice. She had previously set her sights on a set of silver needles that he had claimed, a fact that still irked her until her grandfather had enlightened her about the potency of the 18 needles of yin and yang. He had mentioned that if she could find a successor, her mother might yet be saved. Thus, her frequent visits to the ghost market were not solely to seek the renowned physician, but also to locate the heir to those legendary needles. Fortune favored the diligent. And finally, she had encountered him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qin Minghao lamented his misfortune at being recognized by this headstrong young lady. His instinct was to pack up and flee, for she had relentlessly pursued him just days prior. You are the one who snatched the 18 needles of yin and yang from me, correct? With a furrowed brow, Qin Minghao countered, Miss, please mind your words. I merely expressed interest first, and the stall owner agreed to sell them to me. If anyone is guilty of snatching, it is you. Surprisingly, Shun Yiru did not argue, nor did she attempt to clarify. It matters not. You are the one. Qin Minghao furrowed his brow even deeper. Surely she was not seeking to create further discord? Might you step aside? You are obstructing my business. He genuinely wished to avoid entanglement with her. Business? Very well. How much for your talismans? Shun Yiru inquired. You wish to purchase? Qin Minghao was taken aback. Are you not selling? Aware that she had left a negative impression previously, Shun Yiru sought to amend their relationship. Yes, he gritted through clenched teeth. This young lady was not of ordinary means, after all. State your terms. Protective talisman, 5,000. Exorcism talisman, 10,000. Home protection talisman, 15,000. Enough. Just tell me the total for all the talismans on your stall. Shun Yiru demanded impatiently. Huh? Qin Minghao was repeatedly astonished by her directness. If you are interested, I could offer a discount. The total for all the talismans would amount to 240,000. Chapter 19. Are you familiar with a blind fortune teller? What? 240,000 for a handful of paper? Why not rob a bank instead? Beside them, Song Xiujin gasped at the price. While his family possessed some wealth, 240,000 was no trivial sum, which explained why he clung to Shun Yiru despite her disdain. The Shun family was affluent. If he could marry Shun Yiru, all her family's riches would eventually belong to him. Upon hearing Shun Yiru's intent to spend such a sum on talismans, Song Xiujin immediately interjected. Handful of paper? Qin Minghao regarded Song Xiujin with a disdainful smirk, unwilling to waste his breath on someone so lacking in insight. If you cannot afford it, simply do not purchase. You could inquire. My talismans are already reasonably priced, with others costing upwards of 30 to 50,000 each. I am offering these at 240,000 for a dozen. Who said I couldn't afford it? Provoked, Song Xiujin raised his hand as if to overturn Qin Minghao's stall. Do not touch my talismans. Qin Minghao suddenly sprang to his feet and delivered a swift kick to Song Xiujin's wrist, sending his hand sprawling to the side. The unexpected assault caused Song Xiujin to cry out, the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist contorting his features into a grimace. Shun Yiru, standing nearby, did not come to Song Xiujin's defense. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes. This bothersome fellow had been harassing her daily, and finally, someone had intervened. Yet, her enthusiasm quickly subsided. Oh no, Song Xiujin, are you all right? It looks like your hand is broken. You should go to the hospital. Her words, though ostensibly concerned, carried an undercurrent of sarcasm. You dare strike me. Song Xiujin relished Shun Yiru's concern, but his gaze towards Qin Minghao turned hostile. You initiated this. You could choose not to buy, but you have no right to dismantle my stall. Do you think I'm easy to bully? If you're not satisfied, call the police. I'm curious to see whose side they'll take. This fool had brazenly overturned his stall. Even if the police arrived, they wouldn't take any action against him, especially since he hadn't actually broken Song Xiujin's hand. However, the concealed force he had used meant that while the hand appeared undamaged, it would be unable to bear heavy objects without inflicting intense pain, potentially leading to a fracture in the future. But by then, it would no longer concern him. You were simply enough. Shun Yiru had anticipated that he would prioritize his own well-being, but he continued to bicker. Song Xiujin, hurry to the hospital. Don't let this linger into further complications. I want to be accompanying you. She then turned to Qin Minghao. I didn't foresee this, but you aren't at a loss. As for the talismans on your stall, I've purchased them. It's 240,000, correct? Please provide me with your account number, and I'll transfer the funds. Upon hearing Qin Yiru state that he and suffered a loss, Qin Minghao felt a flicker of irritation. His lack of loss stemmed from his own abilities, but what if it were someone else? However, upon hearing the latter part of her statement, his expression brightened. This young lady was remarkably straightforward. No problem. Qin Minghao promptly provided his account number, and Qin Yiru swiftly transferred the money. As soon as the 240,000 arrived, Qin Minghao efficiently packed all the talismans and handed them to Qin Yiru. This man is a fraud, Yiru. How can you trust him? Song Xiujin continued to ramble on, prompting grim expressions from both Qin Yiru and Qin Minghao. How tiresome. For the past half-month, Qin Yiru had been staying in the ghost market until the early hours, searching for the heir of the yin-yang 18 needles, hoping to enlist his aid to save someone. She had spent over 200,000 to ensure he would overlook their previous grievances. Yet, this persistent Song Xiujin continued to thwart her efforts. If he angered the heir of the yin-yang 18 needles, what would happen to her mother's illness? The Qin family had already invested several million in seeking renowned physicians for her mother. A mere few 100,000 was insignificant to Qin Yiru. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would not relent, especially when this individual possessed real skills. Enough, Song Xiujin. It is my money. I can give it to whomever I choose. What business is it of yours? Please, just leave me alone. If you don't, I'll report you for stalking. Given Qin Yiru's words, Song Xiujin felt a mix of anger and frustration. He secretly thought Qin Yiru was foolish with her wealth and ungrateful, but chose not to press the issue further. Just you wait. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Qin Minghao as a threat. Qin Minghao merely smirked, ignoring him. Finally, he was gone. Qin Minghao realized that this headstrong young lady also had no fondness for that man. You've taken the talismans, yet you still linger? Qin Minghao remarked, observing Qin Yiru at his stall. By the way, you are the heir of the yin-yang 18 needles, right? Your medical skills must be exceptional. Can you assist me in saving someone? You can name your price. To be honest, Qin Minghao was tempted, but saving lives was different from conducting business. This young lady seemed quite obstinate. Her family might not be easy to deal with either. After some consideration, he declined. I cannot help. What? Are you serious? I've purchased your talismans, and you tell me you can't assist? Why did I buy this junk then? Qin Yiru retorted, angered by the refusal. Junk? If you regret it, I can return your money, but my talismans are authentic and can save lives in critical situations. Please do not belittle my hard work. Qin Minghao anticipated her reaction, confirming his decision was wise. Fine, I can give you the money, and you need not assist me in saving anyone. But you must answer one question. You also have a stall in the ghost market. Do you know if there is a fortune teller beneath the overpass? With a sign reading divine eye, divine hand? Divine eye, divine hand? ISNT that me? Qin Minghao was taken aback that this young lady remembered him after just one day of operating his stall. I need to enlist his help to save someone. If you can provide me with his whereabouts, I will offer you an additional 50,000. Qin Minghao discerned that this young lady had no skills and merely threw money at problems. However, how did she know about him? He realized he wouldn't be receiving that 50,000, given that the fortune teller was himself. I don't know. I'm not familiar with him. Do you have any other matters? If not, I'm closing my stall. You, Qin Yiru, unable to find the divine doctor, was even more determined not to let go of Qin Minghao. I know you are skilled. Tell me how you can assist me in saving someone. I will do everything within my power to accommodate your requests. Chapter 20. 3 Rules. Are you certain? Setting aside the young lady's obstinate nature, this business deal seemed rather promising. I'm certain, as long as you agree to help. Qin Minghao contemplated and laid out 3 conditions. My first condition is that you must not lose your temper indiscriminately, nor question me. You must follow my instructions, even if they seem unreasonable. Qin Yiru nodded without hesitation. All right, what's next? The second condition is that I will have full authority during the treatment. If any obstacles arise, you must find a way to resolve them. If you cannot, I will not assist you in saving the person. Qin Yiru nodded again. Since you've agreed to the first 2 conditions, the third should be manageable. If we lose our temper during the treatment, you cannot hold a grudge or seek revenge afterward. Qin Yiru pouted. Am I that kind of person? If you can cure my mother's peculiar ailment, I would worship you like an ancestor, offering incense daily. Upon hearing the mention of daily incense offerings, Qin Minghao felt a shiver run down his spine. Stop right there. I haven't even done anything yet, and you're already cursing me. If you continue like this, I might just leave. Qin Minghao realized Shinru was not the type to hold a grudge. She typically retaliated immediately. Must I stop talking? When can we go treat the patient? Shinru was eager to take Qin Minghao home immediately, but she was too wary of offending him. It's too late today. How about tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon? Since it was a matter of treating a patient, preparations were necessary. The two reached an agreement, exchanged phone numbers, and parted ways in the ghost market. The following afternoon, they met beneath the bridge in the ghost market. The young lady arrived in a pink BMW, rolling down her window with an air of pride. Get in. Qin Minghao smacked his lips and climbed into the passenger seat. By the way, my name is Shinru. I still don't know your name. Qin Minghao. Shinru exuded a delightful fragrance, not from cheap perfume, but rather a subtle, enchanting scent. Qin Minghao mused that this might be what people refer to as natural body fragrance. The name is quite appealing, yet the person seems rather arrogant. Has anyone ever mentioned that you come off as aloof? After all, I am but a delicate and fragile young lady. Can't you show me a little consideration? Shinru is indeed talkative, and even if Qin Minghao remains silent, the atmosphere will not fall flat. No, everyone says I am easy to get along with and quite kind. Have you ever considered that perhaps the issue lies with you? Shinru is indeed delicate and petite. Her skin fair and lovely, but she is no weakling. What kind of frail girl wanders the ghost market at night, snatching things from others? You. Shinru believed that even if they were not friends, they had at least reached a temporary cooperation. Yet this person is insufferably annoying. What do you mean by having a problem of your own? What issue could she possibly have? By the way, where are we headed now? As the young lady seemed on the verge of losing her temper, Qin Minghao quickly changed the subject. To my house. The young lady sped down the road towards the city center, and Qin Minghao clutched the seatbelt tightly. Shinru, you just ran a red light. Damn it. Qin Minghao never expected that speaking a few truths would provoke this young lady's ire. Although her words were not directed at him, her actions were unmistakably aggressive. As they sped along, Qin Minghao felt the breakfast he had consumed earlier threatening to rise. Just go for it. Are you really scared, Qin Minghao? What a joke. Even if he were frightened, he could never admit it. I'm not afraid. It's just that your reckless driving makes me car sick. If I end up dizzy, I can't guarantee I won't make a mistake while treating you. Suddenly, Shinru slammed the brakes, and Qin Minghao could no longer hold back. He opened the car door and leaned against a tree by the roadside, retching. Shinru had exited the car at some point, holding a bottle of mineral water and standing behind him. Here, Qin Minghao accepted the water and rinsed his mouth, feeling considerably better. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he heard Shinru coldly remark, "You'd better pray that you don't make any mistakes while treating me, or I will run you over and crush your body into a pulp." Shinru spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. Qin Minghao felt a chill run down his spine, instantly cowed. What a joke. As a healer, he certainly possessed a sense of professional ethics. Rest assured, my title as the heir to the 18 needles of yin and yang is no mere fabrication. Shinru's demeanor shifted instantly. She patted Qin Minghao's shoulder and smiled. Very well, you may treat my mother. If you succeed, I shall ensure your future prosperity. Huh? Could Qin Minghao claim to be held hostage by nefarious force? Though her delicate hand rested on his shoulder, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon arriving at Shinru's residential community, Qin Minghao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was filled with villas. Truly, this young lady hailed from a wealthy family, surrounded by luxury cars. Shinru's home alone was a sprawling 3-story villa, boasting over 100 square meters of yard space, something Qin Minghao could only dream of. Miss, you have returned. Shinru tossed her keys to a man in his 30s. How has my mother been today? The man sighed heavily. Still the same, in a coma, occasionally burning with fever. I understand. This is the renowned healer I hired. Please go and park the car. After speaking, Shinru led Qin Minghao into the villa. The interior decor stirred a tempest within Qin Minghao once more. It was nothing like the ostentatious style often depicted in television dramas. Rather, it exuded an air of sophistication. Many of the furnishings were handcrafted, and antiques adorned every corner. Stop looking. If you see something you like, I can gift it to you. Come upstairs with me first. Just as Qin Minghao was about to take a step, a deep voice resonated from the entrance. Yiru, Dad, why are you back? Shinru turned in surprise to face her father. The Qin family business was previously managed by both her parents, but since her mother's illness, her father had become increasingly busy, often not returning home for days and rarely being by her mother's side. Qin Yiru was somewhat astonished to see him. "If I hadn't returned, you would have taken flight. I heard from Xiujin that you've been spending every night away from home, wandering the ghost market. Do you even understand your identity? Is that a place for a young lady like you? What are you doing buying talismans? It seems you've lost your mind." Chapter 21. The Stubborn Qin Yiru. Shun's father began scolding his daughter as soon as he opened his mouth, his expression dark with dissatisfaction toward Qin Yiru. "How old are you? Can't you spare me some worry?" Hearing that Song Xiujin had reported her, Qin Yiru felt a surge of anger, but even more so at her father's unjustified scolding in front of an outsider. Moreover, Qin Minghao was present. Qin Yiru pouted, refusing to explain or defend herself, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Still crying? Do you even have the face to cry? Do you know the state of affairs at home?" Qin's father continued his reprimand. "Quickly dispose of those useless items you bought. And who is this? You dare bring a strange man into our home?" Qin Minghao, feeling awkward as the so-called strange man, couldn't he help but feel pity for the young girl. She had merely bought talismans to forge a connection with him in hopes of saving her mother and had promised him so many conditions. "Excuse me, since your family matters are pressing, I shall take my leave. It is difficult for a neutral party to resolve domestic disputes." Though he felt sympathy for Qin Yiru, Qin Minghao had no desire to involve himself in their family affairs. "Don't go," Qin Yiru suddenly exclaimed, glaring at her father. "What right do you have to criticize me? Everything I do is for my mother's well-being. What have you done since she fell ill? The doctor was hired by grandfather. Don't think I'm unaware. My mother fell ill because she was upset about your extramarital affairs. I know I am a girl and should not defy your wishes. You have a love child outside, and when you don't come home, no one cares about you. But you have no right to lecture me. If you want to maintain your image, go find your favored son, return to your own home, and stop meddling here." Qin Minghao listened in astonishment, fearing for Qin Yiru, who dared to confront her father so boldly in front of an outsider. She was likely to get slapped. "You." Qin's father's face flushed with rage as he raised his hand to strike Qin Yiru. "Go ahead. If you have the guts, then do it. Without my mother and me to stop you, you could be with that woman outside forever. But rest assured, grandfather would never agree to that." Qin Yiru stared defiantly at her father, her expression one of sheer determination. "Is this how you perceive me?" Qin's father's hand froze in midair, filled with a sense of discomfort. He had never imagined that his daughter held such an unfavorable view of him. Yet, she was not entirely wrong. He indeed felt disdain for his wife for not bearing him a son, and he had numerous women outside, even a love child, while he indulged in excesses. It was his wife who managed the family business. He had hardly been present in his daughter's life. "It's not about how I perceive you, but rather, what actions have you taken? Moreover, Qin Minghao is not just a strange man. He is the healer I hired for my mother." Qin Yiru stated with utmost seriousness. I know I have made mistakes and that you have grown up with your own ideas. I worry about your mother as well. I do not oppose your concerns. Although I have my shortcomings, I have never considered leaving this family. As for him, what can a mere child do? Do not act rashly in your desperation. I will find a way to treat your mother." Qin's father concluded. "That won't be necessary. The matter of hiring Qin Minghao to treat my mother is known to grandfather, and he has agreed. Your reminders are unnecessary." Qin Yiru scoffed silently. She would not be swayed by mere words. Her father's trust in Song Xiujin stemmed solely from the fact that Song's aunt had once been his mistress. It was precisely because this aunt often whispered in his ear that he had the audacity to consider marrying her off to the worthless Song Xiujin. As for her mother's illness, Qin Yiru had never harbored any hopes for him. "Your grandfather has agreed?" Qin's father expressed surprise. "Indeed. If you have any objections, you may discuss them with grandfather. We must focus on treating mother now, so we shall take our leave. Qin Minghao, let us go." Qin Yiru instructed Qin Minghao. He cast a glance at Qin's father, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort. He had never met his own father, having always relied on his mother. Why had his father abandoned them? Could he truly be the illegitimate child that Qin Yiru spoke of? Qin Minghao was at a loss as to how to comfort Qin Yiru, and even more so himself, but undeniably, both he and Qin Yiru shared a profound disdain for Qin's father's irresponsibility. "I will accompany you." Qin's father sighed, following them upstairs. In the room, a woman who appeared significantly older than Qin's father lay on the bed, her eyes shut tight, her complexion pale, her form emaciated, and her hair dry and brittle like withered leaves. Although Shan's father seemed to be in his early 40s, the woman on the bed looked to be in her 50s. Gazing at her mother, who lay in an unresponsive state, Qin Yiru felt her eyes redden. In just half a month, her mother had aged considerably. Qin Minghao observed the fragile Qin Yiru and gently patted her back, offering a semblance of comfort. "I will examine the lady's condition first," he stated. "Yes, please do," Qin Yiru replied, her voice laced with a suppressed sob, though no tears fell. As Qin Minghao felt Shun's mother's pulse, he noted its peculiar nature, suggesting not an illness, but rather an external malevolence. "How long has your mother been in this state?" he inquired. "Less than a month." Indeed, if it were a vegetative state or another cause, it would be impossible for her condition to deteriorate so drastically in such a short time. "What about the talismans you purchased from me?" Qin Minghao asked. "Ah, those? I believe I store them away. Wait a moment. I will have someone retrieve them." Qin Yiru replied dismissively, having tossed the talismans aside upon their arrival and now uncertain if they remained in the villa. "Please have them search for the exorcism and protective talismans," Qin Minghao instructed, surprised that his talismans would prove essential. Shun's mother's ailment was external, known as a virtual illness, which could not be treated with traditional medicine. Qin Yiru descended the stairs and quickly returned with 2 talismans. "Hand them to me. Everyone else, step back," Qin Minghao commanded. Qin Yiru obediently retreated a few steps as Qin Minghao took the talismans. "Dan Zhu Ko Shun, expel the foul and eliminate the ominous. Shi Shun Zheng Luan, connect life and nourish the spirit. Luo Qian Qi Shun, ward off evil and safeguard the truth. Ho Shun Hu Ben, Qi Shun Injin. Xin Shen Dan Yuan, allow me to access the truth. Si Shun Lian Yi, let the Tao's essence endure." Urgently, as commanded, the exorcism talisman sprang to life, soaring from Qin Minghao's hand directly toward Shun's mother's forehead. "Ah!" She suddenly emitted a raspy sound, her body trembling as dark smoke billowed from her. Not only Qin Yiru, but even Shun's father stood frozen, utterly astonished. This, Chapter 22, The Bowl. Shun's father felt a chill creeping up from his feet, rendering him speechless. Could this truly be real? Was it not said that superstitions were mere fabrications? Unable to reconcile this with his understanding, he could only stare, wide-eyed, at Qin Yiru. Qin Yiru, too, trembled with excitement, wanting to approach, yet recalling her agreement with Qin Minghao, she gripped her thigh tightly, striving to quell her fervent emotions. The talisman truly worked. On the bed, Shun's mother's reaction intensified, culminating in a violent expulsion of black blood. The talisman reduced to ashes, the dark smoke coalesced, attempting to escape through the window. "Dissipate." Qin Minghao, having produced another talisman from his pocket, accurately hurled it toward the swirling smoke. A piercing scream erupted from the darkness, and in an instant it vanished. Simultaneously, Shun's mother stirred, her eyes fluttering open, bewildered by the scene before her. "Mother, you're awake," Qin Yiru exclaimed, rushing to her bedside, unable to contain her tears. Yiru, what has happened to me?" Qin mother's voice was hoarse, yet she felt remarkably unburdened. "You have been unconscious for nearly a month. You frightened me to death." As Shun's mother gradually regained her senses and attempted to rise, her limbs stiffened from prolonged bed rest, prompting Qin Yiru to assist her. "I was unconscious for a month? What on earth transpired?" Qin mother queried, glancing at her daughter and husband, only to notice an unfamiliar figure in her room. "Who is this?" she asked. "This is the miraculous Dr. Qin Minghao. Who has awakened you?" Shun's father remained silent, still in shock. "How astonishing." "Thank you, doctor." Qin mother expressed her gratitude to Qin Minghao. "No need for thanks. Your ailment has been resolved. However, it is advisable to carry a protective talisman with you. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Qin Minghao felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of his own mother. "I will escort you," Qin Yiru offered as she led Qin Minghao downstairs. "What exactly was my mother suffering from?" she inquired. "An external malevolence. It would be best to rearrange your home as layout. For instance, this jade gourd should not be placed directly across from the restroom. Additionally, this clock should not face the entrance. I recall crafting 3 or 4 protective talismans. You and your mother should each wear one." Some matters Qin Minghao could not elaborate upon for Qin Yiru. Although antiques hold collectible value, it is wise to avoid cluttering the home with them, considering that most antiques are burial items, imbued with negative energy, which can adversely affect those with weakened health. You might also affix a protective talisman to your door. He continued, constructing a bowl on the ground as he spoke. Understood. Thank you for today. Shun Yiru sincerely expressed her gratitude. It's no trouble. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. This visit to the Shun household shifted Qin Minghao's perception of the young lady, though she was headstrong. It was perhaps a means of self-protection, and moreover, she was undeniably a dutiful daughter. As for the consultation fee, Shin Yiru hesitated, uncertain of how much to offer Qin Minghao. No need for a fee. This time, the effectiveness of the talismans you purchased was paramount, and you have already compensated for them. Qin Minghao waved his hand dismissively. That cannot be right. The talismans are one matter, but your expertise is another. Shin Yiru insisted. There is little distinction. In truth, had you utilized the talismans properly, even without my intervention, your mother would have gradually recovered. If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could give me this bowl? I understand this bowl is valuable, but it may not be a beneficial item for you and your mother. The dark energy that had plagued Shin Mother earlier had emanated from this very bowl, although Qin Minghao possessed knowledge passed down through generations, revealing secrets long thought to have vanished from this world. This was his first direct encounter with such phenomena, and he was intrigued. Certainly take it. Will it not bring you trouble? Shin Yiru suddenly recalled that her mother had begun to suffer after the bowl arrived in their home. At that moment, she wished to destroy the bowl. It was precisely what Qin Minghao desired. No worries. I am unafraid. You should return to care for your mother. I can manage on my own. Shin Yiru still accompanied Qin Minghao to the door. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, although he had not earned any consultation fees, the money acquired from selling talismans was not insignificant. Thus, he could temporarily refrain from seeking additional means of income. Once home, Qin Minghao began to examine the bowl in his possession. The two most renowned bowls he was aware of were the golden bowl held by the Tang monk, which was used for almsgiving and bestowed by Emperor Li Shimin to the monk Tripitaka for the purpose of receiving alms and drinking water during his pilgrimage. After enduring 81 trials, upon reaching the Great Thunder Monastery in the west, the Buddha granted Tripitaka the scriptures. When the Buddha's two disciples, A and K Yapa, sought rewards and were rebuffed, they presented Tripitaka with a text devoid of characters. When Sun Wukong reported this to the Buddha, he did not take offense, suggesting that future generations should not be deprived of resources. Consequently, Tripitaka offered the purple gold bowl, a royal gift, to A, promising to convey his gratitude to the emperor, thus securing the genuine scriptures. Therefore, this purple gold bowl was indeed invaluable. The second was the bowl used by Fa Hai to subdue demons. The Daluo golden bowl, capable of enhancing magical power and vanquishing monsters, served as a sacred artifact. It was also employed for almsgiving, but when faced with demons, it transformed into a tool for subjugation. For Fa Hai, without this bowl, even with considerable magical prowess, he would be unable to contend with demons, as they too possessed formidable powers. The records of such artifacts are sparse, with these two being the most notable, belonging to the Buddhist realm. While many bowls exist today, they are merely utilized by monks for almsgiving, and no extraordinary applications have been reported. However, the bowl in Qin Minghao's possession was evidently extraordinary. He was certain that the foul substance had emanated from it, yet despite his diligent examination, it appeared to be an ordinary bowl, lacking any discernible triggers. Qin Minghao attempted to channel his internal spiritual energy to see if the bowl would respond, but alas, it remained unresponsive. He was convinced of its value, yet he could not wield it. Accepting this, he temporarily stored the bowl away and commenced his cultivation. Nearly a month of practice had only refined his spiritual energy slightly, leaving him far from breaking through to the next realm. Currently, he was merely at the third layer of Qi training, not yet qualifying as a true cultivator. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could he be considered one. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would possess innate true fire, which could be utilized for alchemy and artifact refining, a level achieved by the adept in this world. Before attaining this stage, his primary objective was to continually compress the spiritual energy accumulated in his dantian, solidifying his true essence. As the energy was compressed, it could eventually coalesce into a small golden elixir. However, this process was fraught with difficulty. A moment's inattention could result not only in failure to form the elixir, but also in the complete dissolution of the painstakingly gathered energy. Though Qin Minghao had yet to form the elixir, at this pace, he was certain to reach the foundation establishment stage within a year. However, he sought to achieve this milestone sooner. To advance swiftly and augment his combat prowess required more than mere absorption of spiritual energy and diligent practice. It also necessitated the assistance of rare materials and convenient artifacts. Regrettably, apart from the mysterious bowl of uncertain purpose, he possessed nothing. Just as Qin Minghao concluded his training and prepared to step outside, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Was this Qin Minghao's residence? Upon opening the door, he encountered a man in his 20s with dyed blonde hair, who scrutinized him intently. "Who are you?" Qin Minghao inquired. The man, upon seeing him, became quite animated, grasping his hand eagerly. "You must be my cousin Minghao. I am your cousin Qin Su. Do you remember me? We used to catch wild chickens together when Annie brought you back to her hometown." Qin Su. Qin Minghao had a vague recollection. His mother had once taken him back to their ancestral home to visit his grandparents, but due to his mother being an unwed mother, they had not been received well. It was only through the intercession of Qin Su's father, his uncle, that they had gained his grandparents' forgiveness. After their passing a decade ago, he and his mother had visited once more, but he had lost contact with that side of the family. At least he had not, and no one from that side had appeared during his marriage. "Hello, cousin," Qin Minghao said, stepping aside to welcome him in. "What brings you here? Are you alone?" Qin Su plopped down onto a chair, exhaling deeply. "Upon hearing about your marriage, I rushed to Yuqing, but then a torrential downpour struck, causing flight and train cancellations. That delayed my arrival. By the way, where's your wife? The elders at home are delighted to hear of your marriage. They're too old to travel and afraid of old memories, so they didn't come, but they sent many gifts for your bride." This lively cousin remained as enthusiastic as ever, yet Qin Minghao found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "Cousin, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please rest a moment. What would you like to eat? I can call Sister Mingwei and have her prepare something for you." Qin Minghao was still contemplating how to broach the subject. "No need for that. I'll stay at a hotel, so I want to intrude on you and your wife. By the way, where is she?" Under Qin Su's persistent inquiries, Qin Minghao reluctantly revealed the truth. "Cousin, you are actually not too late. I haven't married yet." "What?" Qin Su was taken aback. "Wasn't it said you were married half a month ago?" Since he had already come clean, Qin Minghao elaborated. "Yes. We had originally planned for half a month ago and even held a wedding. However, we have yet to register. On our wedding night, they took advantage of my blindness and, right in front of me, they eloped. I have no idea where they are now." He refrained from mentioning his mother's cause of death. Even so, Qin Su was furious. "Those scoundrels. They are utterly inhuman, especially that Yang Kaijun. If it weren't for you and Annie, he would have starved to death long ago. If I ever catch them, I swear I will make them pay dearly." Qin Su was appalled by his cousin's unfortunate fate. Born without a father, losing his mother, and finally thinking he had found someone to care for him, only for her to betray him. "Have you not considered?" Qin Su hesitated, wanted to suggest searching for Luan, but refrained, realizing that his cousin's blindness made such a search impractical. "Never mind. Marrying such a woman would only bring calamity. It is fortunate you did not register. There are many good women in this world. We need not fear finding a spouse." While Qin Su offered his cousin comforting words, he understood well that, given his cousin's condition, finding a normal partner would be challenging. Reflecting on this, Qin Su suddenly said, "Cousin, with Annie gone, you must be feeling uneasy alone in Yuqing. Why not return to northeast China with me? At least someone will be there to look after you." "No, cousin, I'm quite well here. I appreciate your and uncle's good intentions, but I do not wish to leave Yuqing. I have matters to attend to." He had yet to exact his revenge and could not depart. "What matters do you have? Given your situation, how can I leave you alone here?" Qin Su had come under family orders to deliver gifts, unaware that such events would unfold. "It's fine. Sister Mingwei will take care of me," Qin Minghao insisted. "No way. Wait here. I'm going to make a call." Without waiting for a response, Qin Su exited the courtyard and dialed his father's number. "Dad, here's the situation. I don't plan to return, at least not in the short term. I want to stay here and look after Xiaohao." Chun Jianjun listened to his son's words, feeling a deep pang of sorrow in his heart. This was his sister's only child. She had suffered greatly, falling in love with someone she shouldn't have, and passing away prematurely. "Well, you should stay in Yuqing to take care of your cousin. We have some matters at home that require your presence as well. I'll transfer 1 million to your account shortly. Please look after Xiao Hao and, if possible, take him to the hospital to see if his eyes can be treated. Money should not be a concern, Chen Jianjun instructed his son. Although Qin Minghao could not hear what his uncle was saying, he clearly understood Chen Su's words, and he felt a surge of gratitude towards this cousin. After hanging up the phone, Chen Su returned to the courtyard. Xiao Hao, I will be staying at your house for a while. You won't mind, will you? Qin Minghao forced a smile, thinking it was impossible to mind, for his cousin's intentions were pure. However, having him stay was rather inconvenient. Yet, he could not refuse. Not at all. In fact, I welcome it. That very day, Chen Su moved into Qin Minghao's home. To welcome Chen Su, he took him to Yi Mingyue's little restaurant. Xiao Hao, what brings you here? And who is this? Yi Mingyue, busy attending to customers, was surprised by Qin Minghao's arrival. This is my cousin, Chen Su, he replied. Cousin, this is Mingyue, the sister-in-law I mentioned to you. She has been taking care of me all along. Chen Su was taken aback by how young and beautiful Yi Mingyue was, and his eyes lit up as he took her hands in his. Sister-in-law Mingyue, thank you so much for taking care of Xiao Hao for such a long time. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 24. Setup? You are too kind. It's merely my duty. Yi Mingyue found herself at a loss. Qin Minghao's cousin was exceedingly enthusiastic, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. By the way, what would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you. Sister-in-law Mingyue, please feel free to order whatever you think is best. Qin Minghao frowned at his cousin's behavior, wishing to send him away quickly. They sat down. This was Qin Minghao's first visit to Yi Mingyue's little restaurant since his eyes had improved. The space on the first floor wasn't large, accommodating only 6 tables, but to make it appear cleaner and brighter, only 4 tables were set up. There was also a second floor with a few private rooms. All 4 tables were occupied, and the dishes arrived swiftly, thanks to Yi Mingyue's assistance in ordering. They had 4 dishes, a simple cold dish, a pork rib dish, a stir-fried vegetable dish, and a soup. Cousin, do you drink? Qin Minghao asked, knowing little about his cousin, as he had only known him as a child. Can you drink? Jian Su in Guit? I can't, but if you want to drink, I can accompany you. All right then, waiter, bring us a case of beer. Chen Su called out to the waiter. Cousin, isn't a case a bit much? Just bring 6 bottles to start. What a joke. If they finished a whole case, returning home would be quite a challenge. 6 bottles it is then. You should know my drinking capacity. I could handle 1,000 cups without flinching. Chen Su boasted as he opened the beer, pouring it straight into his mouth without a glass. Qin Minghao was left speechless. Cousin, now that I'm here, you needn't worry. I will ensure you are no longer wronged. Whatever the issue, just tell me, without reservation. After the meal, Qin Minghao had finished 1 bottle of beer, while Chen Su had consumed 10. His face slightly flushed, but showing no signs of intoxication. It must be said, Chen Su's drinking capacity was indeed remarkable. After finishing their meal, the two bid farewell to Yi Mingyue and headed home, passing by the ghost market. Chen Su, noticing the lively atmosphere beneath the overpass, became intrigued. Cousin, what kind of place is this night market? It's so bustling. Qin Minghao, equally curious, replied, Cousin, this is the ghost market, where people set up stalls to tell fortunes and sell antiques and jade. All sorts of characters are here. Ghost market? How fascinating. This is my first time hearing of such a place. It resembles the black market back in northeast China. Let's take a look. Qin Minghao, of course, did not refuse. The two entered the ghost market, which was as lively as ever. Chen Su browsed and soon spent 30,000 yuan, and Qin Minghao could not stop him. Cousin, this ghost market is quite interesting. After wandering for over an hour, Chen Su began to feel tired. Just as he was about to leave, an old man bumped into him. What the hell? Is this a setup? Before Chen Su could react, the old man fell directly onto him. Old man, get off me. I didn't touch you. Don't try to frame me. Chen Su, having had a few drinks, became agitated and reached out to push the old man on the ground. Cousin, wait. Qin Minghao hurriedly stopped Chen Su. This old man doesn't seem to be faking. Cousin, don't hold me back. I must teach this old coot a lesson. At his age, why resort to such tricks? Chen Su said angrily. Cousin, this elder doesn't appear to be faking. Look at his face. It was only when Chen Su bent down that he noticed the old man's face was bruised and discolored. What on earth? Should we call an ambulance? Chen Su was bewildered. Was he really this unfortunate? Just as he finished speaking, the old man on the ground began to convulse. There was no time to lose. Qin Minghao quickly knelt beside the old man, checking his condition, and pulled out silver needles from his backpack, inserting them into the old man's body. The energy flowed through the needles into the elder's system. The old man's convulsions gradually ceased, and his complexion began to stabilize. Just as the two were about to breathe a sigh of relief, a girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd. "Grandpa, Grandpa, what happened to you? What have you two done to my grandpa?" The girl glared at Qin Minghao and Chen Su with a mix of anger and concern. "Hey, can you not speak nonsense? What do you mean we did something to your grandpa? Are you blind? Your old man was faking an injury and fell right in front of us. Can't you see my cousin is trying to help him?" As Chen Su and the girl argued, the old man on the ground began to regain consciousness, coughing as he opened his eyes. "Grandpa, are you okay?" The girl, disregarding Chen Su, rushed to her grandfather's side. "I'm fine. I heard everything, Xiaoyu. It has nothing to do with these two young men. It was my own issue. They are good people who saved me. This has been an old problem of mine, and you know it well." Seeing her grandfather awaken, Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, a blush of shame creeping on her face as she turned to Qin Minghao and Chen Su. "I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for saving my grandpa." Since the girl had apologized, Qin Minghao had no intention of holding a grudge, but Chen Su was not so easily appeased. Is a mere misunderstanding enough? If your grandfather is unwell, he shouldn't be wandering around alone. What if he had encountered someone else? By the time the ambulance arrived, he might have already passed. Wait, cousin, when did you learn medicine? And how did you notice something was off with his complexion? Even the thick-skinned Chen Su sensed something was amiss. "Cousin, you can't see, can you?" Qin Minghao scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had been caught. "Ahem, cousin, I've become somewhat skilled in medical knowledge through my experiences. We can discuss the details when we get home. Elder, you must be cautious with your health. Try to avoid crowded places, as poor air circulation can greatly affect your condition. If possible, consider taking some traditional medicine for your recovery." The old man looked at Qin Minghao, taking a while to process it. Previously, he had spent months in ICU for his ailments, yet this young man had managed to help him with just a few needles, allowing him to regain consciousness almost immediately. Furthermore, he suggested traditional medicine for his health. Traditional medicine? What kind of traditional medicine? We have also consumed a considerable amount of traditional Chinese medicine, but to no avail. Offending Qin Minghao, who is my grandfather's savior, is something Xiaoyu would not dare to do, even if she harbors some doubts. Her tone remains courteous. "How could it be ineffective? If you trust me, I can provide you with a prescription for you to try at home." The elder's congenital deficiencies are not a major issue, but the challenge lies in his advanced age. Complete recovery is unattainable. Moreover, Qin Minghao has discovered a latent spiritual energy within the elder. Chapter 25. Are you not blind? The energy is not inherent to him, but rather contained within an object he possesses. To be honest, Qin Minghao is quite intrigued. However, such artifacts are exceedingly rare, and the elder is not a practitioner. He may be entirely unaware of it. There is no need to burden him with unnecessary worries. Then it falls upon you. Young brother. Zhang Qingyan did not refuse. He was born with a heart condition and was not expected to live beyond 20. However, he encountered a wandering master who gifted him a protective talisman. While it could not make him as healthy as a normal person, it ensured his survival. After reaching 20, he indeed fell gravely ill, his life hanging by a thread. His family sought the master once more, and he provided another talisman, which would only sustain him for another 10 years. Zhang Qingyan knows that external aid can prolong his life, and he has spent years searching at great expense. Now, at 59, he has only 1 year remaining before he turns 60. If he can find a life-extending treasure within this year, he could live another decade, which is why he personally ventured into such a place as the ghost market. No trouble at all. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Please wait a moment, Qin Minghao said, as he requested paper and a pen from the fortune teller nearby and began to write the prescription. After a week of continuous use, twice daily, you should experience some alleviation. Your condition stems from congenital issues. I cannot cure you entirely, but can only help ease your symptoms. Zhang Qingyan was elated. Not seeking a cure, even alleviation is splendid. Young brother, may I have your contact information? As Qin Minghao glanced at the young girl beside the elder, adorned in designer brands, he surmised she was either wealthy or noble. Just as he was about to share his contact details with the elder, a sudden shout pierced the air. The city management has arrived. Run. Immediately, everyone beneath the overpass began to gather their belongings and flee. What the hell? Did these city inspectors lose their minds? Hadn't they been paid off this year? In an instant, Qin Minghao and the elder were swept away by the crowd, and only Qin Su, in his youth and vitality, managed to keep them from being completely separated. Regret and melancholy washed over Qin Minghao as he lost a significant client. We should leave as well. Just as Qin Minghao prepared to depart, he suddenly slipped, nearly falling flat on his face. Cousin, have you had too much to drink? Fortunately, Qin Su caught him. No, I think I stepped on something. Qin Minghao looked down to discover a piece of translucent purple stone. Oh, it looks rather beautiful. Qin Su instinctively reached for the stone on the ground. Don't touch it, Qin Minghao exclaimed. Cousin, you can indeed see. Qin Su realized that Qin Minghao was no longer blind. Ahem, I can see indeed. With no outsiders present, Qin Minghao chose not to conceal the truth any longer. What exactly is going on? This is good news, cousin. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Su regarded Qin Minghao with confusion. It's a long story. To make it short, I was struck on the head by Yang Kai-jun in LVUNUN, and when I woke up, I could see again. I pretended to be blind to guard against those two. I apologize, cousin. I did not intend to keep this from you. What? Upon hearing how Qin Minghao's sight was restored, Qin Su felt not joy but a surge of anger. How dare they lay hands on you? Cousin, how much suffering have you endured? Well, it's all in the past. You don't hold it against me, do you? Qin Su, upon learning that Qin Minghao had been assaulted, felt deep sympathy and could not possibly harbor resentment. Besides, this could be considered a stroke of luck amid misfortune. How could I blame you? I understand your struggles. Rest assured, cousin, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone. Qin Minghao let out a sigh of relief. By the way, cousin, why did you advise me against touching that object? Qin Su gestured towards the purple stone on the ground. That item is toxic. It must have been dropped in haste by a vendor. Zijingxin, Qin Minghao had seen references to this in ancient texts from his inheritance. Though called Zijingxin, it is indeed a plant with potent toxicity. The piece before them was not a mature Zijingxin but a seed. Its toxicity is minimal, only causing harm upon direct contact. When it matures, it will blossom into a Zijingxin flower, rendering the surrounding area barren for 10 miles. However, it emits an enchanting fragrance that lures both humans and animals. This substance can be used to concoct poisons, forge weapons, or refine elixirs, making it a rare material. Qin Minghao was astonished that such a poisonous item still existed. Toxic? Are you all right? Qin Su looked at Qin Minghao with concern. I'm fine, as long as it does not come into direct contact with my body. I want to be poisoned. However, it is best to keep it hidden. If someone mistakes it for a crystal and picks it up, it could cause trouble. Thinking this through, Qin Minghao took out a handkerchief, carefully wrapped the Zijingxin seed, and tucked it into his pocket. As a practitioner, the small amount of poison from the Zijingxin seed poses no threat to him, and one never knows when it might prove useful. Qin Su felt a mix of anxiety and trepidation, realizing his cousin was quite audacious to keep such an item. By the time the two returned to their small courtyard, it was already past 1 a.m. Qin Su collapsed in a bed, while Qin Minghao meticulously stored the Zijingxin seed away. A bowl sat on his bedside, unreactive. Qin Minghao was not anxious. He had indeed gained a fresh perspective on a ghost market. From Yinyang 18 needles to the Zijingxin seed, there were indeed treasures to be found. He resolved to visit the ghost market again the following day, hoping for good fortune. Early the next morning, Qin Minghao was awakened by a phone call. Hello. Squinting, he answered the phone. Are you still in bed? The sun is already shining brightly. A charming and familiar voice echoed from the other end, and Qin Minghao instantly awakened. It was the call from the big boss. Ah, you're awake. Is boss Bai ready to settle the remaining payment? Bai Jinjin still owed him 200,000. I wish I could, but the needles have been administered, the medicine taken, and the hospital has declared my health sound. I even picked the most opportune moment, yet I still cannot conceive. Bai Jinjin lamented, having exhausted every means to keep her husband at home, but her belly showed no signs of change. Ahem, perhaps the timing is not right, boss Bai. We initially agreed to help you with your health issues, and now that you are well, isn't it time to settle the bill? Are you suggesting that because she hasn't conceived in 3 years, the payment should be delayed for 3 years? Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. The reason for my call is to ask for your help with my husband. If you come, regardless of whether there is an issue with my husband, I will pay you 5,000 as a courtesy fee. If there is a problem and you can treat it, I will give you another 20,000. How'd that sound? Chapter 26. Bagwazang? A chance to earn money? No problem. When shall we proceed? Qin Minghao readily agreed. Money is never too much. I will arrange for my husband to visit the ghost market in 3 days. At that time, you can check his pulse just as you did for me last time. Huh? Why not bring me directly to meet your husband? Is it really that complicated? You're just a naive novice, aren't you? Surely you know that men possess a peculiar pride. Do you think I can bring you before my husband and say, "Dear, I suspect you are unwell. Let us see someone about it"? He would surely throw us both out. Qin Minghao found Bai Zhenjin's reasoning compelling. Indeed, men do harbor strange sensitivities regarding their pride. For instance, Bai Zhenjin refers to herself as a greenhorn. Though she feels a bit disheartened, there is no need for anger. However, if Bai Zhenjin doubts her own capabilities, Qin Minghao would undoubtedly be furious. Very well, it is settled then. I shall await you at the ghost market in 3 days. Little did he know, the ghost hand holy doctor is about to make his appearance once again. Let's hope that no city management officers show up in 3 days. Awakened by Bai Zhenjin's chatter, Qin Minghao decided to rise from his slumber, only to discover that his cousin Chen Su had risen even earlier and was practicing martial arts in the yard. Qin Minghao had never seen such a style of boxing before and was quite intrigued. Thus he began to observe from the side. "Oh, cousin, you are awake. Come here. I shall teach you how to box." Upon noticing Qin Minghao's slender frame, Chen Su was suddenly inspired and insisted on teaching him. Huh? Qin Minghao was taken aback. What do you mean? Do not underestimate my boxing style. This is our family's ancestral Piguaquan, also known as Piguapam. Piguaquan is one of the traditional martial arts known for its long-range striking techniques and boasts a long-standing reputation. It was historically referred to as Piguaquan or Mofanquan, and due to its heavy reliance on palm strikes, it is also called Piguapam. This martial art excels in mid to long-range combat, emphasizing the principle of extending strikes over distances, fully embodying the combat theory of an inch longer, an inch stronger. It focuses on controlling the space in combat, advocating for long strikes at a distance and quick strikes in close quarters, allowing flexibility in attack and defense. The development of Piguaquan has led to a comprehensive technical system, rich in content and diverse in its weaponry. Qin Minghao was aware of its existence, but had never studied it or witnessed it firsthand. He was astonished that the Chen family practiced Piguaquan. Cousin, let me demonstrate it for you. Pay close attention. Piguaquan requires the integration of single movements with forms, harmonizing theory and practice, and emphasizing the use of power generated from the waist, with the chest's expansion and contraction coordinated with the movement of the arms, creating dynamic and expansive motions. One must remember and skillfully apply the 18 fundamental techniques: roll, bind, split, hang, chop, unload, cut, gather, sweep, extend, retract, touch, probe, flick, smash, and strike fiercely. The martial art emphasizes the principles of expansion and contraction, long strikes, circular folding, and the interplay of reality and illusion, with techniques flowing seamlessly into one another, promoting rapid and aggressive assaults. The basic rules of attack and defense dictate that when faced with an upward strike, one should hang. When faced with a downward strike, one should split. When confronted with a horizontal strike, one should intercept. And when met with a direct approach, one should deflect. As the saying goes in boxing, 1,000 stances and 10,000 punches, one cannot exhaust the moves that emerge. In combat, striking the target signifies a minor victory, while knocking down the opponent is the ultimate achievement. Chen Su demonstrated to Qin Minghao, and indeed, he executed it quite impressively. So, did you understand? Chen Su asked, brimming with pride. Qin Minghao nodded. During the demonstration, Chen Su's arms were straight, with movements that were expansive and forceful, demonstrating long-range strikes. His movements included forward grips and backward pulls, chest expansion and back contraction, shoulder retraction, hip twisting, knee alignment, and foot placement, all while maintaining a flexible and dynamic footwork that was as swift as crashing waves, making it difficult for opponents to defend against him. Qin Minghao grasped the concepts and found them more intuitive than he had expected. His cousin was indeed a hidden talent. As long as you understand, let's practice together. This Piguapam not only strengthens the body, but if mastered well, one could easily take on 10 opponents, and with a single move, one could incapacitate those who bully you. Cousin, you are remarkable. Qin Minghao sincerely praised him. Come, let's practice together. I shall teach you step by step. Jian Su et Glim et Siten Li. All right. Qin Minghao did not refuse and began to practice alongside Chen Su. Cousin, have you learned Piguapam from Aunt? Jian Su in Guit. His brow furrowed in curiosity. You seem to pick it up remarkably fast. as if you have practiced before. When I first started, I could hardly remember the moves. No. Does my mother know it? Chun Su shook his head. I am not certain, but all the children of the Chun family know it. Even though Aunt is a woman, she should understand it as well. Qin Minghao frowned. In truth, his maternal grandfather's family was not lacking in resources, although they lived in the northeast. His uncle was quite wealthy, and there were many members of the Chun family who practiced piguapam. Qin Minghao could not comprehend why his mother had chosen to raise him alone. I must have misspoken. It is quite late. Come, let me treat you some food. Seeing Qin Minghao frown at the mention of his aunt, Chun Su thought he had erred. All right. The two changed their clothes and stepped out. Yuqing was bustling, but Zhao Yu's residence was situated in a chaotic urban village. Upon reaching a breakfast shop, they had just sat down when they overheard someone at the neighboring table say, "Did you hear? This year's jade exhibition is being held in our Yuqing. Is that true? Can we go see it? Who knows? We might even find something good and become rich overnight." 3 or 4 people at the adjacent table were visibly excited. Don't be ridiculous. How could such good fortune fall upon us? Besides, that sort of thing is not something we can afford. One person seemed rather uninterested. Chun Su's eyes lit up as he listened to the conversation at the neighboring table. Jade exhibition? Where is it being held? Chun Su casually asked the people at the next table. Right at Yuqing Square. One of them replied. Yuqing Square? Cousin, have you been there? Jian Su Yin Gui. I have been, but I have never attended a jade exhibition, so I do not know what it is like. Qin Minghao replied. You don't know about the jade exhibition? There will be many raw jade materials from all over, and anyone can participate. You can buy an auction. If one manages to excavate jade, they could become wealthy overnight. Qin Minghao had indeed never heard of such a thing before. Cousin, are you very interested? Qin Minghao asked, observing Chun Su's eager demeanor. Of course. We have held jade exhibitions in the Northeast as well. I once went with my father and spent 100,000 to excavate a piece of jade, which I sold for 200,000. But that's nothing. There are even more astonishing stories, like excavating imperial green jade. In truth, winning or losing in jade gambling is not what matters. The thrill of the gamble itself is what counts. Chapter 27. Sparring? How exciting. Chun Su was so excited that he slipped into his northeastern dialect. Qin Minghao, however, did not share his enthusiasm. He had never been particularly interested in gambling. Cousin, I will take you along when the time comes. My father gave me quite a bit of money for this outing, so we can indulge ourselves, Chun Su declared. All right. Qin Minghao did not refuse, not particularly caring whether it would be enjoyable or not, but he thought it would be nice to broaden his horizons. After chatting with the people at the neighboring table, they learned that the jade exhibition would take place in 5 days. After finishing their meal and stepping outside, Chun Su suddenly said, Cousin, I have something to attend to. I will step out for a moment. Then I shall head home first. The two parted ways at the snack shop, and as Qin Minghao made his way home, he happened to pass by a park. This park was a place he frequently visited when his eyesight was still good. It was a lovely spot with a clear lake where many elderly people came for morning exercises. As a child, Qin Minghao often came here to watch people practice Tai Chi. The air in the park was fresh. Even the spiritual energy felt more abundant than at home. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Would practicing here yield faster results than at home? However, he could not truly practice here. If someone saw him, they would surely consider him a lunatic. While he was in a quandary, he caught sight of a middle-aged man practicing martial arts under a tree. He could practice the piguapam that his cousin had taught him here. Though piguapam was not a cultivation method, it could still draw energy into the body. With this thought, Qin Minghao found a suitable spot to begin his practice. Hey, not bad at all, young man. The middle-aged man under the tree noticed Qin Minghao's movements, which appeared to be more advanced than his own, and approached him to strike up a conversation. Just practicing a bit. Qin Minghao replied modestly. What style of boxing is this? I have never seen it before. Feng Chung inquired, his face brimming with admiration. Young people like him who practice boxing are quite rare nowadays. It is even uncommon to see anyone engage in morning exercise. Qin Minghao initially responded to the middle-aged man out of politeness, unaware that the man intended to engage him in conversation. The piguapam taught by his family. Qin Minghao had long been aware of this middle-aged man, but he dismissed his boxing skills as mere ornamental gestures. It seemed Feng Chung did not perceive Qin Minghao's indifference. Instead, he was astonished. So, this is the legendary piguapam. How impressive. I have also trained in boxing for over a decade and am interested in various styles. How about we have a friendly spar? My name is Feng Chung. May I know how to address you? I am Qin Minghao. I merely practice occasionally. To be frank, I only learned it today. Let us not spar. I am not your opponent. Seeing Qin Minghao display such skill on his very first day intrigued Feng Chung even more. Come on, it's not as if we are fighting for our lives. It's merely a friendly exchange. How can one improve without practice? Feng Chung was not dissuaded, and his words stirred a sense of temptation in Qin Minghao. He was uncertain about his proficiency in bagua palm. Perhaps he should give it a try? Then let us see what you can do. I'll let you make the first move, Feng Chung declared. No need, you go first, Qin Minghao replied. Feng Chung wasted no time, throwing a punch aimed directly at Qin Minghao's face. Though the strike appeared fierce and swift, it lacked real power. Utilizing the 18-character formula he had just learned, Qin Minghao swiftly extended his palm, seizing Feng Chung's fist, and with a backward pull, he pushed Feng Chung forward, taking advantage of his loss of balance. The tall and robust Feng Chung lost his center of gravity, moving like a marionette at Qin Minghao's whim, nearly stumbling to the ground. In just one move, Feng Chung began to doubt his life choices. Is this truly something you learned today? Do you wish to continue? Qin Minghao inquired, observing the bewildered expression on Feng Chung's face. During their exchange, Qin Minghao had employed bagua palm solely, without any use of spiritual energy, and the results were quite impressive. I'm done, you win. Feng Chung was not keen on further humiliation. Young man, you are remarkably skilled. Is this really your first day learning? Feng Chung still found it hard to believe. He had enlisted in the army at 17, retired at 29, and subsequently joined the Yuching Public Security Bureau. Now 35, he was already the deputy captain of the criminal police team. He had dealt with notorious criminals, and his skills had never faltered. Without exaggeration, there were few within the police department who could rival him. Yet he had just lost a lad in his 20s without even managing a single move. The notion that Qin Minghao claimed not to be his opponent was merely an attempt to save face. Yet he had ended up humiliating himself. Well, I just learned it, Qin Minghao said, satisfied with the power of bagua palm. You must understand, practicing martial arts is for strengthening the body. Today's exchange was merely a friendly spar. You must not act recklessly against others. Qin Minghao's bagua palm was not just for show. It could indeed be lethal. As a captain of the criminal police, he felt it necessary to caution this young man. Otherwise, he might stray down a troublesome path. Rest assured, I am merely learning for fun and would never harm anyone without cause, Qin Minghao replied earnestly. That's good to hear. By the way, this is the first time I've seen you in the park. Do you live nearby? Feng Chung inquired, his interest piqued by Qin Minghao's impressive skills. Yes, I live around here, Qin Minghao replied. Feng Cheng's eyes brightened. Are you coming back tomorrow? After a moment's thought, Qin Minghao responded, Yes, I will. The park's energy is more abundant than at my home, making it an excellent place to practice. Then I shall wait for you here tomorrow. Feng Cheng's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Qin Minghao found it hard to refuse. The two agreed to meet again the following day. Meanwhile, Chen Su, after parting from Qin Minghao, arrived at Yuching Polytechnic University. Good day, President. I am Qin Minghao's cousin, here to assist him with his reinstatement procedures. Chen Su had not disclosed the fact that Qin Minghao's eyesight had improved to anyone, but decided to help him return to school. As he could not remain blind forever, he would need an education for future societal endeavors. Qin Minghao, wasn't he the one who went blind? The president remembered the boy, who had achieved top scores in the province to gain admission to their university, a source of pride for the institution. Unfortunately, fate had intervened, and he had gone blind just 3 months into his studies, necessitating a leave of absence. Being blind does not mean one cannot learn, and my cousin is exceptionally intelligent. Even blindness will not hinder his studies, Chen Su asserted, handing the president an envelope. The president felt the weight of the envelope and smiled. You make a valid point. I will process his reinstatement right away. After accepting the envelope, the president took Chen Su to manage Qin Minghao's reinstatement paperwork. He would be able to attend classes starting tomorrow. Though given Qin Minghao's unique circumstances, the president felt it necessary to clarify certain matters. Chen Su understood the president's concerns. Rest assured, Qin Minghao will not cause any trouble for the school. I will personally accompany him to class tomorrow, and I will deliver the necessary documentation to your office. Chapter 28. Return to school. In Zhao's small courtyard. What? Cousin, you managed to get me reinstated? Qin Minghao was taken aback. His cousin had worked all day for this? Of course, you can't pretend to be blind forever. We must think about your future. You need not thank me. Chen Su said proudly, failing to notice Qin Minghao's reluctance. Cousin, I do thank you. In truth, Qin Minghao had never considered returning to school, but his cousin's unilateral decision left him at a loss for words. Should he blame him? He truly meant well, so he could only accept it, though he felt somewhat constrained. Returning to school? What would he even study? No need to be so formal. We are family. Tomorrow at 9, I will accompany you to the school to report in. After a long day, I shall return to catch up on sleep. Chen Su concluded, retreating to his room. Qin Minghao could only manage a bitter smile. The following day, Qin Minghao first went to the park to practice with Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng was eager to learn the Bagua palm, but as it was a family secret, Qin Minghao hesitated to teach him. After some consideration, he decided to share a different style. Brother Feng, would you like to learn Wing Chun? You know Wing Chun? Feng Cheng looked at Qin Minghao with surprise. Wing Chun is a martial art focused on self-defense techniques, characterized by its practicality and efficiency in neutralizing threats, aiming to minimize harm to the practitioner. Compared to other traditional martial arts, it emphasizes quickly subduing opponents. Frankly, Wing Chun might suit Feng Cheng's role even better than Bagua palm. I know a bit. If you don't mind, I can teach you. Not at all. How could I mind? Young Hao, I must confess that I am an old criminal police officer, frequently dealing with criminals. Although we carry weapons, they're not always permissible for use. If you can teach me Wing Chun, that would be fantastic. A criminal police officer? Qin Minghao was taken aback. He had suspected Feng Cheng was not an ordinary man, but he had not expected him to be a hero. Very well. Let me first share some foundational knowledge about Wing Chun. As for pretending to be blind, Qin Minghao had come to terms with it. Faking blindness in front of few people was manageable, but before dozens or even hundreds, it was simply too exhausting. Wing Chun emphasizes principles such as the central line theory, focusing on correct concepts, awareness, and thought processes to enhance the flexible application of the body. Its training primarily involves partner drills such as Qi Sao and Qi Go, with auxiliary equipment like wall-mounted sandbags and 3-star poles. Training apparatus include wooden dummies, knives, and staffs. It's not suitable to set up wooden dummies in the park. Brother Feng, you can make one at home. The fundamental techniques primarily revolve around the 3 auxiliary hands, alongside other methods such as the pressing hand, flicking hand, breaking hand, sinking bridge, and sticky striking. The primary stances include the 4-square horse, 3-character horse, pursuing horse, kneeling horse, and independent step, among others. This martial art is a synthesis of internal boxing techniques and close-quarters combat, emphasizing the unity of hand, waist, stance, heart, intention, and power. It stresses the command of the heart directing the intention, which in turn guides the movements of the hands, waist, and stance, thereby achieving a harmonious whole. Rooted in practical combat, it boasts characteristics of diverse techniques, flexible application, resilient strikes, narrow bridging, and a proficiency in generating short bursts of power. The methods include large evasive movements, subtle inclines, agricultural blocking, sticky rolling, keen observation of circumstances, and maintaining a central position with the hands, marked by techniques such as attaching, intercepting, sinking, indicating, and applying pressure with the arms and wrists, alongside sticky, rolling, and stealthy movements. With a solid foundation, let us commence directly. Follow my lead. After Qin Minghao instructed Feng Cheng in a set of Wing Chun and exchanged phone numbers, Zhao Yu returned home, organized his belongings, and accompanied Chen Su back to his school. Chen Su brought along 10,000 yuan to give to the principal, and the process was remarkably smooth, even resulting in Zhao Yu being assigned a dormitory. Focus on your studies. I will pick you up in the afternoon, Chen Su said casually as he departed, leaving Zhao Yu in place. It was precisely 10 o'clock when a class began, and Zhao Yu found his classroom by memory. Qin Minghao looked around, feeling somewhat lost, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. The students regarded him with curiosity, wondering when a new student had arrived, especially one so handsome. Inwardly, Qin Minghao pondered, who am I? Where am I? Soon, a woman with a chilly demeanor approached the podium, holding a book. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, and Qin Minghao recognized her as their English teacher. Known as the Ice Queen of the school for her beauty and stern nature, he was surprised to find that the first class was hers. As the teacher began taking attendance, she called out Qin Minghao's name. He stood up. I've heard about you. In my class. You don't have to be overly serious, but don't create trouble. Just sign in on time, and I will ensure you pass by the end of the term, she stated coolly. Qin Minghao, you are actually Qin Minghao, exclaimed the girl, her surprise evident. Clearly, she recognized him. Qin Minghao looked at the girl, who had long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Despite the small freckles on her face, they did not detract from her beauty. Instead, they added a touch of playful charm. Her figure was quite attractive, marking her as a petite beauty. He found her somewhat familiar, yet couldn't recall her name. "Don't you remember me? Wang Xiqing," she exclaimed. Wang Xiqing. Qin Minghao suddenly recalled her. She was his classmate who had confessed to him on the first day of school, though at that time, she had short hair and a less refined appearance. He had not rejected her out of disdain, but because he was already engaged. When his mother passed away, he had been participating in a competition with Wang Xiqing, who had lent him money for the plane ticket. "You're Wang Xiqing?" he remarked, noting how she had transformed dramatically in just a year. "Yes, it's me. How could you forget me in just a year? You must not want to pay me back," Wang Xiqing teased, glancing at Qin Minghao, who still appeared handsome after a year apart. She had thought she would never see him again, only to find him back now. "Of course not. I've always remembered. It's just that family matters came up, and I didn't have the chance to repay you." Wang Xiqing had been a timely help during a difficult period, and Qin Minghao remained grateful. "Well, let us forget about the money. After class, treat me to a meal," she suggested with a smile, her lively personality unchanged. "How can that suffice? A meal isn't enough." Chapter 29. By Junjin's husband. The plane ticket had cost over 1,000, and a meal would hardly equate to that, especially with interest accrued over the year. "Then I'll treat you to several meals. I'm genuinely delighted to see you again," Wang Xiqing said earnestly. "I feel the same way," Qin Minghao replied sincerely. After class, Qin Minghao intended to take Wang Xiqing out for a meal, but she headed straight to the cafeteria, perhaps trying to save him money. He followed her, paying for their food. Before long, their table was laden with dishes. "Try this. Our cafeteria's food is quite good, especially this beef noodle soup, so flavorful," Wang Xiqing encouraged, pushing a bowl toward him. The entire meal cost Qin Minghao only 100 yuan, and at this rate, it would take months to repay the 1,000. "All right, you eat too," Qin Minghao said, feeling his mood brighten. Returning to school might not be such a bad thing after all. "By the way, what happened at home? Why did you drop out?" He was aware that he was not only handsome, but also academically gifted, even selected as a campus heartthrob. "My mother passed away." Wang Xiqing's expression fell. Her face filled with guilt as she looked at Qin Minghao. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up your sorrow." Seeing her distress, Qin Minghao smiled. "It's all right. You care, and that matters. Let us eat." After their meal, Wang Xiqing requested Qin Minghao's phone number before heading to another building for her afternoon class. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, Qin Minghao returned home. When the agreed-upon time with Bai Zhenjin arrived, Qin Minghao changed into a different outfit, donned a cap, and prepared a cloth sign for his venture into the ghost market. "Cousin, why are you dressed like that?" Chun Su, who had been elusive lately, inquired as he encountered Qin Minghao just as he was about to leave. "I'm going to the ghost market," Qin Minghao replied. "The ghost market? I want to join you." Jian Suet Gleam, taking an interest and helping Qin Minghao carry a small stool. Upon their arrival at the ghost market, they set up their stall and sent a text to Bai Zhenjin. "I have arrived at the usual place." Inside the villa, Bai Zhenjin glanced at her phone and made her way to the study on the second floor. "Darling, could you accompany me for a walk?" she asked. Wang Qingyu looked at Bai Zhenjin with slight annoyance, but found himself unable to refuse. Their marriage was a business arrangement, and although his family was wealthier, Bai Zhenjin's exceptional abilities had managed the Wang family affairs efficiently, earning her the admiration of all, even though she had not borne children for 3 years. No one dared to criticize her. Moreover, Wang Qingyu enjoyed a life of ease thanks to her management, yet he was puzzled by her persistent requests to accompany him lately. "It's already 11, and I'm tired," he replied impatiently. "Is that so? Well then, the company's recent profits have been lacking, and you might have to endure some hardships this month," Bai Zhenjin retorted with a cold smile. "What?" Wang Qingyu's expression darkened. He was indeed dependent on her, receiving a mere 200,000 yuan monthly for living expenses, while the rest relied on Bai Zhenjin. Without her financial support, how could he maintain his lifestyle? "I might need to use this month's salary to fund a new project." Seeing Bai Zhenjin's determination, Wang Qingyu had no choice but to change his tone. "You've worked hard. Without you, I wouldn't know how our family would manage. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Let's go out for a walk. Where would you like to go?" Witnessing Wang Qingyu's demeanor, Bai Zhenjin felt a deep-seated disdain. Although their marriage was a business alliance, Wang Qingyu had initially appeared respectable. Now, He seemed to thrive on her support so effortlessly. Truth be told, if not for her position in the Wang family, Bai Zhenjin would have hesitated to consider having children with him. Without children, she would be condemned to serve the Wang family as a mere workhorse for a lifetime, ultimately sewing garments for others. Her father-in-law has not only Wang Qingyu as a son, but also 2 other sons and a daughter. Yet none of them are capable in any significant way. Bai Zhenjin finds herself in an awkward situation, while the Wang family feigns respect towards her. They secretly wish to avoid any entanglement with the Wang family's power. They conspire to undermine her efforts, yet her father-in-law is astute, fully aware of his children's shortcomings. If she were to bear a son or daughter, he would undoubtedly pass the Wang family's legacy to her child. However, in the absence of offspring, the Wang family's legacy would remain within the hands of its descendants. Follow me, Bai Zhenjin instructed as she drove Wang Qingyu to the ghost market. Wife, what sort of place is this? Why are there so many people? Wang Qingyu, accustomed to high-end clubs, had never ventured into a market of this nature. Don't you enjoy antiques? This is an antique street. Do not underestimate this place, for it harbors many treasures. Bai Zhenjin deliberately appealed to his interests. Is that so? What treasures could this place possibly hold? Since we are here, I might as well accompany you, but my funds are rather limited. Wang Qingyu lamented, having squandered much of his money on indulgences. Fear not. As long as you like it, I shall purchase it for you. For the sake of the child, can a few coins truly matter? Bai Zhenjin reassured him, and upon hearing her words, the last remnants of Wang Qingyu's dissatisfaction vanished. Then let us proceed. Wang Qingyu began to explore the various stalls. Once Bai Zhenjin noticed he had gathered enough, she guided him towards the stall where Qin Minghao was set up. From a distance, Qin Minghao spotted Bai Zhenjin and, upon noticing the frail man at her side, frowned. Is this Bai Zhenjin's husband? Without needing to take his pulse, it's clear he suffers from kidney deficiency. This couple is truly... Qin Minghao struggled to find the right words, noting the man's poor health. As Qin Minghao observed Bai Zhenjin, she too took notice of him. Husband, look at that stall, divine insight and mystic healing. Clearly, it reeks of deceit. She pointed out to Wang Qingyu. In such a place, how can there be any honest individuals? Wife, it's getting late. Perhaps we should return home? Wang Qingyu suggested, feeling weary from their excursion. Wait, let us see if this fellow is truly a fraud, Bai Zhenjin insisted, pulling Wang Qingyu toward Qin Minghao. Let's have our fortune told, she declared, dragging Wang Qingyu's hand before Qin Minghao. 1,000 for fortune-telling, 2,000 for medical consultation, Qin Minghao stated, feigning seriousness. Let us determine my husband's fate, Bai Zhenjin urged. Wang Qingyu initially attempted to withdraw his hand, but was intrigued by the mention of fate. Yes, tell me. Chapter 30. Your husband suffered from a disease. Qin Minghao discreetly felt Wang Qingyu's pulse, his heart racing in astonishment. This man, he instinctively glanced at Bai Zhenjin. Thankfully, he had maintained his composure that day. How is my fate? Wang Qingyu gazed expectantly at Qin Minghao. Your fate is exceptionally auspicious. What nonsense! Not only does fortune-telling require a birth chart, which you do not possess, but just by looking at Wang Qingyu's face, it is evident he is clever and resourceful, yet overly fond of superficial luxury, squandering wealth without care. Moreover, he is detrimental to his wife. Is that true? Qin Minghao reluctantly nodded. You appear destined for great wealth. It is an honor for me to provide you with a reading, so I shall waive my fee. You may both leave. Qin Minghao wished to conclude their interaction quickly to speak privately with Bai Zhenjin. That cannot be. Here is 5,000. Please accept it, Wang Qingyu generously offered, despite usually spending without a second thought. Qin Minghao accepted the money with a silent smile. Let's be on our way. At Qin Minghao's subtle suggestion, Bai Zhenjin led Wang Qingyu away from the stall. Cousin, we should also return home, Qin Minghao remarked. Are we leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer? By the way, cousin, can you truly tell fortunes? Might you read mine as well? Chun Su asked curiously. Cousin, it is best not to delve into fate, for such inquiries may lead to greater difficulties. The heavens have their designs for you. Simply follow the path laid out, and good outcomes will surely arise, Qin Minghao advised, though he had already conveyed the gist of Chun Su's fate. Chun Su, possessing a fortunate fate characterized by sincerity and straightforwardness, chuckled. While I appreciate your words, I believe my destiny lies in my own hands, not the heavens. Returning to the small courtyard, Bai Zhenjin's phone rang. How's my husband's health? Qin Minghao hesitated. unsure how to break the news to Bai Jinjin. Her earlier request for him to undress indicated she was not entirely virtuous, yet compared to her husband, she seemed relatively untainted. Are you available? It would be better to discuss this in person. What issues does my husband face? Bai Jinjin asked, her grip on the phone tightening in anxiety. There are some concerns. It is best to meet in person to clarify. Bai Jinjin sat on the bed, inhaling deeply. Very well. Let us meet at the hotel from last time. I shall go there now. The hotel was not close to Qin Minghao's residence, but he hailed a taxi, determined to help. Arriving at the same room, he found Bai Jinjin had changed into a flowing white dress that accentuated her gentle demeanor, though her disappointment was palpable. Speak plainly. How is my husband's health? Bai Jinjin inquired directly. I recommend you take him to the hospital for a thorough examination, Qin Minghao replied, maintaining a distance on the sofa. What do you mean? Bai Jinjin's eyes were fixed on him, anxious for answers. Your husband not only suffers from kidney deficiency, but... Qin Minghao hesitated, struggling to voice the next words. What else? Cough, cough. Please do not become upset or overly distressed by what I am about to say. His heart ached at the thought. Has he contracted something serious? Bai Jinjin was no fool. Qin Minghao's hesitance led her to some grim conclusions. Qin Minghao nodded solemnly. Your husband has kidney issues that have led to signs of impotence. He likely relies on medication before intimacy. His promiscuous lifestyle has likely resulted in a diagnosis of syphilis. At this revelation, Bai Jinjin felt as if a bomb had detonated in her mind. Not only could Wang Qingyu not father a child, but he also harbored a disease. Having been intimate with him just 2 weeks prior, she feared for her own health. Little doctor, I know your skills are remarkable. Can you assist me? Bai Jinjin grasped Qin Minghao's hand, desperation in her eyes. I can forego having a child, but I cannot allow that beast to infect me. Please remain calm. Let me take your pulse first, and then you should visit the hospital for further checks, Qin Minghao replied, allowing her to hold his hand, recognizing her plight and the need for compassion. After all, syphilis does not transmit through mere contact. Agreed. Tears cascaded down Bai Jinjin's cheeks, transforming her once formidable demeanor into that of a fragile young girl who had suffered injustice, evoking a deep sense of empathy and a desire to protect her. Your health appears to be intact. Perhaps your husband has not contracted the illness, thus sparing you from contagion. Nonetheless, exercise caution, as syphilis can be transmitted through means beyond marital relations. Upon hearing that her health was not compromised, Bai Jinjin exhaled in relief, her body relaxing as she leaned weakly against the sofa, exuding a sense of despair and helplessness. This might not be entirely unfavorable. At least the situation was discovered promptly, and she was not ensnared by his actions. Qin Minghao, unable to bear her sorrow, sought to console her, grappling with the inexplicability of her husband's infidelity. He had encountered numerous women, and while Bai Jinjin might not be the most stunning, she certainly possessed an undeniable grace and beauty, particularly in comparison to others. Why then? Did he not cherish her? Do you think Wang Qingyu is aware of his condition? Bai Jinjin pondered aloud. Qin Minghao had no insight into that matter. But if he were aware and still shared a bed with Bai Jinjin, it would be utterly despicable. Little healer, what should I do? She cried, collapsing into Qin Minghao's embrace. He hesitated, his hands suspended in midair, uncertain whether to push her away or to offer solace to her evident distress. Please do not weep. If necessary, consider divorce, he suggested, ultimately placing his hand gently upon her back, attempting to comfort her. Divorce? She echoed in astonishment. The notion had never crossed her mind. After dedicating years to the Wang family, it felt unjust to abandon everything so readily. Indeed, divorce. You are beautiful, even if you were to part ways. Suitors would surely abound. Chapter 31. Do you consider me filthy? Qin Minghao's words elicited an unexpected smile from Bai Jinjin, though the tears and redness around her eyes rendered the smile bittersweet. Even if no one desires me, what does it matter? I, Bai Jinjin, have never relied on a man for survival. To so easily grant Wang Qingyu a divorce would be far too lenient on him and his family. With determination, she looked earnestly at Qin Minghao. I will transfer the medical fees I promised, but I implore you to assist me with one final request. If successful, I will ensure your future is secure. As she spoke, she promptly transferred 300,000 to him. What request? Qin Minghao inquired upon hearing the notification of the transfer. Instead of answering, Bai Jinjin wrapped her arms around his neck. Give me a child. She sought vengeance against Wang Qingyu and the Wang family. As she attempted to kiss Qin Minghao, he suddenly pushed her away, heart racing. About the child, I have done all I can. The rest is up to you to find the father. Would you be willing to be the father of my child? Bai Jinjin asked, her dress strap slipping, revealing her fair shoulders to Qin Minghao's gaze, causing him to catch his breath. Fear not, I do not require you to take responsibility. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, I will ensure that as the child's father, I will provide you with 5 million each year. 5 million a year. If he lived to 60, that would be. No wonder so many were willing to be kept men. Yet, Qin Minghao could not accept it. Jinjin, you should not sacrifice your entire life for a scoundrel. He genuinely believed she deserved better. Do you find me repugnant? Bai Jinjin's intense gaze met his, her dress now fully fallen, revealing her alluring figure. Despite her modest height of approximately 165 centimeters, her presence commanded attention. Her slender legs and delicate feet adorned with red polish, exuding an aura of exquisite charm. Yet, the expression on her face prevented any inappropriate thoughts from forming in Qin Minghao's mind. He did not mind, but that was not the crux of the matter. Jinjin, 5 million a year is indeed a substantial amount for someone like me, but I must ask you, is it worth it? In a moment of anger, would you bring a child into the world, tainted by the absence of a father? Would you truly love that child, knowing they may never understand their lineage? Would they be able to accept such a truth? Qin Minghao's resolve was firm. Having grown up without a father, he could not condone his child experiencing the same fate. You are correct, but why must I bear this? Why must they treat me in such a manner? If not for my efforts, the Wang family would have long since faced ruin. I have toiled for them, and if I divorce now, I will lose everything. Bai Zhenjin's indignation lingered. Qin Minghao stepped forward to retrieve her dress from the floor, carefully helping her to don it once more. As his fingers brushed against her skin, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Jinjin, I understand your frustration and anger, but I cannot exploit your vulnerability. This is not a matter of disdain. One must uphold a moral compass. Lacking such principles, what differentiates you from that scoundrel? There are myriad ways to seek revenge, yet the most regrettable is to harm oneself in the process of hurting another. As he gently assisted Bai Zhenjin into her dress, his face flushed with embarrassment. Her figure was undeniably captivating, and in those fleeting moments, he nearly lost control. You, Bai Zhenjin turned to him, noticing his reddened cheeks and the effort he made to remain composed. All her anger, grievances, and resentment began to dissipate. His words resonated with truth. The child should not be a pawn in her quest for retribution. I speak from the heart, Jinjin. You are a remarkable woman. I envy that scoundrel for having such a devoted wife, beautiful and capable. His failure to appreciate you is his misfortune. I have seen his countenance. Even if you did nothing, he would ultimately face a grim fate. However, if you do not leave him soon, you may find yourself caught in his downfall. Is it truly a blessing for the Wang family to have married me? Everyone claims it is my fortune to have wed into their family. With a compliant husband and a revered father-in-law, unlike other women in arranged marriages who are mere ornaments or affluent wives. Yet, no one acknowledges that it is the Wang family that is fortunate to have me. Thank you, Xiaohao. May I call you Xiaohao? Bai Jinjin inquired. Of course, he replied, recognizing her as his significant benefactor. He would gladly accept any form of address, even something as informal as Zai Hiozi. I did not expect you to possess such insight. You are right. I have been too rash, reacting impulsively to this news. Qin Minghao smiled sheepishly, aware that anyone would feel incensed in such a situation. Even I find it unfair on your behalf. Her husband's private life was undoubtedly chaotic, which explained Bai Zhenjin's extreme reactions. I must exact my revenge and reclaim what is rightfully mine, but I will no longer harbor such impulsive thoughts. Gratitude washed over Bai Zhenjin as she regarded Qin Minghao, relieved to have encountered him in the ghost market. I hope you will keep this matter between us, as a secret just for the two of us. It is imperative that Wang Qingyu remain oblivious to this matter, or rather, that he does not become aware that I am cognizant of his affliction. Rest assured, Sister Jinjin, I fully comprehend the importance of respecting client confidentiality. As Bai Zhenjin's demeanor began to stabilize, Qin Minghao exhaled with relief. After all, she was his benefactor, and should she resort to coercion, it would necessitate a breach in their rapport. Thank you. Bai Zhenjin expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Qin Minghao. It's getting late, and I have classes tomorrow, so I shall take my leave now. Bai Zhenjin uttered softly, all right. Upon departing the hotel, Qin Minghao instinctively checked the balance in his bank account. Is my ability to feign blindness truly so inadequate? Once again, my ruse has been unveiled. Although Qin Minghao had not deliberately pretended to be blind, the constant exposure of his charade was indeed disheartening. Perhaps the time has come to seek an opportunity to restore his vision. Chapter 32. Wang Xiqing abducted? As Qin Minghao prepared to summon a ride via taxi application, a message suddenly arrived. The two individuals you inquired about have returned to Yuqing. Yang Kaijun had ensnared a wealthy lady and was now employed in her father's company, which wielded considerable influence in Yuqing. Chen Long dared not act against him. Lu and Yuan had been captured by Chen Long. 500,000 had been swindled by Yang Kaijun, and in her inability to repay the debt, Chen Long had sent her to a nightclub as an escort. The information was delivered by the private investigator Qin Minghao had engaged. Yang Kaijun and Lu and Yuan have returned to Yuqing. Moreover, Yang Kaijun remains unscathed, while Lu and Yuan is in Chen Long's clutches. Understood. Thank you. Could you inform me which company Yang Kaijun is associated with in Yuqing? Qin Minghao inquired. Jinshi Real Estate, came the succinct reply. Jinshi Real Estate? The name struck a familiar chord with Qin Minghao, but before he could ponder further, another message arrived. We have fulfilled your request. Since the individuals have returned to Yuqing, we shall waive the second fee. Kindly settle the remaining balance. Qin Minghao regarded the message with approval. The investigator was reliable and the fees reasonable. However, a lingering question remained. Why had Yang Kaijun ventured to Kyoto, and why had he returned? I shall pay the second fee, as agreed. Could you assist me in uncovering Yang Kaijun's purpose for traveling to Kyoto? Qin Minghao asked. Certainly. Yang Kaijun had visited a woman named Chen Hongyan in Kyoto. Chen Hongyan was the heiress of the Chen family, the foremost pharmaceutical enterprise in Kyoto, and 18 years prior, she had wed the head of the prestigious Qin family, Qin Guqing. Her status was exceedingly esteemed. The reasons behind her personal meeting with an orphan from Yuqing remain unclear. The investigator provided a wealth of information. Thank you. I will transfer the payment now. Qin Minghao completed the transaction and stowed his phone. Why was Yang Kaijun entangled with a noblewoman from Kyoto? Could it be that he is the illegitimate son of Chen Hongyan? If that were the case, it would complicate matters significantly. However, had the investigator not mentioned that Chen Hongyan also had a husband? If her husband were to discover this, it would likely jeopardize Yang Kaijun's safety. Regardless of who stands behind Yang Kaijun, he will not evade Qin Minghao's wrath for the death of his mother. The following day, Qin Minghao arrived at the park as usual, yet failed to spot Feng Cheng. He dialed Feng Cheng's number. Apologies. I have recently taken on a significant case and have been working late. I cannot make it to the park for morning exercises in the near future. With the pressing demands of duty, Qin Minghao found himself at a loss for words and proceeded to practice his martial arts alone. After completing his routine, he headed to school, where he had 2 classes scheduled for the morning. Yet, he scarcely paid attention, having utilized his blindness to master all university courses. He was well versed in the material long before the lectures commenced. Once classes concluded, Qin Minghao intended to invite Wang Xiqing to a meal, having promised her additional outings. However, upon arriving at her teaching building, he witnessed her being accosted by 2 men. You must be Wang Xiqing? Quite attractive. Come with us. Wang Xiqing was unfamiliar with the 2 men. Who are you? I do not know you, and I refuse to. Before she could finish, one man stepped forward and pressed a handkerchief over her mouth. Wang Xiqing struggled momentarily before falling still. The 2 men swiftly escorted her away from the campus. The situation was so sudden that Qin Minghao barely had time to react. By the time he regained his senses, they had already dragged Wang Xiqing some distance away. He hastily flagged down a vehicle. Follow that van. The driver hesitated. Young man, you. Qin Minghao produced 200 yuan. Hurry. The driver, enticed by the cash, accelerated, advising Qin Minghao hold on tight. Regardless of the identity or intentions of these individuals, having witnessed the abduction, Qin Minghao could not remain idle. The van sped towards the outskirts, and the driver began to have second thoughts. Perhaps you should call the police. Qin Minghao shook his head, uncertain of their intentions. He feared that alerting the authorities might endanger Wang Xiqing. Fortunately, the van soon came to a halt. Get out. Qin Minghao exited the vehicle and cautiously trailed behind. The assailants led Wang Xiqing into an abandoned factory. Within, a multitude of voices echoed. He could hear curses and screams. They appeared to be assaulting someone. And while he could not ascertain if the screams belonged to Wang Xiqing, he was certain she was not the only woman inside. Activating his heightened perception, Qin Minghao scanned the factory, his heart sinking. On the second floor, he spotted 5 men and 7 girls. Some were unconscious like Wang Xiqing, while others had regained consciousness and attempted to flee, only to be mercilessly beaten, one girl even sustaining a broken leg. Who were these men, and why had they abducted these girls? Furrowing his brow, Qin Minghao hesitated to act impulsively, relieved that Wang Xiqing was currently unharmed. How could he rescue these individuals? Alerting the police seemed futile. He would have to rely on himself. Stealthily, he infiltrated the abandoned factory, noting that the first floor was unguarded. He proceeded cautiously to the second floor, where the men appeared unconcerned about the girls escaping. They lounged in chairs, some smoking, others drinking, while few played cards. Just as Qin Minghao contemplated how to discreetly neutralize these men without detection, he overheard one man speaking on the phone. "It's all set in an hour. You will come to the usual spot in the suburbs for the transaction. I procured top-quality goods. Make sure to bring enough cash." Qin Minghao was taken aback to learn that they intended to sell Wang Xiqing and the other girls as commodities. Regret washed over him. He should have brought sedatives. It was too late to prepare now. What options remained? He felt his hand reach for his backpack. In the name of saving lives, I must employ this. Qin Minghao grasped the yin-yang 18 needles firmly in his hand. The distance was 300 meters. 7 men were positioned at various angles, presenting him with a singular opportunity. He could launch a maximum of 5 silver needles simultaneously. If he could hit all 5, he would still need to subdue the remaining 2 before they could react to rescue the girls. Qin Minghao was not incapable of overpowering these men. His primary concern was the safety of the girls, who could become hostages. With an hour remaining before reinforcements arrived, he had no choice but to take this perilous gamble. Chapter 33. A Hero. Qin Minghao seized the moment and launched the silver needles. As the players engaged in their game, a sudden sharp pain pierced their necks, accompanied by a chilling breeze that swept through the room. Before they could react, one by one, they collapsed onto the floor, witnessing the simultaneous fall of 5 individuals, each struck by a silver needle. Qin Minghao felt a weight lift from his chest, though he was still aware that 2 remained. Alarmed by their companion's collapse, the remaining duo instinctively turned to the staircase, sensing imminent danger. The man on the phone caught sight of Zhao Yu charging toward him with fury. The bound girls gasped in terror at the unfolding scene. Amidst the chaos, Wang Xiqing regained consciousness, her eyes widening as she beheld Qin Minghao, ghost-like, confronting the assailants. Before she could utter a word, Qin Minghao delivered a swift kick that sent one of the criminals tumbling down the stairs. The other, in a reflexive panic, reached for a nearby girl to use as leverage against Qin Minghao. With remarkable precision, Qin Minghao launched another silver needle, embedding it in the man's leg. The sudden pain forced the assailant to kneel, and in an instant, Qin Minghao was before him, delivering a decisive kick to his chin that rendered him unconscious. Aware that one of the attackers had escaped, Qin Minghao had no time to pursue him. He swiftly untied Wang Xiqing's wrists. "Are you all right?" Wang Xiqing, taken aback by her abduction and even more surprised by Qin Minghao's arrival, instinctively threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry. Help is on the way," he assured her. Retrieving his silver needles, he proceeded to free the other girls from their bindings. "Follow me," he commanded. I have no strength left," Wang Xiqing replied weakly, unable to muster the energy to stand. Understanding that the effects of the drug still lingered, Qin Minghao squatted before her and said, "Climb on my back." She wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling the comfort of his sturdy back, her fear dissipating, replaced by overwhelming gratitude. "Let us go," Qin Minghao urged as he carried Wang Xiqing down the stairs, only to be surrounded by a group of armed police. "Put your hands up. Don't move. How did the police arrive here?" Qin Minghao thought, his expression darkening as he hastily explained, "Please, misunderstandings abound. I'm not the villain here." He raised his hands in surrender. "Is it you?" Feng Cheng emerged from the ranks of officers, astonished to see Qin Minghao. "Brother Feng." Qin Minghao was equally surprised to encounter Feng Cheng there. "What brings you here?" Feng Cheng glanced at the girls behind Qin Minghao, clearly just rescued. "And the assailants? This is a long story. I came to rescue them." "Brother Feng, there were 6 criminals upstairs, and one just fled after I injured him. We must pursue him quickly." Feng Cheng nodded, commanding his team, one group upstairs, another for a thorough search. Not a single assailant should escape. As Feng Cheng directed the officers to lower their weapons, he inquired, "What exactly happened? Do you realize how dangerous this was? You went alone to rescue them?" While he admired Qin Minghao's skills, he disapproved of such recklessness. Success is one thing, but what if things had gone awry? You could have been captured, and these girls would have suffered further. Brother Feng, I had no choice. I couldn't just stand by and watch them take my classmate, Qin Minghao replied. By the way, the assailants mentioned a transaction in an hour. If you act quickly, we might still catch that remaining criminal. Qin Minghao recalled that the fleeing man had left his phone in the factory. What? Feng Cheng immediately said about organizing another operation. Soon, Qin Minghao and the girls were escorted onto a police vehicle. Wang Xiqing was taken to the hospital, while Qin Minghao was brought back to the station to await questioning. As a hero for his brave actions, the officers treated him with great respect. Please wait a moment. Officer Feng wants to speak with you personally, one officer said, pouring Qin Minghao a glass of water. Nodding, Qin Minghao asked, "Is my classmate all right?" She inhaled too much ether and needs to be hospitalized for observation. But she is not in serious danger, the officer assured him. Relieved by this news, Qin Minghao waited until evening when Feng Cheng finally returned, albeit with visible injuries. Uncle Feng, Qin Minghao said, uncertain of how many criminals have been apprehended. Thanks to you, we achieved significant success today, Feng Cheng said, patting Qin Minghao's shoulder as he sank into a chair. Did we catch them? Feng Cheng's tone indicated good news. A few got away, but we made considerable progress. He smiled, explaining how a series of recent abductions had raised alarms, and he had spent days searching for clues, only to find that Qin Minghao had disrupted their operation. How did this happen? How did you know they were abducting girls? Qin Minghao inquired. There was a report from a taxi driver, Feng Cheng replied. These assailants were from out of town, specifically targeting young women for trafficking. If not for you, these girls would have faced dire fates abroad. However, this operation was clearly premeditated, Qin Minghao noted, recalling how the kidnappers had confirmed Wang Xiqing's identity before seizing her. Indeed, they were backed by a sham modeling agency that lured attractive girls with false offers, collecting personal information during interviews to select their victims. Your friend was targeted during her audition. That is despicable, Qin Minghao exclaimed. Understanding his distress, Feng Cheng added, you acted bravely, and we should commend you. But I must caution you. Having thwarted their plans, they will likely seek revenge. Revenge? Qin Minghao was taken aback by their audacity. Fortunately, aside from the captured criminals, no one else knew his identity. To protect you, we cannot publicly acknowledge your heroism just yet, but we will reward you with a sum of approximately 30,000 yuan. Please don't think it trivial. Chapter 34, Massage. Feng Cheng was curious about how Zhao Yu had rescued the girls from the assailants, having confirmed that 5 of them bore no injuries. According to their accounts, they only felt a chill before losing consciousness. That is of no concern. I didn't rescue them for recognition. I simply happened upon the situation. I intended to call the police, but there was no time, so I took a chance. And, thankfully it worked out, Qin Minghao explained, trying to preserve his dignity. I will assign a few officers to protect you, Feng Cheng stated. That won't be necessary. Uncle Feng, as long as I'm not threatened by armed individuals, I can manage my own safety. Qin Minghao was not boasting. With his current abilities, he was not easily intimidated. However, he recognized the limitations of his physical form against firearms. Once he reached a more advanced stage, he would be better equipped to defend himself. Moreover, after this experience, Qin Minghao resolved to create some tranquilizers and poisons for future contingencies. All right, since you have said so, I shall not be modest. Our police department is indeed short-staffed, but you must exercise caution. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me, Feng Cheng remarked. Understood, replied Qin Minghao. Feng Cheng personally saw Qin Minghao off and took his car number, instructing that the prize money should be directly deposited into his account once it arrived. After leaving the police station, Zhao Yu did not return home, but instead headed to the hospital to visit Wang Xiqing. In the ward, apart from Wang Xiqing, there was a man in his 30s. Upon seeing Qin Minghao, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Xiqing's eyes brightened at the sight of Qin Minghao, struggling to sit up. "Qin Minghao, are you all right?" Wang Xiqing exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the boy she admired. "I'm fine. How about you?" replied Qin Minghao. The man observed their acquaintance and politely inquired, "Is this your classmate?" Wang Xiqing nodded. "Brother, This is my classmate Qin Minghao. He saved me today. Wang Xiqing's brother, Wang Xiqing, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my sister. Wang Xiqing grasped Qin Minghao's hand, her excitement palpable. You're welcome. We're all classmates, and Wang Xiqing has helped me before, so I couldn't just stand by while she was taken. Qin Minghao smiled, withdrawing his hand. Now that you're safe, I can rest easy. The culprits have been apprehended, but they may seek further information from you. Do you need me to help you take leave from school? No need. My brother has already taken care of that. Qin Minghao, how did you defeat those villains? Wang Xiqing asked, a hint of regret in her voice for awakening too late. I don't know. Perhaps it was an adrenaline rush. I couldn't just sit idly by when I heard they were planning to take you away. Qin Minghao withheld details about his skills. You're amazing. Qin Minghao, you've saved my life, and I don't know how to repay you. Suddenly, Qin Minghao recalled a scene from a drama where a delicate woman, rescued by a young master from a noble family, timidly said, a life-saving grace. I can only repay with my body. Qin Minghao felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily shook his head. There's no need for repayment. You have helped me too. Let's consider it even, and you need not return that 1,000 yuan. Wang Xiqing replied, shyly lowering her head. Well, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave. Wang Xiqing intended to say she wouldn't interrupt, but when she looked up, Qin Minghao had already departed. Once home, Qin Minghao received a message from Bai Jinjin. Xiaohao, could you help me obtain a type of medication that enhances a man's abilities in bed for a short period? Qin Minghao paused at Bai Jinjin's message, perplexed by her request. Sister Jinjin, there are plenty of such medications available on the market. I don't want the typical ones. I need something effective for at least a week. Well, such a thing is not available on the market. Sister Jinjin, I can indeed create such a medication, but it carries significant side effects and can be detrimental to one's health. Qin Minghao initially intended to caution Bai Jinjin, but she responded, really? That sounds perfect. How much? I can transfer the payment right now. Given the tone of Bai Jinjin's message, Qin Minghao understood who she intended to use it for. The medication is not expensive, but I need to conduct some research first. I'll let you know once I have it ready. Qin Minghao did not refuse Bai Jinjin. Even without his own medication, Wang Qingyu wouldn't last much longer. Why not help him find a fleeting moment of joy? The following morning, as Qin Minghao was about to head out, he encountered Yi Mingwei. Xiaohao, where have you been lately? I can't find you whenever I visit your home, Yi Mingwei remarked, having not seen him for nearly a week. Oh, Qin Minghao pondered before saying, I've been studying traditional Chinese medicine with an old doctor while he helps me treat my eyes. Is that true? That's wonderful. Yi Mingwei's eyes sparkled at the prospect of hope for Qin Minghao's eyesight. Qin Minghao felt guilty for deceiving her, as she had been so kind to him. I won't keep you. You should go ahead. As Yi Mingwei turned to leave, Qin Minghao noticed her unusual gait. Sister Mingwei, have you been feeling tired lately? He inquired. I'm all right. I just twisted my back while moving goods yesterday. Don't worry about me. Go ahead, she replied, pausing in her tracks. I'm in no rush. Sister Mingwei, I've been learning massage techniques. Would you like me to give you a massage? Qin Minghao couldn't bear to see Yi Mingwei in discomfort and suggested instead. Sure. Let me see your skills. Yi Mingwei was also curious to ascertain whether the old doctor was genuine, not wanting to mislead Xiaohao due to his poor eyesight. Upon arriving at Yi Mingwei's home, she immediately removed her top and laid down on the bed. Cough. Qin Minghao nearly lost his composure at the sight. Yi Mingwei's fair back was presented before him, the black lingerie tightly fitting her slender waist, a sight that left him speechless. Xiaohao, I'm ready. If you're looking for a place, come and lend me a hand. Yi Mingwei suddenly sat up, catching Qin Minghao off guard. Too much, too white. Chapter 35. A fortuitous encounter with Shun Yiru. The excitement was overwhelming. One couldn't tell while she was clothed that Yi Mingwei possessed such allure. Xiaohao, Yi Mingwei called. Coming, Qin Minghao snapped back to reality, swallowing hard. Yi Mingwei resumed her position on the bed, and he fought to dispel any inappropriate thoughts as he placed his hands on her waist. Soft, smooth, the sensation was intoxicating. He channeled his energy through his palms into her body. Qin Minghao's large, warm hands elicited a shiver from Yi Mingwei as a wave of warmth surged within her, prompting an involuntary sound of pleasure. Hearing her soft moan sent Qin Minghao's heart racing. Yi Mingwei seemed to realize her voice was inappropriate, quickly covering her mouth with her hands. Yet her body's reactions were undeniably honest. She tensed her legs, her heart pounding erratically. Sister Mingwei, did I hurt you? Qin Minghao asked bashfully. No, Xiao. You didn't hurt me. It feels wonderful, don't stop. This was beyond what he had anticipated. Qin Minghao didn't expect Yi Mingyue to say such suggestive words, compelling him to push aside any lingering distractions and continue with the massage. As he worked, Yi Mingyue gradually relaxed, her feet no longer fidgeting, and began to emit soft, enchanting sounds. These sounds stirred something within Qin Minghao, urging his hands to wander lower. Yi Mingyue seemed utterly entranced, unaware of any impropriety. Just as Qin Minghao was about to touch a particularly enticing area, Yi Mingyue's phone rang unexpectedly. Xiao, hold on. I need to take this call. Qin Minghao quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a tinge of regret. He was so close. After answering the call, Yi Mingyue's expression darkened. They've gone too far. You wait. I'll be right there. She hung up and hurriedly dressed. Xiao, I have some matters to attend to at the shop. I'll head back now. Thank you for today. Yi Mingyue hurriedly left after speaking. Qin Minghao was momentarily taken aback. He considered following her, but recalled that, in her eyes, he was merely a blind man, which rendered many actions inconvenient. Thus, he called Chun Su for assistance before heading to school. Wang Xiqing had likely not yet been discharged from the hospital, and since Qin Minghao did not encounter her, he decided to find a place to rest after his class. Qin Minghao? A voice called from behind him. He turned around. Shinyiru? He was surprised to see this young lady here. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken, she exclaimed. Dressed in a duckbill cap, a black t-shirt, denim jeans, and canvas shoes, Qin Minghao's usual attire, she looked at him in surprise. You aren't a student here, are you? Yes, I'm a student at this school. You're not also studying at UDA, are you? Shinyiru nodded. I'm a freshman this year, majoring in financial management. What about you? I'm in the physics department, a sophomore, your senior. Qin Minghao was astonished by the coincidence that he and Shinyiru were fellow students. You're actually in university? But wait, how come you're in physics? Shinyiru was under the impression that he was a skilled doctor. Why can't I be in physics? Just as they were conversing, a sinister voice interrupted. Yiru. Both turned to see a familiar figure, Song Xiujin, the man who had previously attempted to disrupt Qin Minghao's stall at the ghost market and had been dealt with by him. What brings you here? You filthy scammer. Following Yiru to school to harass her. Upon seeing Qin Minghao, Song Xiujin's expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here? Qin Minghao is not a scammer. His talisman cured my mother's illness. I expect you to speak with more respect. Moreover, Qin Minghao is my schoolmate. If anyone is harassing someone, it is you who is bothering me. Shinyiru glared at Song Xiujin with disdain, leaving him feeling humiliated. However, he dared not retaliate against her, and instead unleashed his wrath on Qin Minghao. Put away your petty tricks. Yiru is not someone you can approach. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance. Qin Minghao furrowed his brow. It was clear that Shinyiru despised Song Xiujin, her disdain unmistakable. Why was it that Song Xiujin seemed oblivious to this? And what petty tricks was he supposedly using? Qin Minghao disdainfully countered, What business is it of yours? Well, do you believe I want to deal with you? Song Xiujin had harbored resentment towards Qin Minghao since their last encounter. He had sought him out the following day, but could not find him. Seeing Qin Minghao now intensified his jealousy. I'm so frightened. How is your hand? Qin Minghao smirked playfully. You must be responsible for this, right? What did you do to my hand? Song Xiujin's eyes blazed with anger as he recalled his injury. Ever since that day, he could not lift heavy objects or perform delicate tasks, a significant blow to his aspirations as a medical student. Previously, he hadn't connected the dots regarding Qin Minghao, as his hand had seemed fine at that time. However, now that Qin Minghao mentioned it, he wasn't foolish. I didn't do anything. Are you trying to pull a fast one? Yiru, I advise you to steer clear of such despicable people. Don't blame me if you end up in trouble. Don't speak indiscriminately. He's the one bothering me. Shinyiru laughed, though her expression quickly turned serious. Song Xiujin, Qin Minghao is my friend. I expect you to show him some respect. And could you, as a grown man, stop making a scene? I was present that day. Qin Minghao didn't harm you at all. Clearly, Song Xiujin was unwelcome and felt the sting of unspoken grievances. All he could do was glare at Qin Minghao and mutter, You better watch your back, before departing in a huff. Shinyiru rolled her eyes. This Song Xiujin is relentless, following me to school. Qin Minghao observed her with a smirk, finding her disdain amusing. What are you laughing at? You're not mocking me, are you? Qin Minghao, don't think that just because you saved my mother, I want to retaliate. The young lady adopted a haughty demeanor. No, not at all. Why would I mock you? I merely think it must be quite unpleasant to be hounded by such a wretched frog. Chapter 36. Let us chat. Since we are acquaintances, I consider us friends. At the very least, I am your junior. If someone is harassing me and you don't help, it's one thing, but to mock me. Shinyiru was somewhat miffed. Didn't Ti help you? If it weren't for me, he likely wouldn't have left so quickly. You should actually be thanking me. Qin Minghao chuckled, suddenly finding this girl rather endearing, especially when she was angry. Her cheeks puffed out like a puffer fish. Perhaps you have a point, Shunyiru conceded, considering his words. Then, I invite you. Before she could finish, her phone rang. Is it the delivery? All right, just a moment. After hanging up, Shunyiru turned to Qin Minghao. I'm going to pick up a package. Wait for me. Qin Minghao tilted his head, watching her dash off. As he leisurely followed, he reached the school gate only to be confronted by two youth with dyed, yellow hair who blocked his path. You're Qin Minghao, right? Let us have a chat. The two yellow-haired thugs exuded a menacing aura, brandishing baseball bats, clearly ill-intentioned. I don't believe I know you, and I have nothing to discuss with you. Qin Minghao replied coolly, though he pondered their origins. They didn't seem to be affiliated with kidnappers. They wouldn't dare approach him so brazenly. Stop with the nonsense. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Either you come with us, or don't blame us for being rude. One thug brandished his bat menacingly. Qin Minghao chose not to refuse, desiring to avoid a scene at the school gate. He smiled faintly and followed the two as they led him outside. Once outside, the conversation would undoubtedly take a different turn. He hoped the two thugs would still be able to laugh after this encounter. Smart choice. One thug snorted, flanking Qin Minghao on either side. Yi Mo smiled faintly, having initially believed that Zheng Wenxiao was formidable, only to find he had merely summoned a couple of ruffians. The two yellow-haired thugs flanked Yi Mo, clearly intent on preventing his escape. Just as they assumed Yi Mo would refuse and prepare to teach him a lesson. To their surprise, he said, lead the way. After a moment of hesitation, one thug responded, you got guts. Qin Minghao sauntered leisurely behind the two. Meanwhile, Shinyiru waited at the entrance for what felt like an eternity without seeing her package. She called the delivery service again, but they didn't answer, leaving her puzzled about the situation. Wait a minute. Shinyiru suddenly realized that her package was addressed to her home. She never had items sent to school. Coming to her senses, Shinyiru quickly turned back to find Qin Minghao, only to discover he was walking away with two men with yellow hair. Fuming, she stomped her foot. This Qin Minghao said he would wait for me. Something felt off, those two men. Shinyiru couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong, but decided to follow them. As she approached and saw the baseball bats in the thugs' hands, a memory struck her. She recognized them as Song Xiujin's friends. Realizing she had fallen into a trap orchestrated by Song Xiujin, Shinyiru recalled how he had previously sent these two thugs to trouble others who pursued her. The last time it had happened right in front of her, but now he had lured her away. It was not a good situation. Those two young men with blonde hair were trouble, armed as they were. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinyiru called the police. The two thugs abducted Qin Minghao from the school and led him to a nearby alley, where he was taken aback to find 5 more individuals, all dressed in a shabby manner. You dare to compete with Brother Song for a woman? You must be tired of living. One bald thug growled, brandishing a baseball bat at Qin Minghao. Brother Song? Qin Minghao's eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon him. No wonder the thug had left so swiftly. It was all part of a scheme. Did Song Xiujin send you? He asked, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The bald man glared at him, enraged. How dare you disrespect Brother Song at a time like this? You're just a college student. We've dealt with rivals for him before. None have left without tears. Qin Minghao understood that these hooligans had no intention of letting him go. So he began to loosen up, readying himself. Who do you think you're scaring? Do you believe I won't break your legs? He retorted. Their ignorance was palpable, clearly untested by the harsh realities of life. Boys, let us teach this kid a lesson about the cruelty of society, commanded the bald thug, and his gang closed in, swinging their bats. Society's cruelty? You have no idea what I've faced. Qin Minghao scoffed. Compared to the abduction by Longgu and the betrayal by Yang Kaijun and Lun Yuan, these thugs were hardly worth mentioning, mere trifles on his path. He resolved to show them the true meaning of life's harsh lessons. As the thugs charged, Qin Minghao stood his ground, delivering a swift kick to one thug's stomach, sending him flying and causing the bat to slip from his grip. Without employing any of his martial arts skills, he dispatched the group with remarkable ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Is this the cruelty of society? Let me give you a real lesson, he declared, seizing the bald thug by his collar. With a series of sharp slaps, he left the thug dazed and bloodied, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. Indeed, society can be merciless, but you simply have not witnessed it yet. The remaining thugs huddled together, trembling, while the bald man lay on the ground like a defeated dog, fluids seeping from him. Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us, they pleaded, bowing their heads. If it were me receiving this beating today, would you have shown me mercy? Qin Minghao pressed, advancing towards them. When Shun Yiru arrived with the police, she was met with the shocking sight of several men kneeling in the alley, trembling in fear. What is happening? She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. A middle-aged police officer furrowed his brow at the scene. Robbery and assault? The bald thug suddenly lunged at the officer, crying, "Officer, help! This kid is robbing us. When we refused to give him our money, he beat us up. If you hadn't come, he would have killed us." "You're lying. You kidnapped my classmate." "Officer, look at all the baseball bats on the ground." Shun Yiru protested vehemently. "You can't seriously think I, a college student, will be foolish enough to rob a bunch of thugs." The veteran officer maintained a stern demeanor as both sides presented their accounts. But the group with the greater numbers was clearly in the wrong, even as the young man had also inflicted considerable harm. "Everyone, back to the station." With a shrug, Qin Minghao complied, joining the police car alongside the thugs, though they were not placed in the same vehicle. Upon arrival at the station, he was locked away. Seizing the moment, the bald thug called Song Xiujin. "Useless. How did a mere college student escalate to a police station?" "I know now." Song Xiujin hung up, furious but cognizant of the potential fallout. He had relied on these thugs for various tasks, and if he abandoned them now, they might expose him. Resolutely, he dialed another number. "Uncle Shun, it's Xiujin. A few friends of mine were attacked and are now at the police station. Can you lend a hand?" "Yes, thank you." After hanging up, Song Xiujin's expression remained grim. Qin Minghao had no idea how long he had been locked up when the middle-aged officer returned, his face serious. "Robbery and assault, is that right?" "What?" Qin Minghao was taken aback. "You bring me in without even questioning me?" "We've conducted our inquiries and established the facts. Take this kid away." "Wait, why the sudden change in tone?" Qin Minghao wondered. Before he could voice his concerns, a junior officer approached with handcuffs. Realizing he could not allow himself to be detained, he knew he had to resist. He abruptly flipped the table, startling the veteran officer. "What do you think you're doing? Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" Without a word, Qin Minghao seized the handcuffs from the junior officer and cuffed both him and the veteran officer. "Where's the girl who came with me?" he demanded, glancing around for Shun Yiru, who had been following in her car. "Miss Shun, you're unaware, but this entire incident was orchestrated with her father's knowledge. She has no power to assist you," the veteran officer revealed bluntly. "You think this is just a simple case of robbery? Your actions indicate something far more sinister." Qin Minghao shot back, his gaze icy. He could not comprehend why Shun Yiru's father would side with the thugs. It was evident he was the true victim here. Approaching the veteran officer, he retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Old Chun, is something wrong?" came a deep voice from the other end. "Feng Shu, it's Qin Minghao," he replied. Feng Chung paused, surprised. "Why are you using Old Chen's phone? Is there a problem?" "Indeed. I'm currently at the police station's interrogation room, and this Officer Chun is now my prisoner." "What?" Feng Chung was completely bewildered. What on earth was happening? Qin Minghao had cuffed Officer Chun? What was going on? "You realize this is assaulting an officer, which carries serious consequences." Qin Minghao replied with a bitter smile. "Of course I know, but I am helpless. It would be best if you came here right away. Just wait. I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Feng Chung arrived in less than 2 minutes alone. Upon entering the interrogation room, he saw Officer Chun and another individual handcuffed to the door. "Xiaohao, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" If it weren't for Qin Minghao's previous significant contributions, Feng Chung would have drawn his gun by now. "Captain Feng, do you know this kid?" Upon seeing Feng Chung, Officer Chun felt his hope of rescue diminish rather than increase. "Why don't you explain to Uncle Feng why I have you handcuffed?" With Feng Chang's arrival and his lack of immediate aggression, Qin Minghao felt a sense of relief. Me. Officer Chun realized that whatever he said now would be futile, secretly blaming Qin Minghao for not mentioning his acquaintance with Feng Chang sooner. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Speak up. If you don't, I will." Officer Chun hastily interjected. "Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. This is just like the flood washing the Dragon King's temple, a family not recognizing one another, right? Upon hearing this, Feng Chung sensed something was amiss. If Officer Chun was innocent, he wouldn't have such an attitude. Only the naive young officer looked utterly bewildered. A misunderstanding? Is that how you policemen handle cases? Uncle Feng, if you won't speak, I will. This noon, I was kidnapped by two punks. I thought they were part of that group, so I didn't act rashly and followed them. When things escalated, they were no match for me, and I defeated them all. I intended to call you, but then they brought us to the police station. They didn't interrogate me, but locked me in the interrogation room, suddenly accusing me of robbery and assault, and also said, Qin Minghao deliberately elongated the last word, and also said Mr. Shun had given prior notice. Uncle Feng, who is this Mr. Shun? Have they infiltrated the police station? In an effort to escalate the situation, Qin Minghao intentionally linked this group to the kidnappers. Indeed, Feng Cheng's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this. Where are those people? Officer Chun, completely unaware of any kidnappers and the gravity of the situation, could only stammer they were released. Mr. Shun specifically instructed it. Old Feng, you know how it is with us. Chapter 38. Not wanting to go to jail? Without allowing Officer Chun to finish, Feng Chung turned directly to Qin Minghao and said, Come with me. Hey, old Feng, old Feng. Officer Chun was dumbfounded, wondering why he hadn't unlocked his handcuffs. Feng Chung ignored him entirely and asked while walking, Do you remember what those people who kidnapped you looked like? Seeing Feng Chung was serious and ready to take action, Qin Minghao suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Feng, actually, those people weren't kidnappers. They were just a group of thugs hired to trouble me. I said that on purpose. Worried you. Qin Minghao didn't finish his sentence, fearing his rapport with Feng Chung might not be sufficient. Were you afraid of? Afraid I would shield Officer Chen? Feng Chung chuckled, visibly relieved. Indeed, the actions I just undertook could lead to considerable charges. I do not wish to spend time in jail. Qin Minghao admitted, albeit reluctantly, that he had deceived Feng Chung, but it was for his own sake. If you don't want to go to jail, why would you dare to handcuff them? Feng Chung halted, turning to look at Qin Minghao, astonished by his audacity. I said I do not wish to go to jail, nor do I want to be wrongfully accused. Officer Chen made things quite clear. He doesn't even bear grudges. Listening to Qin Minghao, Feng Chung sighed. You can leave now. Huh? Qin Minghao was taken aback. I can leave just like that? Feng Chung looked at him helplessly. What else do you expect? Should I arrange a grand procession to send you off? Qin Minghao shook his head. What about this matter? There is no absolute fairness or justice in the world, and not everyone is virtuous, including the police. This incident is not your fault. It is an internal issue, and I will resolve it. Officer Chen will not retaliate against you, but I hope you do not lose trust in all public institutions because of this minor issue. Qin Minghao was a perilous individual. Feng Chung recognized this from their first encounter. In truth, Qin Minghao could be considered half a mentor to him, and he did not want the two to become adversaries over such a trivial matter. All right, I do not trust other officers, but I trust you, so I shall take my leave. Qin Minghao said, departing the police station. Outside, Shun Yuru was anxiously pacing, drenched in sweat, worried that those thugs had been released, while Qin Minghao had yet to emerge. You haven't left yet? As soon as Qin Minghao stepped out, he found Shun Yuru flitting about like a headless chicken. You finally came out. Seeing Qin Minghao, tears almost spilled from Shun Yuru's eyes. Were you worried? Qin Minghao understood that his near detainment was due to Shun Yuru's father, yet he also recognized the strained relationship between Shun Yuru and her father. Given her anxious demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to blame her. What happened? Why were those thugs released? Shun Yuru inquired. I don't know. They were released, so let it be. They gained nothing from it. From Shun Yuru's tone, it was clear she was unaware of her father's involvement. Why is that? Shun Yuru still felt indignant. Observing her expression, Qin Minghao couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, smiling as he said, simply because the world is inherently unjust. They didn't benefit, so stop being upset. When Qin Minghao's large hand touched Shun Yuru's head, she stiffened. No one had ever patted her head before. Take your hand away. Shun Yuru stomped her foot at Qin Minghao, demanding. All right, I will take it away. Girls shouldn't always be angry. It's bad for your health. You. Shun Yuru regretted her previous concern for him. Not only did he have a sharp tongue, but his hands were also audacious. Had she known, she wouldn't have worried about him. All right, it's getting late, and I'm hungry. Are you coming to eat? Qin Minghao had yet to reach the stage of fasting, and a missed meal would leave him ravenous. Let me treat you. It's my fault you got involved with those thugs sent by Song Xiujin. Shen Yiru suddenly lowered her head, speaking with guilt. I know it's not your fault, but that Song Xiujin likely has yet to learn the harsh lessons of society. Come, let us go eat. Back inside the police station, Feng Chung returned to unlock Officer Chen's handcuffs. He addressed the young officer. You may leave now, and do not speak about today's events to anyone. Otherwise, not only will Officer Chen lose his job, but you will also become the subject of an investigation. Feng Cheng's tone was quite unceremonious, causing Officer Chun's face to flush with embarrassment as he waved the young officer away. You may go. Once the young officer departed, Feng Cheng lit a cigarette and sat down. Officer Chun, do you know what case I was handling recently? Having promised Qin Minghao not to trouble Officer Chun, Feng Cheng intended to keep his word. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? What is your connection with that kid? Qin Minghao. Officer, Chen retorted. First, answer my question. Feng Cheng's demeanor turned serious. Is it just a kidnapping case? What is the big deal? Did you accomplish something remarkable? Feng Cheng shook his head with a smile. This credit is not mine. We merely stumbled upon it. All the hostages were rescued by one person, and all the kidnappers were apprehended by the same individual. What? He was a civil police officer, while Feng Cheng was a criminal police officer. They belonged to different departments. Though he had heard some rumors, he was genuinely unaware of the specifics. Surprised, are you? There is something even more astonishing. That person, the very youth you wronged, is none other than Qin Minghao. Old Chen felt as though struck by lightning. How could that young man possess such formidable skills? It is no wonder he is acquainted with Feng Cheng. Yet, what of it? His recent actions. Old Chen was unwilling to acknowledge his mistake, as doing so would be akin to handing Feng Cheng a weapon against him. You heard what he said just now. The seller was apprehended, yet the buyers managed to escape. Our silence was merely to safeguard Qin Minghao. Although there were no explicit instructions from above, he was awarded a bonus of 30,000 yuan, which I have yet to deliver. The higher-ups regard him highly and intend to use him as bait. Yet what have you done? At that moment, Old Chen's countenance darkened ominously, as he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Feng Cheng was quite pleased with Old Chen's demeanor. Extinguishing his cigarette, he remarked, I'm unaware of the backgrounds of those you let go, but they are likely accomplices of the buyers. Furthermore, the Mr. Shin you mentioned could very well be the shadowy mastermind behind this. If this matter reaches the higher-ups, Old Chun, you could face dismissal and investigation. As a public servant, your actions constitute a violation of regulations, abuse of power, and collusion with criminals. Old Chun felt utterly devastated, his legs trembling. Enough. Old Feng, I truly was mistaken. Chapter 39. Is this your boyfriend? I am aware of the implications. Hence I wish to avoid escalating this issue or disrupting the plans set by the higher-ups. Otherwise, do you believe I would engage in this idle chatter with you? Cold sweat beaded on Old Chen's forehead as he addressed Feng Cheng, stating, I understand, I truly do. I will not impede your team's plans. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will dispatch personnel to apprehend those ruffians and ensure they are severely punished. Feng Cheng smiled with satisfaction. The restaurant to which Shinyiru took Qin Minghao was a place called Xiaofu Lu. The establishment boasted an exquisitely traditional decor. The welcoming staff at the entrance, adorned in kipeos and black stockings, were all statuesque. Truth be told, Qin Minghao had envisioned dining as a casual affair at a modest eatery. This venue seemed rather extravagant. Is the cost here not rather steep? He inquired softly. Why concern yourself with such matters? You need not pay. Ah, so he is preparing to indulge. Oh, is that Yiru? And who might this be? A woman in her 30s, elegantly clad in a qipao, regarded Qin Minghao with curiosity upon noticing him beside Shinyiru. Sister Jing, this is my friend Qin Minghao. We have come to enjoy a meal. Is there a table available? Shinyiru replied. Sister Jing, with an air of mystery, pulled Shinyiru aside. Even though her voice was hushed, Qin Minghao could still hear. Boyfriend? Shinyiru's cheeks flushed crimson as she explained. Just a friend, a classmate, a senior. Sister Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have never seen you bring a male classmate to dine before. Do not attempt to deceive me. Glancing at Qin Minghao, she added, he is rather handsome. Does he treat you well? What is family? He isn't the kind of person like Song Xiujin, is he? Qin Minghao felt perplexed. Shinyiru was at a loss for how to explain to Sister Jing and could only stamp her foot in frustration. I assure you, he is merely an ordinary friend. Very well, then, An ordinary friend it is. Sister Jing ceased her teasing, personally guiding the two to a private room on the second floor. You two converse. I will check on the kitchen. With that, Sister Jing gracefully exited. Qin Minghao chose to ignore the earlier conversation. It was evident that Shen Yiru was a regular at Xiao Fu Lu. Sister Jing was no ordinary waitress. She exuded maturity and elegance, a stark contrast to the flirty demeanor of the entrance staff. Qin Minghao, how do you plan to deal with Song Xiujin? Shen Yiru drew the curtains, enveloping the room in a soft, intimate glow. Me? Why do you assume I would confront Song Xiujin? Qin Minghao inquired with curiosity. Why? Shen Yiru was uncertain. She simply felt that Qin Minghao was the type to settle scores. She couldn't quite articulate it, just an instinct. Qin Minghao smirked slightly. It seemed Shen Yiru's intuition was quite accurate. What is the relationship between your father and Song Xiujin? My father? Shen Yiru's expression suddenly soured. Did Song Xiujin say something? The affair between her father and Shen Yiru's aunt was a family secret, proud as she was. Shen Yiru did not wish for Qin Minghao to know. Nothing was said, but this matter is quite significant to me. Those ruffians were bailed out through connections with a Mr. Shun. What? Shen Yiru abruptly rose from her seat. Are you certain? She could not fathom that those thugs had ties to the police. They had been summoned by Song Xiujin. If they were apprehended without his appearance, Shen Yiru could easily deduce who Mr. Shun was. The officer who escorted us back disclosed this directly to me. Shen Yiru's initial disbelief morphed into anger and sorrow. How could he do this? I am his daughter. Song Xiujin is merely the nephew of a mistress. Fuming, Shen Yiru exclaimed. A mistress? Hiss. The Shen family is quite a tangled mess. Song Xiujin's backer is indeed Shen Yiru's father. This cannot stand. I must confront him to understand his intentions. Shen Yiru, agitated, grasped her bag and prepared to leave. Calm down. Qin Minghao seized Shen Yiru's wrist. You need not jeopardize your relationship with your father for my sake. It is not for you. I simply wish to inquire about his true intentions. Shen Yiru's eyes sparkled with determination. Qin Minghao recognized her fiery temperament, yet he did not anticipate her daring to question her own father. He could already envision Shen Yiru confronting her father, with him becoming furious. In truth, there is no need. You're already aware of his thoughts. If they cannot be altered, what purpose does questioning serve? Qin Minghao, being a man himself, understood the male psyche. Then what should I do? Should I simply swallow this indignation? Shen Yiru protested, unwilling to concede. Were it not for his protection, she would never have allowed Song Xiujin near her. Of course not. We must devise a plan to strip Song Xiujin of your father's support. Shen Yiru gazed at Qin Minghao in alarm. What do you intend to do? Will you confront my father? Qin Minghao, who had just taken a sip of tea, inadvertently spat it out, exclaiming, What could I possibly do to your father? He is fond of women, and I cannot seduce him. However, we can certainly make your father lose interest in Song Xiujin's aunt. That is impossible, Shen Yiru adamantly asserted, knowing her father's preferences for women who were both wild and submissive. Why is it impossible? Nothing is insurmountable. Only those lacking resolve fear challenges. Today we shall dine, and tomorrow I shall provide you with 2 splendid items that will surely dissuade your father from that woman. What items? Shen Yiru, aware of Qin Minghao's capabilities and enigmatic nature, could not suppress her curiosity. You will find out tomorrow. For now, let's enjoy our meal. I am quite hungry. Very well. Although Shen Yiru was intrigued, she was not one to linger in anticipation. During their meal, the two found comfort in each other's company, with Qin Minghao refraining from provoking Shen Yiru. The atmosphere in the private room was devoid of quarrels and anger, filled instead with tranquility and warmth. Shen Yiru suddenly realized that Qin Minghao was quite pleasant company when he was not irked with her, making her feel relaxed and at ease in his presence. After dining, Qin Minghao stood calmly at the door, awaiting Shen Yiru to settle the bill. He felt no embarrassment. After all, it was she who had suffered undeserved misfortune that nearly led him to prison. It was only fitting that she treat him to a meal, especially considering the cost was at least several thousand yuan. His finances were limited, and he could not afford such extravagance. Chapter 40. Has your mother met him? Both Qin Minghao and Shen Yiru were satisfied with the meal, yet someone else was not. Sister Jing cast a scornful and disdainful glance at Qin Minghao. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Another one who thinks our Yiru is easy to bully, just a pretty boy living off her. Upon hearing her words, Qin Minghao frowned, wanting to explain, but Sister Jing had already pulled Shun Yiru aside. Yiru, this boy is no good. Look at him. Dining with a girl and expecting you to pay. He must be after your money. Don't let him deceive you. Shun Yiru found Sister Jing's comments amusing yet exasperating. Sister Jing, he isn't what you think. You are too naive. I know all kinds of men, Sister Jing replied, her voice filled with righteous indignation. It's truly not like that, Sister Jing. Qin Minghao is quite remarkable. He treated my mother's illness without charge. The reason I invited him for dinner was that we coincidentally ran into each other at school, and then Song Xiujin saw us, became jealous, and mistakenly assumed he was my suitor, sending someone to harass him. Fortunately, Qin Minghao was capable enough to handle the troublemakers, but still ended up at the police station. I felt embarrassed, which is why I invited him to dinner. Shun Yiru explained the situation to Sister Jing. Is it really true that he treated your mother's illness? He must be a good lad then. Has your mother met him? What does she think? Sister Jing's curiosity piqued upon learning that Qin Minghao was not like Song Xiujin. What can she say? He left right after she regained consciousness, Shun Yiru replied. Sister Jing, Qin Minghao and I are just classmates. If there is any relationship, he is merely the benefactor who saved my mother. Sister Jing seemed more intrigued. Well, hearing you say that makes me think he is quite impressive. He is handsome and knows medicine. Most importantly, he is physically capable. He can protect you. Shun Yiru looked at Sister Jing, half amused and half annoyed. Sister Jing, please stop imagining things. Qin Minghao can be quite arrogant and has a sharp tongue. I must take my leave now. She wished to escape quickly, fearing that if she stayed any longer, Sister Jing might even devise names for her future children with Qin Minghao. Make sure to visit often. Qin Minghao was unaware of what Shun Yiru and Sister Jing discussed, but her gaze had grown intensely warm. Where do you live? I'll drive you home. Shun Yiru said from the driver's seat. South City. Could you drive a bit slower? If not, I could take a shared bicycle home. To be honest, Qin Minghao was reluctant to be Shun Yiru's chauffeur. Her driving was rather reckless, and he had just eaten. I'll drive slowly then. Shun Yiru shot him a glance, surprised that a grown man could be so timid. The car did not enter the alley, and Qin Minghao got out to say goodbye. Don't forget the 2 things you promised. Let us meet at the school gate tomorrow at noon. With that, Shun Yiru rolled up the window and sped away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Minghao felt a bit helpless and turned towards the pharmacy at the alley's mouth. I'd like to buy some He Shou Wu and Bai Fu Zi, Qin Minghao told the cashier. We don't have that here, the girl replied without looking up. If you want herbal medicine, go to a Chinese medicine shop. We only sell Western medicine. Qin Minghao realized he had overlooked that detail. I'm sorry for the trouble. He left the pharmacy. There were numerous drugstores in the area, but he had yet to spot a Chinese medicine shop. After walking half the street without success, he received a call from his cousin, Chen Su. Where have you been? It's already late. I'm searching for a Chinese medicine shop. Have you returned home? Qin Minghao could hardly remember the last time he had seen his cousin's face. I'm back and starving. What do you need a Chinese medicine shop for? I'm helping a friend get some herbs, but I haven't found any. I'll head back shortly. He thought it best to give a prescription to Shun Yiru tomorrow. She would surely know how to procure the herbs. Where are you now? Jiansu in Gui. I'm on the street next to the ghost market. Chen Su paused before asking. Is it the street with Chunji Baozi's shop? Qin Minghao looked around and indeed spotted Chunji Baozi's shop. Yes, that's the street. Why? Across from Chunji Baozi's shop, there is an alley that leads to a small clinic. They sell Chinese medicine there. What? Qin Minghao hastily walked towards the alley Chen Su mentioned. To his surprise, there was indeed a small clinic tucked away, easily missed by the average passerby. Cousin, how did you know about this? Qin Minghao was astonished. Who was the true local here? After an hour of searching, Chen Su had found a place he had overlooked. Just wander around a bit more, and you'll find out, Chen Su chuckled. I'll be waiting for you to return. Hurry. After hanging up, Qin Minghao entered the clinic. It was modest, with dim lighting, and an elderly man in traditional attire sat behind the counter, adjusting his glasses. Are you here for herbs or injection? The old doctor asked, looking up at Qin Minghao. I'd like to get some herbs. Could you provide me with paper and a pen? I need to write a prescription. You don't have a prescription? The old doctor inquired, raising an eyebrow. I forgot to bring it, Qin Minghao admitted. You better hurry back to get it. Or, if you tell me what you need, I can assess it. You can't just write it down yourself. If you make a mistake, it could be fatal. No need. I've written my own prescription. Just follow it. Qin Minghao insisted. Your own prescription? How old are you? The small clinic had 3 or 4 patients, and Qin Minghao's declaration caught their attention. 20. What of it? He replied, puzzled about the connection between age and prescribing medicine. The old doctor scoffed. Don't think that just because you've read a few books, you know Chinese medicine. It's vast and profound, and you know nothing. As a doctor, I must be responsible for my patients. I cannot give you the herbs. The old doctor outright refused him. Old man, reading is about quality, not just quantity. I agree that Chinese medicine is extensive, but how can you assume I only know the basics? The prescription is mine. You just need to sell me the herbs. If anything goes wrong, it's on me, not you. Qin Minghao argued. Knowing that Chinese medicine is profound is good enough, but how can a young lad like you write a prescription? How many years have you studied? I doubt you learned it in the womb. If you truly came from a family of practitioners, you wouldn't be here in this small clinic. Go on leave. Don't waste my time treating patients. Chapter 41. Don't you dare back down. The old doctor suddenly ordered him to leave, as the practice of traditional Chinese medicine had nearly declined, with few practitioners left. He refused to let anyone tarnish its reputation. In his eyes, Qin Minghao was just a child who knew nothing. I'll leave, but not without a fight. Give me paper and a pen. I will write out the prescription. If you think it's flawed, I'll leave empty-handed. If not, you will provide me with the herbs. Had he not been unable to find a second Chinese medicine shop, Qin Minghao would not have wasted his breath on the doctor. Is this how traditional Chinese medicine has become? Rigid and condescending? It is no wonder that traditional Chinese medicine has fallen into obscurity, as it is inextricably linked to these aged practitioners. The old doctor scrutinized Qin Minghao from head to toe, his eyes radiating disdain and contempt. Very well, I shall let you prescribe. I am curious to see what concoction you can come up with. To wield a great sword before Guangdong, you must be courting disaster. In the previously quiet clinic, patients suddenly congregated, eager to witness the outcome of this audacious young man's challenge. Instead of directly prescribing a whitening remedy, Qin Minghao opted for a common formula aimed at invigorating blood circulation and dispelling stasis. His handwriting was elegant, much like his demeanor, and soon he presented the prescription to the old doctor. 3-7, Chuanxiong, peach kernel, safflower, red peony, salvia, cattail pollen. Dragon bone grass, the old doctor read aloud while nodding and shaking his head. Young man, this formula is indeed for invigorating blood and dispelling stasis, an ancient prescription. However, I have encountered dragon bone grass before, and it is merely a recitation of the classics. This dragon bone grass has long been extinct. If we were to follow your prescription, the necessary herbs could never be gathered. The old doctor became increasingly convinced that this youth had merely perused a few texts and was merely regurgitating what he had read. After all, with over 30 years in practice, he had never come across dragon bone grass. The onlookers, having no reason to doubt the old doctor's words, recognized him as a renowned traditional Chinese physician in the entire southern city, with many dignitaries reverently referring to him as Dr. Chun. Your lack of experience does not negate its existence. As for whether I am merely regurgitating texts, I believe that is of no concern to you. Just tell me if my prescription has any issues. If not, please prepare the medicine for me. Qin Minghao's patience began to wane. The prescription was indeed sound. However, the old doctor asserted, young man, I have practiced for over 30 years, encountering more herbs than you have tasted salt. If I have not seen it, it is most likely extinct. It is not a trivial matter to treat illness. I do not wish for you to pursue fleeting pride. While an interest in traditional Chinese medicine is commendable, I hope you can settle down and study diligently. Perhaps you may achieve something worthwhile. How insolent! Qin Minghao felt a surge of anger at the old doctor's lecture. Simply put, you refuse to prepare my medicine, don't you? The smile faded from his face. If you cannot prepare it, then you cannot. The old doctor remained resolute. Very well. Are you intent on tarnishing your own reputation? Qin Minghao questioned. No, on the contrary, I am accountable for my reputation and for the patients. Young man, traditional Chinese medicine is not as simple as you envision. You may have read extensively, but diagnosing is not merely a rote exercise. Patients do not fall ill according to the textbooks. Moreover, the application and dosage of herbs vary with different conditions. I do not wish to harm you, nor do I want you to harm others, the old doctor explained patiently. Fine, then allow me to provide you with another prescription, Qin Minghao remarked, glancing at the unfinished prescription on the old doctor's counter. Are you prescribing for someone? Is there anyone who cannot? The old doctor hastily covered the incomplete prescription, which was for treating kidney deficiency. Though effective, it was too slow and gentle for severely deficient patients. yielding almost negligible results even after 3 years. Cough, cough. The old doctor's face flushed, hastily concealing the prescription, for it was a matter of patient privacy. Enough of your hiding. This prescription is inadequate and subpar. Allow me to offer you a better one, Qin Minghao insisted, adding an herb to the old doctor's original formula. This new prescription not only replenished the kidneys, but also invigorated male vitality, and most importantly, it worked quickly without harming the body. A middle-aged man in the crowd perked up at the mention of invigorating male vitality, excitedly inquiring, "Dr. Chun, is what this young man says true?" As he spoke, all eyes turned toward him, and he unabashedly gazed at Dr. Chun, seeking an answer. The old doctor stroked his beard, murmuring, "Snake gallgrass, its properties are potent. This herb is well placed. How could he have overlooked it?" Seeing the astonished and enlightened expression on Dr. Chen's face, the man needed no further confirmation to know that Qin Minghao was correct. "Dr. Chun, prescribe it for me just like that," the man exclaimed eagerly. This time, the old doctor did not refute him. The addition of snake gallgrass was astute. It would not only enhance the efficacy of the original prescription, but also do so without harm. Very well. The old doctor's gaze toward Qin Minghao transformed from disdain to confusion and intrigue. "Since you believe this prescription to be sound, can we proceed with preparing the medicine?" Qin Minghao inquired. To his surprise, the old doctor shook his head. "No, we had an agreement. If I proved myself, you would prepare the medicine for me." Qin Minghao was taken aback by the old man's inconsistency. "Young man, it is not that I refuse to prescribe. It is simply that I do not have any dragon bone grass available. Moreover, a mere prescription such as this does not validate your medical prowess." Furrowing his brow, Qin Minghao pondered for a moment before proposing, "Then, is there anyone willing to let me take their pulse and prescribe for them?" Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly chimed in. "I'm here. Let me see." The old doctor refrained from intervening. He was neither afraid of embarrassment nor of tarnishing his reputation. He merely wished to observe the young man's capabilities. "Very well. If your prescription surpasses mine, I shall allow everyone to use your formula, prepare the medicine for you, and even provide it free of charge," the old doctor declared. "But do not retract your promise." Qin Minghao promptly settled down to take a pulse. After 2 minutes of silence, he lowered his head and swiftly scribbled on paper. Moving on to the next. The crowd craned their necks to glimpse the paper, though they could not comprehend it. Only the old doctor was left speechless, his astonishment palpable, nearly causing his eyes to bulge. These patients were his responsibility. He knew their ailments better than anyone else. Each prescription Qin Minghao provided was far superior to his own, leading him to feel as though this young man surpassed him in skill. Chapter 42. The fair lady emerges from the bath. How could this be? As the pulse-taking concluded, Qin Minghao rose, and all eyes turned to the old doctor, who remained in a daze. "What? Are you unable to comprehend my prescriptions? To avoid you accusing me of merely regurgitating texts, I have provided the simplest formulas with commonplace herbs. If you still find fault," the old doctor snapped back to reality, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Qin Minghao, akin to a dog that has spotted a bone, eager to pounce. No, there is no issue. May I inquire, young brother, from whom did you learn your craft? Is it a family tradition?" The old doctor's demeanor shifted, now suffused with fervent respect. Having just expressed concern over his ability to understand, he now wondered if there were even better and more advanced prescriptions. The old doctor felt he had stumbled upon a treasure, a glimmer of hope. "No, I have merely perused fundamental ancient texts, and am merely reiterating what I have learned," Qin Minghao replied, returning the old doctor's words. "I am the one lacking discernment. Please do not hold it against this old man." The old doctor's face reddened, but he did not retort. If not for the youth's tender age, he would have eagerly knelt down to become his disciple. The quality of the prescriptions indicated this person's remarkable medical skill, far surpassing his own. Likely honed from infancy and under the guidance of an extraordinary mentor, I shall prepare the herbs you requested immediately, though dragon bone grass is genuinely unavailable," the old doctor stated. "No," Qin Minghao firmly rejected. "I truly am." The old doctor assumed Qin Minghao was angered and sought to explain himself, but he was cut off. "I do not require these medicinal herbs. The ones I desire are quite simple, and I shall write them down for you." The elderly physician gazed at the herbs listed on the paper. White peony, efficacy, gentian, aloe, rasher, white sage, motherwort, and so forth. These herbs possess numerous benefits, yet they all share a common property of skin whitening. Is this meant for internal consumption? The old doctor appeared perplexed. If it were to be ingested, the properties of the herbs could indeed conflict. Surely, the one who composed this prescription would not commit such a fundamental error. In that fleeting moment, the elderly doctor even began to doubt his own understanding. Madness. It is intended for external application, a straightforward formula for skin whitening, not for ingestion. The old physician dismissed the notion that the other party would make such a basic mistake and hurriedly prepare the herbs. Do you think this is sufficient? The old doctor nearly emptied his medicine chest, filling a large bag to the brim. Is this enough? How much do I owe you? Qin Minghao finally acquired the herbs he sought. No charge, no charge. I have stated before, as long as your prescription surpasses mine, I shall provide the herbs free of charge. However, I do have a small request. May I study your formulas? The elderly physician respectfully inquired. Certainly. Qin Minghao did not refuse. Although the old man was somewhat pedantic, he was not ill-natured, and these formulas held little significance for him. Really? The old physician's hands trembled with excitement. Traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine. It is passed down through lineage, categorized into master-apprentice and family traditions, and is generally not shared with outsiders, especially such precious formulas. It is often said that teaching a disciple may lead to the master's ruin. Even when a master instructs a pupil, they typically withhold some secrets. Yet this individual has truly offered them to me. Initially, he held little hope, merely asking out of curiosity. I possess many such formulas. They are not remarkable. If you wish to study them, take them. Traditional Chinese medicine is no longer flourishing. Having one more practitioner is not a detriment. However, I have one condition. If anyone wishes to learn, you must not hoard knowledge, Qin Minghao stated, his words exuding the demeanor of a sage. Certainly, certainly, you truly are. The old man's tears flowed freely, for Qin Minghao spoke the truth, indeed. Few learn traditional Chinese medicine, and each formula is akin to a martial arts secret in a novel, not easily conjured, reminiscent of Shen Nong tasting hundreds of herbs, necessitating countless practices and experiments. Thus, his gratitude deepened. Very well, I have taken the herbs. You may continue. It was getting late, and Qin Minghao wished not to squander time, especially considering the old physician's excited demeanor, fearing he might suffer an incident. Upon returning from the clinic, it was already past 7 in the evening, and he found Chun Su lounging carelessly in the courtyard's rocking chair, fingers flying over his mobile phone. Back so soon? Was the wait for the herbs so lengthy? Qin Minghao refrained from discussing the events at the clinic, instead inquiring about Chun Su's recent activities. However, before he could speak, Chun Su continued, I noticed that Sister Mingyue's restaurant was closed when I returned, even posting sign for lease. What? Qin Minghao was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Sister Mingyue had hurriedly left after receiving a phone call that morning. You didn't know? Chun Su assumed Qin Minghao was informed. I'm heading to Sister Mingyue's house. Qin Minghao set down the herbs and turned to leave. Sister Mingyue, are you home? After calling several times without a response, his anxiety grew, fearing that Yi Mingyue might be in trouble and reluctant to share. He pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard was empty, and upon opening the door to the room, he was met with a cacophony of splashing sounds. The room was filled with steam, and Qin Minghao stood frozen in place. At that very moment, Yi Mingyue was standing in a large tub, her delicate hands splashing water onto herself. The droplets cascaded over her fair, smooth skin, slowly returning to the tub. Qin Minghao's mind went blank, his gaze fixed on Yi Mingyue's exquisite figure within the tub. This sight was even more vivid than before, and she faced him sideways. The perfect curves and contours resembling a divine masterpiece crafted by God. Qin Minghao's throat grew dry, and he could not suppress a gulp. Yet Yi Mingyue seemed entirely unaware, even lifting her leg and resting it on the tub's edge. Qin Minghao's blood surged. He could hardly restrain the desire to be the tub beneath her feet. As she moved, her ample bosom quivered, as if on the verge of bursting forth. So grand, so heavy. The sight ignited a feverish heat within Qin Minghao. Just as he was entranced, Yi Mingyue suddenly turned, spotting Qin Minghao standing in the doorway. Lost in a daze. Hiss! Qin Minghao felt as though his nose would bleed. The clarity of the vision was overwhelming, flawless, even the pores evident. Yi Mingyue was the embodiment of a divine being, with skin as white as snow, devoid of any excess flesh or body hair. His breath quickened, losing any semblance of composure. Little Hao Yu. Chapter 43. Will you accompany me? Upon seeing Qin Minghao, Yi Mingwei instinctively wrapped her arms around her vital areas. Panic etched across her face, but soon, before Qin Minghao could react, she relaxed her grip and leisurely wrapped a towel around herself, merely covering the essential areas while her thighs remained exposed. However, Yi Mingwei did not appear angry. Instead, she walked slowly toward Qin Minghao. You child, you come in without a sound, nearly giving your sister-in-law a fright. Fresh from the bath, her hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water cascading down her skin, emanating a fragrant aroma that invaded Qin Minghao's senses, leaving him a loss for words, unsure how to explain. Being caught peeking was no mere embarrassment. Sister-in-law, it's quite late, and you can't see well. Why are you here alone? Yi Mingwei's words caused Qin Minghao's previously rigid body to relax. Indeed, Sister Mingwei thought he couldn't see. This was simply, utterly delightful. Qin Minghao suddenly felt his feigned blindness was serendipitously correct, albeit contrary to his original intent. I heard from my cousin that your restaurant is for lease. What exactly is happening, Sister Mingwei? Qin Minghao's voice trembled with tension. You know, Yi Mingwei's expression visibly fell, and taking a deep breath, she replied, It's nothing. I simply don't want to continue. I will soon be a landlord. Why toil so hard? Yi Mingwei wished to spare Qin Minghao any worry. Is that so? However, Qin Minghao remained unconvinced. He understood Sister Mingwei well. She was a strong-willed woman. If she truly felt that way, she wouldn't have remained in such a state of solitude for so long. With her beauty, what man wouldn't desire her? The arduous effort of running a restaurant was to avoid becoming idle, was it not? Of course. You need not worry about me. I have earned quite a bit over the years, and with age, my energy is waning. I simply do not wish to work so hard anymore. Though she spoke these words, a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of Yi Mingwei's mouth. Very well. Since you say so, I will be at ease. Qin Minghao knew that Yi Mingwei had encountered some troubles, but she did not wish to divulge them. And even if he pressed, he wouldn't extract anything. How are your eyes? Have they improved lately? Yi Mingyu sat beside Yi Mingao, draped in a towel that seemed precariously close to slipping, her fragrance enveloping him, stirring his restless heart. At that moment, he certainly could not say they were fine, as that would imply he had seen Yi Mingwei bathing. Not yet, but occasionally I can sense a glimmer of light, though I still cannot see clearly. Really? That's wonderful. Yi Mingwei joyfully grasped Qin Minghao's hand, their bodies nearly touching. Qin Minghao's breath quickened as he fixated on the profound depths of Yi Mingwei's gaze, yearning to push her down in that very moment. Yet, he remained uncertain whether things could truly improve. Qin Minghao intentionally displayed a forlorn expression. It will be all right, Ziaha. Everything will be fine, Yi Mingwei reassured him, a sentiment she directed not only at him but also at herself. Even if I cannot recover, Sister Mingwei will always take care of me, right? Qin Minghao inquired. What nonsense are you speaking, child? Sister is a widow, but you, on the other hand, must eventually marry and have children. There will naturally be someone to accompany you then. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yi Mingwei felt a pang of emptiness in her heart at the thought of Qin Minghao marrying. It caused her heart to ache. Marriage? Sister Mingwei, I do not wish to marry anymore. With my condition, I would only burden others. You are right. I should not be a burden to you. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Qin Minghao felt an unexpected wave of sadness, even anger stir within him. What foolishness are you saying, Ziaha? Ziaha. Yi Mingwei was taken aback by Qin Minghao's intense reaction. Had Tia's eyes improved significantly? Surely her words could not have hurt him. Yi Mingwei hurried after him, grasping his hand from behind. When did you become so temperamental, child? I merely spoke, and I know you fear being deceived. But not all women in this world are wicked. At the very least, I will not look down upon you. The moment Qin Minghao felt Yi Mingwei's delicate, warm hand in his restless heart found a sudden tranquility. Indeed, there are virtuous women in the world, many of whom, like his mother and Sister Mingwei, are good souls. Really? Then will you always stay by my side? Qin Minghao asked earnestly. Yi Mingwei was momentarily taken aback by his question. She suddenly perceived a fervent and resolute spark in his hollow eyes, causing her heart to race and making her realize that this answer held profound significance. Sister Mingyue must still be unwilling. Seeing her hesitation, Qin Minghao felt he should not have posed such a question. What was their relationship? Neighbors? Siblings? What meaning lay behind his question? Did he wish to be with Yi Mingyue? Pursue her? Even he did not know. He longed for silence. Recognizing he had been overly impulsive today, as he prepared to release her hand and turn away, he inadvertently brushed against her bath towel. The towel slipped from Yi Mingyue's body, prompting her to instinctively scream. Qin Minghao quickly turned around to find her crouched on the floor, clutching her body, frantically grasping for the towel. Sister Mingyue. A wave of guilt washed over him. He wanted to embrace her, but felt he must feign ignorance. Yi Mingyue hurriedly wrapped the towel around herself again, standing up and tousling her disheveled hair, feigning calmness as she said, "Zayaha, I'm fine. Sister is not unwilling. I promise you, no matter whether you can see me or not, I shall be here to care for you, as long as you do not disdain me." For reasons inexplicable, Yi Mingyue felt her heart ache painfully as Qin Minghao prepared to leave. Really? Qin Minghao asked joyfully. Indeed, sister does not deceive you, she replied, her face flushing. She was uncertain of what Qin Minghao meant by companionship, yet she understood that her own notion of companionship extended beyond mere presence. At this moment, Yi Mingyue internally berated herself for harboring such thoughts. Although Zayaha suffered from poor eyesight, he was young, handsome, and kind-hearted, with a glimmer of hope for his future. Meanwhile, she was a widow, significantly older than him. It felt utterly shameless. Yet, she could not bear to watch Qin Minghao leave. Chapter 44. Something feels amiss. Sister, thank you. Qin Minghao could no longer restrain himself. He embraced Yi Mingyue. Zayaha. Yi Mingyue's face instantly turned as red as a peach, her voice dwindling, and her body stiffened. She could not recall the last time she had been this close to a man. The last time, during her abduction, had been filled only with fear and panic. Embarrassed, Yi Mingyue tentatively pushed Yi Minghao's shoulders. Her soft form pressed against him, and he tightened his embrace. Zayaha, release me quickly. What would others think? Yi Mingyue said bashfully. I apologize, sister. I am simply overwhelmed. You know I have no family. Although my cousin is here, I do not know when he will leave. I am just so elated. Qin Minghao understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw, but he felt somewhat unsatisfied. I understand. So do I. Zayaha, I will not leave you. Yi Mingyue hung her head, avoiding his gaze. The vigor of his youthful form stirred feelings within the long-widowed Yi Mingyue. Sister Mingyue, can you tell me what transpired? Qin Minghao seized the opportunity to ask. It is not much, truly, Yi Mingyue replied, choosing not to conceal the truth from him. The landlord is aware we are facing demolition and wishes to raise the rent. It is quite outrageous. Previously, it was 30,000 annually, and now he demands 50,000. Ah, I see. This was nothing short of extortion. With 50,000, Yi Mingyue could rent a similar-sized shop in a bustling area of the city. Indeed, that is why I refuse to comply with his demands. If the rent truly rises to 50,000, would I not be working for him? Thus, I announced that I would not renew the lease once it expires. Let him rent to whomever he pleases. Then, Sister Mingyue, are you truly not considering it? Yi Mingyue fell silent. The restaurant represented years of her hard work, akin to a cherished child. If possible, she would not wish to relinquish it easily. Yet what could she do? The landlord had set his sights on her impending demolition, eager to exploit her situation. I understand, Sister Mingyue. Leave this matter to me. I shall find a solution for you. Seeing Yi Mingyue's reluctance, Qin Minghao recognized her attachment to the restaurant. Zayaha, do not act recklessly. Sister does not require your concern. Yi Mingyue hastidi replied. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. I will seek my cousin's assistance. He is resourceful and will have a way. Upon hearing the mention of Chen Su, Yi Mingyue felt relieved. Your cousin is indeed quite capable. Although he has only recently arrived, he has already formed good relationships with the neighbors. Many young women nearby harbor crushes on your cousin. What? Qin Minghao was genuinely taken aback. Was his cousin such a magnet for affection? That made it all the more appropriate for him to handle this situation. The hour is late. I must take my leave. Sister Mingyue, you should conduct your business as usual. Do not worry. To be honest, Qin Minghao did not wish to depart, but he understood that now was not the time. He was not one to act out of impatience. All right. Do you need me to accompany you? Yi Mingyue rose to offer. Noticing her bath towel, Qin Minghao politely declined. Such a splendid view. I can enjoy it myself. Others must not see. Then do take care. Yi Mingyue donned her outer garment and escorted Qin Minghao to the door, watching him until he vanished from her sight before she turned back inside. Once changed in her nightwear, Yi Mingyue felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, her mind consumed by thoughts of Qin Minghao, as if she could still sense his presence lingering in the air. Qin Minghao returned home and sought out Chen Su. "Cousin, I hear you are quite popular around here?" he inquired. At that moment, Chen Su had retreated to his room, donning a silk robe. While such attire would seem perfectly normal in a villa, in this modest courtyard of the urban village, Qin Minghao could only deem it rather ostentatious. "Just average. I have a modest reputation," Chen Su replied without a hint of modesty. "Do you know who owns Mingyue's restaurant?" Qin Minghao asked. "I think I recall the owner of Mingyue's restaurant. Let me think. Ah, yes. His name is Zheng Chenggong. He's in his 50s, owns a considerable amount of property, and runs a small company that has little business. He mainly relies on rental income. However, I heard he seems to have married into his wife's family. Most of that property is hers, and the company was established by her. Why do you ask? Is he giving Sister Mingyue a hard time?" Qin Minghao nodded, aware that Sister Mingyue's home was slated for demolition, and that Zheng was demanding an exorbitant rent increase, which was why she was reluctant to continue her lease. Wait a minute, Chen Su pondered aloud. Wasn't the demolition already decided long ago? He can't just be finding out about it now. That reasoning seems rather flimsy. Chen Su's mind raced, and he deduced something even Qin Minghao had not considered. You raise a valid point, but if that's not the reason, why would he suddenly increase the rent? Qin Minghao found himself at a loss for any other explanations. I have no idea. Perhaps he is in need of money? Chen Su suggested. In need of money? That's certainly a possibility. If that's the case, wouldn't the other tenants' rents have to rise as well? Cousin, do you know about his other properties? Chen Su note that Hapfi might see. Yes. Are you planning to look into this matter? He asked. Of course. If it weren't for Sister Mingyue, I would have lost my family and wouldn't he be living so well. Besides, my feelings for her have recently shifted. Leave it to me. You're right. She has been taking care of the Chun family all these years. I will help you investigate. The Jade exhibition is the day after tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? The long-awaited Jade exhibition was finally approaching. So soon? It's already Saturday? Qin Minghao agreed, eager to broaden his horizons. In truth, he didn't feel the need to investigate this matter. The 20,000 yuan in rent over the course of a year was trivial to him, and he could easily assist Sister Mingyue. Yet, after Chen Su's comments, he sensed something was amiss. Back in his room, Qin Minghao couldn't sleep. Instead, he began concocting medicine late into the night. The herbs he had purchased from the pharmacy were already prepared. He merely needed to refine them. He was uncertain when he would reach the foundation establishment stage to utilize the alchemical fire within him. Additionally, he required an alchemical furnace. Possessing one would greatly enhance his refining process, potentially yielding superior results. As he labored diligently, Qin Minghao resembled a dedicated worker, eagerly awaiting the day of his breakthrough. He glanced at the unresponsive alchemical bowl and the Zijing stone. He could only refine tools after achieving a breakthrough. However, the Zijing stone seemed somewhat different from when he first acquired it, appearing fuller and sprouting tender shoots. Is it about to bloom? Qin Minghao was astonished. This plant could thrive without soil and water? It seemed almost miraculous. Moreover, this plant was toxic if it matured and flowered. The toxins would disperse through the air, endangering not only humans, but also the surrounding flora. I must devise a plan. To be honest, he would be reluctant to destroy such a seed, yet he could not simply discard it either. The Zijing stone was not only capable of tool refinement, but also of alchemical processes. With only one seed in his possession, he had no idea if there was another in the world. Perhaps he could cultivate it? After all, it appeared quite resilient, and it might even yield more seeds, allowing him to mass-produce materials for refinement. Furthermore, this plant had a lengthy growth cycle. It would take at least a year and a half to bloom. By then, he could set up a formation to contain the toxic gases. The more he contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. So, he approached the wall, dug a small hole, and buried the Zijing stone seed. He then returned to retrieve some vermilion powder and set up a formation. By the time he completed these tasks, dawn was approaching. Qin Minghao yawned, splashed cool water on his face, and instead of heading to the park for his usual workout, he went directly to school. The morning classes were as dull as ever, leading him to rest his head on the desk and catch up on sleep. By the time classes ended, he had not yet reached the school gate when he spotted the figure of Shunyiru, the young lady. Today, Shunyiru was dressed differently than usual, eschewing expensive designer brands for a simple white shirt paired with a black skirt. Her long legs were adorned with pure white stockings, and she wore a pair of black leather shoes, exuding an air of innocence. "Why are you just coming out?" Shunyiru's hairstyle was equally simple, with a high ponytail swaying as she approached Qin Minghao, a small black bag in hand. Qin Minghao found himself momentarily entranced. Was this not the quintessential leading lady from a youthful idol drama? The school uniform skirt, white socks, and petite shoes. She was the epitome of every man's dream. "Just got out of class. Why are you dressed like this?" Qin Minghao remarked, slightly taken aback. No man could resist that. A charming girl with long legs. Her pure visage complemented her striking figure, making her look like a youthful beauty. "What's wrong? Is something off?" Shunyiru asked, her expression curious. "Is it too childish?" This outfit was not her choice. It was her mother's insistence that a girl studying should present herself in a youthful manner rather than dressing too maturely. "No, it's not childish. It looks wonderful." Qin Minghao genuinely praised her. "By the way, didn't you say you had a gift and a surprise for me? Where is it?" Shunyiru asked eagerly. "Oh, the item is in my bag. Let us find a place to sit first." Shunyiru nodded, and they proceeded to a nearby CAF. "What is it that has you so mysterious?" Shunyiru inquired. "It's just a little potion," Qin Minghao replied, retrieving a jar of snowflake cream from his backpack. "Snowflake cream from the noble lady? Are you joking with me?" Shunyiru's expression was one of disbelief. The truth was that snowflake cream was quite antiquated. She had only seen it at her grandmother's house, who still used such things. Moreover, the brand noble lady was nearly defunct. Calm down. I merely borrowed a container." Qin Minghao felt a bit awkward, as he had repurposed his mother's old snowflake cream jar to hold the medicine. "What exactly is this?" Shunyiru opened the lid to reveal the jar, which was filled not with the expected creamy white substance, but rather a dark concoction resembling, well, something unappealing. Yet, it exuded a subtle fragrance that was not unpleasant. "This is my exclusive beauty product. You can still call it snowflake cream, but that doesn't matter. It can make the user appear 10, even 20 years younger, effectively diminishing wrinkles, blemishes, dark circles, and redness." Qin Minghao stated earnestly. "What do you mean by that? Aren't we discussing how to get Song Xiujin's Anne away from my dad? Why are you recommending this to me? Do you think I look old?" Shunyiru seemed on the verge of exploding. "Do you think I'm blind? Or is it a lack of self-confidence? What I mean is, you could give this to your mother. Just imagine how beautiful she would become, and then your father might reconsider his feelings," said Qin Minghao. Shunyiru curled her lips in disdain, retorting, "My mother certainly does not need a change of heart." However, recalling how her mother had aged over the past 20 years, she reluctantly accepted the offer. "Then we shall resort to the second method," Qin Minghao declared, pulling out a small vial. "What on earth is this?" Shunyiru inquired. "This is a type of medication," he replied, pausing to whisper in her ear. "It can induce impotence, causing a man to lose interest in women." Upon hearing the word impotence, Shunyiru felt her cheeks flush crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment and anger as she pushed Qin Minghao away. "You pervert!" she exclaimed, glaring at him. How could he speak such things? Qin Minghao sighed in exasperation, feeling wronged. He had spoken so softly to avoid drawing attention. Now, however, her loud protest had attracted the gaze of everyone in the CF, their expressions growing increasingly hostile, ready to confront him. "Shu, could you please lower your voice? My dear ancestor, I'm only trying to help you. If you give this to your father, he would lose interest in that mistress. Once he loses interest once, and then again, and find himself unable to perform upon seeing her, do you think he would still have feelings for her?" Qin Minghao explained. "You seem to have a point, Qin Minghao. I must admit, you are quite cunning," Shunyiru remarked. Qin Minghao sighed helplessly, reflecting on who he was truly doing this for. It was all for this young lady. Of course, he had his own selfish motives. With his current capabilities, he was no match for Shunyiru's father, a businessman of considerable stature. If Shunyiru's father insisted on protecting Song Xiujin, there was little he could do. Chapter 46. The Jade Exhibition. "How much for this?" Shunyiru silently accepted Qin Minghao's potion. "No charge. We'll settle up once it proves effective," he replied. "You are quite generous. However, for the services rendered to this young lady, I shall ensure you are well compensated, Shun Yiru said, pulling out her phone. I have transferred 50,000 yuan to you. If this truly unfolds as you claim, I will reward you handsomely afterward. Thank you for your generosity, young lady. Although Shun Yiru could be a bit headstrong, she was also remarkably loyal and generous, her thoughts straightforward and free of guile. Being around someone like her was rather refreshing. Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, Qin Minghao and Shun Su made their way to the Jade exhibition. This event was organized by over 10 renowned jewelry companies, signifying the economic development of Yuqing. In fact, its scale was far greater than that of exhibitions in the Northeast. The Jade Square at Guomao was entirely devoted to the exhibition, spanning 3 floors, and as soon as they stepped out of the taxi, they were enveloped by a throng of people, the atmosphere bustling with energy. Many attendees were from out of town, a testament to the exhibition's popularity and grandeur. Upon entering the first floor, they were greeted by 4 distinct sections: A, B, C, and D. Each area represented different qualities of raw stones. A grade was the most expensive, with nearly every piece valued at over $1 million, followed by B grade at over 200,000, C grade at over 100,000, and D grade starting at 10,000. The first floor showcased raw stones, while the second displayed finished jade products designed by artisans. The third floor exhibited completed jewelry pieces, all crafted by renowned designers, with prices starting at over 10,000. Indeed, this was a lucrative business. Chen Su tugged at Qin Minghao, eager to rush toward the B section. Cousin, don't be so hasty. Let us take our time, Qin Minghao advised. It was his first visit to such a place. While he had enough funds to explore the B section, he wanted to discern the differences between B and D. Various uniquely shaped stones lay on the tables. Honestly, who could tell what lay within? Others might not know, but Qin Minghao had his own methods, ones that were undoubtedly effective. His aim was to maximize returns with minimal investment. That was his goal, to seize opportunities. If he couldn't find anything worthwhile in the D section, he could always venture to others. Qin Minghao was determined not to rely on luck. The classification of raw stones within the 4 sections consisted of 2 types. One was a complete gamble, where the stone was entirely opaque, leaving its contents a mystery. It could be a mere rock or a treasure worth a fortune. The outcome depended solely on luck and perception. The second type offered more reference value. It had been partially excavated, revealing glimpses of jade inside. Yet the exact size and quality remained uncertain. This category was typically priced higher than the raw stones, and the thrill was considerably diminished. Few people engaged with this second type. The primary reasons being the general knowledge of value, the increased selling price with limited profit potential, and a lack of excitement. Qin Minghao and Chen Su headed straight for the raw stone stalls. Open the divine eye, Qin Minghao commanded, activating his unique ability without hesitation. He became akin to a scanning machine, analyzing the internal structures of the raw stones. After scanning a portion of the stones, he made a remarkable discovery. Even without activating his divine eye, he could discern which stones concealed jade and which did not, as well as their sizes and qualities. This revelation astonished him. He deactivated his divine eye, stood before a stone, and reached out to feel it. Indeed, jade is a mineral formed from the sodium-rich feldspar rocks under conditions of low temperature and high pressure, and its formation requires geological processes and intense hydrothermal activities to transform it into the premium green jade we recognize. The coloring process of jade is accompanied by varying levels of hydrothermal activity, and it slowly decomposes into chromium ions, the coloring agents. This transformation takes an extensive period, ideally maintained at a temperature of around 212 degrees Fahrenheit, allowing chromium ions to enter the crystal lattice uniformly. Approximately 100 million years of volcanic accumulation and tectonic shifts contribute to its formation, making it a true treasure of nature, imbued with spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the jade, the greater the spiritual energy it harbors. Naturally, larger pieces contain even more. This sensation was subtle, yet undeniable. Qin Minghao was uncertain if others could sense it, but he felt it strongly. Cousin, what are you dawdling for? Raw stones aren't chosen this way. You need an eye and experience. Chen Su chided, producing a small flashlight and a magnifying glass. No, the quality in D section is still too poor. Just look at them. None seem likely to yield anything good. Let us head directly to B section. Even C section offers better prospects than D. Tiansu ge umba. The crowd around them wore grim expressions, cursing under their breath as they failed to uncover anything of value. However, Qin Minghao held a different perspective. Their misfortunes were merely due to bad luck, not an absence of quality stones in D section. I think this one is quite good, and there are two others that look promising. I'll take them all, Qin Minghao told the staff. Before long, 3 raw stones were placed before him. 50,000 yuan for 3 stones, he stated, feeling quite satisfied with the price. Cousin, aren't you being a bit too reckless? Just look at the appearance. It's clear these aren't anything special. They continued toward the cutting machine, exchanging their thoughts. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Qin Minghao's words trailed off abruptly as he stood frozen in place, sensing an intense surge of spiritual energy that resonated almost identically with that within his own body. As a practitioner at the Qi refining stage, he was taken aback to discover that the spiritual energy emanating from a mere stone could rival his own. After a moment of contemplation, he finally located the original stone, which was displayed in a corner of stall. It was roughly the size of a winter melon, weighing approximately 30 pounds and oval-shaped, resembling the aforementioned vegetable. Hastening his steps, Qin Minghao approached the stall, followed closely by his cousin Qin Su. Cousin, have you stumbled upon something remarkable? He inquired as he examined the stone. What classifications does jadeite typically fall under? Qin Su responded, high-end varieties include dragonstone, glass type, golden silk type, ice type, green water type, and certain flower green types, such as the rare orchid flower and ice glutinous type. Mid-tier varieties comprise glutinous type, lotus seed type, lotus pink type, mocha, along with some white-based green and flower green types. Chapter 47. The Deceitful Merchant. The glass type boasts exceptional purity, being colorless and transparent, with a substantial water content that gives it a lustrous sheen. In essence, it is as transparent as glass. The ice type has a splendid sheen on its surface, appearing semi-transparent to transparent, with a metallic sound when struck, resembling ice crystals, either colorless or minimally colored, with a consistent grain size discernible to the naked eye. Its jade quality is pure and free of impurities, with a smooth texture devoid of cracks or cotton-like patterns. The glutinous type jadeite, true to its name, appears thick and murky, reminiscent of glutinous rice soup. Its price pales in comparison to the first 2 types, Qin Su elucidated. Thus, the glass type jadeite is the most sought after and expensive. I have also heard of something called imperial green. Is it a type of glass? Qin Minghao queried, revealing his limited knowledge of jadeite. Despite his intentions to educate himself, he had yet to delve deeply into the subject, fortunate to have a scholarly companion at his side. In terms of color, imperial green and bright green are the most valuable. In simple terms, the more vivid the hue, the higher the price. Lighter greens, apple greens, blue greens, and spinach greens are generally less expensive, particularly when the quality is not high. Oftentimes, they may appear similar, yet the price disparities can be significant. The market is quite intricate. Only the glass-type imperial green holds the highest value. Even ice-type does not compare. Understanding dawned upon Qin Minghao as he scrutinized the original stone, which was not particularly large but, if processed, would likely yield high-quality jadeite. If he could absorb the spiritual energy from this stone, could he not ascend to the foundation establishment stage? How much is this? He inquired, resolved to make the purchase. Excellent choice. This piece is priced at 99,000. All the jade here is from old mines, so you have certainly made a wise investment, the stall owner remarked, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. However, the stone's exterior was not impressive, and to a connoisseur, it was clear that this young man was an outsider, ripe for exploitation. The stall owner thought to himself, if not him, then who else? 99,000? Why not just rob a bank? Given the quality of this material, even a glutinous type would be surprising. You expect to sell it for 99,000? Deceitful merchant, Qin Su exclaimed, pulling Qin Minghao away. Before Qin Minghao could protest, the owner hastily interjected, what is wrong with my offering? Clearly, you lack the discerning eye of this young man. Young sir, don't heed his words. We are fated to meet. I can let it go for 88,000. Having encountered an unsuspecting buyer, the stall owner was unwilling to let him slip away without a fight, yet he could not overtly admit the inferiority of his wares. He simply lowered the price slightly to retain the customer. A smile crept across Qin Minghao's face, realizing that the owner was indeed ignorant of the stone's true worth. No need. 99,000 is fine. I believe we are fated. It was not that he was unwilling to take advantage, but the best deal had already been struck. Giving the seller an extra 10,000 could be seen as fair compensation. He hoped the seller would not regret it once he realized the true nature of the stone. Cousin Yu, Chun Su glared at Qin Minghao, feeling a sense of regret for bringing him along, concerned that his cousin would be swindled. Delightful. Brother, you are truly refreshing. 88,000 it is. The stall owner, initially eager to profit, felt a twinge of guilt at taking advantage of Qin Minghao's naivete. Fine, let be 88,000. But remember, this is your word. Do not regret it later. Qin Minghao replied meaningfully. Regret? We are clear on the transaction, no matter what it yields. There will be no turning back. Excellent. Qin Minghao was waiting for that affirmation. Upon completing the payment, he heard someone calling his name. Qin Minghao. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Shinyiru. What a coincidence. While Qin Minghao was not particularly astonished. After all, the wealthy young lady enjoyed socializing, and her presence in such a place was hardly unexpected. Just as he was about to greet her, an unwelcome figure caught his eye. In an instant, Qin Minghao felt a sharp pain in his heart, anger swelling within him as he clenched his fists in fury. Yiru, is this your friend? Approaching Shinru were a man and a woman. The woman stood at 5 feet 5 inches, clad in a form-fitting black dress that, while alluring, left much to be desired in terms of figure, with a protruding abdomen and a lack of defined waist. Her appearance was difficult to praise, as every feature seemed artificial. Her nose was prominent, yet devoid of nostrils. Beside her stood a man in his 20s, dressed in a suit, who was embracing the artificial beauty. Upon spotting Qin Minghao, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes before he quickly regained his composure, even offering a provocative smile. This is my esteemed senior, Qin Minghao, Shinyiru introduced them, seemingly unaware of the charged atmosphere. Qin Minghao, at the mention of the name, Chun Su sensed an unsettling shift in his cousin's demeanor. As a martial artist, he was acutely aware of fluctuations in energy and instinctively felt a looming threat. In that moment, Qin Minghao exuded an unprecedented aura of hostility, and Chun Su's earlier doubts vanished upon hearing the name. Fury surged within Chun Su, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the man. Cousin, remain calm. What are you doing? Did he steal your girlfriend? In that moment, Chun Su was filled with a desire to confront Yang Kaijun and avenge Qin Minghao. But he was halted. Not quite my girlfriend, and in fact, I owe him some gratitude. Otherwise, how would I have seen through Lu Yuanyuan's true nature? Disruptions are frowned upon at the Jade exhibition. A gentleman's revenge may take years, but there is no need for violence here. Remain composed, Qin Minghao advised, recalling the intelligence he had received from the detective about Yang Kaijun's association with the daughter of a real estate magnate, who was likely the artificial beauty beside him. Though they were not concerned about trouble, the artificial beauty was a friend of Shunyiru, and her face needed to be considered. You are right. Once we are outside, I will deal with him. Though Chun Su was impulsive, he was not reckless. This was not the place for a scene. Hello, I am Yang Kaijun. It is a pleasure to meet you. In contrast to the whispering between the two, Yang Kaijun extended his hand towards Qin Minghao with an air of confidence. Although he felt a twinge of curiosity about why Qin Minghao was present, he kept his thoughts to himself. His return this time was solely to eliminate Qin Minghao. Yet he was taken aback to discover that he was acquainted with the young lady of the Shun family. The situation had certainly exceeded his expectations. In the 48th chapter, enemies meet. Qin Minghao remained silent but extended his hand. At the moment their hands clasped, Yang Kaijun began to exert force discreetly. Coincidentally, Qin Minghao harbored the same intention. One must admit, Yang Kaijun possessed a certain strength. Had it been the old Qin Minghao, he would have likely winced in pain from such a firm grip. Alas, he was no longer the Qin Minghao of yore. Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you again. Qin Minghao's smile remained, yet he commenced to apply pressure. A sharp intake of breath escaped Yang Kaijun as he was caught off guard, wondering when he had become so strong. Instinctively, Yang Kaijun attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it impossible. Qin Minghao continued to tighten his grasp. Yang Kaijun furrowed his brow, struggling but refraining from overt displays of distress. After all, preserving one's dignity was paramount, particularly for a man. Yet, he felt as though his hand might shatter. The taunting grin fading from his face, replaced by a growing seriousness, his brow knitted tightly, his face flushed, and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Just as Yang Kaijun was about to speak, Qin Minghao unexpectedly released his grip. Stumbling backward, Yang Kaijun exclaimed, "Oh, brother, what happened? Did you exert yourself too much last night? Nearly took a tumble just for shaking hands? You don't seem fit for this, despite your youth. How can you compare to the likes of the dysfunctional heir? Will you require a grand procession to venture out in the future?" While others may not have noticed, Chen Su, a seasoned fighter, was acutely aware of the silent contest unfolding between the two, and it was evident that Yang Kaijun had suffered a humiliating defeat. Chen Su, ever the instigator, quipped, a jest, perhaps. "Have I struck a nerve?" On the verge of fury, Yang Kaijun was unexpectedly rescued by Chen Su's remark. "Are you a friend of Qin Minghao? Your words are rather amusing." Shin Yiru also harbored a dislike for Yang Kaijun, perceiving him as a leech akin to Song Xiujin, insincere in his affections for Malin. Regrettably, Malin was thoroughly ensnared by Yang Kaijun, oblivious to Shun Yiru's counsel. Witnessing his discomfort brought her immense joy. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Su, 25 years old, and I have the honor of being Qin Minghao's cousin. It is a pleasure to meet both of you lovely ladies." Upon hearing the term lovely ladies, Zhao Meilin's face brightened with a smile. "Since we are all friends, shall we explore together?" Chen Su was quite handsome, exuding a roguish charm that was particularly captivating to young girls. Noticing his girlfriend smiling at another, Yang Kaijun interjected, "I think it's best to refrain. There is nothing worthwhile to see in District D that befits your esteemed status, and judging by the stones he selected, it seems unlikely he will even recoup his expenses." "Ha. Qin Minghao scoffed, "Ignorance may be bliss, but when enemies meet, their eyes are sharp. I have no intention of granting you an easy victory. Gambling on stones, you might wonder how I could fail to recover my investment. Perhaps I might even emerge immensely wealthy overnight. Yang Kaijun snere dismissively. You dream during the day. Do not deceive yourself. I possess far more experience in the realm of gambling stones than you, a mere schoolboy." "Indeed, Kaijun possesses a sharp eye," Zhao Meiyuan remarked. "If you believe those stones are unsuitable, why not lend your expertise in selecting for them?" Yang Kaijun raised his chin. "I can assist, but they might not afford it." No one understood Qin Minghao's financial background better than he did. He suspected his assets had likely been seized. Whether they can afford it is of no concern to you. "Since you are so confident, shall we wager?" Qin Minghao proposed. Yang Kaijun pauset incredulos. "Wager with you?" Shin Yiru also expressed interest, intrigued by the tension between Qin Minghao and Yang Kaijun. "What shall we wager? There must be stakes involved, after all. Meilin and I can act as judges." Qin Minghao replied, "Quite simply, at the Jade exhibition, our wager will be on the value of the stones we unveil. I shall use these 4 pieces I have here." Confident that Yang Kaijun's knowledge of stones was limited, Qin Minghao felt assured of his advantage, having the added benefit of an edge. Yang Kaijun, witnessing Qin Minghao's confidence, wore a scornful expression. "Are you certain?" Qin Minghao nodded. "Let it be known that I am not taking advantage of you, as you chose from District D. I shall do the same, should you lose." Yang Kaijun suddenly burst into laughter. "If you lose, you shall kneel before me and proclaim yourself a worthless fool." Upon hearing this wager, the crowd's expressions shifted, recognizing it as an affront. Even Zhao Meilin frowned and tugged at Yang Kaijun's sleeve. "And if you were to lose?" Qin Minghao inquired. "If I lose, I shall kneel and call you father, and I will cover all your expenses for the day." Yang Kaijun boasted with unwavering confidence. "Very well, let's settle on this. However, I do not possess the qualities of an unfilial son. Should you lose, you shall kneel and mimic a dog barking 3 times." The stakes were indeed extreme, yet Yang Kaijun had initiated the challenge, prompting no objections toward Qin Minghao. "You intend to play this seriously? Are you certain about this?" "Qin Minghao," Shin Yiru whispered. "Does it matter if I'm serious? He is clearly intent on insulting me." Qin Minghao replied coldly. "Admittedly, it is somewhat excessive, but his confidence is rather impressive. Are you sure you can prevail against him?" Shin Yiru regarded Qin Minghao with concern. "Do you truly believe I would fall short against him?" After contemplating, Shin Yiru recognized that Qin Minghao indeed held superior qualities compared to Yang Kaijun. Coupled with his knack for surprises, she felt reassured. "I trust you. Rest assured, even if you lose, I will not permit you to kneel before him." "Qin Minghao, it is not too late to withdraw." Yang Kaijun found the closeness between Shin Yiru and Qin Minghao irksome. Neither Lu Yuanyuan nor Zhao Meilin could hold a candle to her beauty, and he knew that Zhao Meilin merely sought to exploit his family background. In terms of beauty, Shin Yiru surpassed them all. What gives a blind fool, a waste, a greenhorn, the right to be so familiar with Shin Yiru? Leaving is not an option. If you fear, you may concede now, and I shall let you off the hook. Otherwise, prepare your funds. I fear you may not be able to afford the price. In the 49th chapter, The Wager. He laughed heartily. Will I lose to you? Let's see whose skills speak for themselves. Yang Kaijun may not have understood jade stones, but he possessed a peculiar ability. Upon touching a stone, if it felt particularly cold, it invariably contained jade. This was his secret weapon, akin to Qin Minghao's. Known only to him. Armed with this advantage, Yang Kaijun was unafraid. He led Zhao Meilin in selecting raw stones, explaining each choice, leaving her in awe and admiration. Watching Yang Kaijun's ostentatious display, Chen Su felt a surge of discontent. Had this fellow always been such a braggart? Chen Su believed himself to be quite the show-off. Yet this young man, with his flamboyant gestures and pretentious demeanor, even managed to outdo him. Perhaps this is simply his true nature. In the past, Yang Kaijun was not like this. He acted like a considerate elder brother, taking care of himself. It was only now that Qin Minghao saw his true face. Soon, Yang Kaijun selected 4 stones, each weighing around 40 to 50 jin, nearly double the weight of Qin Minghao's stones. Their quality was commendable, aligning well with the standards of professionals selecting raw stones. In every regard, they appeared more reliable than Qin Minghao's choices. I will demonstrate the art of stone betting, Yang Kaijun declared, instructing his team to place the chosen stones onto the cutting machine. Each section housed 5 cutting machines, operated by seasoned craftsmen who quickly began to grind the stones with their wheels. Everyone, except Qin Minghao, was engrossed in the process. Even Chen Su was visibly anxious, fearing that Yang Kaijun might indeed uncover something valuable and triumph over Qin Minghao. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Don't pretend to be blind and then blame me later. Yang Kaijun's words were undeniably provocative, taunting Qin Minghao for his previous misjudgment. Rest assured, I may have been momentarily blind, but my vision now surpasses my judgment, and I shall not be deceived. However, some may not be so fortunate. To ensure accuracy, Qin Minghao activated his divine eye, leading to an amusing turn of events. The cutting master abruptly paused his work, marveling, this green waterhead is quite remarkable. Though it's a pale green, the clarity is exceptional, resembling the soft and delicate quality of hibiscus jade, pure and crystalline, only slightly inferior to ice jade. The master's high praise drew a crowd around the cutting machine, with envious gazes directed at Yang Kaijun, who was grinning broadly. How about it? Not bad, right? Yang Kaijun raised an eyebrow, eager to witness Qin Minghao's flustered expression. To his surprise, Qin Minghao displayed no signs of distress. Instead, a hint of mockery crossed his face. Indeed, it's impressive. Even a piece the size of a quail egg could fetch several 100,000, but if it's smaller than a fingernail, wouldn't that be a joke? Amidst the crowd's ongoing cheers, someone shouted, "Whose stone is this? I'll pay 800,000. 800,000? Your calculations are off. I'll offer 1 million, and it's a deal." Hearing the clamor, Yang Kaijun felt a surge of pride. "Apologies, but I'm not selling this jade." Qin Minghao watched his smugness and said to the master, "Continue. Why stop? Aren't we polishing all sides?" The cutting master snapped back to reality and resumed grinding. But soon his expression froze. "No, there's nothing." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiru and Chen Su breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that the jade inside would not be substantial. This cannot be true. There are still 2 sides left. Keep going. They hoped that such a fine material could not possibly be accurately predicted by Qin Minghao, the so-called crow's mouth. The cutting master persisted, and soon the 3rd side was nearly revealed. Yet still, nothing emerged. The onlookers murmured in disbelief, while the 2 bidders who had just called out wiped the sweat from their brows, relieved that they hadn't made a poor investment. With all sides polished, and still no jade in sight, Yang Kaijun refused to accept defeat. "Cut it. Slice it right down the middle." The smile had vanished from Yang Kaijun's face, his hands clenched tightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He could not believe he would lose. He was certain there must be something. The cutting master reluctantly sliced through the center. "Impossible." Yang Kaijun staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, Qin Minghao had been correct. The jade's quality was merely average, revealing only a slender strip of about 6 centimeters, far from valuable. "Don't lose heart. You still have 3 stones left. Would you like me to open one first? Qin Minghao said with a smile. Yang Gaijun, looking at the triumphant Qin Minghao, longed to punch him but restrained himself in public. Just a small mistake. Don't get too cocky. A small mistake? Qin Minghao ignored him and had his own stone placed on the cutting machine. The cutting master displayed a look of astonishment. The crowd turned to the cutting table, witnessing the wheel barely graze the stone before revealing green. What a joke. This skin is thinner than a watermelon rind. Surely it can't be like the previous one. Even if it were, its quality was superior. Look at that, pure green with no impurities, exceptionally uniform, and the clarity is remarkable, almost like green water jade. The audience erupted in excitement, while Yang Kaijun's expression darkened, and Zhao Meilin beside him shivered involuntarily. Why is it so cold? Keep cutting. I want to see. Yang Kaijun gritted his teeth, refusing to believe that Qin Minghao could outshine him. The cutting master began polishing all sides. My goodness, I'll pay 5 million. No one dare compete with me. The process was exceedingly smooth, unlike anything they had ever witnessed. With green emerging on all sides, what did this indicate? The raw stone weighed around 20 jin, with at least 17 jin being jade. Considering the volume alone made it valuable. Not to mention the clarity was impressive, with consistent quality all around. Wow, cousin, you're my idol. To reveal such quality jade in Area D. This was not the piece Qin Minghao bought for 80,000. It was 3 pieces for 50,000, averaging about 16,000 each. Shun Yiru sighed in admiration. Truly, Qin Minghao could outshine even professional jade appraisers. Apologies for narrowly winning. Qin Minghao said to Yang Kaijun, what is there to be proud of? This is just the first piece. There's still 3 left. Come on. Yang Kaijun pointed at his raw stone. It was placed on the cutting table and quickly finished, revealing a piece the size of a grapefruit. An ice jade of high quality. Its texture was as clear as ice, only slightly inferior to glass jade, shimmering and translucent, albeit less impressive than Qin Minghao's discovery, though still worth several 100,000. Oomph. At last, I've regained some dignity. A slight smile returned to Yang Kaijun's face. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Qin Minghao chuckled, but said nothing. Among the 4 stones, the best quality was only marginally superior. It remained to be seen how long Yang Kaijun could maintain his grin. Indeed, quite impressive. Now it's my turn. Qin Minghao's second stone was placed on the cutting table. Its size and quality were comparable to Yang Kaijun's, but its total value surpassed his by several million. Yang Kaijun's expression darkened once more. This isn't over. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Yang Kaijun glared at Qin Minghao, puzzled about how he managed such success. Based on his knowledge of Qin Minghao, this individual had never been involved with jade. Regardless of the outcome, Qin Minghao stood to gain over 8 million, making him a small fortune. The thought of Qin Minghao possessing such wealth after they had cheated him infuriated Yang Kaijun. Why did he deserve such fortune? As the raw stone was placed on the cutting table, Yang Kaijun grew increasingly tense. At this juncture, even with his luck, he began to feel uneasy. Could he truly lose to Qin Minghao? A fleeting glance at Qin Minghao's confident smile furrowed Yang Kaijun's brow. Why was he so self-assured? The third raw stone was sliced open, revealing another piece of ice jade, significantly larger this time, roughly the size of football. Yang Kaijun's furrowed brow said momentarily. I knew it. There is no way he could continue to unveil such high-quality jade. Only one left. I'll cut it directly. Yang Kaijun declared. Do as you wish. Qin Minghao did not refuse as Yang Kaijun prepared to unveil his final raw stone. 3 pieces of ice jade, valued at approximately 10 million. With the first piece being a misjudgment, have a total worth exceeding the price of the jade currently held by Qin Minghao. However, he has opened all 4 pieces. Qin Minghao still possesses 2. It is now my turn. The third piece of raw jade was placed on the cutting table, and the jade extracted was still considerable, even larger than the second piece, yet its quality left much to be desired. It was a piece of flower green jade, classified as mid to low grade, with a mottled green color and irregular vein-like distribution. Its texture was a mix of coarse and fine, semi-transparent. The base color was light green or another hue, and the uneven green significantly diminished its value, rendering it worth only around 100,000. Nevertheless, Qin Minghao did not feel disheartened. After all, the size of this piece remained impressive, and although it did not match the previous quality, it harbored substantial spiritual essence. For Qin Minghao, the true measure of jade lay not in its species or color, but in the spiritual energy contained within. Alas, it was large, yet regrettably valueless. Upon witnessing Qin Minghao's third jade piece, Yang Kaijun grew increasingly arrogant, believing that for Qin Minghao to unveil such jade was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, it was an inconsequential piece, but the game was not over yet. Qin Minghao remained unfazed as the last piece of raw jade was brought forth to the cutting table. To win against Yang Kaijun, he needed to unveil jade worth over 2,800,000. Failure to do so would mean defeat. Let's begin. Be cautious and avoid excessive force. Qin Minghao advised the cutter, convinced that this raw stone contained something remarkable, and he wished to avoid any inadvertent destruction. What a beautiful color! With each cut, green began to emerge. My heavens, could it be dragonstone jade? Chun Su gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief, wishing he could fit a chicken egg inside. Dragonstone? Qin Minghao marveled at the raw stone on the cutting table. Goodness, someone has actually revealed dragonstone jade in District D. Regardless of size, I must have this piece. Brother, how about 8 million? Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd to Qin Minghao's side. I offer 10 million. The crowd erupted in excitement, each eager to rush towards the cutting table. Cousin, you are incredible. 88,000, 88,000, and you unveiled a piece of dragonstone jade. This is the pinnacle of jade, unaffected by base color or hue. Just look at that quality. As smooth and delicate as silk, warm and vibrantly green. The only jade that can rival dragonstone is imperial green. While this may not be imperial green, it is undoubtedly worth far more than 10 million. Kaijun, is dragonstone jade truly that exceptional? This inquiry seemed to ignite the fuse within Yang Kaijun, his expression darkening as he thundered. Absolutely impossible. How could there be raw stones of such quality in District D? Are you cheating? Ultimately, the dragonstone jade emerged the size of an apple, valued around 30 million. If crafted into a finished product and auctioned, the price could potentially double. How could this compare? Even if Yang Kaijun procured 10 pieces of ice jade, it would not surpass this one piece of Qin Minghao's. Cheating? If I am not mistaken. Did we not agree before the gamble that I would use that raw stone? Qin Minghao smiled lightly. You accuse me of cheating, yet I am unsure where my deception lies. Yang Kaijun's arrogance was swiftly humbled, serving as a lesson for him. If he could not endure this, he would certainly not withstand what was to follow. He should have anticipated this on the day he betrayed himself. Ah, you're not going to back down, are you? Shen Yiru stood firmly by Qin Minghao's side. Yang Kaijun found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly going to kneel and bark like a dog? Absolutely not. He would never kneel to Qin Minghao. Are you really going to make this so absolute? We are all friends. It was merely a joke. Yang Kaijun attempted to trivialize the matter. A joke? Was it not you who proposed the wager first? Are you not simply trying to weasel out? Chun Su recognized Yang Kaijun's shamelessness and was astounded by his audacity to backtrack in front of everyone. Mail-in. Yang Kaijun had no choice but to look toward his girlfriend. Yiru, why not just let it go? We are all friends. There is no need for this. Just consider it a favor to me. Chapter 51. I am here to help you. Yang Kaijun was her boyfriend, and him kneeling to mimic a dog in public was a blow to Zhao Meilin's dignity. Let go. Beautiful lady, if we lost this time, would your boyfriend let it go? As a man, one should stand tall and face challenges instead of hiding behind a woman when trouble arises. To gamble is to accept the outcome. Even if it means kneeling, it is not disgraceful. However, if one breaks their word, that is truly laughable. If he can deceive us today, he could deceive you tomorrow. And besides, we have only just met. We are not friends, are we? If your boyfriend truly valued Miss Shen's reputation, he would not have proposed such a wager. Jiansu Hokulim. Zhao Meilin was left speechless by Chun Su's words, feeling a mixture of anger and the undeniable truth that Yang Kaijun had instigated the conflict and ultimately lost. Chun Su is right. Meilin, it is not that I do not want to give you face, but your boyfriend failed to give me any respect first. Now that he has lost, he hides behind you. What kind of man is he? Shen Yiru sought to illuminate Zhao Meilin to Yang Kaijun's true character. I said it was just a joke. Even for your sake, I would not truly make them kneel. Yang Kaijun, seeing Zhao Meilin's intervention was futile, grew irate at her uselessness. Are you determined to go back on your word? Qin Minghao coldly locked eyes with Yang Kaijun. So what if I am? Do you truly believe you have won? Qin Minghao? Yang Kaijun arrogantly pointed at Qin Minghao. In the next moment, Qin Minghao moved, seizing Yang Kaijun's outstretched middle finger and forcefully bending it backward. A crack echoed through the air, followed by Yang Kaijun's anguished howls. You cannot stand losing and are still so arrogant? Ah, you useless fool, let go of my hand. Yang Kaijun writhed in agony, desperately trying to escape. Zhao Meilin, filled with concern, attempted to rush to Yang Kaijun's aid, but was intercepted by Chen Su. Beautiful lady, let men handle their own affairs. It is best for girls not to interfere, especially since your boyfriend initiated the provocation. Step aside. Zhao Meilin glared fiercely at Chen Su. Apologies, but I cannot allow that. Useless? Today, I shall demonstrate who the true useless one is. Qin Minghao declared, delivering a kick to Yang Kaijun's knee, causing him to buckle and kneel on the ground. Since you are unwilling to honor the wager, allow me to assist you. Yang Kaijun knelt in humiliation, his eyes filled with venom. Now, he could either fulfill the wager voluntarily or face the consequences. Your girlfriend is watching. You surely do not wish to be beaten in front of her, do you? Qin Minghao whispered into Yang Kaijun's ear. You fool, do you know who my girlfriend's father is? Do you believe I? Slap, slap, slap. Qin Minghao was utterly unfazed by Yang Kaijun's threats, delivering several resounding slaps to his face, instantly swelling what had once been a handsome visage. I care not who your girlfriend's father is. Even if your father were here, I would not hesitate to strike you. Yang Kaijun, dazed by the blows, realized he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. The enmity between him and Qin Minghao had reached a breaking point. Should this continue, he might find himself facing dire consequences. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Yang Kaijun consoled himself with this thought. I yield. I yield. Yang Kaijun knelt, humiliated, and opened his mouth in surrender. A single bark from the dog made him wish he could find a crevice to hide in, intensifying his animosity towards Qin Minghao to the point where he wished he could strip him of his bones and skin. Had he known it would come to this, he would have sent him and his useless mother to hell together. Speak up. I can't hear you. Qin Minghao looked down at Yang Kaijun, clearly seeing the unmasked hatred in his eyes. Another 3 barks drew nearly the entire crowd of District D, with some even pulling out their phones to record. Humiliation. Yang Kaijun had never endured such disgrace in his life. Just wait. Yang Kaijun, feeling utterly shamed, could no longer bear to stay at the Jade exhibition. I'm waiting. I'll have Yiru send today as expenses to your girlfriend. Don't forget to reimburse me. Qin Minghao's words nearly caused Yang Kaijun to stumble and fall. Shen Yiru, I considered you a friend, and this is how you treat me. Even Zhao Meilin felt her cheeks flush with anger and shame, turning her resentment towards Shen Yiru. You. Shen Yiru couldn't comprehend why she was being blamed when it was clearly Yang Kaijun who was in the wrong. You wouldn't be trying to avoid paying and using this as an excuse to sever ties with Miss Shen, would you? Chen Su said with a grin. Zhao Meilin's expression turned sour, as if she had bitten into something unpleasant. Shen Yiru, in disbelief, thought, could it really be as Chen Su said? Meilin, I can cover this expense. Shen Yiru began, only for Zhao Meilin to transfer 500,000 into her account. The Zhao family isn't short on cash like you lot, but I'll remember what happened today. Just you wait. After saying this, she hurriedly left with Yang Kaijun. Shen Yiru stared at her phone in a daze, perplexed by how things had escalated. She had considered Zhao Meilin a good friend, yet when Yang Kaijun insulted her friend, did she speak up for her? Shen Yiru couldn't grasp it. Chen Su, craning his neck to glance at the 500,000 transfer, snorted disdainfully. 500,000? That's hardly enough to make a dent. A stroll around District B and it would be gone. I thought the Zhao family was wealthier than that. Shen Yiru put away her phone, feeling somewhat dejected. You don't need to be sad about her leaving. She never truly believed in you. Qin Minghao remarked as he looked at Shen Yiru. Don't say that, it's all your fault. Even Meilin is holding a grudge against me. Shen Yiru snapped at Qin Minghao. How is it my fault? Should I capitulate to Yang Kaijun and kneel before him for you to feel satisfied? Qin Minghao realized the young lady was once again throwing a tantrum. I never said that. Shen Yiru raised her delicate fist and playfully struck Qin Minghao's shoulder. Why is it that every time I encounter you, it's nothing but trouble? You're such a nuisance. It must be said that when Shen Yiru's fist landed on Qin Minghao, it felt more like a gentle tickle. At that moment, her eyes were slightly red, her foot tapping in frustration, standing merely a step away from Qin Minghao, whose breath could capture the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Today, Shen Yiru was not in her uniform skirt, but wore a white short skirt that was both sexy and playful, truly captivating, especially as her body swayed. Her alluring assets seemed to dance, leaving Qin Minghao momentarily dazed. Without fully realizing why, Qin Minghao pulled Shen Yiru into his embrace. Qin Minghao, you. Chapter 52, The Master of Pua. Qin Minghao, what are you doing here? A sharp voice pierced Qin Minghao's eardrums, and he turned to find a familiar face once more. What a day it was, as people who usually couldn't be found even with money were now appearing before him. Darling, do you know these people? A man in his 40s, short and stout, with thinning hair, was wrapping his arms around Lu Yuanyuan's waist, his hands restless even in public. Although he was speaking to Lu Yuanyuan, his gaze was fixated on Shen Yiru, burning with desire. Lu Yuanyuan stiffened, yet did not pull away. Instead, she leaned into the man's embrace, speaking in a coy tone. "Oh, Mr. Hu, he is just an ex-boyfriend, a penniless fool, and a blind one at that." So was Yuanyuan's ex-boyfriend. Who is this? Hu Shiye gazed at Shen Yiru with admiration. Beautiful, incredibly beautiful. I'm blind, otherwise. I wouldn't have fallen for a woman like you. Is this your boyfriend? Lu Yuanyuan, you're not doing too well, are you? Yang Kaijun at least found a rich heiress, and you've gone and found yourself a sugar daddy? Qin Minghao seized the opportunity to mock Lu Yuanyuan, denying the older man a chance to flirt with Shen Yiru. Don't mention that dog of a man to me. Qin Minghao, neither of you are worth anything. Lu Yuanyuan was enraged, realizing she had been foolish to let that scoundrel Yang Kaijun deceive her for money and more. Not only had he abandoned her, but he had also taken her money, leaving her trapped in a nightclub to repay debts. The older man beside her was a recent benefactor. Yet this old fool, having her, still dared to ogle the woman next to Qin Minghao. Lu Yuanyuan's fists were clenched tightly, her sharp nails seemingly piercing her palms. No, she would not allow Qin Minghao and that wretched woman to succeed. Isn't it your own choice whether things go well or poorly? Qin Minghao queried coldly. Shen Yiru frowned, pouting, and at that moment, she understood the conflict between Qin Minghao and Yang Kaijun was not without reason. They were already acquainted and rivals. And Qin Minghao had even lost. Shen Yiru couldn't fathom it. How could Qin Minghao not be superior to Yang Kaijun? You, Qin Minghao, do you think you're so impressive? You're just a fool. At least Yang Kaijun can play the pretty boy. What about you? You can only watch your enemy ascend while you lack the opportunity and courage to retaliate. Lu Yuanyuan spat venomously. She hated Yang Kaijun, yet felt powerless. But wasn't Qin Minghao supposed to despise Yang Kaijun even more? Didn't he have any thoughts of revenge? How do you know I lack the opportunity and courage? Do you think you possess them? Don't forget, you participated in this mess together. Do you truly believe you could escape unscathed when I decide to deal with him? Count yourself fortunate that I haven't taken action against you yet. Cherish your current moments, Lu Yuanyuan. Qin Minghao's voice was low, filled with indignation and resentment. Enough. Why waste words on such a woman? If I'm not mistaken, this gentleman is your benefactor, isn't he? I must say, you are quite the successful and handsome man, but your taste leaves much to be desired. Don't you know the woman beside you enjoys placing green hats on men? Chun Su chimed in. Indeed, that phrase about being successful and handsome instantly inflated Hu Shiye's ego, straightening his back and adjusting his tie. This type of woman was undoubtedly unworthy of him, but he viewed Lu Yuanyuan merely as a plaything. As long as he had money, he could summon her at will. However, upon hearing that Lu Yuanyuan had a penchant for placing green hats on men, his expression darkened. That little witch, is that true? Men can tolerate many things. But two things are intolerable, being inept and being cuckolded. Hu Shiye was guilty of the former, naturally making him sensitive to the latter. I didn't Mr. Hu, I am devoted to you. Lu Yuanyuan had initially intended to ridicule Qin Minghao, but it had backfired horrendously. Ah, fickle women and heartless performers. Brother, we traverse this world. While playing with women is fine, don't let them play you. Chun Su added fuel to the fire, causing Qin Minghao and Shen Yiru to internally admire him. Truly remarkable. I knew it. None of you are worth a dime. Have you been serving someone else behind my back? I could tell something was amiss with you. You even had the audacity to claim it was a mosquito bite. I suspect it was another man who left those marks. You wretched woman. Once doubt takes root in a heart, evidence becomes irrelevant. Hu Shiye raised his hand and slapped Lu Yuanyuan across the face, his words growing increasingly foul. Lu Yuanyuan covered her face and wept, trying to explain, but Hu Shiya was beyond listening. Get lost at once. If you don't leave, return every penny I've spent on you. Hu Shiya threatened. Lu Yuanyuan couldn't possibly repay him. She could only glare fiercely at Qin Minghao and the others, her body trembling with humiliation. Qin Minghao, I want to let this go. She thought, brother, thanks to you, or else I would have been deceived by this wretch. You were right. Women in nightclubs are inherently promiscuous. Hu Shiya clasped Shun Su's hand, treating him like a brother, and Shun Su quickly began calling him Brother Hu. As they slung their arms around each other, Shun Su said, Little Hao, you and Mission go ahead and have fun. Brother Hu and I will explore Area B. He winked at Qin Minghao, signaling him to take Shinyiru away before she became the target of this old lecher. Oh, all right, cousin, you go ahead, Qin Minghao understood. You. Shinyiru seemed to have uncovered a shocking secret. Qin Minghao's ex-girlfriend was actually a hostess at a nightclub? What? Qin Minghao blinked, showing no sign of sorrow. Instead, there was a hint of nonchalance. What's going on between you and Yang Kaijun? Shinyiru asked curiously. Just from their conversation, she sensed that Yang Kaijun was deeply problematic. Though Meilin was throwing a tantrum at her, Shinyiru couldn't help but feel concerned. It's just as you've heard. Yang Kaijun, my former good brother, has taken my fiancée. Their affair was no secret, and Qin Minghao didn't hold back, revealing everything to satisfy Shun Yiru's curiosity. Fiancé? That woman just now was your fiancé? Chapter 53. An arranged marriage? How old are you? Aren't you still in college? Shinyiru suddenly felt she knew nothing about Qin Minghao. Indeed, an arranged marriage. Lu Yuanyuan, Yang Kaijun, the three of us grew up together. Shinyiru was even more astonished. How could such a thing exist in this day and age? Qin Minghao had never struck her as a traditional person. On the contrary, he was quite unconventional. Could someone like him truly be bound by traditional beliefs? Had she always been in that profession? Shinyiru's voice was soft. She genuinely wanted to know if Qin Minghao was unconcerned. Of course not. She used to be a white-collar worker with a decent job. The salary was modest, but it was respectable. However, she was deceived by Yang Kaijun, who not only swindled her, but also left her with a massive debt, compelling her to work in a nightclub to repay it. To be honest, Lu Yuanyuan was of above-average looks and would never lack for clients in a nightclub. This 5 million could easily be repaid within a year if she found the right person. What? Yang Kaijun is such a scoundrel? Shinyiru had only seen Yang Kaijun as a pretty boy, not realizing his utter lack of humanity. That's not even the worst of it. Lu Yuanyuan had previously lost a child with Yang Kaijun. However, given her flat stomach and her current association with a wealthy benefactor, it seems she must have terminated the pregnancy, whether voluntarily or forcibly, I cannot say. Qin Minghao was indifferent, neither pained nor gleeful. From his perspective, it was more likely that Longu had coerced her into the procedure. Otherwise, how could she serve clients with a bulging belly? What? That beast Yang Kaijun wouldn't dare treat Meilin the same way, would he? Shinyiru's eyes were filled with concern. For now, no. Yang Kaijun is Juning. He will cherish anyone of use to him, treating them like a prized possession. But once they cease to be of value, their fate will likely mirror Lu Yuanyuan's. Your friend seems to come from a wealthy family. As long as her family doesn't go bankrupt, Yang Kaijun will treat her well. What happens behind the scenes is another matter entirely, Qin Minghao sighed. Truth be told, women targeted by Yang Kaijun didn't fare well. Yet, their essay saying, it takes two to tango. He was not a saint. It was not his place to intervene. But Shinyiru disagreed, pulling out her phone to contact Zhao Meilin. Upon seeing the red exclamation mark, she became anxious and frustrated. What to do? Meilin has completely fallen under his spell and has blocked me. What should Qin Minghao do? Shinyiru was stamping her feet in distress. What can be done? Have you not heard the saying, better to tear down 10 temples than to break one marriage? Your friend is lost in the illusion that Yang Kaijun has created for her. At this moment, any words of caution will fall on deaf ears. She may even view you as the villain. Reflecting on this, Qin Minghao felt a twinge of guilt. His former neighbor, who was practically a childhood friend, had warned him before, yet he had dismissed it as mere jealousy. Even after repeated warnings, he had only grown more obstinate and hostile. During their crucial exam period, when they were both under immense stress, the friend had relocated and they had lost contact entirely. Had he heeded that advice sooner, today as tragedy might have been avoided. But how could he have known? He wondered how his friend was faring in that distant place. If given the chance, Qin Minghao wished to apologize in person. I know, but are we truly going to do nothing? Shen Yiru was well aware she had warned Mei Lin countless times, yet none of it had been taken to heart. Haven't you done everything you could? Good advice is often wasted on the stubborn, and did she ever truly consider you a friend? Qin Minghao retorted. Mei Lin, Shen Yiru opened her mouth, struggling to find an excuse for Zhao Mei Lin, but realized she had none, leaving her feeling both saddened and defeated. Enough of this worry. I can't take all these jade pieces. I can't give you this piece of dragonstone jade. Choose from the other three, and that should brighten your spirits a bit. To be honest, Qin Minghao preferred the spirited, headstrong Shen Yiru over the downtrodden, wilted version before him. What? You're giving these to me? These jade pieces are all quite valuable. The smallest one is worth several million. Shen Yiru pointed at the jade in disbelief. I know, but you seem downcast. If these can elicit a smile from you, it will be worth it. If you don't want them, I can sell them instead. Qin Minghao had no use for so many jade pieces. It was far more worthwhile to repay his debts. Had it not been for Shen Yiru helping him rather than Zhao Meilin, he wouldn't have been so generous. After all, she had risked her friendship for his sake, and it was only right that he compensate her. I want it. If I take the largest one, you won't feel regret, will you? Shen Yiru asked tentatively. I would indeed feel regret. I was merely being polite. I didn't expect you to take me at my word. The largest piece was worth at least 10 million. If crafted into a finished product, it could fetch up to 30 million. Such a large piece of jade was not rare, and there were plenty of jadeites. But a stone of this size and quality was a rarity. It could easily be fashioned into large items like screens or chessboards. I knew you weren't sincere. Shen Yiru pouted, her previous gloom dissipating completely. Why ask if you already know? So what now? Should we exchange it for another? Qin Minghao teased Shen Yiru intentionally, hoping to distract her from Zhao Meilin's situation. Not exchanging. This young lady doesn't lack for jade, as long as I desire. Do not think that this inferior water-green jadeite is the only option. Even the dragonstone you possess could be presented before me. Senjito spoke no falsehood. Given the Shen family's wealth, tens of millions is but a trifling matter, if one were to consider it. The fact that this water-green jadeite caught the eye of Miss Shen is indeed its fortune. Qin Minghao found himself rather fond of the current Shen Yiru. She seemed destined to be flamboyant. Though she was willful, she was not unreasonable. In fact, her moral compass was quite sound. She was merely a child raised in indulgence, yet capable of discerning right from wrong. Just so you know, Shen Yiru held her head high, exuding an air of pride. Very well, then allow me, Miss Shen, to grant this jadeite an opportunity by accepting it. What do you say? Qin Minghao's eyes sparkled with a fondness he himself was unaware of. Did you not just say you were reluctant? Shen Yiru questioned him skeptically, suspecting that Qin Minghao might be harboring ulterior motives. Isn't he just teasing you? When a man speaks, he means what he says. If he says you may choose freely, then choose freely. Chapter 54. Do you understand surface friends? Shen Yiru rolled her eyes, knowing full well that Qin Minghao was a mischievous sort. I shall not take advantage of you. Instead, how about this? 9 million, and I shall purchase it. Qin Minghao felt a tinge of helplessness. He merely wished to provoke her a little. Had she not realized that in their banter, she had forgotten her sorrows? If I say I'll give it to you, I will indeed give it to you. Where's your vehicle? I shall assist you in loading it. We may consider ourselves friends. Yes? Could we refrain from discussing money so incessantly? Qin Minghao's expression turned serious. Friends. Shen Yiru repeated the word. Although she introduced Qin Minghao as her friend to others, she understood that their relationship was not as deep as it appeared. Now that Qin Minghao declared them friends, having such a remarkable healer, endowed with strength, and not seeking to exploit her, seemed rather advantageous. While she often spoke of finances and was indeed wealthier than him, Qin Minghao had never taken advantage of her, aside from when she initially spent over 200,000 to purchase his charms, hoping he would treat her mother. And later, when she invited him to a meal at the Small Fortune building, he had always contributed more, whether it was for her mother-esque treatment or delivering medicine to her. Ultimately, who truly was the wealthy one here? Nevertheless, it was indeed Shen Yiru's first experience of relishing the notion of benefiting from another. All right then, I shall accept it, and later I will craft a gift from this jadeite for you. Shen Yiru was not one to be pretentious. Having decided to befriend Qin Minghao, she would not be overly calculative. Then I thank you, Miss Shan. As Qin Minghao loaded the jadeite into her vehicle, Chinsu emerged, rubbing his face, appearing quite fatigued. The two of them caught a ride home with Shinyiru. This time, she refrained from speeding and drove exceptionally steadily. Upon returning to the small courtyard with the remaining 3 pieces of jade, Qin Minghao handed 2 of them over to Chinsu. Cousin, could you help me deal with these? Today, Qin Minghao had witnessed Chinsu's prowess. This fellow could spin words to bring the dead to life and extinguish the living, and anyone lacking resolve would be led astray by him. For instance, the man surnamed who today had been sold out by Chinsu and was now counting the money. Sure, but I shall take 5,000 as a service fee. Chinsu chuckled. What? We still need to... To Qin Minghao's surprise, Chinsu replied earnestly. A brother should be clear about financial matters. And do you think the investigations I conducted for you come without cost? Qin Minghao then recalled that he had asked Chinsu to look into the increase in rent for Mingyue's lodging. 60,000. I shall give you 10,000 as a service fee, Qin Minghao promptly stated. How sensible of you. Then I shall share the investigation results with you, Chinsu said mysteriously, pulling out his phone. Once you see this, you'll understand. As Qin Minghao took the phone, he discovered several photographs, seemingly taken in a dimly lit car. Despite the poor lighting, he could discern the figures, a middle-aged man and a woman, heavily made up, nestled in the man's embrace. With his hand wandering, Qin Minghao faintly recognized the woman's original features. Yuanyuan? Cousin, where did you acquire this? Though he did not know the man in the photo, he could surmise that the individual was most likely the landlord of Mingyue's restaurant. Old Zheng sent it to me, Chinsu replied. What? Qin Minghao was utterly astounded. He had thought that even if Chinsu did not hire a detective, he would still have to probe for information. He never anticipated such methods could be employed. You know your cousin enjoys playing games. Men are often like that. However, Old Zheng dares not act overtly with no one to boast to, so he shared it with me, his good brother. I never expected this woman would be Yuan. Had I not encountered her at the Jade exhibition today, I might have continued investigating for several more days, but upon seeing her, it all became clear. No wonder. Chinsu grasped the situation entirely. And how could Qin Minghao not? Yet, he was baffled. Why did Yuan not seek revenge on Yang Kaijun, but instead pursued her? What connection did this have to Mingyue? Was Yuan unhinged? The one who harmed her was Yang Kaijun, yet she did not retaliate against him? Chinsu shook his head. I cannot say. What do you wish to do? I could send this photograph directly to Old Zheng's wife. At that point, it would not merely be about collecting rent. He would have nowhere to stay, effectively leaving with nothing. Qin Minghao looked at Chinsu in disbelief. Cousin, that seems a bit harsh, does it not? And are you not concerned he will find out? After all, you two are somewhat connected. Chinsu displayed a disdainful expression. Am I to fear him? You underestimate your cousin far too much. Do you know what surface friends are? In this world, having one more friend means one more path. Yet remember that these friends may not be true friends. Often, they exist for interests and appearances. Chinsu spoke with utmost seriousness, recognizing that his younger cousin's naivety had led him to be easily deceived. Qin Minghao understood, yet he had not anticipated his cousin's actions would be so natural. Let be, there is no need for that. Just devise a way to extinguish this desire of his, as we hold no deep resentment against him. Qin Minghao pondered. He did not wish his cousin to become the villain, even if his words held merit. To disrupt someone's financial means is akin to killing their parents. Making Mingyue lose her job does not amount to deep-seated enmity, does it? You are far too kind, Chinsu sighed resignedly. This cousin of mine is just like my aunt, holding an idealistic view of the world and everyone in it. Very well, since I am your brother. I shall handle this matter. I do not wish to. I simply think it unnecessary. Qin Minghao attempted to explain, yet Chinsu pushed him out of the room. Leave this to me. You need not worry. With your cousin here, not even a nightclub hostess could raise that rent. Qin Minghao stood at the door, shaking his head in resignation. He truly was not a kind person. As dusk faded, the night gradually unfurled. On a summer evening, the irritating chirping of cicadas and the calls of birds filled the air, while the white street lamps illuminated the dim alley. The evening breeze brushed against Qin Minghao's face, yet he felt an unprecedented tranquility and warmth. Such a life seemed truly delightful, if only it were not for those troublesome and oblivious individuals. One could only say that a society governed by law had saved them. Otherwise, with his current influence, he could effortlessly eliminate Yuan and Yang Kaijun, perhaps even leaving them without a trace. Qin Minghao shook his head with a smile, lost in thought when suddenly his phone rang. Upon answering, Bai Zhenjin's cold voice questioned, "Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? How long has it been?" Chapter 55, Dr. Chen's Request. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten. When do you need it? Qin Minghao genuinely had forgotten. He couldn't be blamed. There had been so many recent events that he was overwhelmed. Can you provide it now? Bai Zhenjin inquired. Now, it might be a bit too late. How about I contact you tomorrow? Qin Minghao thought to himself that it was impossible to procure the medicine at this hour. He didn't even have any herbs, and the apothecary was closed. All right, just don't forget, she replied. Early the next morning, Qin Minghao hurried to the apothecary. Old man, please prepare some medicinal herbs for me. He handed the prescription to the elderly pharmacist. What is this prescription? Chinda asked, examining the unfamiliar names of the herbs with a puzzled expression, though he did not doubt its validity. It's nothing much, just some herbs I need. These herbs are incompatible and could lead to impotence, so don't mistake them for something beneficial. Although Qin Minghao was aware that Chunda understood the implications of the herbs, he refrained from revealing his intentions. However, if the herbs were to be used separately, there would be no such associations. Better to be upfront than to raise suspicions. All right, please wait a moment. Chunda immediately set about gathering the herbs without question. How much will it cost? Qin Minghao asked. Let's not worry about money for now. I don't even know your name, Lida interjected. I am Qin Minghao. And you? I am Chunda, with the courtesy name Ziheng. You can call me Dr. Chun. Goodness, not many people have courtesy names in this era. This old man, Chun, is indeed a person of heritage. Qin Minghao thought it best to address him as Elder Chun. You were kind enough to not charge me last time. I would feel quite embarrassed if I didn't pay for the herbs this time. Though the quantity of herbs he requested was modest, they were not cheap. Actually, I'm not giving them to you for free. I mainly wish to ask for a favor. Chinda replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. A favor? What do you need help with? Have you encountered a difficult ailment? Qin Minghao pondered what kind of difficulties could plague someone like Elder Chun, aside from healing. Indeed, I have encountered some difficulties. Since he was asking for a favor, Chinda did not hold back and shared his predicament. I have an old friend, 70 years of age, who is quite knowledgeable about traditional Chinese medicine and has always valued his health. However, for some unknown reason, his condition has drastically deteriorated recently, and he is now bedridden and losing weight. To avoid worrying his family, he has kept this from everyone except me. I examined his pulse, but found no issues. Initially, I thought it was my lack of skill, but even the hospital could not find anything wrong. He refuses to inform his family, and, as a friend, I cannot just watch him waste away. I hope you can assist me. On that day, he had thought of Qin Minghao, but unfortunately, they were mere acquaintances, and he did not know his name or how to contact him. Luckily, they crossed paths again today, prompting Chunda to bring it up. Could he share more details about his condition? Qin Minghao inquired. Though Chunda might be somewhat old-fashioned, his medical skills were commendable. Qin Minghao had seen his prescriptions, which were typically balanced and restorative. While recovery may take longer, the side effects would be minimal. Moreover, if he couldn't find anything, how could Western medicine fail? Unlike traditional Chinese medicine, which relies on observation and inquiry, Western medicine employs precise and efficient instruments for examinations, yielding far more direct results. This is why Western medicine has gained prominence, while traditional Chinese medicine has waned. People today tend to trust science and evidence-based results. Suddenly, he has become excessively drowsy, lethargic, and has lost his appetite. Initially, he thought it was just the hot weather, but gradually, he has spent more and more time in a stupor. The longest he has slept was 15 hours straight. As people age, their need for sleep decreases, yet he had been exhibiting such unusual behavior. In just a week, he lost over 10 pounds, spending most of his days in a daze, unable to eat. This situation struck Qin Minghao as vaguely familiar. He couldn't help but think of someone, Shen Yiru's mother. She exhibited similar symptoms, with no particular issues aside from excessive sleepiness, which eventually led to a coma. Could it be that some malevolent force was at play? Qin Minghao suspected it was highly possible. The question remained as to how such forces manifested. Can you take me to see him? Qin Minghao asked, eager to confirm his suspicions. Of course, I intended to ask for your help. Although Chanda was older than Qin Minghao, he consistently addressed him with respect. Just a moment, please. To be safe, he decided to contact Chen Su, fearing it was indeed a situation akin to Shen Yiru's mother's. Cousin, could you bring me the talismans from the third drawer on my bedside table? The ones you recommended from that apothecary. Sure, what did you say? Chun Su suddenly grasped the situation. Talismans? Cousin, where did you get those? You weren't deceived, were you? Those things require magical skills to produce. Otherwise, they're worthless. Chun Su said, while making his way to Qin Minghao's room. Upon opening the drawer, he was taken aback. These are quite impressive. Wait for me. I'll bring them right over. Chun Su hung up the phone, greed flashing in his eyes as he picked up the talismans. The aura of power emanating from them indicated they were crafted by a Taoist master. He examined each one carefully, noting the protective amulets, warding charms, and even higher-level talismans such as the Quiet Garment Talisman and the Spirit Heart Talisman. Not to mention the Bagua Talisman. Particularly, the Quiet Garment Talisman possessed the power to dispel illness and ward off evil, capable of alleviating various toxins. The Spirit Heart Talisman had calming and exorcising effects, able to dispel madness, paralysis, and sleep curses. He found both of them immensely valuable. Each of these talismans could fetch over 1 million, with the Bagua Talisman potentially selling for 5 million. Not only could he not afford them, but even the entire Chun family possessed very few. Where on earth did his cousin acquire these? Despite feeling envious, Chun Su meticulously gathered the talismans to bring to Qin Minghao. Cousin, where did you find these treasures? What do you intend to do with them? Chapter 56. A family? Being outside, Chun Su refrained from saying too much. His curiosity was piqued, but he wasn't foolish, especially considering Chunda's skepticism toward such items. Chun Su, what are you calling him? Chunda looked at Chun Su, surprised. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Qin Minghao, the son of my aunt. And this is Chunda, my older cousin's eldest son, who is also your cousin, Xiao Hai. Wait, what? Both Chunda and Qin Minghao were stunned by the revelation that this elderly gentleman in his 50s was indeed his cousin. What a surprise. No wonder Chun Su found this remote place. It turns out they are acquainted. If I had known this relationship earlier, would have been such a hassle to procure medicine. Oh my, we are indeed family. Regarding the addition of a younger brother in his 20s, Chunda felt no resistance. His grandfather was born early and held the position of the eldest in the family. When his grandfather was 30, Chun Su's grandfather had just been born. By then, his grandfather had already cradled his first grandchild, which was Chunda himself. Chun Su's grandfather was eager to have a son. Chunda, having already born a son, found it amusing that Chun Su had only just arrived into the world. To put it another way, his 30-year-old son had to address Qin Su as uncle. Thus, the prospect of another younger brother did not trouble him. However, the revelation of Qin Minghao's identity was indeed a delightful surprise. Such an extraordinary young healer turned out to be a member of his family? Why had this not been disclosed earlier? It nearly led to misunderstandings. The thought of their prior encounters made Chunda somewhat reproachful towards Chun Su. What misunderstandings could arise? Chun Su, curious, pondered how his cousin, who was so devoted to healing others, could possibly be at odds with his innocent and kind-hearted younger brother. Let us set aside the past. We should focus on the matter at hand. Qin Minghao wished to avoid revisiting old grievances. Indeed, is there anything you still need to prepare? Acknowledging their familial bond, the formality in their address shifted from you to thou, for Qin Minghao was genuinely his younger brother. Their grandfathers were brothers, making their kinship quite close. I require nothing. Let us depart. Cousin, take your belongings and accompany me. Qin Minghao instructed Chun Su. Where are you two, the elder and the younger, so mysteriously headed? Chun Su inquired with great curiosity. What else could I possibly do but heal? Little Su, why did you not inform me of our family's remarkable Minghao? He recalled fondly, I once held Andy in my arms when I was a child. I have lived in Yuqing for over a decade. Why was I not informed that Andy was also here? Chunda's tone still bore a hint of reproach. Qin Minghao pressed his lips together, unsure how to process Chunda's reminiscence of holding Annie, who was over a decade older than him. Oh, I completely forgot. Chun Su truly had forgotten, not Annie herself, but rather Chunda. Had it not been for his father's call urging him to collect some items from Chunda, he would have entirely forgotten about this elder brother, given their vast age difference and lack of shared experiences. However, Chunda maintained a good rapport with Chun Su's father. My apologies for my oversight. Chunda, aware of Chun Su's carefree nature, did not dwell on it. Once in the car, he remarked, tomorrow, I shall visit Auntie. I wonder if she is available? With this single remark, the atmosphere in the vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Chun Su shot Chunda a frantic glance, while Qin Minghao's expression turned somber. Qin, no longer a youthful lad, quickly realized he had misspoken but could not discern where he had gone awry. My mother passed away a year ago. Qin Minghao acknowledged that this was no fault of Chunda. Ignorance could not be blamed, especially since Chunda had acted out of kindness. What? Auntie is barely over 40. How could this be? What dreadful affliction could she have succumbed to? Chunda's memories painted Annie as a child of 14 or 15 years as junior, the youngest of the 6 Uncle-S children, and the only daughter in a family renowned for its numerous offspring. In the Chun clan, where sons were plentiful, Auntie's early departure seemed unfathomable. Perhaps it had something to do with her estrangement from the family? An accidental fall from a cliff. Even though Qin Minghao had not shied away from discussing his mother's death, his voice trembled as he recounted it. His mother had been a vibrant soul, and although she had lost her husband and family, her love for him had never waned. They had lived a happy, albeit modest life, filled with her passion for gardening and an unwavering positivity towards work. It was her nurturing that had forged his bond with Yang Kaijun, an orphan whom he embraced as a brother. After gaining admission to university, and with the promise of a childhood betrothal, his mother had relaxed her burdensome toil, spending her days dancing with neighbors and hiking. Thus, he had never questioned the circumstances surrounding her death, compounded by the fact that he had suffered an accident that left him blind, preventing him from witnessing her final moments or even laying eyes on her remains. Contemplating this, Qin Minghao felt a new wave of doubt regarding his mother's demise. Initially, there had been no suspicions, but why had they gone to such lengths to stage a car accident? Had they intended to kill him and failed, or was it never their intention to take his life? From previous conversations with Yang Kaijun and Lu Yuanyuan, he leaned towards the latter, yet he found himself perplexed. Such a tragedy. Qin Minghao had never revealed the truth of his mother's death to anyone. Even Chun Su believed it to be an accident. Otherwise, given the Chun family's temperament and resources, Yang Kaijun and Lu Yuanyuan would have long since met their demise. Let us not dwell on the past. It has transpired, and we should focus on our current destination, Chun Su suggested, wishing to divert his cousin's thoughts from the painful memory of Annie's passing. To Iju Huiding, Chunda replied, "Quite the endeavor, brother. You are now treating the ailments of the affluent." Iju Huiding is a lavish community, with prices soaring to 50,000 per square meter, featuring villas with courtyards, the smallest of which exceeds 300 square meters. It is indeed among the priciest neighborhoods in Yuqing. Chapter 57. The Unspoken Understanding Among Brothers. This wealth even stirred a hint of envy in Chun Su. "You seem quite knowledgeable." Chunda did not contest this, as his old friend was indeed affluent. Their conversation not only shifted the weighty topic, but also interrupted Qin Minghao's thoughts. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Iju Huiding community, where the security guard promptly approached. "It's me. I'm here to see old Shun," Chunda announced, rolling down the car window. "Ah, it is Dr. Chun. I shall open the gate for you." Although Chunda did not reside in this community, he possessed undeniable privileges, both due to his status and his rapport with old Shun. The entire Iju Huiding was developed by old Shun, who, despite his retirement, still commanded respect and authority. "Quite impressive, brother. You wield considerable influence, as evidenced by the respect shown by those guards, all armed with military-grade batons." Chun Su, though seemingly carefree, was astutely observant, noting the quality of the security equipment. Less chatter to Villa Number 1. Arriving at their destination, the trio exited the vehicle, with Chun Su eagerly assisting Chunda in carrying the medical supplies while Chunda expertly entered the access code. With a click, the grand gate swung open. "Dr. Chun, you have arrived," greeted a middle-aged man who appeared only slightly younger than Chunda. "How has old Chun been faring these past few days?" Chinding Kuwayev. The housekeeper shook his head, a cloud of worry etched across his face. "He has been asleep for a day without any signs of waking. What shall we do? Should we notify the family?" The housekeeper was visibly troubled. Old Shun's health was deteriorating, yet he insisted on keeping his condition a secret. If anything were to happen, the housekeeper could not bear the weight of such responsibility. "Wait a moment. I have brought a distinguished healer today, specifically to attend to old Shun's ailment. This is my cousin, Qin Minghao, and this is my younger cousin, Chun Su. Do not be deceived by my cousin's youth. His medical expertise surpasses my own considerably. If he cannot remedy old Shun's condition, then truly, there is no hope left in Yuqing," Chunda stated. Indeed, Dr. Chun, we appreciate your efforts," the butler replied, initially mistaking the two young men for Dr. Chen's new apprentices, only to realize they were his relatives. They appeared rather youthful. Yet the butler had no alternative but to place his trust in Dr. Chen. He led the three into the villa, intending to take them upstairs, but was halted by Qin Minghao. One moment Qin Minghao interjected suddenly. "What is it?" Chinda inquired, looking toward Qin Minghao. "Does the old gentleman have a penchant for collecting antiques?" Qin Minghao asked. Collecting antiques is not an uncommon hobby. It has persisted throughout history, a pursuit of elegance that is often beyond the reach of the impoverished. For the affluent, amassing antiquities and gemstones can serve as a symbol of their status and wealth. The butler acknowledged that there were indeed antiques in the residence, but found it perplexing that this young doctor would inquire about matters unrelated to the illness. "May I have the opportunity to see them?" Qin Minghao requested. Upon entering the villa, Qin Minghao was immediately struck by a profound sense of malevolence, more intense than that which he had encountered at Shun Yiru's home. It seemed to envelop the entire villa, leading him to suspect that old Shun's condition mirrored that of Shun Yiru's mother. Given that both families bore the surname Shun, could there be a connection? If the malevolence was this severe, remaining in the villa would surely taint not only the elderly gentleman, but the staff as well. "Cousin, do you feel something amiss?" Chun Su asked, sensing an unusual chill upon entering the villa. It was not merely cold, but an oppressive chill. Additionally, the talismans he carried began to radiate heat from within his backpack, prompting a sudden realization. This was too bizarre to articulate openly. However, he was further astonished by Qin Minghao's apparent mastery of medical skills. When had his cousin acquired such knowledge? Where did these talismans originate? In a fleeting moment, Chun Su's perception of his cousin shifted. Perhaps Qin Minghao was not as frail and innocent as he had presumed. "Brother, do you sense it too?" Qin Minghao queried, equally astonished. "Ordinary individuals shouldn't be able to perceive this. Could it be that you're also a practitioner? Let's discuss this at home." "We must first locate that object," Qin Minghao replied, nodding in agreement. "Brother, this villa feels off. Your friend may not merely be ill, but could be plagued by some malevolent entity." Chen Su whispered to Chunda. "Are you certain?" Shen Due's brow furrowed. Doubt etched upon his face. "Even if not, it would not harm to investigate, would it?" Chen Su Vi Sung. "Indeed, that makes sense," Chunda conceded. The Qin family had established their influence in northeast China due to their lineage as one of the few ancient martial families, though Chun Su was different. He had apprenticed under a rather unconventional master and had not inherited the family's martial legacy. As a physician, he held skepticism towards Chun Su's beliefs, even looking down upon them. Yet old Shun's predicament was undeniably strange. Besides the possibility Chun Su proposed, he could think of no other explanation. But why did Qin Minghao share the same sentiment? "Rest assured, these two are my brothers, my own kin. We are merely here to observe. You may escort them while I go upstairs to examine old Shun," Chunda declared, and with that, the butler led the two young men to Shin Jiangwo's study. This is the master's study, and this wall displays his preferred antiques. "Over here are the recent acquisitions," the butler elaborated. Qin Minghao scanned the room and turned to Chen Su, asking, "Cousin, do you sense any issues with these antiques?" Chen Su shook his head. "Not only are there no problems, but upon entering the study, I felt the malevolence dissipate considerably. These antiques are likely authentic and may even possess a history, perhaps even deterring that malevolent force." What Chen Su expressed resonated perfectly with Qin Minghao's own feelings. Impressive indeed. I felt the same. I cannot locate that object in the hall, nor here in the study. Where could it possibly be? They whispered among themselves. "I do not know. Let us step outside for now," Chun Su suggested, astonished to encounter such occurrences in Yuqing. "Butler, are there any other antiques?" Qin Minghao inquired. "Other antiques? Merely some decorative items, all located in the hall. Would you like me to escort you there?" The butler regarded their seemingly unfounded curiosity with disdain, wondering if they were merely inexperienced. Is there truly no other place where antiques could be hidden? Qin Minghao pondered. It seems highly improbable, unless the butler is unaware of a hidden treasure. There are none. What exactly are you two planning? The butler's patience was waning, and had it not been for Dr. Chen's introduction, he would have likely ejected them from the premises. "That is of no concern. Please guide us to the old gentleman's room." Qin Minghao discerned the butler's impatience. As they approached the second floor, the oppressive malevolence intensified, causing Qin Minghao to involuntarily shiver. Chen Su remained on high alert. Upon entering the room, they found a frail old man covered by a silk quilt, his expression serene, yet his frame was gaunt. Have you two made any discoveries? Qin Minghao. Chun Su shook his head. I told you the validity of that notion is questionable. Minghao, quickly check old Shen's pulse. Qin Minghao settled at the bedside and began his examination, while Chen Su's gaze flitted around the room, seemingly in search of something. To the butler, it appeared as though Chen Su was behaving suspiciously. There are indeed no abnormalities in the pulse, Qin Minghao reported. Then Shindo was taken aback that Qin Minghao too was at a loss. Wait, as Qin Minghao completed the pulse check and intended to return old Shun's hand to the quilt, he suddenly noticed a jade ring on the old man's thumb. This ring appears unusual. As he reached to inspect the ring, the butler seized his wrist. What are you doing? Dr. Chun, our master holds you in such high regard, considering you a friend, yet you take advantage of his unconscious state to pilfer his belongings. I suspected your interest in the antiques was merely a facade. You have set your sights on our master's ring. Haven to you? Though Qin Minghao could easily free himself with little effort, he refrained from doing so. The old butler had indeed made a considerable leap in judgment. Stealing valuables? Do we truly appear to be thieves? Chen Su's eyes lit up at the sight of the ring, realizing why it had been so elusive. The old gentleman had kept it on his person. Butler, you misunderstand. I, Chinda, am not that sort of person, nor my brothers. We are merely here to treat old Shin. Chanda attempted to clarify. How can one treat an illness in such a manner? I see your intentions are far from honorable. Leave now, and I shall spare you this time for the sake of our master. You are forbidden from entering the Shun household again. The butler resolutely dismissed Chinda's claims. We truly are here to. Chunda began to protest, but in an instant, he noticed a figure flash past him, and Chun Su had the butler pinned to the ground. Minghao, proceed. Chun Su urged, tossing his backpack to Qin Minghao. What are you doing? Someone quickly. Chunda is plotting to harm our master. The butler shouted from the floor. Silence. Jian Su Vito Faisali. Chun Su silenced the butler. Xiao Su, what are you doing? Let go of the butler. Qin Minghao was perplexed. Wasn't his cousin being a bit too violent? You needn't speak. This matter is beyond your control. How dare this old man accuse us of being thieves? Perhaps he knows something and fears being exposed, attempting to drive us away. To be honest, Qin Minghao found some truth in Chen Su's words. Then keep him restrained. Go lock the door. No one is allowed to enter. The butler's voice had been quite loud, and there were still a few servants in the villa. It was possible they might hear the commotion and intervene. Huh? Chinda was momentarily taken aback. Hurry up. Do you want us to help you save him or not? Chen Su shuted up Chendi. Oh. Compared to the butler, Chinda naturally placed his trust in his brother, firstly, due to their relationship, and secondly, because the Chun family lacked nothing. Would they really entertain such nefarious thoughts over trivial matters? The butler's reaction was indeed quite suspicious. Trembling slightly, Chunda hurriedly locked the door. The butler glared at Chunda, his eyes filled with rage and malice. You've invited a wolf into the house. Qin Minghao wasted no time, snatching the ring from old Master Shen's hand and slipping it into his bag. He then took out a spirit heart talisman. As to why it was a spirit heart talisman, his skills in talisman crafting had advanced recently. He no longer made low-tier charms. And old Master Shun's condition was far more severe than that of Shun Yiru's mother. He drew forth the spirit heart talisman and bit his finger, letting his blood fall onto it. The yellow paper suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, leaving the butler stunned as he lay pinned to the ground. Was he about to die and return from the light? What was he witnessing? Heaven and earth disperse the foul air, exorcise demons and bind evil, yet prolong life. Traverse the 5 mountains, knowledge from the 8 seas. The demon king is restrained, my guards are here. The vial dissipates, the Tao Qi persists, hastily, as the law commands. The spirit heart talisman radiated golden light, sailing unbidden towards old Master Shun's head. The previously slumbering elder suddenly convulsed, followed by a piercing, sorrowful wail. His body twisting grotesquely, dark mist streaming from his 7 orifices. The butler was dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this some sort of special effect from a television drama? As old Master Shun's body shook more violently, the dark mist grew thicker, gradually coalescing in the air into a faceless visage. Qin Minghao produced another talisman. 3 realms of guards, 5 emperors of the welcoming, myriad gods paying homage, wielding thunder, instilling fear in ghosts and demons, spirits forgetting their forms, containing thunderbolts, 5 energies surging, golden lights swiftly appearing, shielding the true man, hastily as the law commands. The talisman struck the dark mist fiercely, which struggled frantically as it surged towards Qin Su. Not good. That thing is going to possess the butler. Qin Minghao was caught off guard. Just as he intended to take out another talisman to disperse the foul entity, he was a moment too late. The toilet light was indeed a death wish. Just as the mist approached Qin Su, lunging towards the butler on the ground, Qin Su suddenly intervened, producing a small gourd seemingly from nowhere. In an instant, the black mist was sucked into the gourd, unable to resist or flee. Qin Su sealed the gourd, released the butler, and raised an eyebrow at Qin Minghao, wearing an expression of triumph. Qin Minghao, relieved, gave Qin Su a thumbs up. Chunda, witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. Qin Minghao stepped forward to check old Master Shun's pulse. The elder had endured quite a bit. He was severely depleted, with his internal energies and blood in disarray. Even without that entity, it would take considerable time to recover. Chapter 59. Was it really necessary to escalate things to this level? After all, illness comes like a mountain collapsing and departs like a thread unraveling, especially given the elder's advanced age. It would take 3 to 5 years of care to recuperate, which would also deplete his lifespan. Best to rest and recuperate. As for prescriptions and medications, you decide. Qin Minghao stepped aside, and Chinda quickly checked Shun Jiangwo's pulse. How could this happen? Shun Jiangwo's body was nearly hollowed out. Even if Qin Minghao and Shun Su had taken care of that entity, he would last more than a few years. With proper care, he might live another 7 or 8 years. But if his emotions fluctuated too greatly, or if he was not looked after well, he might only live 2 or 3 more years. Knock, knock, knock. You just want money, right? I'll give you money. Just let my grandfather go. Outside hurried. Chaotic footsteps approached, accompanied by shouts. Shinru, who had been busy caring for her mother and had not visited her grandfather for a while, decided to come by today since it was the weekend. She had not expected to hear the butler's cries for help upon entering. This voice, what a coincidence! Qin Minghao glanced at the butler on the floor, nearly scared out of his wits and questioning his existence, before stepping forward to open the door. You lot. Shunru, upon seeing the door open, lifted the kitchen knife in her hand, ready to strike the intruder, but froze upon seeing Qin Minghao, though she could no longer hold the knife. What the? Shinru, did you really need to escalate things so much? Qin Minghao grasped her wrist and stepped back. Why are you here? Shinru was also drenched in cold sweat, realizing what she had almost done. My cousin asked me to come and treat your grandfather. I thought, which unfortunate old man would be suffering like your mother? I never expected it to be your grandfather. Qin Minghao's speculation was indeed spot on. What? My grandfather is ill? Shinru's face twisted with urgency. Not just ill, but with a condition identical to your mother's. Shinru, has your family offended someone? After all, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Their family had encountered this predicament twice. I don't know. If you were here to treat him, why did the butler say you were robbing us? Shinru had only taken a knife upon hearing the butler's cries for help. That has something to ask him. Given the precedent with your mother, I sensed something was off upon entering, so I thought it might be related to those antiques. I proposed to take a look, but after inspecting your grandfather's study, I found nothing wrong. I was going to check his pulse, but when I noticed the ring on his hand was problematic, I intended to remove it for a closer look, and he accused us of wanting to steal while he was ill. My cousin tried explaining, but he wouldn't listen. Your grandfather's situation is far more severe than your mother's, and we had no choice but to restrain him first. Qin Minghao recounted the chain of events. Having experienced it firsthand, Shinru had no reason to doubt. So that's how it is. What is Ubo's condition now? You haven't harmed him, have you? Shinru inquired, glancing at the butler, who lay unconscious like a dead dog. No, he was merely frightened by that foul entity. But his reaction was rather strange. I suspect it might be related to your grandfather's illness. Impossible. A frail, elderly voice emerged from behind. Shin Jiangwo had actually awakened long ago, but he had feigned unconsciousness, unsure of the situation. It was only upon hearing the conversation between the young man and his granddaughter that he realized the severity of his condition. However, upon hearing the young man mention that old who might be problematic, he could no longer maintain his facade. Old Shun, you're finally awake. Chinda stepped forward again to check his pulse. Old Shun, thank you for bringing someone to save my life. Young man, who and I have grown up together. We share over 40 years of camaraderie, and I trust him. Furthermore, you say my illness is due to the ring on my hand. This ring was a gift from a business partner, and who is unaware of this matter. Shun Jiangwo weakly explained. Grandfather, what on earth is going on? Why did you not inform us that you were unwell? If something were to happen to you, I would be left without a grandfather. Shun Yiru cried as she collapsed to the bedside. I simply did not think of it, my dear girl. If you had visited me more often, I would have noticed. Besides, am I not well now? Since the master has declared that the butler bears no suspicion, Qin Minghao naturally had no objections. The butler was assisted away, and Shun Jiangwo did not allow Qin Minghao to leave. Instead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Is it true that my condition mirrors that of my daughter-in-law? Qin Minghao understood the elder's suspicions and thoughtfully replied, Your condition is far more severe than that of Shinbomu. She has long been overworked and is considerably weaker than the average person. With Shun Bofu and Yiru seldom at home, and the household staff being few, it is no wonder she became possessed. However, that bowl was merely displayed as an ornament in the living room. As for your condition, it is even more concerning given your age and the fact that you carry it with you. Thus, it is certainly more severe than Shinbomu's. Qin Minghao merely stated the facts without making any judgments regarding Shun Lazizi. Yiru was aware of the origin of that bowl, wasn't she? To my knowledge, your mother had no interest in collecting antiques. Your daughter-in-law is a strong woman, fully engrossed in her career, managing the company alongside your son. Even when your son commits acts that betray the family, she does not react as an ordinary woman would, nor does she feign ignorance. That bowl was brought back by my father, who reportedly acquired it at an auction along with Uncle Zhao and others. Shun Yiru indeed inquired about this matter. Which Uncle Zhao? Shun Lazizi's frown deepened. His own ring was also gifted by someone surnamed Zhao. It is Uncle Mei Lin's father. Have you forgotten, grandfather? Shun Yiru replied. Zhao Shiqiang? Yes, indeed, it is Uncle Zhao. Qin Minghao observed the increasingly somber expression of Shun Lazizi. I see. I am fatigued. Allow me to rest for a while. Old Shun, I truly appreciate your assistance today. Once Old Who awakens, I shall have him apologize to you and your two companions. Shun Lazizi spoke in a low tone, reflecting on the uncanny coincidence that his ring had also been gifted by Zhao Shiqiang's father. Both gifts from them bore issues, leading him to suspicion. Yet, could they be foolish enough to target the Shun family directly? Further investigation was necessary. Qin Minghao looked at Shun Lazizi and inquired. That ring is a vessel for malevolent entities. Retaining it here brings you no benefit. Might I request that you hand it over to me? Chapter 60. The Ancient Martial Family. It would be a burden to ask the young master for assistance in this matter. Although Shun Jiangwo sought clarity on who was behind the threats against him, he dared not keep such a perilous object nearby. Not a bother. Qin Minghao, too, was eager to uncover the reasons behind the frequent appearances of such soul-absorbing artifacts. Shun Yiru led a few individuals downstairs and pulled Qin Minghao aside. Qin Minghao, are you suggesting that someone intends to harm my mother and grandfather? Shun Yiru was astute. The coincidences were too pronounced. Even without deep cunning, she sensed something amiss. I cannot say. This matter requires investigation by your family. Do you still possess the talismans I gave you? It would be wise to equip each member of your household. Given that even Shun Lazizi could not ascertain the truth, it was certainly beyond the capacity of an outsider. I understand. Thank you. I will attend to my grandfather. If anything arises, we shall discuss it at school tomorrow. The three departed from Shun Lazizi's villa and entered the vehicle. Xiao Su, I never imagined all of this could be true. The words belonged to Chunda, who had always been skeptical of the ethereal. The existence of the Chun family seemed to suggest that many things dismissed by the world do indeed exist. The existence of the Chun family? Qin Minghao was taken aback. What was the true situation of his maternal family? In his eyes, they were merely ordinary businessmen, albeit prosperous and influential within the locality. However, the revelation from his cousin implied that the Chun family might be far more complex than he had assumed. By the way, cousin, you have yet to explain how you acquired this knowledge. Taoism? Talismans? Medicine? As far as I know, you possess none of these skills. Jian Su Zima? What can I say? I encountered a sage who imparted these teachings to me. Qin Minghao replied, not intending to be evasive. But the appearance of such abilities was indeed astonishing, and he struggled to provide a more credible explanation. A sage? What sort of sage? Shun Su halted the vehicle, gazing intently at Qin Minghao with a mixture of anticipation and yearning. An old man. I was blind at the time. He taught me medicine and martial arts, even restoring my sight. Then he vanished, and I could not meet him after regaining my vision. Qin Minghao recounted. Qin Su scrutinized Qin Minghao's earnest expression, momentarily unable to discern the truth of his words. Could it be someone from your father's side? Qin interjected suddenly. My father? Qin Minghao, already fabricating a tale, felt a surge of emotion at the mention of his father. Who was his father, truly? Indeed, the ancient martial families were not limited to the Qin family alone. Your father's lineage also belonged to an ancient martial family, one that may even have a longer history than the Qin family. Qin possessed some understanding of the circumstances surrounding his aunt from years past. Who was my father? Qin Minghao inquired, having long coveted the answer to this question. As a child, he had once asked his mother, but she had not divulged the information, only holding him close, weeping and apologizing, expressing her regrets. Since then, he refrained from asking to spare her further sorrow, yet his desire to know remained. I do not know your father's identity, only that he hails from an ancient martial family in Kyoto, a notably powerful one. Compared to your father's lineage, our Qin family falls short of prominence. Thus, it was impossible to exact vengeance for your mother. Over the years, Uncle Jean has harbored this grievance, striving to elevate the status of the Qin family. Yet, the disparity in lineage is insurmountable. Qin had only heard whispers regarding Qin Minghao's father. He was uncertain of the truth, yet Uncle Jean surely possessed knowledge. The ancient martial families of Kyoto. Regarding ancient martial arts, Qin Minghao understood that they were categorized into 5 realms, each further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages, similar to the levels of his own training, comprising 4 stages with the potential to break through to the next realm upon reaching the peak. The 5 realms of ancient martial arts are heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and immortal martial. Practitioners cultivate their inner strength, focusing on the dantian, spiritual energy, the 5 elements of nature, and the principles of yin and yang, resonating with the cosmos. In contrast, ancient martial arts training emphasizes physical power, achieving earth-shattering strength through sheer physicality, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary practitioners. The yellow level represents the initial stage of ancient martial arts, akin to the foundation stage, with only 1 in a million achieving this level. At the initial stage, one possesses a strength of 1,000 pounds, 3,000 at the intermediate stage, 5,000 at the advanced stage, and 7,000 at the peak, utilizing vital energy to shatter stones or tear apart tigers and leopards. One enjoys a lifespan of at least 100 years. The profound level represents the intermediate stage of ancient martial arts, comparable to the nascent soul stage, with only 1 in 500,000 attaining this level. At this stage, one can establish a sect in the ancient martial world possessing a strength of 10,000 pounds, moving gracefully as a swallow, capable of scaling walls effortlessly. At the intermediate stage, one achieves 30,000 pounds, 50,000 at the advanced stage, and 70,000 at the peak, fully unlocking all meridians and channels, rendering one impervious to ordinary weapons, with a lifespan of at least 150 years. The Earth level represents an advanced realm in ancient martial arts, comparable to the Void training stage, with only 1 in 10 million individuals reaching this level. Attaining such a status means becoming a master or elder of a prestigious sect possessing immense strength. Initially 100,000 Jin, increasing to 300,000 in the intermediate stage, 500,000 in the later stage, and peaking at 700,000. A hallmark of ancient martial artists at the Earth level is the ability to project their inner energy outside their bodies, enabling them to kill invisibly. They can form a protective barrier of true energy around themselves, impervious to bullets from handguns or rifles, and can briefly fly by controlling their energy, covering distances of dozens or even hundreds of zhang. Their lifespan can extend up to 200 years. The heaven level signifies the pinnacle of ancient martial arts, often referred to as the celestial being or earthly golden immortal, even more formidable than the great ascension stage. One person in 50 million may reach this level, transcending mere mortal comparison. In the initial stage, their power can reach an astonishing 1 million Jin, with figures escalating to 3 million in the intermediate stage, 5 million in the later stage, and peaking at 7 million. Heaven-level experts can generate a superior protective force beyond the true energy shield, rendering them immune to even artillery fire, remaining unharmed at the center of missile strikes. They can fly freely, as long as their true energy is not depleted, with an average lifespan reaching 300 years, and some with extraordinary abilities extending their lives to 500 years. The immortal martial realm is the final stage of ancient martial arts, also known as the immortal martial extreme mirror, symbolizing the utmost in martial prowess, akin to transcending tribulations and achieving immortality. Attaining this realm enables one to shatter the void and ascend to legendary heights. Throughout history, only a few, like the legendary Li Fei Dao and Dugu Qiubai, have reached this level. The duration of life at this stage is unknown, as no one has lived to recount it. For nearly a millennium, no one has attained this realm, but legend suggests that if one does not shatter the void and ascend, they may live for 1,000 years, thus embodying the true essence of immortality. In ancient times, the dragon vene's fortune was complemented by the 9 tripods and the 9 tripod formation, drawing upon the earthly and celestial energies that drifted beyond the dragon vein, as well as the essence of the sun and moon, enriching the spiritual energy of China, allowing everyone to flourish like dragons and resulting in a plethora of ancient martial artists. The ancient masters referred to those at the earth level of ancient martial arts, as only those who reached this level, capable of projecting their inner energy, could be considered true masters of inner energy as understood by the ancients. In contrast, modern masters are often regarded as masters of physical techniques. The destruction of the dragon vein and the theft of the 9 tripods by foreign powers left only 3 tripods, and the disappearance of the 9 tripod formation precipitated a rapid depletion of spiritual energy. By the late Republican period, the nation entered a true dark age of spiritual energy scarcity, rendering even the Huang-level masters a rarity. The subsequent generation of ancient martial masters devolved into mere physical technique masters, representing the initial stage of ancient martial artists. Those who achieved a level comparable to Bruce Lee or significant contributors to martial arts, such as Ip Man of Wing Chun and Yang Luchen of Tai Chi, could still be deemed masters. Thus, true ancient martial masters refer to masters of inner energy, while modern masters refer to masters of physical techniques. The distinction between the two is profound and cannot be compared. Nevertheless, some families, like the Chun family and the family of Qin Minghao's father, still possess genuine prowess. If you wish to know more, you may inquire with Uncle Rujin. The Uncle Rujin mentioned by Chunda is his maternal uncle, the father of Chen Su. I understand. I will make a trip to the northeast when I have time, Chen Su replied as he escorted Chunda back to the clinic, and they returned to the small courtyard. Xiao Hao, regardless of who imparted these abilities to you, we are truly grateful. As for your father's situation, after all these years, he has never returned to see you. It would be best for you not to investigate, Chen Su said delicately. I understand, cousin. I'm a bit tired. I will rest now. Closing the door, Qin Minghao gazed at the photo of his mother on the bedside, holding it delicately. Who is that man? Is he truly worthy? Qin Minghao murmured, his expression tinged with sorrow and resentment. He had never desired a father figure. He did not need one. Yet he felt compelled to find that person and demand answers. Why had he abandoned both his mother and him? Qin Minghao retrieved his phone, once again contacting the detective who had previously assisted him in investigating Yang Kaijun. Could you help me find out which ancient martial families exist in Kyoto? The response came almost instantaneously, 50,000. The price was surprisingly low, and before Qin Minghao could transfer the funds, the detective added, investigating ancient martial families? Do you hold a grudge? I advise you to abandon such thoughts and live quietly. The warning was clear. Even the lesser ancient martial families of Kyoto were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals like him. Abandoning thoughts of vengeance? How laughable, Qin Minghao scoffed. Just tell me if you're selling the information or not. He had no intention of seeking revenge. He merely sought clarity. Yet the detective's words unsettled him. How could ancient martial families treat lives so callously? Business is business. If money is offered, it will be accepted. I will provide you with a list. Looking over the names, the first was the Li family, a mysterious ancient martial clan with extensive connections but little known about their actual capabilities. Next was the Qin family, not only an ancient martial family, but also one of the 4 great families of Kyoto, with many members. However, their focus had shifted to commerce, allegedly due to the declining talents of recent generations, relying on a few elder members to sustain their status. Following were the Chun, He, and Xiang families, alongside the second-tier families, Ma, Zheng, Mo, and Zhuge. Is the Chun family the one connected to Yang Kaijun? Qin Minghao pondered, feeling increasingly troubled. Indeed, it is the same Chun family. The Qin family and the Chun family have intermarried, making them one of the most prominent forces in Kyoto, not only due to their ancient martial heritage, but also their vast commercial interests. Our collaboration has been smooth thus far, but I must advise you, if you seek vengeance against the Qin family or the Qin family, you might as well consider ending your own life as a more merciful option, the detective cautioned again. Ha! The Qin family, the Chun family. Qin Minghao had never before linked these families to himself. Yet the detective seemed to know about his enmity with both families, persistently reminding him. Reflecting on Yang Kaijun's actions and his interactions with a woman from the Chun family, Qin Minghao felt a flicker of realization. I want information on the head of the Qin family, particularly regarding his life before marriage. I'm afraid we lack the capacity to investigate the past of the Qin family head, the detective replied. The mention of the Qin family head piqued curiosity in Sangyu, who was eyeing the computer. To inquire into the past of someone like Qin Guqing. Not only was it difficult, but it could also cost lives. He was in this business to profit, not to risk everything. More money can be negotiated, he added. Qin Minghao did not believe there was anything that money could not achieve. After all, was it not said that wealth could command even the devil? With nearly 2 million in savings, he was determined to uncover the truth behind the Qin name and its connection to him. It's not just about money. It's about our lack of capability. If you truly wish to investigate, I advise against relying on external forces. Not just our detective agency, but any organization would lack the ability or courage to delve into such matters, unless you yourself attain a certain level of power. The detective's words left Qin Minghao in contemplation. Was the Chun family and the Qin family truly that formidable? Their conversation reached an impasse, with Qin Minghao choosing not to reply further and the detective refraining from additional persuasion. If attaining a higher status was necessary, then he would strive to reach a level that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qin and Qin families. One day, he would unravel all of this. No longer wallowing in self-pity, Qin Minghao retrieved the ring he had acquired from old Master Shun. I hope this isn't another artifact that serves only as a trinket. As Qin Minghao murmured to himself, he infused his spiritual energy into the ring. A dazzling green light pierced his eyes, causing him discomfort. In the next moment, he felt an emptiness within his body, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Chapter 62, A Breakthrough. Indeed, he was no longer in his room, but had entered a paradise. Before him lay a tranquil pool, with a full moon reflecting on its surface. Scattered trees and unfamiliar plants surrounded him, while the moonlight cascaded through the clouds, casting a pure glow. Massive rocks flanked the scene, their reflections deep as ink. A winding path, shimmering with delicate ripples, meandered through the landscape. The nearby mountains glimmered a vibrant emerald. Qin Minghao was bewildered by this place, yet instinctively crouched down and dipped his hand into the clear, green waters. Could it be spiritual water? In disbelief, he gazed at this surreal sight. The pool was not filled with mere water, but refined spiritual energy, also known as spiritual water. With his current capabilities, he could barely extract half a bottle of mineral water. Yet this pool contained enough to empower 1,000 versions of himself. He yearned to leap into the pool and celebrate. The previous gloom lifted, and Qin Minghao began to explore this realm. He quickly realized that the spiritual energy here was abundant. After a brief stroll, his internal energy surged, advancing from mid-level qi cultivation to late stage. Remarkably, he had not even practiced. What if he were to cultivate here? He thought, settling cross-legged onto the mat, commencing his training. After an indeterminate time, he sensed he could no longer absorb spiritual energy, as if his dantian was about to burst. Upon inspecting his cultivation level, he found himself at the pinnacle of qi cultivation. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he directed all his spiritual energy towards his dantian, enduring immense pain, gritting his teeth to persevere. The energy within his dantian surged uncontrollably. 1 second, 2 seconds. The agony was unbearable. His eyes reddened, veins bulging, and he could no longer contain his cries. With a roar towards the heavens, the chaotic energy within him began to coalesce, ultimately forming a small emerald sphere, resting quietly in his dantian. At that moment, Qin Minghao fainted. After an indeterminate duration, A droplet of water fell upon his face, startling him awake. The Danyuan? Gazing at the Danyuan within himself, he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this something only achievable at the Golden Core stage? Upon further inspection, he confirmed his breakthrough. Yet he was only at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Although he had made significant progress, he had not yet reached the Golden Core stage. Had he already formed a Golden Core at the Foundation stage? What exactly was his current realm? Frankly, Qin Minghao was perplexed, as this reality diverged significantly from his understanding. Regardless of the realm, a breakthrough was undoubtedly a positive development. At that moment, the moon had retreated behind the clouds, and the sun had yet to rise. It was time to return. In an instant, as if conjured by mere thought, he was plunged into darkness and found himself back in his room. What was this? Qin Minghao stared at the jade ring in his hand, then surveyed his familiar surroundings. This ring contained a space, and a space brimming with spiritual energy. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The ring was far more valuable than a bowl. Eager to confirm this reality, he uttered, "Enter," and immediately reappeared in the mysterious realm. Was it truly real? Qin Minghao was filled with joy, and he soon discovered that this space was not only rich in spiritual energy, but also abundant with herbal materials, including the long-extinct dragon bone grass that Chunda had mentioned. Countless herbs that had not graced this world for nearly a century were now his for the taking. Ecstatic, Qin Minghao wasted no time in gathering herbs, preparing to concoct a cleansing elixir. The cleansing elixir could only be used once in a lifetime, capable of reshaping bones and purifying meridians. Previously hindered by a lack of materials, he now had everything he needed. Just as he was about to exit to refine the elixir, he suddenly spotted an alchemical furnace within a nearby thatched hut. What a remarkable place, providing not only herbs, but also a furnace. He had long desired a furnace, although he had not yet reached the Golden Core stage. He had formed a Danyuan and could now wield the alchemical flames. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Without hesitation, Qin Minghao began his alchemical endeavor, methodically adding the herbs in succession and igniting the furnace. This was his first attempt at alchemy, and he felt somewhat clumsy, particularly in controlling the alchemical flames. Within 10 minutes, the first batch exploded, leaving him as soot-covered as someone emerging from a coal mine, his hair a wild mess. He felt utterly weak. Refining elixirs was indeed no simple task, but Qin Minghao would never surrender easily. Lacking spiritual energy was inconsequential. He had spiritual water to drink, and if the herbs were ruined, he could simply gather more. Thus, he tirelessly persisted through 4 attempts and finally succeeded. The furnace hummed, and the fragrant aroma of the elixir intoxicated the air. At that moment, his clothes, disheveled and tattered, resembled those of a beggar, yet he was filled with exhilaration. Struggling to steady his trembling hands, he opened the furnace. A large, crimson elixir lay within, emitting an enticing fragrance. He had succeeded. He had finally crafted his first elixir. Though it was but one, he wasted no time in consuming it. The sweet aftertaste surpassed that of any confection. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sudden pain struck him, causing him to collapse to the ground, as if his very bones were shattering, agony overwhelming him. Damn it! Qin Minghao bit his lip, the metallic tang of blood sharpening his focus. He needed to endure. He must remain conscious throughout this cleansing process, etching the pain of this day into his memory. Yet, in the next instant he faltered again. Covered in blood and filth, he exuded a foul stench, truly resembling a beggar. In his mind, Qin Minghao repeatedly recited the Cleansing Heart Sutra, enduring the excruciating pain. Time became indistinct. Eventually, he found himself enveloped in mud, the pain gradually subsiding, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, it was to the sound of commotion. What is that foul odor? Cousin, did you fall into a latrine? Qin Minghao opened his eyes to find himself inexplicably back in his room. To his surprise, he realized this space could even transport him automatically. Chapter 63. The Cleansing Elixir. A pungent stench assaulted Qin Minghao's nostrils, as Chun Su pinched his nose, looking at him with disdain. What was happening? Qin Minghao looked down to see himself covered in a thick layer of black mud. Without a doubt, the foul odor emanated from him. Had the cleansing been successful? Don't tell me you have no idea what happened. Chun Su could no longer bear it and retreated outside, shouting, "What are you yelling about? It's the dead of night, And you think others should be awake too? Came a voice from next door, cursing. Only then did Qin Minghao realize it was already night. Ignoring his filthy state, he grabbed his phone to check the time. Sunday at 8 in the evening? He had returned at 5 in the afternoon. In that space, he had not only broken through to the qi cultivation stage, but had also refined several batches of elixirs and undergone cleansing, all of which took 3 days. While only 3 hours had passed outside, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, he could scarcely find the words to express his emotions. He had truly found a priceless treasure. After spending 3 days in the space, just 3 hours have passed outside. A month in the space equates to merely 3 days outside, and 3 years compress to just 3 months. This is indeed more remarkable than one's own inheritance. Time is the only entity that cannot be halted, reversed, or accelerated. Yet, within the space, although one cannot turn back time, one can achieve both acceleration and stillness. I exclaimed, "Are you not a bit daft?" Chun Su expressed his concern, contemplating whether to suppress his nausea and check on Qin Minghao's condition when he suddenly moved. "Cousin, don't come over. Help me get some water. I need a bath." Qin Minghao himself could no longer tolerate the odor emanating from his body. "You should have bathed long ago." Chun Su assisted Qin Minghao in fetching water, and after a thorough wash 5 times, the stench gradually dissipated. "What on earth have you been doing?" Chun Su recalled that since Qin Minghao returned, he had not ventured outside, pondering how this situation arose. "Cousin, do you know about the cleansing marrow pill?" Qin Minghao asked while drying his hair. Of course. Who doesn't he know about the cleansing marrow pill? It used to be a 5th-grade elixir, but now is priceless in the market. Wait a minute. You wouldn't be referring to Chun Su's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I just consumed a cleansing marrow pill, which is why I smell so foul." The effects of the cleansing marrow pill were evident. Qin Minghao felt a significant lightness in his body. His inner spiritual energy became more refined, and most importantly, his senses and meridians exhibited marked improvements. "Cousin, are you joking? Do you realize how much a single cleansing marrow pill is worth? At least 100 million, if one can even find it. Since the dragon vein vanished following the war, where would one still find spiritual energy?" Chun Su's expression turned grave. "I have but one question. Do you desire it?" Qin Minghao did not elaborate, but sought to redirect Chun Su's focus and attention in the most straightforward manner. "What did you just say?" Chun Su's mouth gaped in astonishment. "Cousin, this is no jest." Qin Minghao was not joking. A person could only consume one cleansing marrow pill, and even if he were to refine another, it would be of no use to him. But that did not mean it would be of no use to his cousin. Good things are meant to be shared. I am not jesting. Simply say whether you want it. Do not concern yourself with its origins. If you wish for it, I shall provide it. If not, then so be it." Chun Su was momentarily dumbfounded, but quickly regained his composure. Yes, yes, yes. My good cousin, as long as you can procure one for me, money is no object. I would even offer you 200 million. Chun Su did not believe that Qin Minghao could obtain such a priceless cleansing marrow pill on his own. It could very well have been gifted by a powerful individual, and he certainly could not take it for granted. "Cousin, do you truly have 200 million? Qin Minghao curiously gazed at Chun Su, wondering how his cousin could be so discreet about his wealth. "Of course not, but I can ask my father, your uncle, for it. Rest assured, for the purpose of purchasing the cleansing marrow pill, he would not deny me." Chun Su spoke with confidence. His innate talent was already considered superior within the family, and while resources for cultivation were not lacking, if he could elevate his talent a notch, his father would surely be delighted. Thus he would not hesitate to spend. "In that case, cousin, I can forego charging you for the cleansing marrow pill, but I need you to assist me with a small favor." An idea blossomed in Qin Minghao's mind. "Speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I would risk my life for you." Qin Minghao felt somewhat helpless, knowing his cousin was jesting, and even if he were not, it did not require such extreme measures from him. "I possess more than one cleansing marrow pill. Currently, I have 5 in my possession. If luck is on my side, I may acquire 5 more next month. It would be of no use to keep these. I am contemplating whether to exchange them for some money. But even if I were to sell them, I would prefer to do so to someone with a good relationship with our Chun family. At least those who have their strength increased would not pose a threat to us, right?" Since Qin Minghao aimed to strengthen and expand, the prerequisite was wealth. With wealth came power, and with power, one could exchange for more precious resources. "Cousin, are you certain?" 5. To be honest, I want them all. The 5 from the Chun family alone are insufficient. Yet not everyone can afford such a price. They cannot consume all 5, but 2 or 3 would be manageable. How about this? I want to take this one for free. I will give you 100 million so that instead of letting someone else benefit, we benefit our Qin family. If the family can manage, can we first offer it to our relatives? Chen Su suggested thoughtfully. That is acceptable. But I do not wish for anyone to know that the cleansing marrow pill originated from me. My current strength cannot safeguard this item, and there may be other elixirs in the future. I hope cousin can handle everything for me. In addition to the 5 I wish to sell, I will also provide 5 more for the family for free, but it will take some time, regardless of how much we sell them for. How about I give you 30%? He trusted Chen Su immensely. Otherwise, he would not have divulged this matter. However, among brothers, clear accounts must be kept, and benefits should be duly acknowledged. Cousin, rest assured I understand. No one will ever know that the cleansing marrow pill is connected to you. However, I cannot accept a share. 5 cleansing marrow pills will suffice. Chen Su was not a greedy person and would never exploit his brother. That won't he do. Among brothers, we must keep clear accounts. You must take your share, or I will find someone else to handle this matter. Qin Minghao was determined to bind his interests with Chen Su and the Chen family. Initially, he sought Chen Su's help in selling the cleansing marrow pill not only to profit, but also to leverage it for expanding his connections. After all, who outside could be as trustworthy as the Chen family? With the Chen family strength, they would naturally become Qin Minghao's support. No. How about this? I take 10% and 10% goes to the family. It cannot be more than that. Chapter 64. The Auction. Chen Su's stance was resolute. Fine, it's settled then. I will hand the cleansing marrow pill over to you in a couple of days. After finalizing the arrangement regarding the cleansing marrow pill, Qin Minghao decided to search online for some information, only to discover he had over 10 missed calls from Bai Zhenjin. Oh no, he had promised to contact Bai Zhenjin today concerning the medicine, but first he tended to old Master Shun, and then he uncovered the secret of the jade ring. His excitement made him forget entirely. Qin Minghao hurriedly messaged Bai Zhenjin, hoping she would not be too upset. Sister Zhenjin, I apologize. I encountered some issues today. I did not intend to ignore your calls or messages. After sending the message, Bai Zhenjin did not respond, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. Forget it. First, I should prepare the medicine she needs, instead of returning to the space. Qin Minghao began to brew the medicine in the courtyard. At 8 in the morning, Bai Zhenjin finally replied to Qin Minghao's message. Can you still provide me with the medicine? Although it was merely text, Qin Minghao could sense her displeasure. Yes. Where are you? I will bring it to you right away. Qin Minghao quickly responded. The usual place. After changing his clothes, Qin Minghao took the medicine and headed to the hotel, arriving at the same room as before. He knocked on the door. I thought you were deliberately avoiding me. Bai Zhenjin seemed to have just woken up. Clad in a red silk nightgown, her cascading waves of hair casually draped over her shoulders. She lazily opened the door and returned to the sofa, her legs resting on the coffee table, her red nails accentuating her alluring demeanor. How could that be? I've just been a bit busy lately. Qin Minghao scratched his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Bai Zhenjin today. Typically, she did not wear heavy makeup, yet she was always exquisitely presented, especially her vibrant red lips, which exuded a commanding aura. Today, however, she appeared unadorned, slightly haggard, but considerably gentler. Where's the medicine? Bai Zhenjin leaned toward Qin Minghao, extending her delicate hand. Here. The effects are immediate. Those in good health can maintain them for 3 months, but given your husband's condition, it might only last a month. Qin Minghao placed the items into Bai Zhenjin's palm, unable to resist brushing against her skin, which felt remarkably smooth. Bai Zhenjin seemed indifferent, contentedly tucking away the medicine, a faint smile gracing her lips. I've transferred the money to you, Bai Zhenjin inquired. Not yet. That night, his heart was restless and agitated. Upon receiving Bai Zhenjin's message in the morning, he hurried over without a moment to spare for a meal. Let's go together. Wait a moment while I change, Bai Zhenjin said as she entered her room, leaving the door slightly ajar. Qin Minghao turned slightly and caught sight of Bai Zhenjin inside. She had her back to him, having already removed her nightgown, revealing her graceful figure, her ivory back, and delicate waist, all of which stirred something within Qin Minghao. Bai Zhenjin had a charity auction to attend and had chosen a silver-gray gown, but as she attempted to zip it up, it unexpectedly snagged, refusing to budge, and she could neither pull it up nor remove it. With no other option, she sought Qin Minghao's assistance. Xiaohao, could you help me with the zipper? Bai Jinjin said, stepping in front of him and placing his hand on her back. Ah. As his fingers brushed against Bai Jinjin's smooth back, Qin Minghao froze, his body stiffening involuntarily. Just pull it up, she urged. Bai Jinjin's figure was so stunning that Qin Minghao felt his face flush, and he moved painstakingly slow as he helped her adjust the evening gown. Can you find it? It's right here, Bai Jinjin said, a hint of urgency in her voice as she pressed his hand against her back. I know, don't worry, Qin Minghao replied gently, finally managing to pull up the zipper, feeling as if a weight had lifted off his shoulders. Don't fret, it'll all be done shortly. Bai Jinjin quickly applied some makeup, slipped on high heels, and said to Qin Minghao, let's go. By the way, I have an auction to attend. Would you care to join me? An auction? What items will be available? Antiques and jade? Qin Minghao asked. The jade exhibition was still ongoing, but he had yet to find the opportunity to visit, having had no exposure to jade. However, he was currently more intrigued by antiques. There will be antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and jade articles, Bai Jinjin replied. Qin Minghao nodded. Then I will accompany you. The auction venue was understated yet opulent, filled with attendees dressed in formal attire. Qin Minghao felt somewhat out of place. Bai Jinjin settled into the third row. On such a lively occasion, where is old Master Shun? Bai Jinjin wondered, glancing at the front row. Old Master Shun was known for his passion for collecting antiques, and he would certainly not miss such a charity auction. Old Master Shun? Are you referring to Shun Jiangwo? Qin Minghao inquired. Yes, do you know him? Bai Jinjin asked. Surprised. We've met briefly. I treated him once, Qin Minghao replied nonchalantly. But old Master Shen isn't here because he can't come. When did he fall ill? Is it serious? Bai Jinjin had not heard this news before. That's confidential. It's a matter of patient privacy. The circumstances surrounding old Master Shun's illness were peculiar, and even Bai Jinjin was not privy to the details. All right, I have no other intentions. I merely have a good relationship with the Shun family, Qin Minghao smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The Zhao family, who were delivering the antiques, also had ties with the Shun family, which raised significant suspicions. Let me introduce you to a few people. That middle-aged man in the black suit is Zhao Shiqiang, the chairman of the construction company. The project for your family's relocation is under his company. The gentleman beside him in the Tang suit is Old Master Hu from the Hu family, a prominent martial arts family in Yuqing, reputedly an ancient martial arts lineage. The elderly lady next to him is my grandmother. She's been unwell lately. And after the auction, could you take a look at her? Bai Jinjin introduced Qin Minghao to the most distinguished individuals present. Zhao Shiqiang, the father of Zhao Meilin, the one who delivered the alms bowl to Shun Yiru's father. Observing him, Qin Minghao noted his height of about 1.75 meters, a round face, and a friendly smile. Had one not known his past, they might have mistaken him for a genial elder. However, Qin Minghao perceived a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Jinjin, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Just as Qin Minghao scrutinized Zhao Shiqiang, Zhao Meilin and Yang Kaijun approached Bai Jinjin, but upon seeing Qin Minghao, their expressions changed instantly. Xiaohao, Meilin, do you know each other? Chapter 65. What is your relationship with him? Oomph. A cold huff indicated Zhao Meilin's disdain. Ms. Bai, is this your friend? Yang Kaijun glowered, his brow furrowed. How had he never noticed Qin Minghao's capabilities before? It seemed he had a knack for charming women, first Shun Yiru and now Bai Jinjin. Unlike the spoiled Shun Yiru, Bai Jinjin was a woman of substance, possessing both fame and wealth. He is my younger brother. Bai Jinjin was a seasoned businesswoman. Having navigated the competitive waters of commerce for over a decade, she could easily see through someone like Yang Kaijun, and thus harbored no favorable impression of him. However, as a fellow businessman, she maintained her composure and refrained from displaying her emotions openly. Moreover, even if Yang Kaijun was a mere gigolo, he was still Zhao Meilin's boyfriend. Yang Kaijun's glare at Qin Minghao intensified with animosity. The auction is about to begin. Let us take our seats. Bai Jinjin was unwilling to engage in conversation with Yang Kaijun. Since Zhao Meilin laid eyes on Qin Minghao, her expression soured, even more so than Yang Kaijun's. Yet, given Bai Jinjin's status and her partnership with the Zhao family, Zhao Meilin dared not treat her as she did Shun Yiru. With resentment, she took her seat, glaring fiercely at Qin Minghao. Xiaohao, did you offend Zhao Meilin? Bai Zhenjin tilted her head and whispered, "Sort of, but it was Yang Kaijun who provoked me first. He refuses to admit defeat." Qin Minghao replied with a cold smirk. Somehow, his disdain for Yang Kaijun had transformed into Yang Kaijun's disdain for him, which he found equally gratifying. Sitting beside Bai Zhenjin, he reveled in the power dynamic. Would they still regard him with such caution if Bai Zhenjin were not at his side? Wealth and influence indeed wield significant power, allowing one to assert themselves even in the presence of the affluent. Yang Kaijun was indeed somewhat unimpressive. Qin Minghao pondered why the usually astute Zhao Shiqiang would consent to his daughter dating such a person and even allow him to join the construction company. In elite circles, lineage was paramount, and families like theirs typically arranged marriages to forge strong alliances. Zhao Shiqiang, a cunning old fox, prioritized interests above all, and yet he permitted his daughter to associate with a nameless individual. The only reason Yang Kaijun could appear so openly by Zhao Meilin's side was that he had received Zhao Shiqiang's approval. If the father-in-law was satisfied, it seemed inevitable that Zhao Meilin would marry Yang Kaijun. Does Zhao Shiqiang know about their relationship? Qin Minghao mused, observing Zhao Shiqiang's silhouette in the front row. Indeed, he was seated right there. Had he disapproved, Zhao Meilin would not have dared to bring Yang Kaijun along. But why would he agree? Qin Minghao fell into deep contemplation, struggling to comprehend how the seemingly insignificant Yang Kaijun had garnered the recognition of the shrewd businessman Zhao Shiqiang. The auction is about to commence. A resounding voice interrupted Qin Minghao's thoughts, prompting even Bai Zhenjin to sit up straight. On the stage, a man clad in a suit held a wooden gavel, announcing the event. From the side of the stage, a woman in a qipao gracefully approached, carrying a tray draped with a red cloth. As she placed the tray on the auction platform, the man smiled, ready to unveil the contents, when suddenly a voice rang out, "Wait!" In the ensuing silence, Yang Kaijun abruptly stood up. All eyes turned toward him, including Zhao Shiqiang's, which reflected surprise and confusion, yet he remained unperturbed. "Sir, do you have something to say?" The auctioneer, a member of the Zhao family who organized the charity event and recognized Yang Kaijun's identity, maintained a courteous demeanor, not perceiving him as a disruptor. However, the expressions of others, such as Qin Minghao, soured. As Yang Kaijun rose, Qin Minghao sensed that he intended to stir trouble, possibly targeting him directly. "Kaijun, do you have a question?" Zhao Shiqiang inquired with a friendly tone. "Indeed, I do. Today's charity auction is aimed at the elite of the Yuqing business circle. Who among us lacks stature? I may be the least distinguished here, but as a senior executive of a construction group with an annual income in the hundreds of thousands, I can contribute to this charity auction. Yet, I fail to comprehend how certain individuals, clearly unqualified, have managed to secure front-row seats." A sinister smile crept across Yang Kaijun's lips. "Unqualified? Who do you refer to?" Bai Zhenjin immediately directed her gaze at him. The only attendee without an invitation was Qin Minghao, whom she had brought along. What was Yang Kaijun insinuating? "It is, of course, the young man beside you. What is his identity? By what right does he occupy this space?" "Bai Zhenjin, could you enlighten us about your relationship with him?" Yang Kaijun appeared undeterred by the prospect of offending Bai Zhenjin. All eyes in the room shifted to her and Qin Minghao, laden with skepticism and even schadenfreude. Qin Minghao furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of his relationship with Bai Zhenjin. Yang Kaijun's malice was palpable. Bai Zhenjin was wed to the Wang family, and if they could not clarify his presence, she might be unjustly labeled as unfaithful. Such a scandal would not only harm her, but would also bring retribution from the Wang family against him. Yet, he wondered if Yang Kaijun was too eager to eliminate him, even at the risk of angering Bai Zhenjin. After all, her grandmother was still alive. Would she allow her granddaughter to be sullied by such accusations? "Yang Kaijun, do I owe you an explanation regarding my relationship with him? Who do you think you are?" Bai Zhenjin retorted, her interest in the conflict between Qin Minghao and Yang Kaijun waning. "I may not be of great significance, but there are rules in place. Bringing a stranger here seems rather improper, does it not?" Yang Kaijun boldly telling it. "Your son-in-law raises a valid point. May I ask how this young man is addressed, and what is his standing?" Zhao Shiqiang unexpectedly joined Yang Kaijun in questioning Bai Zhenjin. "Zhenjin, since Zhao and everyone else are curious, why not clarify?" A venerable yet commanding voice echoed through the hall. It was Bai Zhenjin's grandmother, old Lady Bai. She regarded her granddaughter with an expression devoid of doubt, though clearly displeased. whether with Bai Zhenjin or Zhao Shiqiang remained unclear. Grandmother, Bai Zhenjin struggled to find an adequate excuse. A friend? Was too vague for the audience's satisfaction. As she faltered, Qin Minghao suddenly stood up. A six-figure salary grants entrance? I had presumed this was an elite gathering. Bai Zhenjin. This is what you call Yuqing's elite? Hardly impressive. His words inadvertently insulted all the prominent figures present. What do you mean by that? Hu Yi, present among the attendees, bristled at Qin Minghao's arrogance and disdain. Your implication is that we, who claim to be elite, should be seated alongside a mere executive earning six figures, allowing him to take charge? The crowd's ire swiftly shifted from Qin Minghao to Yang Kaijun, and the murmurs of discontent grew louder. 6 figures alone? Who among us cannot match that? Should we conduct a verification of assets? Qin Minghao's remarks visibly unsettled Yang Kaijun, and their eyes locked, revealing a flicker of malice and bitterness in Yang's gaze. Indeed, I was unaware Zhao's family had devolved into a cohort led by a youth. Old Lady Bai, protective of her granddaughter, took the initiative. If you're discussing rules, if the Zhao family can invite guests, why cannot the Bai family? Furthermore, who has stated that guests are unwelcome? If qualifications are in question, does this young man truly merit his presence? Her words resonated, drawing the attention of the assembly toward Yang Kaijun. Well, Kaijun is my boyfriend, and we, the Zhao family, are the initiators of this charity auction. What is he to you? Zhao Meilin scoffed dismissively. So rules do not apply to the Zhao family? You accept our funds to bolster your image while dictating your own rules? Zhao Shiqiang. Could be you hold the Bai family in such disdain? Old Lady Bai's voice, though soft, was firm and unwavering. Meilin, be quiet. Zhao Shiqiang admonished her, not daring to provoke further. Absolutely not. I meant no disrespect. You are correct. There has never been a prohibition against bringing guests. All are welcome, provided they meet the qualifications. Kaijun, please take your seat. Zhao Shiqiang, anxious not to offend, recognized the potential fallout from Old Lady Bai's words. If word spread, who would attend future Zhao charity events? His ambitions could not be jeopardized over an inconsequential individual. Without rules, chaos reigns. If qualifications are indeed required, let us verify assets. Yet, I wonder if this newly appointed executive possesses 100,000 in savings. Qin Minghao stated with composure. Do you think your word suffices? Is this not an act of bullying? Does no one here have a temper? I am unbothered by exposing my finances. I seek to gauge Yang Kaijun's capabilities. Bai Zhenjin added her voice, composed yet resolute. Qin Minghao produced his bank card, while Yang Kaijun's expression darkened, reluctant to reveal his own. Regret coursed through him. His initial intent to embarrass Qin Minghao had backfired, resulting in Bai Zhenjin's ire and the loss of his meager dignity. This Mr. Qin has 2,800,000 in his account, while Mr. Yang possesses 1,200,000. Yang Kaijun's face turned a shade of red, then pale, realizing he was outmatched financially. Very well, as long as the qualifications are met. However, it seems your comfort with your position is rather tenuous, Qin Minghao remarked with a smile, returning to his seat. Where did you procure such wealth? He demanded. What business is it of yours? Yang Kaijun shot back, seething. How amusing. Qin Minghao replied with a cold smirk. Ahead, Hu Yishou's fan came down heavily on the table, making it evident to everyone that Yang Kaijun was deliberately targeting the young man named Qin Minghao. Could this auction possibly continue? Neither the Zhao family nor Yang Kaijun had the right to make a mockery of the proceedings. Continue, please do not be upset. Old Master Hu, we shall proceed. Zhao Shiqiang forced a smile, casting a fierce glare at Qin Minghao, his eyes seeming to emit flames. Yang Kaijun was also in a precarious position, while the naive Zhao Meilin remained blissfully unaware of the immense embarrassment the Zhao family was enduring today. Qin Minghao shrugged nonchalantly in his seat, turning to Yang Kaijun with a raised eyebrow, deliberately provoking him. Just you wait. Yang Kaijun could no longer cause a ruckus, resorting to silent threats. Despite the discomfort, the charity auction commenced. The first item up for bid was the black jade cicada. As the red cloth was lifted, a glossy black jade cicada, roughly the size of a child's palm, was revealed on the tray. This treasure, from the Ming and Qing dynasties, was significant both in craftsmanship and history, and most importantly, it was not merely a trinket but a storage space, a magical artifact. Surely, Old Master, who was no stranger to the concept of storage space, This jade cicada required no spiritual power nor the lineage of an ancient martial family. It only needed a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. As the first item for auction, we shall warm up the atmosphere with a starting price of 3 million. With increments of no less than 100,000, the auctioneer glanced specifically at Old Master who in the front row. The ancient martial arts were no secret. Upon learning it was a magical artifact, the crowd erupted in excitement, whispering among themselves, filled with intrigue. The Zhao family had indeed made a significant effort, even managing to acquire a magical artifact that ordinary people could utilize. Fascinating. Bai Jinjin gazed at the black jade cicada with keen interest. Everyone seemed eager to claim it immediately. Yet Qin Minghao furrowed his brow, feeling an eerie sensation that was all too familiar. Perhaps everyone was too absorbed in the excitement surrounding the term magical artifact to notice that the moment the black jade cicada was unveiled, the temperature in the room plummeted. Jinjin, are you feeling cold? Qin Minghao asked, seeking confirmation of his suspicion. It does feel a bit chilly. Perhaps the air conditioning is set too low, Bai Jinjin replied, instinctively touching her fair shoulder. Perhaps, Qin Minghao smiled, realizing that the Zhao family was indeed up to something. Do you desire this black jade cicada? Chapter 67. Just a mistress. Qin Minghao was unsure of the Zhao family's intentions, whether intentional or coincidental. Regardless, whoever possessed this item would likely meet a fate akin to Xinjiang Wo. While he couldn't concern himself with others, he felt compelled to look out for Bai Jinjin. I want it, but I probably won't get it. What a pity, Bai Jinjin lamented. With Old Master Hu present, it was clear that the ancient martial families in attendance were not limited to just the Hu family, so it was unlikely to fall into her hands. Qin Minghao nodded, feeling reassured that it would not end up with Bai Jinjin. By the way, this charity auction is hosted by the Zhao family. Are all these items theirs? Qin Minghao inquired. Bai Jinjin shook her head. Charity auctions occur annually, led by different families each year. This year, it just happens to be the Zhao family's turn. Some items are indeed from the Zhao family, while others are contributions from various sources. The Zhao family is merely the organizer. Qin Minghao frowned. This meant that not all auction items were linked to the Zhao family. Was this a conspiracy or mere coincidence? As he pondered, someone suddenly raised their hand. 3,110,000. 3,330,000. In the blink of an eye, the black jade cicada had reached 3,800,000, and the bidder showed no signs of stopping, although the audience took longer to consider each bid. Qin Minghao wished to participate, but with only over 2 million in hand, he felt regretful for his lack of standing. 4,500,000. A voice suddenly rang out, silencing the room. A middle-aged woman in the second row broke into a smug smile, seemingly claiming the black jade cicada as her own. Unexpectedly, Bai Jinjin let out a cold snort, her expression one of disdain. She seems quite wealthy. Her status must be extraordinary, right? Qin Minghao asked. Extraordinary indeed. This circle is getting increasingly chaotic. Even the most insignificant individuals are flaunting themselves. Bai Jinjin clearly looked down upon the woman bidding. However, the black jade cicada ultimately fell to the woman. What now? Did that woman offend Sister Jinjin? Qin Minghao's imagination ran wild, picturing a dramatic scenario. Could this woman possibly be the mistress of Sister Jinjin's husband? Otherwise, why would she react so strongly? Just because of her, she was merely an unseemly mistress. Indeed, his speculation was spot on. Sister Jinjin, there's no need to be angry. With Wang Qingyu's character, anyone who gets too close to him is bound to meet a bad end. That's just how karma works. Qin Minghao consoled her, only to be met with a swift slap on his head from Bai Jinjin. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Wan'er is not Wang Qingyu's woman. She is Shun Fuxing's mistress. Who is Shun Fuxing? Noticing the confusion in Qin Minghao's eyes, Bai Jinjin regarded him with skepticism. You don't even know who Shun Fuxing is. The father of Shun Yiru, the daughter of old Master Shun? Oh, Qin Minghao suddenly understood. Shun Fuxing was indeed Shun Yiru's father. He had no idea what Shun Yiru's father's name was. So Song Wan'er was actually Song Xiujin's aunt. Qin Minghao scrutinized Song Wan'er closely. She was indeed quite attractive. Even at over 30, she maintained her figure well, and her curves were appealing, embodying the delicate beauty that stirred a man's protective instincts. The Shun family was truly affluent. Even a mistress could casually bid over 4 million. Yet, he wondered what the current state of Song Wan'er and Shun Fuxing's relationship was. Were they still as affectionate as before? Would this treasure eventually flow back to the Shun family? Qin Minghao felt a sense of unease and sent a text message to Shun Yiru. Meanwhile, the second auction item was brought forth, this time by a woman clad in a qipao, though she had changed attire. The red cloth was lifted again, revealing a ginseng on the tray. 1,000-year wild ginseng. It is well known that ginseng is the king of herbs. Ordinary wild ginseng is already rare. But this specimen is over 1,000 years old, a true medicinal marvel, regardless of whether one is an ordinary person or practitioner. Consuming this ginseng can extend one's lifespan. True love is a rare elixir, capable of adding 20 years to an ordinary person's life. And for martial artists with ailments, when combined with heavenly materials, it can yield miraculous results. The auctioneer passionately introduced the 1,000-year wild ginseng. Starting price, 5 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, bidding commenced. 5 million for 1,000-year wild ginseng? That's quite a bargain. Qin Minghao mused. He had many ginsengs in his space, but none were 1,000 years old, the oldest being 997 years. He estimated that in 3 months, he too would possess a 1,000-year spirit herb. Most importantly, this 1,000-year ginseng was undoubtedly genuine. Is it truly 1,000 years old? Someone questioned from the audience. Of course. Guaranteed. If not, we shall compensate 100-fold. The auctioneer assured, yet some remained skeptical and sought to inspect it. After all, who wouldn't wish to extend their lifespan by 20 years? Even Qin Shi Huang sought immortality by sending Su Fu across the sea in search of elixirs. Of course, one may observe, but one must refrain from touching. The auctioneer's stipulations are not unreasonable. After all, this is a rare herb, and even the slightest mishap could significantly diminish its value. A throng approached to inspect the item, and regardless of their findings, they returned to their seats, nodding in satisfaction. However, Mr. Hu and his companions remained unmoved. 5,100,000. The first bid came unexpectedly from Zhao Meilin, who provocatively glared at Qin Minghao. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Minghao pondered the irrelevance of who acquired the ginseng to himself. Did she truly believe this would provoke him? 5,200,000. Before Qin Minghao could respond, Bai Jinjin raised her hand as well. Sister Jinjin, what is your intention with that ginseng? Surely you don't believe it will extend your lifespan? It is not so simple. Qin Minghao was taken aback by Bai Jinjin's interest in the ginseng. I am aware, as is everyone else. Yet I simply cannot tolerate it. Bai Jinjin, seated beside Qin Minghao, could not have missed Zhao Meilin's expression. The Zhao family had gone too far. Bai Jinjin was not one to be trifled with. She recalled Yang Kaijun's earlier inquiries about her, which Qin Minghao had deftly deflected. She had already devised a way to explain Qin Minghao's identity to the Wang family, but this matter could not be left unresolved. Chapter 68. The Ancient Bodhi Vine. How naive do you think I am? This ginseng is presented by my grandmother, you understand? Bai Jinjin winked at Qin Minghao. Are you deliberately inflating the price? Before Qin Minghao could utter a word, Bai Jinjin covered his mouth. What are you saying? Are you looking for trouble? 5,300,000. Zhao Meilin, seeing Bai Jinjin's bid, increased her offer again. 5,400,000. The two women seemed to have entered a fierce bidding war, causing the elderly Bai matriarch to nearly lose her dentures. With the allure of longevity drawing in several bidders, the price of the millennia-old ginseng skyrocketed to 8 million. Yet Zhao Meilin showed no intention of conceding to Bai Jinjin. 8,300,000. I am determined to secure this ancient ginseng, Zhao Meilin declared, exuding a sense of entitlement that, in Qin Minghao's eyes, rendered her utterly foolish. How could Zhao Shiqiang, a shrewd man, have such a simple-minded daughter? I concede. The ginseng is yours. Bai Jinjin, fearing an embarrassing loss, promptly surrendered. The price exceeding 8 million deterred many, and with the crisp sound of the auction hammer, the ancient ginseng was claimed by Zhao Meilin. Bai Jinjin shot a playful wink at Qin Minghao. Impressive. Qin Minghao gave her a thumbs up. She seemed unperturbed by the risk of being discovered or the possibility that Zhao Meilin might abandon the ginseng due to its exorbitant price. To be honest, Qin Minghao had just been holding his breath for her. He suspected that Zhao Meilin's intellect was singularly focused on reclaiming her family's prestige. Just as Zhao Meilin secured the ancient ginseng, Qin Minghao's phone vibrated with a message from Shun Yiru. The medicine has been administered. Though my father has visited that wretched woman recently, my sources indicate that he has emerged looking rather unwell each time, suggesting your medicine is taking effect. That wretched woman is growing increasingly anxious, having visited numerous cosmetic clinics and sought various remedies. By the way, my mother wishes to meet you. After returning home, Shun Yiru first provided her mother with the beauty-enhancing medicine and discreetly administered the other potion to the mistress, just as Qin Minghao had predicted, particularly regarding her mother, who appeared to have rejuvenated by over a decade. Her wrinkles diminished, and her skin became smooth and radiant. Together, they now resembled sisters rather than mother and daughter. Her mother was highly intrigued by Qin Minghao's medicine and wished to collaborate. Your mother wishes to see me? Qin Minghao immediately grasped the reason. That is acceptable, but I am currently occupied at a charity auction hosted by the Zhao family, where I encountered your father's mistress, that Songwaner. She paid a hefty sum for a jade cicada that has some issues. I fear your family may be ensnared. Be cautious, and if you spot any black jade accessories at home or on your father, please inform me. What? Is Songwaner out of her mind? Even over the phone, Qin Minghao could sense Shun Yiru's fury. She may not even be aware, but it is prudent for you to remain vigilant, Qin Minghao advised. All right, how did you come to be at the Zhao family's charity auction? By accompanying a friend. I will explain more later when I have some free time, Qin Minghao replied. Understood. As Qin Minghao and Shun Yiru exchanged messages, the third auction item was presented. Now presenting our third item, the ancient Bodhi vine. On the tray was a dark, grossi vine. The body is the Bodhi tree, the heart like a clear mirror, continuously polished, lest it gathers dust. The body here refers not to our physical form. And Bodhi is not merely an ordinary tree. It denotes the Dharma body. Generally, one must undergo 3 great eons to attain the Dharma body, which is already a remarkable feat. The Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, making it a symbol of wisdom and awakening, an unparalleled treasure for those who practice Buddhism. Though merely a piece of ancient vine from the Bodhi tree, it harbors profound Buddhist power, making it invaluable for both enlightenment and the crafting of spiritual artifacts. The auctioneer's voice brimmed with excitement, and the audience was equally eager. The Zhao family has outdone themselves this time, offering exquisite items, each surpassing the last. I'm increasingly curious about what treasures remain. Bai Jinjin remarked. The ancient Bodhi vine, you say? A smirk graced Qin Minghao's lips. This Bodhi's link to Buddhism requires no elaborate explanation. It is a sacred relic. Yet, strangely, within this holy object resides a sinister energy. Not only is there an inability to cleanse the malevolent spirits, but it seems to consume them. 1 or 2 instances may be coincidental, but what if 3 or 4? These items are indeed treasures, provided they lack any taint. Qin Minghao could not fathom Zhao Shiqiang's intentions, but he was intrigued by how Zhao Shiqiang had acquired such an abundance of cursed treasures. The starting bid for the Bodhi vine was set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 200,000. The auctioneer called out to the audience. A hefty price, but will anyone bid? Truth be told, this item holds no value for those not engaged in Buddhist practice, and even those who should sense something amiss about the Bodhi vine. Did the Zhao family not fear exposure? What emboldened them so? Soon, the price of the Bodhi vine reached 12 million, with nearly everyone in attendance raising their hands, eager to claim it. Even the elderly by matriarch and mister who were attentively watching the proceedings, occasionally raising their hands to bid. As the price climbed to 20 million, the number of bidders dwindled to just 4 or 5, including the elderly by matriarch. Qin Minghao furrowed his brow. Surely the by matriarch did not desire this Bodhi vine? That would complicate matters. By now, he was almost certain that some means had been employed to obscure the vine's underlying issues from the Hu family and others. How curious it was that he alone could perceive them. Qin Minghao found himself questioning his own perceptions, yet this feeling was all too familiar. He had encountered such entities on numerous occasions. Shun Yiru's mother and grandfather were real. The bidding price escalated rapidly, leaving only 2 contenders, the elderly lady Bai and a bald monk, both seemingly resolute in their determination to acquire the ancient vine. In Chapter 69, A Small Loan, Qin Minghao was unperturbed by the monk's potential claim. If there were any issues, a true monk would ultimately discern them. However, if Lady Bai's grandmother succeeded, the consequences will be dire. As the monk's expression grew increasingly pained and hesitant, Qin Minghao recognized that the price had surpassed his means. Could it be that Lady Bai would truly secure it? The Bodhi vine was no ordinary artifact. If tainted by malevolent forces, it would be utterly ruined. Even if the malevolence were exorcised, it would merely become a lifeless piece of wood, scarcely adequate for use as a walking stick for the elderly lady. As the monk slumped despondently in his chair, a look of determination flickered in Lady Bai's eyes. This could not stand. The bidding reached 32 million once, 32 million twice, 32 million thrice. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to descend, Qin Minghao clenched his teeth and raised his hand. 32,220,000. His voice interrupted the auctioneer, drawing the attention of everyone present, while Lady Bai's displeasure was palpable as she cast a questioning glance at Bai Jinjin. How was Bai Jinjin to know? Qin Minghao, are you mad? She glared at him. What was he thinking? Knowing full well that was his own grandmother. He dared to compete for the item. Why wait until the very moment it was about to fall into her hands? Jinjin, I don't have time to explain. Do you trust me? If you do, ensure that this does not fall into your grandmother's possession. Women are associated with the Yin energy, and the Bodhi vine could attract far more sinister forces than what Shun Laozu dealt with. Even Qin Minghao felt uncertain. Should it fall into Lady Bai's hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. What do you mean? Qin Minghao, what have you discovered? Bai Jinjin looked at him, but before he could respond, Zhao Shiqiang interjected. Sir, I recall your assets are only around 2 million, correct? That's not even a fraction. How dare you bid? Do you take us for fools? Or are you intentionally causing a ruckus? Having been humiliated by Qin Minghao earlier, Zhao Shiqiang was eager for revenge. Now, this fool was daring to compete with Lady Bai for her item. Under the scrutiny of Zhao Shiqiang and the entire assembly, Qin Minghao rose and approached the Bodhi vine. What are you doing? The auctioneer instinctively shielded the vine. Qin Minghao did not act immediately, but said, Didn't you mention we could inspect the goods? I merely wish to take a look. The auctioneer hesitated, seeking Zhao Shiqiang's approval. Of course, but it seems we're discussing your finances right now. Zhao Shiqiang denied Qin Minghao any chance to sidestep the issue. Rest assured, I have the funds, Qin Minghao replied, ignoring Zhao Shiqiang. He activated his divine eye, peering into the Bodhi vine. Inside, dark energy intertwined with golden light, each seemingly reluctant to yield to the other, while a layer of sealing energy enveloped the vine. This seal isolated the malevolent forces. Simultaneously, Qin Minghao grasped the reason for the presence of evil energy within the vine. The restless spirit trapped within was that of a monk. If he was not mistaken, this Bodhi vine originally belonged to the monk. For reasons unknown, the monk had been corrupted, becoming a vengeful spirit absorbed by the vine, which sought to purify him and protect him. The Bodhi vine had been quietly cleansing the spirit's resentment, yet its efficacy appeared limited. Even in his spectral form, the original owner, the monk, seemed intent on controlling the Bodhi vine. Qin Minghao's immediate concern was to demonstrate that the vine was compromised. This barrier seemed to have been set by a Buddhist master, likely to contain the vengeful spirit. Should he break the seal, it might release the spirit, rendering all the efforts of the vine and its protector futile, potentially exposing everyone present to the malevolent energy. He stepped forward to save lives, though he did not care for the lives of strangers. He could not risk harming innocents to save one. Why should I not be concerned? Given that you were brought by Zhong, I have refrained from expelling you. Do you truly believe Zhao Shiqiang is a pushover? Zhao Shiqiang had painstakingly acquired these items to ensure they flowed into the hands of the wealthy, eliminating them without a trace to clear his own path. Seeing the ancient vine poised to fall into the Bai family's hands, an unexpected contender emerged. Regardless of whether Qin Minghao could afford it, Zhao Shiqiang would not allow this vine to land in the hands of an unknown like him. Money? You wait a moment. Qin Minghao Dian Chen Su. Cousin, could you lend me a bit of money? Struggling to find someone to borrow such a substantial sum from, he realized that Chen Su was his only hope. Out of money? How much do you need? Chen Su, dismissing the notion of small money, was unaware of the circumstances that led Qin Minghao to require a loan. Not much, just 30 million. Is that all right? Chen Su nearly choked on his beer. What? You call 30 million small money? As he wiped the beer from his mouth, his expression froze. Did he think of himself as a bank? How could he refer to 30 million as small? His annual allowance was only over 5 million. He worked hard for the family, earning slightly over 20 million a year. To ask for 30 million outright was absurd. Cough, cough. Well, we'll have money soon, one Tiwi. Think of a way, and I'll get you the items immediately upon my return. Selling them should net us 30 million, which is just small change, right? Qin Minghao covered the receiver, feeling embarrassed, fearing others might overhear him. No, cousin, even if we sell it, we don't have the items yet. You can't just ask for 30 million out of the blue. Well, I get that. Shunsu is at a loss for words. Can't you come up with something? I urgently need it to save a life. Cousin, where are you right now? Chun Su was growing anxious, concerned that Qin Minghao might be deceived. 30 million is no small sum. Don't be fooled. Just one thing. Will you help or not? I truly need it now. If you lend me the money, I will repay you tenfold. Qin Minghao urged desperately. I'll think of something. Wait for me. Chapter 70. More friends, more solutions. Uncertain of the measures Chun Su employed, he claimed to have no money, yet managed to transfer the funds to Qin Minghao's account within 2 minutes. The funds have arrived. Can I now participate in the auction? A specialist confirmed the amount in Qin Minghao's card, nodding at Zhao Shiqiang. You can, but you only have 32,250,000. Should Lady Bai offer more than that, you still want to secure it. Are you planning to borrow more? Zhao Shiqiang's expression darkened, intrigued about Qin Minghao's true identity, as he had amassed over 30 million in such a short time. Don't you worry about that, Qin Minghao said, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Zhenjin, hoping she would persuade her grandmother. Grandmother, could you consider letting this Bodhi vine go to Xiaohao? As a favor, let me assist you with this matter. It was Wang Qingyu who uncovered the issue. Without his intervention, the granddaughter's life would have been utterly ruined. For the Bai family, she has faced countless dangers without a hint of regret. Yet, the Wang family has never regarded us with any respect. With no other choice, Bai Zhenjin could only present Wang Qingyu's hope that the elderly matriarch of the Bai family might acknowledge her contributions and suffering, allowing Qin Minghao to take possession of the ancient vine. To her surprise, the elderly matriarch was taken aback that her granddaughter would threaten her over an unknown man. Grandmother, I implore you. Bai Zhenjin clung tightly to the matriarch's arm. If I do not desire this ancient vine, then I shall not have it. The matriarch was reluctant to let a mere Bodhi vine sour her relationship with her granddaughter. It is merely 300,000. I can cover that for you. Zhao Shiqiang was caught off guard by the matriarch's willingness to relinquish it, feeling a surge of anxiety. No, this is becoming senseless. What you desire, you refuse to sell, yet you insist on selling what you do not want. Why are you so adamant about selling this ancient vine to the matriarch? What is your true intention? As these words left his lips, Zhao Shiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. A flicker of guilt swiftly transformed into rage. What are you insinuating? What ulterior motive could I possibly have? Zhao Shiqiang felt a pang of unease. What did this young man mean by his words? Although the matriarch was elderly, she was not foolish. This young man had come with her granddaughter and had previously conducted himself with relative propriety. Why did he suddenly choose to intervene just as she was about to secure the vine? Why was Zhao Shiqiang so insistent on her purchasing it? In an instant, the matriarch's wariness heightened, and her demeanor towards Qin Minghao softened, while her attitude towards Zhao Shiqiang grew increasingly resolute. Do you think I am in need of your 300,000? If I do not want it, then I simply do not want it. Do you truly believe that Zhao Dong would resort to coercion? Zhao Shiqiang found himself at a loss for words. He realized that pressing further might provoke the matriarch's suspicions, which would jeopardize his future plans. Of course not, since the matriarch has no desire for it. Then this ancient vine shall belong to this gentleman. The mere utterance of this gentleman left Zhao Shiqiang seething with frustration. The minor upheaval quickly subsided. After exhausting all his savings and accruing substantial debt, Qin Minghao managed to prevent the ancient vine from falling into the hands of others who might misuse it. The auction had barely commenced, and it was uncertain what other chaotic items might emerge. Should they arise, Qin Minghao would truly be at a loss. Perhaps it was due to his interference that the latter half of the auction consisted primarily of jewelry and paintings, with few antiques in sight. The subsequent auction bore no relation to the impeccably groomed Qin Minghao. Just as he prepared to depart, a burly man in a suit intercepted him. Sir, our director, Zhao, wishes to meet you. The man spoke to Qin Minghao with an icy tone, devoid of any emotion. What does Zhao Dong intend? Bai Zhenjin interjected, positioning herself protectively before Qin Minghao. She feared Zhao Shiqiang might harm him, as Qin Minghao had previously defied him. Director Zhao means no harm. He merely seeks to befriend you. The man dared not confront Bai Jinjin, cognizant of her connections to the powerful Bai and Wang families, either of which could easily crush Zhao Shiqiang. "A friend? I beg your pardon, but I am not interested. Would you kindly step aside?" Qin Minghao coldly rejected the overture. "Sir, having an additional friend opens new avenues. It could also invite adversaries. Are you truly certain you wish to decline Director Zhao's offer?" The man questioned, his gaze icy. "That is well articulated. Having an extra friend does indeed broaden one's path. If Director Zhao genuinely wishes to befriend me, it is quite simple. Break Yang Kaijun's leg and present him to me, and I assure you I shall become your Director Zhao's most devoted ally." Qin Minghao's words caused the man's expression to shift dramatically. He was unaware that Yang Kaijun was Zhao Dong's prospective son-in-law. To harm one's future son-in-law? This was not friendship. It was blatant provocation. Yet the man did not react with anger. He simply replied coldly, "I shall convey your words to Director Zhao." He then turned and exited. Bai Jinjin furrowed her brow. "You have thoroughly offended Zhao Shiqiang by demanding his son-in-law's leg." Qin Minghao appeared unfazed. From a moment, Zhao Shiqiang and Yang Kaijun allied. They had become adversaries. Furthermore, given Zhao Shiqiang's despicable actions, it was clear they could never be friends. "Do you truly believe that by sparing Yang Kaijun's leg, he will let me be? Moreover, why should I not demand his leg? Could a mere Zhao Shiqiang truly protect him? Previously, he refrained from harming Yang Kaijun to avoid criminality. Now, he wished to see who was truly behind him, keeping him alive as bait for bigger prey. By the way, why are you so determined to seize that ancient vine from my grandmother?" Bai Jinjin questioned, perplexed. "Are you curious? You may have your grandmother inquire with Shun Yiru's grandfather." Qin Minghao offered little explanation, sensing that the elderly matriarch must have uncovered something, or she would not have spoken such words after his hint. "What does this have to do with Yiru's grandfather? I had hoped to have you examine my grandmother's condition, but now it seems unlikely. She would certainly refuse to see you." Bai Jinjin expressed her regret, simply wishing to introduce Qin Minghao to the world, never expecting such a cascade of events. That is her loss. In any case, I shall return home now. To rescue your grandmother's life, I borrowed 30 million at tenfold interest. When she regains her senses, do remind her to repay me the principal along with the interest. There is no need for her to thank me for saving her life. Chapter 71. A conversation between father-in-law and son-in-law. What do you mean by saving her life? Qin Minghao, what are you talking about? Bai Jinjin was still processing his words when she found herself in a taxi, leaving him behind. In the office of the chairman of the construction real estate company, Zhao Shiqiang sat in a leather chair. Zhao Meilin leaned against the sofa, her expression one of displeasure and impatience, while Yang Kaijun sat beside her, his demeanor grim. None of them spoke until the office door swung open. "Chairman, the other party has declined." The newcomer was the middle-aged man in a suit who had intercepted Qin Minghao. "What did he say?" Zhao Shiqiang lightly tapped the table with his fingers, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his brow furrowed. The man glanced at Yang Kaijun, seemingly hesitant to speak. "What are you staring at? I demand to know how Qin Minghao declined." Zhao Shiqiang slammed his palm on the table, raising his voice. He said he was interested in befriending you, but it depended on your sincerity. For example, he suggested breaking manager Yang's leg and presenting him before him. The man quickly shrunk back, fearing for his life. "Is he trying to provoke us on purpose?" Zhao Meilin exclaimed in outrage. "Father, you must." Her words were cut short by Zhao Shiqiang's interruption. "Meilin, you and fifth brother leave. I need to speak with Kaijun alone." Zhao Shiqiang's voice carried an undeniable authority. "Dad, leave." Zhao Shiqiang's expression darkened. "Meilin, go with fifth brother. Your father-in-law will not harm me. Be obedient." Yang Kaijun Junsla Zhao Meilin, knowing that this confrontation was inevitable and that he must speak with Zhao Shiqiang. "Very well, I will wait for you outside." Reluctantly, Zhao Meilin exited Zhao Shiqiang's office with fifth brother. "Kaijun, how much are you still hiding from me?" Zhao Shiqiang's expression revealed no signs of kindness as he sternly interrogated him. Zhao Dong's fury simmered. Yang Kaijun lounged on the sofa, his expression devoid of any semblance of respect. It appeared that their relationship was far from the rumored camaraderie. "Fury? Yang Kaijun, do you truly believe that I am afraid of you? You deceive my daughter and approach me with ulterior motives. What exactly is your intention? Were it not for Meilin, you would have long since met your demise. Would you still dare to flaunt your identity as Zhao Shiqiang's son-in-law in Yuqing and swindle others?" Zhao Shiqiang. rather than being pacified, felt an even greater rage surging within him. This Yang Kaijun was even more despicable than Qin Minghao. I know you are not afraid of me, but you must not slander me. My intentions toward Mei Lin are as pure as the heavens can witness. You may kill me at any moment, but would you truly be willing to? Without me, you might find that even if you eliminate all the wealthy families in Yuqing, you would have no chance of establishing a connection with the Chun family. Yang Kaijun sneered. Fundamentally, Zhao Shiqiang was of the same ilk as him, cold-blooded and greedy. To claim that he acted for his daughter was something Yang Kaijun dismissed entirely. He indeed looked down upon himself and did not wish for a relationship with Zhao Meilin, believing himself unworthy. However, his greed was undeniable. A mere hint of favor would swiftly alter his demeanor. If one desires the benefits he could provide, then there is no need to feign a paternal persona. Wanting both sides is no different from a harlot. Do you truly think that without the Chun family, I would be incapable of achieving anything? I have been planning for over a decade, and I began my actions long before Yang Kaijun appeared. While it is tempting to align with the Chun family, it is not a necessity. Certainly not. Yet the Chun family could ensure that before you eliminate the wealthy families of Yuqing, you would meet a most gruesome end. Yuqing is not solely yours, Zhao Shiqiang. It is only through my connection with Mei Lin that you might gain the attention of the Qin family. The Qin family seeks to establish their own power in Yuqing. It is not solely dependent on you, Zhao Shiqiang, or on the construction of real estate. Although Yang Kaijun was merely a pawn of the Chun family, who could discern this truth? He not only knew how to wield power, but excelled at it. Very well, even if your words carry some weight. Let me inquire about your relationship with that Qin Minghao. Why does he desire one of your legs? Do not tell me it is because you questioned him at the auction. Zhao Shiqiang was not foolish. He understood that Yang Kaijun spoke the truth. The Qin family could support him, but they could also support other families. If that were the case, he would have no hope of replacing these families. He could endure this insult, but he needed to clarify the matter regarding Qin Minghao. Not at all. You need not concern yourself with my relationship with him. You only need to comprehend that he has offended the Chun family, and they wish him dead. Oh no, they desire him alive, yet in a state worse than death. Yang Kaijun's eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment. Were it not for the Qin family's orders, he would have disposed of Zhao Shiqiang long ago. Why would he still tolerate him until now? Zhao Shiqiang's expression shifted as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yang Kaijun, seemingly attempting to decipher the truth behind his words. An inconsequential figure from Yuqing had dared to offend the Chun family of the capital, and they wished for him to endure a fate worse than death. What enmity lay behind this? With the Chun family's might, extinguishing a Qin Minghao would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, it appeared they did not seek his demise, but rather wished to torment him. Zhao Shiqiang could not suppress a shiver, a chill racing down his spine. Thus, my esteemed father-in-law, remember this. Do not allow Qin Minghao to have it easy. With that, Yang Kaijun dismissed Zhao Shiqiang and turned, leaving his chairman's office. At the Bai family's ancestral home, Bai Zhenjin sat beside the elderly matriarch. Grandmother, I am sorry. I had no idea Ziaha would compete with you for something. However, he claims it is all for your benefit. If you do not believe me, you may ask old Master Shen. Bai Zhenjin dared not relay Qin Minghao's exact words to her grandmother. Did he truly say that? She had heard of Shen Jiangwo's situation, though it seemed rather absurd. Indeed, he did say so. Although I am unsure of the details, Ziaha has always been reliable. He has not only treated old Master Shun, but also cured Yi Ro's mother. His medicine has always been effective. Bai Zhenjin endeavored to speak in Qin Minghao's defense before the elderly matriarch. This lad. The elderly matriarch appeared to be speaking to herself. Very well. You may return for now. I will investigate this matter further. If this lad genuinely acts for my benefit, I shall not treat him unjustly. The matriarch waved her hand. Bai Zhenjin understood that her grandmother wished to end the conversation, assisting the elder back to her chamber before departing the Bai family estate. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Qin Minghao was immediately seized by Chen Su. Tell me, what do you need the money for? Do you realize that your 30 million nearly cost your brother his life? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you shall swiftly lose my favor. Chapter 72. 1,000 miles to chase a husband, the cousin arrives. Chen Su spoke as if racing against time, a torrent of words escaping him without pause. No need to panic, cousin. Before nightfall, I will deliver the cleansing elixir to you. By then, do not say 30 million. Even 3 billion would be trivial. Qin Minghao replied, "Is this merely a matter of money? It transcends monetary concerns. This is a matter of your brother's life." Chen Su was willing to go to great lengths for Qin Minghao. "No, cousin, what have you done? Have you robbed a bank?" Seeing the seriousness on Chen Su's face, Qin Minghao felt a twinge of confusion. Robbing a bank would at most result in a life sentence. I wouldn't be shot and killed. Do you know whom I borrowed this money from? Forget it. Discussing this with you is futile. Just tell me what you intend to do with the 30 million. Chen Su's mind raced at the thought of his creditors, and he felt a pang of dread. Having barely escaped the Northeast, he had not enjoyed his freedom for long before willingly walking into the lion's den. He glanced at his watch, realizing that the plane was likely about to land. He needed to leave Yuqing before Sun Xiaoyao, that fierce tigress, arrived. "I bought this." Qin Minghao produced a Bodhi vine he had purchased for 30 million. "This is Bodhi. Wait, why does something feel off?" Chen Su snatched the Bodhi vine from Qin Minghao's hands, inspecting it closely, yet confusion washed over him. "This is indeed Bodhi vine, no question about it. Why does it feel so ominous? What else did you bring back?" Chen Su furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qin Minghao. If he had spent 30 million on a single Bodhi vine, it was not exorbitant. Yet, he sensed something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. "You feel it too, right?" Chen Su agreed, further affirming his own judgment. "This vine contains the sealed spirit of a high monk." Qin Minghao drawled. "What?" Chen Su's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could fit a light bulb in his mouth. "Cousin, are you joking with me? A high monk? Even if he has not ascended to the heavens, he certainly cannot become a vengeful spirit." This was undoubtedly nonsense, yet Qin Minghao's earnest demeanor left him perplexed. "I assure you, it is merely sealed so you cannot perceive it. Moreover, I discovered not only the vengeful spirit within the Bodhi vine, but also a jade cicada, which harbors another spirit. However, this one has a minor grudge against me, and I plan to make it suffer before addressing the entity within a jade cicada." Qin Minghao declared. He was no saint. Song Wan'er, leveraging her connection to Shun Fuxing, had enabled Song Xiujin to exploit Shun Fuxing's authority, nearly landing him in prison. He could not simply repay malice with kindness. How could he reciprocate kindness? "Old Master Shun, you still remember, right? Adding the Bodhi vine and the jade cicada. I have encountered such situations 4 times in just a month. Cousin, are you not curious? In this era, it is indeed surprising that such things still exist." Chen Su remained silent. Undoubtedly, there were issues at hand. However, he could not accept the notion that a high monk could become a vengeful spirit after death. "Cousin, is it possible that the monk did not wish to become a vengeful spirit, but was instead bound by some unavoidable circumstances? Perhaps he is sealed within the Bodhi vine to purify his soul?" Qin Minghao, lacking evidence, could only speculate boldly. "Even if what you say is true, what good will it do to bring this back? We can't resolve anything." Chen Su was acutely aware of his limitations. If the Bodhi vine could not purify the spirit, what use would it be for them? "I understand, but surely it is better than leaving it out there to be misunderstood, potentially harming others when unsealed." That made sense in its own right. "Fine, since the money is already spent and cannot be returned, let us leave it at 30 million for now. I must be away for a while. Do not rush for your cleansing elixir. I will contact you when the time comes." Time was of the essence, and Chen Su prepared to depart. "Leaving? Cousin, where are you going? This is rather sudden. I don't have time to—" As Chen Su, with his travel bag ready, approached the door, it was suddenly kicked open. A petite girl stood at the entrance, clad in peculiar attire reminiscent of ethnic minority costumes. Her exposed midriff was not provocative, but rather exuded a unique charm. Adorned with 2 silver bangles on her wrists, which jingled melodiously as she moved, and a silver collar around her neck, she possessed an aura of fierce elegance. 2 imposing men, covered in tattoos, flanked her. "Chen Su, where do you think you're going?" The girl crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at him, emanating a dangerous vibe. "Xiaoyao, how did you arrive so quickly?" Chen Su felt his legs tremble involuntarily at the sight of Sun Xiaoyao. He was too late, just a step behind. "Have I arrived at an inconvenient time? Or have I interrupted your escape?" She teased, advancing and playfully tugging at Chen Su's ear. Despite her height of barely 5 feet, she exuded an intimidating presence, causing Qin Minghao to gasp in astonishment. Who was this woman? Was Chen Su planning to leave to avoid her? At this moment, the tall man, over 6 feet, was bent over, grinning and begging for mercy. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I run away? I miss you terribly, Xiaoyao." Please let go of my ear. My cousin is watching. Chen Su desperately signaled to Qin Minghao for assistance. Cousin? You must be Qin Minghao? Sun Xiao Yao inquired. Releasing her grip, her curiosity piqued as she assessed him. I am Qin Minghao. May I know how to address you? It was his first encounter with such a fierce woman. I am Sun Xiao Yao, from the Sun family of the Northeast Lingxian Hall, and Chen Su's fiancée Yi. No wonder my cousin has been so well behaved. It appears his fiancée, Yi, has arrived. Qin Minghao exclaimed, realizing why Chen Su had been so anxious to leave. Apologies. I was unaware of your arrival. Had I known, I would have gone to fetch you myself. Qin Minghao gave Chen Su a look of sympathy. Domestic affairs were always complex. He had heard of Chen Su's fiancée, Yi, but did not expect such a petite yet fierce woman. Cousin, you should not be so courteous. I heard you are unwell. How could I trouble you? Sun Xiao Yao blushed as she released Chen Su's ear. However, I cannot help but wonder. If not for your financial troubles, would you still be avoiding me? One of the men behind Sun Xiao Yao brought a chair for her. Chen Su felt utterly defeated. Addressing Qin Minghao, Cousin, I summoned this tigress for your sake. You must find a way to resolve this, or prepare to collect my remains. Chapter 73. The Shaman. Cousin, surely it cannot be that severe. I find your fiancée, Yi, quite agreeable. Qin Minghao feigned indifference. Are you blind? Do not be deceived by her appearance. Did you not see how she treats me? Tian Su In Si. Hurry, find a way to get her out of here. Sun Xiao Yao observed the two whispering to one another, confident that Chen Su would not dare flee now that she was present. After all, he was hers, alive or dead. He belonged to her. Cousin, do you think she will leave? Qin Minghao glanced at the smiling Sun Xiao Yao, about to speak when one of the men behind her interrupted. Miss, there is something amiss in this courtyard. The man's expression was grave. It seems there is a presence of dark energy. What? Qin Minghao touched the Bodhi vine in his pocket, astonished by the man's insight. Cousin, your little courtyard harbors something unclean. Chen Su, you worthless fool, did you not sense it? Sun Xiao Yao exclaimed. Of course I sensed it. But what concern is it of yours? We prefer to dwell in places rich in dark energy. Jian Su Hito Defy. Fine, if that is your preference. But I fear your cousin's frail frame may not withstand it. You go and investigate what is causing the disturbance, and dispose of it swiftly. Sun Xiao Yao seemed unfazed by the dark energy, issuing commands to her subordinates. Cousin, what is the background of your fiancée, Yi? She appears even more formidable than you. Qin Minghao inquired with intrigue. What do you mean appears? She is. Do you know what a shaman is? Chen Su spoke with a sense of pride regarding Sun Xiao Yao's identity. He was not a man who would settle for just any woman. Her status as a shaman was precisely why she was his fiancée. A shaman? The term derives from the Tungusic word for a spiritual healer. Emerging during the later stages of primitive communal society, characterized by clan and tribal religious features. Shamanic practices involve ancestor worship, totem worship, and nature worship. With no common scriptures or unified organization among different tribes, yet sharing similar traits, believing in the spirit of all things and the immortality of the soul. They perceive the universe as divided into three realms. Heaven as the upper realm for the deities, the earth as the middle realm for humanity, and hell as the lower realm for spirits and ancestral souls. They believe that all phenomena are governed by spirits, with deities bestowing blessings and malevolent beings causing misfortune. Shamans are chosen as mediators within the clan to protect their people and seek blessings. However, this shamanic culture seems to have long vanished. Yet here stood before him a petite girl who was indeed a shaman. The most renowned aspect of shamanism is the jumping god ceremony, performed during rituals to invoke deities or heal individuals. Attendees encircle the shaman, lighting a fragrant plant to purify the air for the spirits to descend. Qin Minghao had previously dismissed such practices as mere deception, suspecting that the substances inhaled were not benign and perhaps merely illusions. Yet, the attire worn during these ceremonies and the accompanying movements were indeed striking. The spirit invocation of the horse-riding deity closely resembled the shamanic rituals. The thought of Sun Xiao Yao, a seemingly delicate and charming girl, entering a trance, trembling, grinding her teeth, and exhibiting signs of spiritual possession filled Qin Minghao with incredulity. While they conversed, the imposing man behind Sun Xiao Yao emerged from Qin Minghao's bedroom, holding a bowl. Miss, this bowl retains traces of dark energy, but it is far less intense than what we sensed. Rather, It seems to be emanating from the young master. The man hesitated, leaving his statement unfinished. Xiaohao, what do you have on you? Sun Xiaoyao cast a curious glance at Qin Minghao, observing her as she closed her eyes, unsure of her intentions. Qin Minghao hastily produced the ancient Bodhi vine. It's nothing, just this item. I noticed something amiss at the auction, so I decided to buy it. I lacked sufficient funds, so I sought my cousin's assistance. I never anticipated it would attract your attention. My cousin's money was used for me, and I have not engaged in any wrongdoing, nor have I pursued any romantic escapades. It was unclear whether Qin Minghao was defending or implicating Chun Su with his words. The ancient Bodhi vine? Such a rare treasure indeed. Yet, something fell off about this vine. Sun Xiaoyao took the vine, examined it, and then handed it to the burly man behind her. Alu, could you discern what lies within this vine? The other man, sporting a scarred face, accepted the vine, closing his eyes. Suddenly, his aura transformed, and the tattoos adorning his body appeared to come alive, shimmering with golden light. What sorcery is this? What purpose do those tattoos serve? Qin Minghao understood that tattoos were a cultural expression, prevalent in the streets, yet the tattoos on these two men were unlike any he had seen before. They resembled totems, devoid of color, and most astonishingly, they seemed to move. These were totems, revered by shamans who honored their ancestors and nature, inscribing such symbols upon their skin. These were not ordinary tattoos. Their fullness marked the pinnacle of significance. As Chun Su's words echoed, the previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds, dense and heavy, shading the group. Damn it, didn't the weather forecast state there would be no rain today? Jian Su Gu set. Qin Minghao was fixated on Lu, whose tattoo's radiance intensified, as if striving to pierce through the clouds. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lu opened his eyes, and at that very moment, the dark clouds dissipated, allowing the sun to shine brightly above them once more. Why does the sky resemble the irritable countenance of Sun Xiaoyao? Chun Su muttered in exasperation. What is inside? Sun Xiaoyao inquired of Lu. Miss, the contents within are rather formidable and unsuitable to remain near the young master. Lu refrained from revealing what was inside. Yet Qin Minghao did not doubt his abilities. A person capable of altering the very heavens could hardly be inept. While one might fabricate a tale, controlling the weather was beyond Qin Minghao's prowess. This is troublesome, Sun Xiaoyao mused, taken aback by the situation. The most prudent course of action would be to either send it to Mount Wutai or hand it over to the high priest. The Bodhi vine was inherently a Buddhist artifact, and what it contained was sealed by Buddhist practitioners. Delivering it to Mount Wutai would ensure its proper handling. Xiaohao, you heard Lu's words. Keeping this item close will bring you no benefit. How do you wish to proceed? Sun Xiaoyao questioned. In truth, Qin Minghao felt equally at a loss. If Sun Xiaoyao could resolve this matter, it would indeed spare him a great deal of trouble. Cousin, what do you think? In a moment of indecision, Qin Minghao found himself uncertain. Logically, it would be best to return a Buddhist item to its rightful place. But did he wish to journey to Mount Wutai? He had no inclination to go there. Handing it to Sun Xiaoyao? Would that complicate matters? Let us give it to Sun Xiaoyao. It serves no purpose for us to keep it. Chun Su was well aware of the Sun family's capabilities. They should be able to manage the item appropriately. Then I must trouble you, cousin. It won't cause you any inconvenience, will it? Qin Minghao expressed concern about burdening Sun Xiaoyao. Not at all. This item will not stir any trouble in our hands. Once we resolve the matter within, I shall have the Bodhi vine returned to you. Sun Xiaoyao believed that the high priest would be quite intrigued by the item. That settles it. This thing likely holds little value now, so there is no need to retrieve it. Spending 30 million on a burdensome item left Qin Minghao feeling somewhat exasperated. Alu, you shall handle this matter. I will not stay in a hotel any longer. Bring my belongings inside. From today onward, I shall reside with my cousin. Sun Xiaoyao issued orders to the two men. Miss this. He looked at the modest surroundings of the Qin family's courtyard, frowning. Such a place seemed unworthy of their esteemed lady. Moreover, where would he stay in this cramped abode? Hurry up. I'm rather tired. Cousin, which room shall I occupy? Sun Xiaoyao inquired. Perhaps you could stay in my cousin's room? Cousin, could you tidy up a storage room? The small courtyard contained the main house and 2 side rooms, but their family was few in number and had never organized the space, using it as a storeroom. Sun Xiaoyao could not be expected to stay in the storage room. Thus it fell upon Chun Su to make the sacrifice. What? I must sleep in the storage room? Xiaoyao, you see our circumstances. Perhaps you should just stay at the hotel. Chun Su suggested, hoping for an opportunity to escape. What is wrong with our conditions? I find them quite satisfactory. If you truly cannot abide the storage room, you may remain in your original room. Sun Xiaoyao remained resolute. If I stay in my original room, then what about you? Chun Su asked. Of course, I shall stay with you. Given our relationship, we are destined to share a bed sooner or later. What difference does it make if it's sooner rather than later? Unless you are unwilling? Do you not wish to be responsible for me or marry me? I. Chun Su was utterly bewildered. What is this nonsense? You, a young lady, must you speak so brazenly? Cousin, may I assist you in tidying up the storage room? Qin Minghao was equally taken aback by Sun Xiaoyao's audacity, while Chun Su resembled a wronged spouse forced into submission. Quickly, you assist me as well. Even if Chun Su were given the courage, he would not dare share a room with Sun Xiaoyao, fearing her overpowering disposition. Though he was charming and attractive, he remained a pure-hearted young man. His body and heart were reserved for his true love, not for a fierce woman like Sun Xiaoyao. As three men busied themselves with the move, Sun Xiaoyao sat comfortably in the chair he had provided, occasionally directing them. After a lengthy afternoon, as dusk approached and the sky turned a vibrant orange-red, they finally completed the task, each wiping the sweat from their brows. Sun Xiaoyao, however, appeared quite content, having somehow procured a bag of sunflower seeds, scattering them about. Chun Su, I shall not sleep with you. However, he must stay with you. First, he needs to protect me. Second, what if you attempt to flee while I am asleep? Sun Xiaoyao divided the sunflower seeds between Qin Minghao and All right, as long as it's not you. I'm resigned to my fate. Jian Suat Gui. What do you mean, as long as it's not me? How am I unworthy? Sun Xiaoyao placed her hands on her hips, and Chun Su immediately cowered. Worthy. You are more than worthy. Absolutely perfect. It is I who am unworthy. Qin Minghao observed that Chun Su, upon encountering Sun Xiaoyao, was like a mouse in the presence of a cat, truly a case of nature taking its course. It is getting late. I am hungry. Shall we go for dinner? Sun Xiaoyao's belongings had already been brought into Chun Su's bedroom by What do you wish to eat? Let me clarify. My cousin and I are completely broke. All our funds went toward purchasing the Bodhi vine. Chun Su had no desire to treat Sun Xiaoyao to a meal, even after she lent him 30 million. No worries. This meal is on me. After tidying up, Chun Su led the way to a restaurant. Cousin, are you certain we are dining here? Chun Su had never been to this establishment, but had heard of it. It was one of the most prestigious hotels in the city, where an ordinary meal could cost tens of thousands. Certainly, how could I endure the torment of this afternoon without making Sun Xiaoyao pay her dues? There is no need to spare her any expense. That girl is quite wealthy. In northeast China, nearly every hall is obliged to offer tribute to the Sun family, which is more accurately a tribute to Sun Xiaoyao herself. It is quite audacious to speak of living off others so brazenly. Besides Yang Kaijun, only Chun Su could manage it. I recall that the tributes to the halls are typically for their own elder deities. Why, then, must they pay homage to Sun Xiaoyao? Qin Minghao found himself perplexed. Though they're all practitioners, there seems to be little connection among the various halls, and they might even be competitors. But you lack understanding. The elder deities indeed possess remarkable abilities, or else they would not be revered as such. However, in this vast world, who can claim their deity is invincible? Yet, Sun Xiaoyao is different. She is a shaman. Whatever issues the elder deities can resolve, Sun Xiaoyao can tackle. Matters beyond the elder deity's capabilities are also within her realm, such as the ancient Bodhi vine. Our relationship grants you the privilege to seek my assistance when funds run low or difficulties arise. But what of them? What will they do when faced with matters beyond their deity's prowess? Wait until the last moment to seek help? Qin Minghao began to understand not only the necessity of paying tribute to Sun Xiaoyao, but also the formidable prowess of his future sister-in-law. Nonetheless, it seemed his cousin harbored little affection for her. The four entered the private room, where Sun Xiaoyao promptly ordered several dishes and handed the menu to Qin Minghao. Poitending ingoding tian su. Cousin, order whatever you wish. Today, I shall cover the expenses, so no need for formality. Sun Xiaoyao playfully winked at Qin Minghao. I am easygoing. Perhaps you could choose, cousin? Qin Minghao suggested, passing the menu to Chun Su. I shall abstain from looking, as long as there's enough to eat. Chapter 75. Sun Xiaoyao has disappeared. Although Chen Su had insisted upon entering that there was no need to save money for Sun Xiaoyao, his actions betrayed a different sentiment. Let us go with these 8 dishes, and bring me 3 crates of liquor. Sun Xiaoyao regarded Chen Su once more. Beer or white spirits? Qin Minghao inhaled sharply. 3 crates of beer might be manageable for the 4 of them, especially since his cousin could easily handle 1 crate. But white spirits? He feared he might not even manage a single bottle. Let us go with beer. Chen Su felt a pang of anxiety. He was merely human, not a vessel for spirits, and could not hold such volumes. All right then, just 3 crates of beer. Since he doesn't drink, we can each have a crate. Sun Xiaoyao's words left Qin Minghao astounded. Why is he not drinking? He grinned sheepishly at Qin Minghao. Moments later, the food arrived, and the tension between Sun Xiaoyao and Chen Su dissipated. Qin Minghao found himself pressured into partaking in the drinking, while he dove into the feast as if starved for 3 days. After 1 crate of liquor, Qin Minghao felt lightheaded, while Sun Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed like an apple, rendering her quite adorable, leaving only Chen Su relatively sober. I can't take it anymore. I'll step out for a moment. Sun Xiaoyao stood unsteadily and began to make her way toward the exit. Before reaching the restroom, she was intercepted. Where are you off to, beautiful? A man in his 30s, with a greedy gaze, leered at Sun Xiaoyao. What is it to you? Step aside. Sun Xiaoyao's fiery temper was not reserved for Chen Su alone. She directed it at anyone. Oh, a feisty one, are we? You can't even stand straight. Do you need a brother to support you? The man reached out to grab her arm, while his companions chuckled lewdly behind him. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Sun Xiaoyao pushed him away, but due to her inebriation, she stumbled and nearly fell. Little sister, it's an honor to be noticed by young Master Luo. Don't turn down the opportunity. Song Xiujin cornered Sun Xiaoyao against the wall, eager to assist his benefactor. Young Master Luo, in securing her. Who do you think you are? Why should I be honored? Sun Xiaoyao leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, feeling nauseous from the excess alcohol. Had she known, she would not have consumed so much, not only failing to intoxicate Chen Su, but also feeling wretched herself while encountering these loathsome toads. Who do you think you are? You'll find out soon enough. Take her to my room, young Master Luo commanded, and several men swiftly seized Sun Xiaoyao's arms. Let go of me, don't touch me. Sun Xiaoyao struggled, but her strength had waned from the drink. Inside the private room, 10 minutes had passed without a return. You all continue eating. I'll check on Miss Sun, he declared, setting down his chopsticks. What are you looking for? She is probably in the ladies' room, throwing up. She clearly can't hold her liquor. Yet she insisted on getting me drunk, unaware of my resilience. Chen Su had already discerned Sun Xiaoyao's intentions. She should be gone for so long. I'll accompany you to find her. Perhaps my sister-in-law has lost her way. Qin Minghao stood, concerned, ready to join in the search for Sun Xiaoyao. Hey, if you all go find her, what if I'm skinned alive for not waiting? I'm coming to let us proceed. Qin Minghao tugged at and the others as they rushed towards the 5th floor. Sun Xiaoyao, feeling dizzy, was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. She attempted to rise, but was pushed back down by Luo Baochen. A little firecracker, are you? I have an affinity for fiery personalities, he exclaimed, once he witnessed my prowess. I wonder if you'll still be so feisty. Luo Baocheng, unable to contain his eagerness for this enchanting blend of youthful innocence and mature allure, could hardly wait to whisk her away after just one encounter. He caressed Sun Xiaoyao's delicate face, his excitement palpable as he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the room, causing Luo Baocheng to jump, instantly transforming him into a quivering mass of fear as he turned to face the doorway. Miss, darted forward, shoving Luo Baocheng aside and cradling Sun Xiaoyao protectively in his arms. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my quarters? Luo Baocheng glared at the interlopers, his fury igniting. Where are the security guards? I'll take care of your security, Chen Su retorted, glaring at the rotund man before him. If they had not arrived in time, this scoundrel would have succeeded in his vile intentions. With a swift kick to Luo Baocheng's abdomen, Chen Su sent him sprawling onto the bed, leaping atop him to unleash a barrage of punches upon his grotesque visage. You dare call for security while laying hands on my fiancée? Are you seeking death? Each blow was delivered with ferocity, transforming the already plump face into a swollen mess, rendering his features unrecognizable. The commotion drew a crowd, including the hotel manager, security personnel, and Luo Baoqing's disreputable friends. What is happening? Are you mad? Song Xiujin shouted, attempting to force his way inside. Did I permit you entry? Qin Minghao interjected, blocking the door. How could it be you? Song Xiujin recoiled upon recognizing Qin Minghao's face. I too wish to know why it is you again, Qin Minghao replied, still oblivious to whether Song Xiujin had orchestrated son Xiaoyao's abduction or if the lecherous man had acted on his own accord. Please, dear ancestor, do not resort to violence. Surely we can resolve this amicably, the manager pleaded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Amicably? Qin Minghao scoffed. Why are you all standing there? Hurry and assist me in dealing with these scoundrels. Inside, as Luo Baoqing continued to shout in rage. He seemed to believe that the arrival of others would secure his salvation. Guo Yulong, if anything happens to me today, I will ensure your hotel is shut down. Cease this at once. If you do not, I shall not be so lenient. The manager warned, but was met with Qin Minghao's icy demeanor. Lenient? What do you intend to do about it? Qin Minghao stood resolutely at the entrance, unwilling to permit anyone to disturb Chen Su. The manager, recognizing the clear delineation of right and wrong, still attempted to assert authority. Remove this man and go in to rescue him. He instructed the security personnel, fully aware that the son of the deputy mayor could not be harmed on their premises. Let's see who dares. Qin Minghao remained impassive, coldly surveying the scene. Why do you hesitate? If anything were to happen to Luo, you would all be facing dire consequences. The manager barked orders at the security guards, while the cries of pain within persisted. Chen Su, feeling unsatisfied, hoisted Luo Baoqing up, using his belt to strike him until he begged for mercy. The security guards, fearing retribution, retrieved their rubber truncheons and advanced toward Qin Minghao. Since you choose to aid this villain, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Even if the king of heaven himself were to intervene, he could not save this scoundrel. Qin Minghao remained steadfast, effortlessly neutralizing the seemingly fierce guards with mere gestures. I have stated, today, no one shall enter. I care not for the identities of those inside. Feel free to inform their superiors. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to flout the law. One by one, the guards collapsed, their truncheons falling from their grasp, despair etched across their faces. This fellow is rather formidable, isn't he? The manager, realizing the futility of the situation, attempted to contact Luo Baoqing's family, knowing this matter was beyond his control. By the time the Luo family arrived, Luo Baoqing lay on the ground, battered and gasping, resembling a lifeless dog. Sun Xiaoyao, gradually regaining her senses, would have sent him to meet the Grim Reaper had it not been for Chen Su's intervention. However, she could not resist delivering a final kick to his groin, rendering him unconscious, likely to live the rest of his days as a mere ornament. Is this how you treat my brother? Have you no regard for the Luo family? Luo Baoyu, Luo Baoqing's elder brother, confronted them, flanked by a dozen bodyguards. Can a Luo family simply abduct individuals? Can they force others? Qin Minghao remained resolute at the entrance, denying any further entry. While my brother may have erred, that young lady was unharmed, was she not? Did you have left him in this state? Surely you owe me an explanation, lest the Luo family lose all respect in Yu City. Luo Baoyu's demeanor was icy, his presence commanding. What explanation do you seek? Chen Su recognized the formidable nature of the Luo family as he observed the imposing figures behind Luo Baoyu. However, he knew they were not in the wrong. Luo Baoqing deserved this fate. In Yu City, he had escaped retribution, but in the northeast, he would have been dead long ago. Whoever injured my brother shall pay with their life. The rest of you may leave unharmed. Luo Baoyu's words dripped with malice, more formidable than any executioner. And if I refuse? Qin Minghao's aura shifted dramatically, growing colder. Refuse? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The Luo family shall obtain what they seek. Then allow me the privilege of retrieving it myself. Luo Baoyu commanded his men, attack. Several bodyguards charged at Qin Minghao, attempting to seize his shoulders and drag him away. Their skills were far superior to those of the hotel security, clearly seasoned fighters, though they grasped his shoulders and arms. Their expressions shifted to terror as they gritted their teeth, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, exerting every ounce of strength to no avail. Is this all you can muster? Qin Minghao shrugged, and in an instant, he sent all 4 men flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, their faces pale with disbelief. Incompetent fools, cannot even handle a single man. Inside, Luo Baoqing's moans grew fainter, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. No need for you to intervene. I shall clear the path myself. Whether you may enter depends solely on your capabilities. Qin Minghao advanced slowly, while the bodyguards braced themselves. What are you waiting for? Charge, he commanded. If you do not eliminate these miscreants, you shall all be dismissed. With no choice left, the bodyguards lunged at Qin Minghao. Chen Su, eager to assist, was halted by Ahe. Do not rush, my lord. These fools are no match for our young master. The true experts remain hidden from view. We must not act rashly. As Ahe sensed the presence of a martial artist, at least at the mid-level of the yellow rank, he cautioned, Are you suggesting they're martial artists? Chen Su furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Could the Luo family be an ancient martial lineage? If so, we may be in grave trouble. Even the strongest dragon cannot dominate a local serpent. A conflict with an ancient martial family would be troublesome indeed. Though merely at the yellow level, I can still manage. Yet I fear that more than one yellow-level warrior may soon appear. Ahe remains composed, while Chen Su's mind races with thoughts on how to handle a potential second or third warrior. A throng of bodyguards rushes forth, encircling Qin Minghao, attacking him indiscriminately, believing the sheer numbers can overwhelm him. Unfortunately for them, Qin Minghao is far from the simple opponent they imagine. He has faced numerous skirmishes, possessing not only a legacy but also experience in combat with true renegades. These bodyguards, who have never taken a life, are hardly worth considering. Qin Minghao channels his internal energy, creating a shockwave that sends the bodyguards' fists flying away, their bodies following suit in an explosive dispersal akin to fireworks. Luo Baoyu's expression shifts dramatically. You are a warrior? He gasps, feeling as if a sword hangs above him. His earlier bravado evaporates, replaced by fear and unease. How could Luo Baoqing have provoked a warrior? You may consider me a warrior, but do you still seek explanations? Qin Minghao gazes at Luo Baoyu. Please, elder, intervene and deal with these individuals. Luo Baoyu suddenly calls out into the air. Young Master Luo, leave these brash fools to me. Those who provoke the Luo family must pay with their lives. From the shadows emerges an elderly man clad in traditional attire, his hands clasped behind his back. He appears to be in his 60s, yet his youthful visage radiates an aura of mystery. A member of an ancient martial family? Qin Minghao observes the elder, sensing the palpable danger he emanates. The elder glances at Qin Minghao dismissively, clearly underestimating him. Qin Minghao's pupils constrict, recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent. Chen Su, inside the room, can no longer maintain his composure. Ahe, protect Sun Xiaoyao. I will assist my cousin. Chen Su rushes to Qin Minghao's side, propelling himself toward the elder with such speed that he leaves only an afterimage in his wake. How dare you? The elder merely waves his sleeve, sending Chen Su hurtling back, and Qin Minghao catches him just in time to prevent a fall. Cough, cough in a single exchange. Chen Su suffers internal injuries. This is the might of ancient martial artists. Qin Minghao furrows his brow. Cousin, let me take over. He understands that Chen Su is no match for the elder and does not wish to witness his reckless sacrifice. You, young man, you must be aware of the chasm that exists between warriors. Do you truly believe you can stand against me? The elder scoffs. Is that so? Let's put it to the test. Qin Minghao is suddenly enveloped in an aura of killing intent. Those who dare touch his family must pay dearly. The elder smirks, shaking his head with disdain, his face a mask of ridicule. Young man, do not be overly impetuous. A preemptive conclusion may grant you a swift end. Qin Minghao realizes that further words are futile. He faces a formidable foe, yet he will not relinquish hope for survival. Chen Su's palms sweat as he glances at Ahe inside the room, knowing that only Ahe could contend with the elder. However, Ahe displays no signs of anxiety. Ahe, Chen Su calls out desperately. Do not worry, my son-in-law. If young master cannot handle him, I can step in at any moment. You should come inside to avoid being mistakenly harmed, Ahe replies calmly. He senses that Qin Minghao is no ordinary opponent, perhaps not far from the mid-yellow level, and may not be entirely outmatched by the elder. Moreover, his responsibility is to protect the young lady. As long as she remains unharmed, he will not engage. Chen Su, desperate, coughs up blood again, feeling powerless. Rushing in now would only lead to his demise, rendering him unable to assist his cousin. Qin Minghao's palms also sweat. He has never fought a warrior before. Could he truly be a match for him? He dares not dwell on it and resolves to take the plunge. Young man, endure 10 strikes. If you can withstand them without dying, I shall spare your life. The elder declares with confidence. 10 strikes, you say? Hope ignites within Qin Minghao. Very well, let be 10 strikes. Come fort. His eyes gleam with determination, and without hesitation, he advances, closing the 10-meter gap in an instant. His fighting spirit unwavering as he channels all his energy into his fists, launching an attack upon the elder. The elder, reminiscent of Qin Minghao's earlier demeanor, stands firm, displaying confidence and mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Thud, thud, thud. Despite delivering 3 strikes, Qin Minghao fails to budge the elder's stance and is instead pushed back, staggering from the force. Chen Su's heart races. Qin Minghao steadies himself, undeterred, and charges once more. This time, he abandons conventional tactics, eye strikes, throat locks, and underhanded moves. Though despicable, he employs every method at his disposal, catching the elder off guard and momentarily disorienting him. The clash of fists reverberates. Qin Minghao feels as if his hands might shatter, while the elder merely takes a single step back. Chen Su watches intently, hardly daring to breathe. 3 strikes remain. If you cannot vanquish me within these 3, step aside. Qin Minghao's sweat mingles with blood as it trickles down his cheek. 3 strikes? Nay, the final strike shall send you to the afterlife. The elder advances, unleashing an inexhaustible surge of dark energy, aiming directly for Qin Minghao's crown. Is that so? Who shall meet their end remains uncertain. Qin Minghao suddenly stands firm, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What are you laughing at? The elder suddenly coughs violently, blood spilling forth as he collapses to the ground, his strength utterly drained. I laugh at your overconfidence. The unexpected turn of events leaves everyone stunned, particularly Luo Baoyu, who stands dumbfounded. Young man, what have you done to the elder? A mid-yellow level warrior has inexplicably lost all combat capability without a trace. It is nothing. The 10 strikes have yet to be completed. Would you care to continue? Qin Minghao looks down upon the elder, who has resorted to underhanded tactics, yet still speaks of martial ethics. The poisons he carries are not mere decorations. They are potent weapons. Let be known, even Yama himself would have to reconsider his approach. Chapter 78, no martial ethics. You schemed against me. Poison me. The elder clutches his abdomen, his internal energy extinguished, his gaze filled with resentment as it locks on a Qin Minghao. Has it not been said that one must not act in such a manner? Qin Minghao feels no shame. This individual clearly abuses his age and strength, bullying the weak. His earlier failure to eliminate Qin Minghao within 10 strikes was not due to inability, but rather a lack of desire. Had he sought to end him swiftly, he might have succeeded, and though Qin Minghao may not match him in skill, he cannot abide being toyed with like a mere rodent. His legacy is not to be trifled with. While he may not match the elder's level, his mastery of medicine assures him that he has never faltered in his craft, especially as healing and poison are inseparable. He never intended to harm others with poison, but has no qualms about using it for self-defense. Poison? Luo Baoyu instinctively recoils, his face a mask of terror as he regards Qin Minghao. If a figure of the elder's caliber could be poisoned, what hope does an ordinary man possess? The elder's darkening expression only intensifies Luo Baoyu's fear. You are cunning. I can overlook today's events, but I demand the antidote. Though the elder was poisoned for the sake of the Luo family, his willingness to work for money does not mitigate Luo Baoyu's cold demeanor. The antidote? I could provide it, but how can I trust that you won't seek vengeance once you're cured? Qin Minghao is no fool. What do you propose? Do not assume that such trivial poison can claim my life. Do not force me into a desperate corner. The elder's face twists into a fierce, resolute expression. Such is not the case. Let us speak reasonably. If today's events had befallen anyone, they would not so easily let it go. You are at fault, as are we. Yet it is undoubtedly your transgression, a blatant disregard for the law, bullying through sheer power. Our demands are not excessive. Merely clear the path for us to pass. I shall place the antidote in a designated location for you to retrieve. Do not harbor foolish thoughts of tracking us down for revenge, lest you be the first to perish. Qin Minghao warned. Very well. Have your men clear the way. The elder commanded Luo Baoyu. No, they have injured my brother. Do not think I will allow them to leave so easily. How can I show my face as a member of the Luo family? Luo Baoyu shouted, his bravado a mere facade. Is the prestige of the Luo family worth more than my life? The elder's chilling voice sent a shiver down Luo Baoyu's spine. We, the Luo family, have never wronged you. Elder, you cannot let them go. Luo Baoyu insisted stubbornly. And have I not devoted myself to your family? What you have given me hardly warrants sacrificing my life. The elder scoffed. Should you not yield, they will depart regardless. Luo Baoyu, do you truly believe this band of ineptitude can thwart someone who can poison me silently? Do not blame me for not warning you. If you wish to avoid the same fate as Luo Baocheng, step aside at once. The elder saw clearly the gravity of the situation. Thinking of his brother, who lay within the house, his life uncertain, a chill surged through Luo Baoyu. Through gritted teeth, he uttered, let them pass. Smart move. Old man, your cultivation is hard won. Do not ruin it for unworthy individuals. Qin Minghao turned to support Qin Su, while Ahe aided Sun Xiaoyao, and the four stumbled from the hotel. As they entered the car, Qin Minghao suddenly spat out blood, his complexion turning pale, alarming Qin Su. Cousin, are you all right? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Minghao shook his head. Had I not prepared beforehand, that old wretch might have killed me today. Despite having reached the foundational stage, his experience in combat was essentially non-existent. In a confrontation between seasoned warriors and a novice, it was no surprise he lost. Master, you are quite clever to have poisoned a mid-level Yellow Realm warrior so discreetly. Ahe had been ready to intervene, but was caught off guard by the turn of events. It was his lack of martial ethics that instigated this. Had he not sought to toy with me, I would not have had the chance. Qin Minghao leaned back in his seat, each breath a painful reminder of his injuries. I apologize. It is my fault for drinking excessively. Even the typically domineering Sun Xiaoyao lowered her head, feeling remorseful as she apologized to the others. Had she not been inebriated, those men would have posed no threat, and they would not have been injured in their efforts to save her. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Su reassured her. Indeed, sister-in-law, do not take the blame upon yourself. It is a time when the laws of society are ever present, yet some individuals choose to disregard them. Encountering such people, whether sober or inebriated, one's fate remains the same. We must investigate the Luo family to understand their true nature. Today, as humiliation will not be left unchallenged. We must prepare ourselves instead of waiting for them to come to us. Qin Minghao expressed his concern. Only in Yuqing had this been in the northeast. Qin Su began but sighed, realizing the difference in territory. Fear not, I will devise a solution. If all else fails, you may return to the northeast. I doubt the Luo family would pursue you there. If they did, they would only be delivering themselves into danger, Qin Minghao reassured him. Upon returning home, Qin Minghao retrieved the antidote and instructed Ahe to place it somewhere inconspicuous for the elder to collect. He lay on his bed, clutching his chest, the pain intense. He had underestimated these ancient martial practitioners. They were far from mere pretenders and could indeed take lives. He pulled out his phone and called Feng Cheng. Brother Feng, is this a good time to talk? For gathering intelligence, Feng Cheng was the one to contact. What a coincidence. I have been meaning to reach out. It has been a while since we last saw each other. What have you been up to lately? Just as Feng Cheng was about to call him, he received a message, a sign of their mutual understanding. What is it, Brother Feng? Qin Minghao decided to let Feng Cheng speak first. It's not a major issue. I want to know if you would be interested in joining our team as an advisor to train my subordinates. Feng Cheng stated his purpose directly. An advisor? To the police department? Yes, it would be an external position. The salary is modest, but it would grant you a semblance of affiliation with the police department. Recently, Yuqing has become increasingly unstable, and several of my brothers have sustained injuries. If they possessed even a fraction of your skills, they would not be in this predicament. I was hoping you could help train them, as they are quite young, and our line of work is perilous. Not all law enforcement personnel don uniforms and wield weapons. Often, they must conceal their identities, infiltrate enemy ranks, and operate in isolation. If Qin Minghao could lend his abilities, even if exposed, they could at least safeguard their lives. I shall consider it. Qin Minghao mused, surprised at the thought of becoming a quasi-officer, defending the nation and protecting the people. Such thoughts ignited a fervor within him. Take your time. Let me know once you've made a decision. By the way, what did you need from me? Feng Cheng, aware of the misunderstanding from the previous incident involving Old Chun, hoped Qin Minghao would agree promptly. Are you familiar with the Luo family? They have two sons, Luo Baoyu and Luo Baocheng, and also harbor an ancient martial practitioner. Qin Minghao's knowledge of the Luo family was limited to this. Luo Baoyu and Luo Baocheng? Are they not the sons of Vice Mayor Luo? What business did he have with them? Xiaohao, why do you inquire about them? Have you crossed paths with them? Feng Qing's expression turned serious. Just a minor dispute. Qin Minghao did not disclose the details of the day's events. A minor dispute? I advise you to apologize quickly. If it were anyone else, I might have some leeway, but with the Luo family, neither you nor I can afford to provoke them. Feng Qing had not anticipated Qin Minghao would offend the two sons of the Luo family, and felt a twinge of regret. Luo Baoyu was somewhat more restrained due to aspirations of following in his father's footsteps, but Luo Baocheng was a notorious ruffian, indulging in every vice. Last month, he had been caught driving under the influence, resulting in the death of a traffic officer. Yet thanks to his father's influence, he faced no consequences, nor did he even provide compensation. The department's insurance had covered the incident, but it was still a life lost, and no one dared to seek justice, including the victim's family, all due to his father's position. Brother Feng, what is the true nature of the Luo family? Even you seem to fear them, so? Qin Minghao found Feng Qing to be a person of strong character, not one to shy away from challenges. In Yuqing, there are three families we cannot offend, and the Luo family is one of them. Luo Baoyu and Luo Baocheng are sons of the executive vice mayor, Luo Bin, a man who wields considerable power. Feng Qing explained. Executive vice mayor? Qin Minghao had assumed the Luo family was merely a wealthy clan, but to learn they were entwined with the government was unexpected. No wonder Feng Qing felt a lack of authority in this matter. Higher ranks often overshadow the lower, especially when it involved a vice mayor. Do not claim to be me. Even the mayor must give him some respect, for he possesses the authority to act on behalf of the mayor, overseeing crucial departments in the macroeconomy, industry, internal trade, transportation, justice, and production in Yuqing. All of us fall under his jurisdiction, and he stands on equal footing with the secretary and the mayor. Not only I, but even our director must heed Robin's wishes. What have you done to provoke him? The notion of Qin Minghao becoming an advisor is futile. If the Luo family learns of this, I too would be implicated. Is it possible that Yuqing is truly under the Luo family's dominion? Qin Minghao furrowed his brow, realizing that the Luo family essentially reigns as the emperors of Yuqing. It is not far from the truth. Brother, I do not wish to frighten you, but the Luo family is not only an emperor, they are tyrants. Offending them can lead to one's demise, and the destruction of one's family is commonplace. Feng Qing spoke with a tone of lamentation. Is there truly no one in Yuqing capable of managing him? Qin Minghao pondered, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. There are those who can, indeed. The Ji family is not afraid of the Luo family. Although there are minor conflicts, they are limited to the younger generation and are hardly noteworthy. Even if there are disagreements between the Ji family's youth and Luo Baocheng, he is not someone we can contend with. Ji family? Feng Yi, could you enlighten me about the Ji family? Qin Minghao inquired. The Luo family looms as a colossal entity before me, capable of crushing me with but a mere gesture. My cousins can return to the northeast, but I cannot. My home is in Yuqing, my mother's grave lies here, and my enemies are also present. You do not intend to leverage the Ji family against Luo Baocheng, do you? Feng Qing asked. It is not so much a matter of confrontation. I do not possess such capability. However, I have significant grievances with the Luo family. They will undoubtedly seek retribution, yet I wish to survive. Even a glimmer of hope deserves a chance. Should the Ji family be willing to offer me some protection? Qin Minghao saw no shame in this. Whether it be among the affluent or the noble, the divisions of class have been clearly delineated since time immemorial. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. It has merely shifted to scholars, merchants, farmers, and laborers. Those in power always occupy the forefront. Alas, brother, can you tell me exactly how you offended the Luo family? If you share this with me, I might devise a plan for you. Feng Qing sighed, recognizing the truth in Qin Minghao's words. If he has indeed offended the Luo family, it could cost him his life, and Feng Qing does not wish to witness another acquaintance fall victim to them. Moreover, this is someone he knows personally. Luo Baocheng had nefarious intentions toward my cousin-in-law and abducted her, so I rendered him incapacitated. Incapacitated? Feng Qing shuddered, his phone slipping from his grasp. Regaining his composure, he hastily inquired, how did you incapacitate him? I ensured he could never again harbor such intentions towards anyone. Although it was Sun Xiaoyao who executed the act, they are now like a single thread of fate, and their actions are indistinguishable from mine. My dear brother, you are akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom. You are courting death. You actually rendered Luo Baocheng's manhood useless? You are not. Feng Cheng found himself at a loss for words. How could the Luo family possibly allow this? I was unaware that Luo Baocheng was the vice mayor's son. Now that the deed is done, even an apology would not suffice for forgiveness. This is indeed the case, given the Luo family's disposition. Unless he can restore Luo Baocheng's manhood, there is no chance for reconciliation. Yet, for reasons unknown, Feng Cheng felt a sense of relief. Although the act was somewhat rash, Luo Baocheng had long deserved his comeuppance. Brother, if you proceed in this manner, I will make arrangements for you to meet with young Master Ji tomorrow. Young Master Ji has always disdained Luo Baocheng and his ways. Plead with him, and perhaps he may spare your life. Feng Cheng swiftly resolved to act, recognizing that regardless of the outcome, he must strive for his friend. Feng Yi, I am grateful for your assistance. Do you happen to know what young Master Ji favors or enjoys? Qin Minghao asked. Those who are stubbornly arrogant and fail to recognize their place do not live long. Qin Minghao understood that sometimes one must yield. Nothing is more paramount than preserving one's life. Chapter 8. Meeting Young Master Ji, the Luo family. Have you uncovered any information about those youths? Vice Mayor Luo Bin sat coldly in the living room, with Luo Baocheng kneeling on the floor and an elder standing nearby. We have found them. That Qin Minghao is merely a university student, yet he appears to have good relations with the Bai and Shin families. Recently, he caused quite a stir at the charity auction hosted by the Zhao family, thus creating enmity with them. As for the other youths, they do not seem to be from Yuqing. A young man in a black suit spoke respectfully, his head bowed. A mere university student? He dares to act against my son, relying on the Shun and Bai families? Luo Bin then turned his gaze to the kneeling Luo Baocheng. What did the doctor say? Luo Baocheng opened his mouth, trembling as he spoke. The doctor said, Bao Yu is ruined, and he will never be able to engage in carnal relations again. Bang! Luo Bin slammed his teacup onto the coffee table with force. You worthless fool! You stood idly by as your brother was ruined. I have invested so much in raising you, and you cannot even protect your own family. Luo Baocheng cowered, too frightened to defend himself, while the elder's expression darkened. Fully aware that Luo Bin was indirectly rebuking him, yet he dared not offer an explanation for his shortcomings. A mere university student dares to oppose my Luo family. There is no need to let him live. Send Bao Yu abroad. No matter what it takes, ensure he is cured, Luo Bin declared before ascending the stairs. The others in the living room exchanged glances, knowing Luo Bin would not personally handle such a minor character. Young master, what shall we do? The man in the black suit asked Luo Baocheng. Such a person is not worthy of sullying our Luo family's hands. Go seek Zhao Shicheng. He will be willing to serve the Luo family. Should the Bai and Shun families dare to assist, they will no longer have a place in this world. Understood. Meanwhile, Qin Minghao spent lavishly on a respectable outfit and accompanied Feng Cheng to Xiaofu Lu. However, compared to Qin Minghao, Feng Cheng appeared as if he were a thief. Donning the previous attire of Qin Minghao, a cap, dark sunglasses, and a mask, obscuring his features entirely. There was no alternative. He feared the Luo family discovering his identity, for then his life would be forfeit, and any notions of justice would be meaningless. Feng Ge, I appreciate your concern. Qin Minghao recognized the implications of Feng Cheng's assistance. It could very well endanger him. Let's not dwell on that. When the time comes, be perceptive and find a way to please young Master Ji. It may save your life. Should young Master Ji refuse you, bear no resentment. Prioritize your own safety and leave Yuqing. As long as you preserve your life, there will be opportunities ahead. Feng Cheng advised. I understand. When they arrived at the private room, young Master Ji had yet to arrive. Feng Cheng had arranged to meet at 7:30, and young Master Ji arrived punctually at 7:25. Upon entering, he remarked, Oh, who is this? Is it such a shameful affair that you must dress Captain Feng in this manner? Is he preparing to become a thief? With that, young Master Ji, clad in athletic wear and sporting red hair, casually seated himself with his hands in his pockets and crossed his legs, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Young Master Ji, could you kindly refrain from mocking me? Do you think I desired this? I find myself in a predicament. Feng Cheng gestured towards Qin Minghao. This is my brother, Qin Minghao. This is the third young master of the Ji family, Ji Wenjin. Greetings, young Master Ji. Qin Minghao respectfully rose and extended his hand. My mood was quite pleasant, but now it has soured. Ji Wenjin did not extend his hand, leaving Qin Minghao feeling somewhat embarrassed. Feng Cheng, when did you take up the trade of matchmaking? Ji Wenjin's words dripped with displeasure and sarcasm. Although he shared a degree of camaraderie with Feng Cheng, he felt no qualm about dining alone, yet he refrained from mentioning the presence of others. Young Master Ji, I truly have no choice. Please allow me to explain. Feng Cheng hastily rose to refill Ji Wenjin's glass, adopting an abject demeanor, which left Qin Minghao feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Despite Feng Cheng's official standing, which attracted many sycophants, the sight of him bowing so low was disconcerting. All right, explain yourself. But if I am not satisfied, you shall face the consequences. Ji Wenjin reclined in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance as he fiddled with his luxury watch. Yesterday, my brother and a few relatives went out for a meal. His sister-in-law got drunk and encountered Luo Baoyu. Seeing her state, Luo Baoyu took advantage and snatched her away. My brother, being hot-headed, went to confront him and, inadvertently, well, he severely injured Luo Baoyu. Huh. Ji Wenjin, upon hearing that Luo Baoyu had been incapacitated, spewed his drink all over Feng Cheng, whose expression twisted in humiliation. Yet he could only smile as he wiped himself off. Bravo, young brother. You handled that splendidly. I've longed to rid the world of that scoundrel, Luo Baoyu. Ji Wenjin's demeanor shifted. He now regarded Qin Minghao with newfound appreciation. Many had suffered at the hands of Luo Baoyu, but few dared to retaliate with such ferocity. Young Master Ji, should you truly eliminate Luo Baoyu, the Luo family would not dare to retaliate. However, my young brother is merely a university student with no backing. If the Luo family sought revenge, Feng Cheng hesitated, gauging Ji Wenjin's reaction, realizing he was subtly urging Ji to protect Qin Minghao. Feng Cheng, do not overestimate my influence. If Luo Baocheng were so easily dealt with, I would have done so long ago. It is precisely because I am wary of provoking the Luo family that I have not taken action. By asking me to shield this young man, you are embroiling me in a significant predicament. Ji Wenjin was no fool. He recognized the gravity of the situation. The wrath of the Luo family was currently directed at Qin Minghao alone, and eliminating him would serve as retribution for Luo Baoyu. However, if he became involved, the matter would become far more complicated. Young Master Ji, I implore you, for the sake of my young brother's tender age, please assist him. Feng Cheng pleaded pitifully. Ji Wenjin took a sip of his drink and sighed. Old Feng, it is not that I am unwilling to assist. I simply question why I should invite the wrath of the Luo family's mad dogs for a stranger. Is my life not satisfactory? If my grandfather were to learn of this, he might very well break my legs. Before Ji Wenjin could finish, his phone rang. Third brother, hurry home. Grandfather has fainted. Ji Wenjin abruptly stood, addressing Feng Cheng. My grandfather has collapsed. Let's pretend this conversation never occurred. I warn you, do not meddle. If the Luo family discovers this, you will not fare well. Chapter 81. The Visit to the Ji Family. Ji Wenjin's departure was hasty, leaving Qin Minghao bereft of hope. Brother, I am sorry Feng Cheng had not anticipated Ji Wenjin's lack of courtesy. The relationship between the Luo and Ji families had always been tenuous, and Ji Wenjin's enmity with Luo Baoyu was well known. Given Ji Wenjin's temperament, Feng Cheng had assumed he would relish the opportunity to vex the Luo family. But he had forgotten that none of the scions of these prominent families were fools. It is all right, Feng Ge. You have done enough for me. Thank you. Qin Minghao's gratitude was heartfelt. Feng Cheng had already gone above and beyond. While embellishing fortunes is easy, offering timely assistance in dire straits is not. What thanks, brother? If worst comes to worst, you should hastily pack your belongings and leave Yuqing while the Luo family remains unaware of your presence. Once outside, they would not dare to act with such audacity, Feng Cheng advised. I understand. I will consider it. This may be our last meal together, so let us not squander such a splendid feast. In an effort to invite the young master of the Ji family, Qin Minghao had spent lavishly. This meal alone cost over 10,000. Upon Ji Wenjin's return to the Ji family, chaos reigned. The family doctor shook his head gravely. The old master suffers from chronic ailments. His age has laid bare every affliction. Aside from providing careful care to alleviate his suffering, there is little that can be done. The prospect of surgery is minimal, and it carries risks. If you wish to spare the old master further agony, you might consider traditional Chinese medicine. Though the hope is dim, as his condition has persisted for too long, and even a physician of traditional medicine would be cautious in prescribing treatment. Having tended to the Ji family for decades, the doctor's words held weight. Then let us consult a traditional physician. Dr. Wang, do you have any recommendations? Yixwambing inquired. Indeed, there is one. In the south of the city, in Luofu Lane, there is an esteemed old doctor named Chinda. I shall go fetch him immediately, Ji Wenjin declared. At the clinic, in the midst of slumber, Chinda was summoned to the Ji residence, where he examined the old master's pulse, his expression grave. I possess little in the way of remedies for the old master's condition. Were he a woman, he likely would not have reached such an age. As it stands, the old master is too advanced in years for potent medication, and milder remedies yield no effect. The consensus among the two physicians left the Ji family despondent. Surely there must be something we can do, even if it merely alleviates my father's suffering. Allowing him to endure a little longer? The Ji family did not press Chinda unduly. Not that there is no hope at all. I have a cousin whose medical skills surpass my own, specializing in intricate ailments. Even if he cannot entirely eradicate the old master's cold condition, he can certainly alleviate it, extending the old master's life by several years. Chinda, having witnessed Qin Minghao's medical prowess, was convinced that if anyone could treat the old master, it would be him. Go fetch him at once, Ji Xianbing stated resolutely. In their desperation, they could not afford to dismiss even the slightest glimmer of hope. Please hold on a moment. I will call my cousin. Chinda dialed Qin Minghao's number. What is the surname of that family? Upon hearing the name Ji, and recalling the hurried departure of Ji Wenjin, Qin Minghao suddenly found clarity amidst the haze of alcohol. Could it possibly be the same Ji family? I understand. Please provide me with the address. I shall head over immediately. Regardless of whether this was indeed the Ji family he thought it to be, Chinda's request for assistance was one he could not refuse. Following the address given by Chinda, Qin Minghao arrived at a villa. At the entrance, he found not only Chinda, but another familiar face. Is this the cousin you mentioned? Ji Wenjin had not anticipated encountering Qin Minghao again, especially at his own doorstep. Young Master Ji, do you recognize my cousin? In this role reversal, Qin Minghao no longer appeared meek and silent. Instead, he smiled. Young Master Ji, I did not expect our paths to cross so swiftly. Qin Minghao's smile irked Ji Wenjin, leaving him unsettled. What was this young man's intent? Was he attempting to provoke him? Surely you do not mean to insinuate that by saving the old master, the Ji family would owe you a favor? Qin Minghao countered. That would require you to possess the ability to do so. Ji Wenjin retorted with a cold smirk. If you truly can save my grandfather, whether the Ji family will assist you is uncertain, as I cannot presume to make such decisions. However, I, Ji Wenjin, will ensure that the Luo family does not lay a finger on you. Ji Wenjin quickly realized that if Qin Minghao had the means to bribe his own doctor, he would not have to humbly seek assistance from himself. The abruptness of the incident indicated that it could not have been meticulously planned. Any sign of his refusal could trigger a relapse of his grandfather's old illness, leading to Dr. Wang recommending Chinda, who would then recommend him. With such capabilities, why not simply plot against the Luo family instead of risking offending another person by targeting the Ji family? There must be some skill involved. Well, let us hope that young Master Ji speaks with sincerity. Qin Minghao did not anticipate that this matter would unfold so effortlessly. He was still pondering how to ensure that the Ji family would willingly provide him protection without inciting their resentment after saving someone. To his surprise, Ji Wenjin brought it up himself. This spared him the need for further scheming, allowing him to focus solely on healing without the pressure of leaving Yuqing. What relief! As he followed Ji Wenjin into the Ji residence, he felt her scrutinizing gaze upon him, wary of any covert actions he might undertake. Upon seeing Qin Minghao, the Ji family members unmistakably displayed their disappointment. Is this the miracle doctor you spoke of? I have never seen such a young healer. Yi Venlin, the eldest of the Ji family, regarded him with skepticism. I dare not claim the title of miracle doctor, but I possess a modicum of talent in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Qin Minghao replied. Dr. Chun, we invited you here out of respect and trust. If you cannot treat my grandfather's illness, what is the purpose of bringing in such an inexperienced youth? Do you think the Ji family is easily deceived? Yi Wenlin, known for his fiery temperament, was quick to judge, and his tone was far more contemptuous than Ji Wenjin's. No, my cousin truly has talent. You must trust me. Shen de, souhaiting profusely, firait d'inciting Ji Wenlin et Suhat. He had navigated numerous affluent families and could tell that the Ji family members were not to be trifled with. Younger man, not just anyone can enter the Ji family. We will not tolerate any nonsense from you. Leave now, and rest assured that the Ji family will not hold today's events against you. Ji Xinbing also doubted that someone so youthful could possess any significant medical expertise. Qin Minghao, seemingly accustomed to their skepticism, retorted with a cold smile, "Are you certain?" It was unexpected that the Ji family would judge solely based on appearance and age. Chapter 82. I implore you, save our family. Young man, do you understand what you are saying? Ji Xuanbing's eyes glinted with dangerous intensity. Could he truly evaluate the Ji family? I certainly do. I not only know what I am saying, but I also comprehend that your right shoulder has sustained an injury, leaving lingering effects. You experience numbness in your right arm after overuse or exposure to cold. Moreover, I am aware that your leg has been broken, and you suffer from rheumatism. Upon hearing Qin Minghao's words, Ji Xianbing was taken aback. His shoulder had indeed been injured, and he often felt numbness in his hand, something he had never disclosed to anyone. How could this young man discern it without even feeling his pulse? Ignoring Ji Xuanbing's astonishment, Qin Minghao turned his attention to Ji Wenlin. And you frequently suffer from insomnia, anxiety, and night sweats. You are prone to bouts of aggression, leading others to believe you have a bad temper, when in fact you are unwell. When you become agitated, you are unable to control yourself. Are you? Upon his conclusion, an oppressive silence engulfed the villa. Neither Ji Xianbing nor Ji Wenlin spoke, yet the astonishment in their eyes validated the truth of Qin Minghao's words. Father, your arm? Ji Wenjin inquired with concern. It is nothing, just a minor ailment. Who among soldiers hasn't endured some injuries? If one hasn't faced any wounds, it implies they have never been on the battlefield, and one cannot call themselves a soldier. Ji Xianbing dismissed nonchalantly. A minor ailment? You perceive that such trivial matters can claim your life at any moment. If you do not attend to your health when you grow old, do you believe you will fare better than your grandfather? Qin Minghao's voice, though soft, reverberated through the Ji family members' ears like thunder. Since you can discern my father's health issues, do you have a solution? Yi Wenlin pressed. Of course, there is a way, but as a mere youth with limited medical knowledge, I dare not intrude where I do not belong. It would be wiser for you to seek someone of greater repute. Qin Minghao's words struck the Ji family like a slap to the face, causing their expressions to flicker between hues of green and white, particularly Ji Wenlin, who had been the most vocal in his doubts. Now, having angered the young miracle doctor, he was left to persuade him to treat them. Esteemed young doctor, since you have identified my illness, please do not hold it against me as a patient. I apologize and admit my error. Please, for the sake of my grandfather and father, help save our family. Ji Wenlin's demeanor was markedly humble. Ji Wenjin, wanting to speak, opened his mouth but ultimately held back. He never expected Qin Minghao, who sought the Ji family's protection, would dare to refuse. However, considering that his father and grandfather's lives were far more valuable than his own, he could not allow a moment of pride to jeopardize the situation. Moreover, his elder brother, proud as he was, had already lowered his head. If he were to speak disrespectfully now, his brother's grievances would have been in vain. Young miracle doctor, please treat my grandfather and father, and I shall resolve your matters. Ji Wenjin stated. Qin Minghao cast a glance at Ji Wenjin, a smirk playing on his lips. Very well, since young Master Ji has sincerely apologized, I cannot fail to show some gratitude. After all, a healer's duty is to treat and save lives, especially those who protect their homeland like the Ji family. Do not worry about Mr. Ji's ailment. First, take me to see the elder. Chino wiped his brow, relieved. He truly feared that Qin Minghao would be unyielding. For offending the Ji family was no trifling matter. Come, I shall lead you. Ji Wenjin guided Qin Minghao to the second floor. In the bedroom, the elder Ji lay in bed, eyes closed but repeatedly uttering faint groans. A deep furrow marred his brow, and his face was contorted in pain, clearly suffering greatly. Dr. Wang stepped aside as Qin Minghao sat by the elder's bedside to take his pulse. This cold condition had persisted for at least 30 years. The elder's survival until now was miraculous. Alleviating his suffering would be straightforward, Yet completely eradicating the ailment would be more complex. Young Master Ji, do you wish to ease your grandfather's suffering, allowing him to pass these final years comfortably, or do you aspire to completely eliminate the cold affliction within him, granting him additional years of life? Qin Minghao turned to Ji Wenjin. Is it truly possible to completely eradicate the cold affliction within my grandfather? Ji Wenjin asked in astonishment. They had consulted numerous doctors, none of whom had claimed that the elder's cold condition could be entirely resolved. It is possible, but as I mentioned, it is somewhat complicated. It depends on what you desire. Without hesitation, Ji Wenjin replied, if it could be completely eradicated, that would be a blessing. Will my grandfather live longer afterward? If it is merely to alleviate his condition, he might live comfortably for another 3 years. However, should we aim for complete eradication, he may endure some suffering for a few months, but he could live an additional 5 years, and with meticulous care, even 10 years is not out of the question. Qin Minghao explained. Please wait. We will discuss this, Ji Wenjin said. After a brief discussion, Ji Xianbing addressed Qin Minghao. Rest assured and proceed with the treatment. My father has faced countless hardships in his life. He can certainly endure this minor affliction. The Ji family was clearly intent on extending the elder's life. Very well. The treatment may take some time, approximately half a year, Qin Minghao remarked as he glanced at Ji Wenjin. He was not concerned about their potential change of heart. If they wished to spare the elder from the torment of illness, they needed to ensure his safety for at least 6 months. In this manner, he would be able to treat the elder, effectively binding the entire Ji family to his fragile vessel. Very well. If it takes 6 months, so be it, Ji Xianbing declared. I shall return to formulate a detailed treatment plan, but for today, I will first alleviate the elder's suffering. As Qin Minghao spoke, he retrieved the Yin-Yang 18 needles from his sleeve. Cousin, please lift the elder's clothing, he requested. Channeling his spiritual energy, Qin Minghao activated the power within the needles and began to administer acupuncture to the elder. The Ji family members watched with furrowed brows as they observed the elder's expression gradually relax, their worry easing as they witnessed the improvement. All right, I will remove the needles in half an hour, but I need to rest for a while, Qin Minghao stated, beads of sweat dotting his forehead from the exertion of spiritual energy. I'll have someone prepare a room for you, Ji Xianbing signaled to Ji Wenjin, who promptly went to make arrangements. Qin Minghao asked Chun to keep an eye on things while he followed Ji Wenjin to rest. You certainly have a knack for strategy. Had I known of your capabilities earlier, I might have accepted Feng Cheng's proposal without hesitation, even granting him a favor. Yevenian remarked. Chapter 83. The Liberty to Drink. Ji Wenjin was well aware of Qin Minghao's intentions, yet even if it was a matter of open scheming, the Ji family could not refuse. As mentioned before, his life held little value, and even the lives of the Luo family seemed insignificant in his eyes. However, the lives of the Ji family members were of utmost importance. Had I known this, I would not have allowed Brother Feng to risk himself in seeking your assistance. Young Master Ji, perhaps this is simply our fate, Qin Minghao replied with a smile, hinting at a willingness to yield. Ah, what a fate indeed, regardless of the reason. As long as you can cure my grandfather, my father, and my elder brother, I shall overlook your schemes and will not speak of them to my family, nor allow the Luo family to lay a finger on you, Ji Wenjin asserted. Rest assured, my only desire is for stability. I hold deep respect for the Ji family. Some wield power and oppress the common folk, while others risk their lives to protect them. I, Qin Minghao, am not foolish and know where my loyalties lie. Only when the Ji family thrives can I, Qin Minghao, flourish as well. This sentiment was genuinely expressed by Qin Minghao. It is best that you think this way. We, the Ji family, have no interest in power. We merely strive to do what is right. Do not harbor any illusions of dragging us into the mire. Yevenian Gongshund. Enough. It is nearly time to remove the needles from the elder. When Qin Minghao returned, the elder had already regained consciousness. Oh, what bliss! I haven't felt this good in over a decade. My body feels so light, it's as if I am 20 again, able to carry 50 pounds and run 50 kilometers. The two stepped into the bedroom, just in time to hear the elder's robust voice. Goodness, dear father, please be cautious. You still have needles in you, Ji Xianbing said, his eyes moist as he looked at his father's lively demeanor. Such days are long ahead. No need to rush. Qin Minghao said cheerfully as he approached the elder. Young man, are you the miraculous doctor my son spoke of? Excellent. Truly a hero of youth. The elder praised without reservation. You are too kind. I am hardly a miraculous doctor. Allow me to remove the needles first. Qin Minghao carefully extracted the yin-yang 18 needles, taking great care to store them properly. Elder, today was merely to relieve you. In less than 3 days, you will be tormented by cold symptoms again. To completely eradicate them will require a treatment period of up to 6 months. I wonder if you can endure it, Qin Minghao inquired. I can endure. Just treat me. The elder replied nonchalantly. Isn't it just acupuncture? What could be more difficult than a bullet wound? This hardly hurts at all. Since you are willing to undergo treatment, I must lay down some ground rules. You must heed my instructions. What I advise you to do, you shall do, and what I advise against, you must refrain from. This is what we call following medical advice, Qin Minghao elucidated. What must I avoid? The elder asked. Late nights, anger, and overly greasy foods. Fish and meat should be limited, and seafood, especially cold varieties, must be entirely avoided. Smoking must also cease. Upon hearing about quitting smoking, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. That is out of the question. I have only 3 passions in life: smoking, drinking, and shooting. Now that my eyesight is failing and I can no longer hold a gun, if I can't smoke or drink, what is the point of living? I might as well just die. Father, what are you saying? Yixwambink hastily interjected. Am I wrong? How can one live without any hobbies? The elder retorted, unable to direct his ire at Qin Minghao and instead scolding his son. The elder is correct. Life should not be devoid of pleasures. While smoking is absolutely prohibited, drinking may not necessarily be off the table. A mod is 2 ounces daily, but no more than 4 ounces, Qin Minghao advised. This is unacceptable. Young doctor, my father is advanced in years, and with poor cardiovascular health, the doctor has strictly advised against alcohol. Yixwambink protested. But the elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Really, can I drink? Qin Minghao nodded. Mr. G, I am responsible for the elder's care, and naturally, I have the final say. Do you not realize why the elder has managed to endure such severe cold symptoms until now? It is closely tied to his drinking. Alcohol can dispel cold, invigorate the blood, and promote metabolism. Consider when the elder's cold symptoms worsened. Was it not after he ceased drinking? Excessive drinking is indeed detrimental to health, whether it be to the liver or the nerves, but moderate consumption bears only benefits. Ji Xianbing contemplated this and recognized that his father's cold symptoms had indeed intensified after he stopped drinking. However, they had previously restricted his drinking for his well-being, unaware that their good intentions had inadvertently caused harm. Then let him drink, but father, you must not overindulge. Heed the young doctor's words and limit it to 2 ounces per meal. Yixwambing conceded. All right, 2 ounces it is. The elder beamed. His spirits lifted at the thought of drinking again. What a remarkable young doctor you are. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary. The elder's fondness for Qin Minghao grew with each passing moment. Let us conclude for today. I shall write you a prescription. Follow it to gather the necessary herbs. Prepare a medicinal bath for the elder, once a day for the first week, then every 3 days thereafter, and finally, once a week after a month. I shall return in 3 days to administer acupuncture and present the complete treatment plan. Excellent, excellent. I will fetch paper and pen at once. After a lengthy session, the elder's vigor began to wane again, and it was already past 1 in the morning. The Ji family felt reluctant to impose further on Qin Minghao, so Ji Xianbing personally escorted him to the door. I will return in 3 days to treat your ailments as well. Regarding the elder's smoking, do not be overly strict. If he simply cannot resist the urge to smoke a single cigarette, consider it unnoticed. Qin Minghao suddenly remarked. What? Yixwambing paused, surprised. Had he not just insisted his father quit smoking? While smoking offers little benefit to health, the long-standing habit could not be easily discarded. Just reduce it, Qin Minghao clarified. Understood, understood. The Ji family arranged for a car to take Qin Minghao and Chunda home, generously compensating them with a substantial fee for their services. Cousin, brother, I seem to have benefited from your good fortune. Despite not being from the Ji family, I received a reward for my efforts. Here, take this money, Chunda said, feeling embarrassed to accept the check from the Ji family. It has been stated that this is a token of appreciation. Please accept it. Over 200,000 is no small sum. Besides, cousin, you have indeed rendered me a significant favor today. I shall also offer you this 500,000. Chapter 84. A Visit to Mother Shun. Oh dear, what are you saying? Your medical skills are so exceptional that even without my recommendation, you would still earn a fortune. How can you say I have helped you? Qin Minghao understood that Chunda had misunderstood the situation and chose not to clarify. Regardless, I have no need for this money. Please take it, cousin. Were it not for Chunda, even with my abilities, I might not have been able to step through the doors of the Ji family, let alone in such a manner as to have the Ji family seek my assistance. What would an old man like me do with so much money? Xiaohao, with your outstanding medical skills, have you not considered opening a clinic? You are well aware of the Ji family's status. I am not exaggerating when I say that there is no one in Yuqing who can rival your abilities. These dignitaries dread death. A mere headache or cold would compel them to bring a hospital to their homes. Their wealth is easily acquired. Chunda genuinely believed that Qin Minghao should pursue this path. Why would I open a clinic? Would that not be competing with you? Qin Minghao's response left Chunda speechless. Am I such a petty person, cousin? Qin Minghao knew he was not, but his aspirations lay elsewhere. Yet, his cousin spoke a truth. Those in power indeed fear death. If one could make them owe their lives to him, it would be quite advantageous. However, I shall prioritize my studies for now. How about this? Consider this 500,000 as my investment. If you encounter any difficult cases, just like today, give me a call. Chunda pondered this, recognizing the logic behind it. For minor ailments, calling upon Qin Minghao would be excessive. Then I shall not be modest. Your medical prowess is simply extraordinary. Chunda felt a pang of envy. What difficulty is there? When I return, I'll take the time to transcribe these medical techniques and present them to you for your study. Qin Minghao was generous with those close to him. Oh, that would be wonderful. Upon returning home, Qin Minghao did not rest. Having resolved matters with the Luo family, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart and began to earnestly study the ailment of Elder Ji. Although he had allocated 6 months as a contingency, having promised to treat Elder Ji, he could not afford to be careless. He had only 6 months to rapidly advance his skills. Chunda's suggestion was indeed wise. Having devised a treatment plan, dawn broke, and as Qin Minghao stepped outside, he heard Sun Xiaoyao and Chen Su arguing, a daily occurrence that had ceased to surprise him. After washing his face and preparing for class, he received a call from Shun Yiru. Qin Minghao, do you have time today? Could you come to my house? Surprised by Shun Yiru's excessively warm invitation, he replied, Your mother wishes to meet me? In recent days, Shun's mother had mentioned Qin Minghao incessantly, leaving Shun Yiru's ears nearly calloused. Oh, certainly, but I have class in the morning, let us say the afternoon. Although the principal had informed the teachers to be lenient with him, he was unaware that his eyesight had already improved. Constantly skipping classes might incur the teacher's displeasure, leading to potential academic trouble. All right, I will wait for you at the school gate after class. Once in the classroom, after roll call was taken, Qin Minghao rested his head on the desk for a nap until the bell rang. Stretching, he noticed Wang Xiqing gazing at him. What is it? Wang Xiqing, initially just stealing glances at Qin Minghao, was caught off guard. Nothing. Qin Minghao, do you have some time later? She stammered, her cheeks reddening. Since leaving the hospital, she had not contacted him and had seldom attended school. My apologies, I have something to attend to shortly. What is it? Qin Minghao observed Wang Xiqing's flushed face, mistakenly thinking she was unwell. It's nothing. I want to disturb you further. For reasons unknown, despite having faced rejection from Qin Minghao before, this instance left her feeling particularly embarrassed, prompting her to flee the classroom. Did I do something wrong? Qin Minghao scratched his head in confusion, wondering what had occurred to elicit such a response. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Shun Yiru. Qin Minghao, where are you? Why haven't you come out? Shun Yiru stood under the sun, visibly impatient. Was Qin Minghao truly so tardy? Oh, I'm on my way out of the classroom. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he walked towards the school entrance, relieved that the teaching building was not far from the gate. At last, you've arrived. Let us get in the car. Shun Yiru moved toward her SUV, and Qin Minghao obligingly opened the passenger door. Not far away, a pair of eyes burned with resentment and jealousy. Qin Minghao, it's him again. Song Xiujin gritted her teeth, her heart brimming with animosity. Not only toward Qin Minghao, but also toward Shun Yiru. Qin Minghao, my mother may be rather enthusiastic. Don't take it too seriously, Shun Yiru mentioned as she drove. Oh, I want tea. Enthusiasm is far preferable to cold indifference. However, Qin Minghao still underestimated Mother Shen's fervor. Upon entering the Shen residence, Mother Shen grasped Qin Minghao's hands. You must be Xiaohao, our Yiru's senior. What a fine young man you are. I have yet to express my gratitude for saving both my and Yiru's grandfather's lives. Mother Shen, dressed in a flowing aquamarine qipao, appeared to have regained her youth. Her wrinkles vanished, and her skin smooth and fair. Her figure had transformed into one of grace and elegance, marred only by a slight roundness in her abdomen, which, rather than being unseemly, added to her charm when paired with her dignified attire. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Qin Minghao, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Greetings, Aunt Shun. Qin Minghao felt a twinge of awkwardness. Although she was an elder, being held by both hands made him blush. What a wonderful child you are. Not only have you saved my life, but you have also given me a second lease on life. Xiaohao, what is your secret to that whitening cream? It's more effective than cosmetic surgery. Zhou Meiwan, a formidable woman absorbed in her work, had neglected to have a second child and found herself aging prematurely due to the stress of her duties. After overcoming a serious illness that made her appear much older than her years, she had lost all desire to face the world. When her daughter presented her with a jar of snowflake cream, claiming it would restore her youth, she had been skeptical. However, after a drunken incident with her husband, who mistook her for an old woman and pushed her away, she was compelled to try the cream. Miraculously, the next morning, she noticed a significant reduction in her wrinkles. After washing her face and applying the cream again, by afternoon, her skin had transformed to that of a youthful complexion. Astonished by the results, she began using it daily, noticing her entire body benefiting from the treatment. Furthermore, she exuded a delightful fragrance even without applying it. This was no mere cosmetic. It was an elixir every woman dreams of possessing. Excited by the possibilities, Zhou Meiwan inquired about the source of the cream. Her daughter revealed it was given by the miraculous doctor who had treated her. Zhou Meiwan felt assured and wished to meet Qin Minghao in person to discuss further. As long as my aunt is pleased, it's all that matters. I still have some left. I'll ask Yiru to deliver it to you. Qin Minghao spoke while seeking help from Shun Yiru. All right, but your aunt cannot simply take your things without return. The reason I called you today is regarding this skincare product. You know your aunt is a businesswoman. While she may not be exceptionally skilled, she possesses a certain acumen. The Shen family's current wealth has been built by Yiru's father and me, without any assistance from the Shen family. Your remarkable skincare product has caught my interest, and I would like to propose a collaboration. Do you have any inclination towards this? Zhou Meiwan finally released Qin Minghao's hand. Qin Minghao smiled. What kind of collaboration do you have in mind? To be honest, he had contemplated this issue when Shun Yiru mentioned it to him the other day. He was in dire need of funds. However, he was not adept at business dealings, unlike Shin Yiru's mother, who was both a merchant and a woman of remarkable insight. Your aunt appreciates straightforward individuals like you. There are two options. One is for me to buy out the product entirely. You set the price, and as long as it is reasonable, I shall not refuse or haggle. The second option is that you provide the formula, and I will handle the production, promotion, and sales, including the initial investment. For this exclusive supply, the profit will be split 70-30 in my favor. Which option do you think is preferable? When Zhou Meiwan discussed business, her demeanor shifted from amiable to serious, her eyes gleaming with determination. How much can you offer for the first option? Qin Minghao inquired. Although Zhou Meiwan was a businesswoman, she would not deceive him. The value of the formula was immeasurable. While I do not recommend the first option as it may lead to greater losses for you, I will share the figure since you asked, 200 million. Although the benefits from this formula could far exceed 200 million, it depended largely on how it was marketed and operated. In my hands, it could yield 10 billion or even 20 billion. However, that might not be the case with others. Qin Minghao nodded. 200 million was indeed a modest sum. It appeared that Aunt Shin genuinely intended to collaborate with him rather than take advantage of his youth. He was not naive enough to opt for a buyout. He merely sought to test the waters. He preferred to partner with individuals who were forthright. Then let us go with the second option. However, I will require 40%. Although the formula is excellent, one cannot thrive solely on a single product. My demand for 40% is contingent upon my share reaching 10 billion within 6 months. If that is achieved, I will provide you with a second formula, perhaps even a third and a fourth. Oh, you have other formulas? Zhou Meiwan's eyes lit up. When Qin Minghao mentioned 40%, she initially thought the young man was being a bit greedy, but if he could offer more formulas, it might be worth considering. Indeed, I have many. Qin Minghao possessed tens of thousands of formulas, with the least valuable being the ones he was currently discussing. Will each of these achieve the same whitening effect? If so, I would agree to a 50-50 split. But the condition is that you must provide one formula every 6 months. totaling at least 10 exclusive formulas. Zhou Meiwan was not merely focused on immediate gains. She was looking for long-term benefits. A single whitening cream could create significant value, but it was ultimately insufficient. However, with 10 formulas, a brand could be established. This brand could become a dark horse in the beauty industry, even a legend. That is feasible. I could even provide you with all 10 formulas at once. You may produce them one by one, and once you've tested their efficacy, you can decide when to launch them. Qin Minghao stated. Wonderful, let us finalize this. I shall have a contract drafted immediately. Xiaohai, have you eaten yet? Please wait. I will prepare a meal for you. Stay for lunch today. Zhou Meiwan, upon receiving Qin Minghao's agreement, instantly transformed from a shrewd businesswoman into a warm elder and headed into the kitchen. Ro, keep Xiaohai company. He has an interest in antiques, right? Take him to my study and let him choose what he likes. Zhou Meiwan called from the kitchen. Understood, Mom. You need not worry. Shen Yiru winked at Qin Minghao. I thought you and my mom would negotiate for a while. She's a shrewd businesswoman, relentless and almost merciless, eager to squeeze every bit from the other party. Yet with you, she seems to be making concessions. You are impressive, Shen Yiru exclaimed. It's not my prowess. Aunt Shen simply has no intention of taking advantage of me. Qin Minghao chuckled. How has your father been lately? He has been waiting for that thing in Song Wanner's possession to cause trouble. Someone has invited him to resolve it. Thanks to you. My father has been coming home more frequently and has been trying to reconcile with my mother, but she has not been welcoming. Shen Yiru's expression was complex, torn between happiness and displeasure. What about Song Wanner? Hasn't she given your father that item yet? Qin Minghao inquired with curiosity. Don't mention it. Thanks to you. My father hasn't visited that wretched Song Wanner in quite a while. My father is the sort who, when in love, would forsake his family and children. But once he falls out of love, he wouldn't spare you a glance, even if you were dying. Right now, he is in a phase of not loving Song Wanner. Shen Yiru sighed. She has considered various methods, but my father is as hard-hearted as iron. Clearly, he has noticed that my mother has become more attractive lately and is attempting to rekindle their relationship. Men are truly disgusting. Shen Yiru expressed her deep aversion. Hey, let us not generalize. At least I am not like that. Qin Minghao replied, feeling a bit guilty as he had not visited Sister Mingwei in a long time. Since their last ambiguous encounter, she had been intentionally avoiding him. He did not wish to push too hard, yet it seemed they had lost contact lately. Chapter 86. What do you think of my daughter? You have yet to marry, so you haven't experienced the grave of marriage. Perhaps, sensing the urgency, Song Wanner had been acting frantically lately, either blocking him at school or calling him incessantly. Do you realize the risk I took waiting for you at the school gate today? I nearly got entangled with that toad. Shen Yiru remarked while assessing Qin Minghao, who seemed to lack a girlfriend. Why don't you pretend to be my boyfriend and make that toad give up entirely? The more Shen Yiru thought about it, the more she found the idea appealing. You must be joking. Do you think Song Xiujin is pursuing you out of love? He is after your family's wealth. Even if I pretended to be your boyfriend, or even if you truly had one, he would not relent. In essence, Song Xiujin and Yang Kaijun were cut from the same cloth, both seeking to ascend rapidly and willing to resort to any means necessary. Did Song Xiujin not recognize that Shen Yiru despised him? He was fully aware, yet he persisted. As Shen Yiru was an only child, marrying her would grant him access to the entire Shun family fortune. Thus, he cared not whether Shen Yiru liked him. His sole aim was to achieve his objective. Controlling Shun's heir, the head of the Shun family was now just Shun's mother, who was utterly powerless against them. In truth, both Song Xiujin and Song Wanner were quite astute. Even if Song Wanner bore a child for Shun's father, regardless of gender, it would take at least 15 to 20 years for that child to mature. By then, how old would Shen Yiru be? If they were plotting to seize the Shun family fortune, it would be too late, especially if a daughter were born. Thus, marrying Shen Yiru was the most secure and expedient option. Unfortunately, they believed that everyone in the world could be charmed as Shun's father was, incapable of discerning right from wrong. Given Song Xiujin's background, even if he resembled a young Tony Leung or a modern-day Tang Bohu, it would be impossible for Shen Yiru to harbor any affection for him, let alone a worthless man with a fade of charm, yet lacking substance. It seems you have a point, but what should I do? Shen Yiru is genuinely troubled. The simplest solution would be to report him to the police, since no one is whispering in your father's ear. He won't concern himself with such trivial matters. You do have a point. My father has been trying to please my mother lately, which has positively affected his attitude towards me. Shinyiru considers this suggestion feasible. Dinner is ready. Come and savor Auntie's culinary skills. Zhu Meiwan, while preparing the meal, kept a watchful eye on the conversation between her daughter and Qin Minghao. Feeling immense joy at their apparent connection, she was aware of the troubles her husband had caused outside, but she was determined that they should not harm her daughter. The sole reason for her disputes with her husband revolved around their daughter. Having endured the pains of marriage, she was unwilling to sacrifice her daughter's happiness for family interests or allow her to be swayed by her husband's influence. Fortunately, her daughter remained resolute, and all she wished for was her daughter's lifelong happiness. Zhu Meiwan gazed at Qin Minghao, finding him quite suitable for her daughter. Xiaohao, do you have a girlfriend? She cheerfully served him a piece of rib with her serving chopsticks. Not yet. Qin Minghao felt an inexplicable chill from Shun's mother's gaze, as if she intended to devour him whole. How could such an outstanding young man not have a girlfriend? Perhaps your standards are too high? Although Zhu Meiwan praised Qin Minghao, her heart was elated. Having no girlfriend meant her daughter had a chance. No, my family's circumstances are modest. I'm only focused on studying and Haven T consider dating. Qin Minghao lowered his head, unable to meet Shun's mother's gaze. It doesn't matter if your family is not well off. As long as you work hard, you will succeed. Look, aren't you about to become a big boss? Let me tell you, dating is something to embrace early on. When else would you date if not during college? Wait until you start working. By then, all the good girls will be taken, and you will have nowhere to lament. As Shun's mother spoke, she scrutinized Qin Minghao's expressions, but regrettably, he seemed indifferent. Mom, why are you being so nosy? Are you trying to play matchmaker? Shinyiru had experienced this too often. The older generation loved to introduce potential partners. What is wrong with me introducing someone to Xiaohao? He is so exceptional, but you've been single for quite some time, haven't you? With your temperament, I fear you might end up as an old maid. As Shun's mother complained, her expression transformed from disdain to a smile. Xiaohao, what do you think of our Yiru? Although she could be a bit temperamental, she is not unattractive, and, as the only child from a decent family, there will be no squabbles over inheritance, and she certainly won't be a burden. Qin Minghao's chopsticks froze mid-air, and he became completely stiff. Mom, what are you talking about? Shunyiru's face flushed. She never imagined her mother would attempt to pair her with Qin Minghao. What nonsense is this? I see you and Xiaohao getting along quite well. Xiaohao, as long as you don't mind Yiru's temperament, that's all that matters. Qin Minghao too felt his cheeks warm with embarrassment. He had never considered himself worthy of Shunyiru, the young lady. Auntie, Yiru is wonderful. Her temperament is great, and she is genuine and cheerful. It is I who am not worthy of her. Qin Minghao declined politely. Shin's mother, seemingly oblivious to his meaning, smiled and replied, What do you mean by unworthy? I believe you two are quite fitting. Mom, can you please stop this? Qin Minghao urged. Don't listen to my mother's nonsense. Shinyiru was uncertain whether she felt shy or angry at Qin Minghao's rejection, abruptly slamming her chopsticks down on the table. Look at you, child. Shin's mother was somewhat displeased with her daughter's reaction. Everything she did was for her benefit. If she were to be with Qin Minghao, at least she would not be bullied. Auntie, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Yiru, please see me off. As the mother and daughter began to bicker over him, Qin Minghao hurriedly rose to bid farewell. I'll see you off. Shunyiru pouted at her mother and stood up to escort Qin Minghao out. Don't take my mom's words seriously. She is just bored. Shunyiru reassured Qin Minghao. Yes, I understand. Don't take it to heart. Seeing that Shunyiru was unbothered, Qin Minghao felt relieved. But just as they took a few steps, Shunyiru suddenly asked, Did you really refuse my mom because you don't think you're worthy of me? Or is it that you have no feelings for me at all? Chapter 87. The Demolition Office. Huh, I. Qin Minghao scratched his head, pondering his feelings. It wasn't he that he felt absolutely nothing. Shinyiru was undeniably beautiful and had a wonderful personality. Though she had the temperament of a young lady, she was not arrogant. But did he truly like Shinyiru? Seeing Qin Minghao hesitate, Shinyiru felt a twinge of disappointment. In truth, she harbored feelings for him. Although she initially disliked him, over time she discovered that he was a good person who did not pander to her due to her status. He would always help her whenever she faced difficulties, and being around him felt easy and comfortable, without the fear of being manipulated or having ulterior motives like other men. However, she now found herself somewhat irritated by Qin Minghao's integrity. She considered herself attractive, having never lacked suitors, yet he exhibited no interest, treating her merely as a friend. Forget it. Let us pretend I never asked. It's getting late. You should head back. Without waiting for Qin Minghao's response, Shin Yuru abruptly turned and hurried back towards the villa. Watching her lonely and desolate figure, Qin Minghao felt a pang of discomfort. That night, he found himself unable to sleep. The next morning, Qin Minghao was awakened by a commotion. What is happening? Rubbing his head, he stepped out of his room to find a crowd in his yard. Chen Su and Sun Xiaoyao were arguing with them. They claimed to be from the demolition office, here to measure the house. Qin Minghao looked at these so-called demolition office workers. Hadn't they already measured it before? The man at the front, in his 30s, bald with a beer belly and tattoos of dragons and tigers, replied, "We did measure it, but your house does not meet our criteria and needs to be remeasured." "All right, then go ahead," Qin Minghao said, not taking it to heart. After the measurements, they concluded a total of 300 square meters, stating they would only compensate 2,000 per square meter. Chen Su was arguing with them because their offered price was utterly unreasonable. Their private property covered an area of 300 square meters and had a built-up area of 360 square meters. In the event of demolition, the developer planned to construct a high-end property with a planned floor area ratio of 3:2 in this area. According to the Housing Demolition Assessment Regulations, the base land price for their home was between 4,400 and 5,400 yuan per square meter, previously assessed at 5,000 yuan per square meter. Given the current floor area ratio of 3,201.5 and plan ratio of 3:2, the corrected ratio was 1. The base housing price was 1,000 yuan per square meter, and the replacement cost was 21,000 yuan. Therefore, the demolition compensation would be 5,000, 1,100, 350, 21,000, 1,211,000 yuan. Adding various subsidies and compensations, the previously discussed total was 5 million. However, if they were now offering 2,000, that would have the amount, which was entirely against regulations. I want to know what makes our house unqualified. Why has the price suddenly dropped from over 5,000 to 2,000? You owe me an explanation. Qin Minghao was not angry. In fact, he no longer needed the demolition compensation. This place was where he grew up, the home he shared with his mother. If possible, he would prefer to keep it. What explanation do you want? I am providing the explanation, he asserted. Here is the latest contract. Sign it quickly. The opposing party tossed a document at Qin Minghao's feet. What if I refuse to sign? Qin Minghao squinted, questioning. Refuse? You can't just decide not to sign. If you sign now, your house is valued at this price. If you refuse, do you believe I can make the price of all the houses in this area drop to this level? Then we shall see if you can bear the wrath of everyone on this street. The bald man threatened. So, this is purely targeted at me? If I refuse to sign, you will use that as an excuse to lower the compensation for all the residents, making them resent me. Thinking I am the cause of their misfortune? Qin Minghao frowned. If his memory served him correctly, the development zone was under the authority of the construction company. So is it Yang Kaijun or Zhao Shiqiang behind this? You need not concern yourself with that. Just know we are not powerless against you. You have offended the wrong people, and this is your fate. The adversary had come prepared, knowing Qin Minghao possessed exceptional skills. Hence they had no intention of confronting him directly, but opted for underhanded tactics. Apologies, but I cannot sign this contract. I will make it clear. Your construction company cannot develop this area without my consent. Even if you offer 2,000 or even 8,000, I will not agree. Qin Minghao declared. I never intended to be a stubborn holdout. It is your construction company that has forced my hand. Whether you were sent by Yang Kaijun or Zhao Shiqiang, relay this message back. Whether it be hatred or resentment, I, Qin Minghao, will repay it tenfold. You shall look at Chen Su. Get out. Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you really think we would cave for your measly sum? Chen Su shouted, pushing them out, fuming, these despicable scoundrels resorting to such vile tactics. They truly have no fear of retribution. Don't let them get to you, cousin. Tomorrow, I will find someone. I refuse to believe we cannot deal with them. Chen Su consoled, noticing Qin Minghao's grim expression. No need for that. I do not plan to vacate this house. It is not about the money, Qin Minghao replied. Cousin, please escort me out. I have a patient to attend to. Today, I must visit the Ji family to treat old Master Ji and a few others. Do you still have the presence of mind to see patients? That scoundrel Yang Kaijun has invaded our home. Chen Su, hold that. I cannot swallow this indignation. I must retaliate. He was baffled by Qin Minghao's calm demeanor. Do not rush. What is owed to me will be repaid in full. However, now is not the right moment. If you truly feel anger, perhaps investigate whether the Zhao family has any adversaries. Compared to us, there may be others who wish to seize this opportunity to deal with them, Qin Minghao suggested. You are right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I was truly incensed earlier. Just wait. I will find someone to inquire, Chun Su said, acknowledging his connections in Yuqing, and immediately began making calls. Boss, that Qin Minghao does not care about the lives of others. He claimed he would repay us doubly. The bald man reported. This Qin Minghao, oblivious to his impending doom. What do you think, Kaijun? Yang Kaijun mused with a cold grin. Let us proceed with the forced demolition. After all, with Mayor Luo backing us, who can touch our construction company? Chapter 88. Slow-acting poison. Originally, Zhao Shiqiang and Yang Kaijun had been contemplating how to navigate around the Shun and by families to deal with Qin Minghao. Little did they know, this fool had unwittingly offended Deputy Mayor Luo. He seemed to invite disaster upon himself, with the protection of the Shun and by families. Yang Kaijun had refrained from openly confronting him. But now, the situation had changed. He had foolishly harmed the second son of the Luo family. What position does the Luo family hold in Yuqing? They are akin to local emperors. They can annihilate entire clans without consequence, and you have nowhere to seek justice. This not only allows us to deal with Qin Minghao, but also saves on demolition costs, whether it is to appease Deputy Mayor Luo or to keep the savings for ourselves. There is no loss. Yang Kaijun was audacious indeed. Indeed, with the Luo family supporting us, we have nothing to fear. Not only a mere Qin Minghao, but even the Shun and Bai family shall face the same fate. Zhao Shiqiang felt emboldened, no longer finding fault in Yang Kaijun's words. They were merely a bunch of common folk. What could they do if they were denied compensation? After all, they were merely executing orders for Deputy Mayor Luo, and the higher-ups would not only excuse them, but pave the way for them as well. In fact, he owed a debt of gratitude to Qin Minghao. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to align with the Luo family. Ji family. After checking old Master Ji's pulse, Qin Minghao nodded. He is recovering well. Let us commence formal treatment. Chunda accompanied him, as the Ji family had numerous patients, and he required assistance. After treating old Master Ji, Qin Minghao began to massage Ji Xianbing to relieve internal blockages. Mr. Ji, may I ask you something? Qin Minghao inquired. What is it? Yixuanbing replied. Lying on the bed, he had received massages before, but never had he felt this level of comfort, warmth enveloping him, leaving him significantly more relaxed. What should one do when faced with forced demolition? While Qin Minghao was not intimidated by Zhao Shiqiang, he still felt a pang of guilt at the thought of implicating his neighbors. Forced demolition? Where is the forced demolition? Yixuanbing frowned. Ordinarily, this matter would not fall under military jurisdiction, but forced demolitions had not occurred in years, and they could lead to fatalities. For any legal property, no one had the right to carry out forced demolition. But what if someone abuses their power to enforce a demolition? Qin Minghao pressed. In that case, you can sue them, Ji Xianbing replied, having never encountered such a situation and merely offered a legal perspective. Sue where? The court? Qin Minghao recalled that the legal department also fell under Deputy Mayor Luo's jurisdiction. Wouldn't he be walking into a lion's den? Of course. Is it your home facing demolition? Do you need me to find a few people to help resolve this? Ji Xianbing believed that his involvement would carry some weight. No one would dare demolish Qin Minghao's home. It is not just my home, it affects our entire street. Entire street? If that is the case, this matter escalates significantly, and even Ji Xianbing would hesitate to agree lightly. Do you know which company is involved? Yixuanbing inquired. Construction company, Qin Minghao stated. I understand. I will have someone investigate this matter. You need not worry too much, Ji Xianbing assured. Qin Minghao said nothing further. He merely raised this issue to inform Ji Xianbing. If he could resolve it, that would be best. If not, it would imply that Zhao Shiqiang was not acting alone. There might be other forces at play behind the scenes. After completing the massage for Ji Xianbing, he prescribed a remedy before proceeding to remove the needles from old Master Ji. Having resolved the ailments of both father and son, Qin Minghao still had another appointment awaiting him. First, extend your tongue so I can take a look, Qin Minghao instructed Ji Wenlin. Ji Wenlin obediently extended his tongue. TSK. Qin Minghao frowned at Ji Wenlin's tongue, which resembled a map. I need to take a drop of your blood. Qin Minghao pinched the silver needle and pricked Ji Wenlin's fingertip. Tick-tock. Dark crimson, Almost black blood dripped into the cup, and the silver needle in Qin Minghao's hand swiftly tarnished. What is happening? Why is this silver needle? Ji Wenlin recalled the scenes from television dramas where silver needles were used for poison testing, his face filled with panic. Indeed, as you surmised, your condition is rather troublesome. To cure you, we must first detoxify. I need to take your blood for examination, Qin Minghao stated. Ji Wenlin was indeed poisoned, but it seemed to be a chronic toxin with symptoms that were not overtly apparent, so much so that even he had not realized it. This poison required further investigation by Qin Minghao. Poison? How could that be possible? Ji Wenjin and Ji Xianbing were equally stunned. Not only was he poisoned, but it was also a chronic toxin. How long has this state persisted for the young Master Ji? Qin Minghao inquired. Approximately 3 years, Ji Wenjin recalled distinctly. His elder brother had once been a composed individual, but for reasons unknown, his temperament had shifted dramatically without any extreme actions, which they had overlooked. 3 years. It appeared that the dosage administered was minimal. Considering the timeline, since it is a chronic toxin, there must have been a latent period, meaning the young Master Ji has been poisoned for at least 3.5 years. I advise you to investigate the people and items surrounding young Master Ji. The mention of surrounding individuals sent a wave of anxiety throughout the entire Ji family. Had Qin Minghao not initially arrived to treat Ji Wenlin, his words would likely have been met with skepticism. What kind of place is the Ji family? Every individual allowed into the Ji household is undoubtedly of impeccable character and fiercely loyal. Even the servants in the Ji household are bound by confidentiality agreements, ensuring that any incidents within the family remain undisclosed to the outside world. Yet, Qin Minghao proved his worth through his expertise, despite the astonishing nature of the findings. They were compelled to believe him. Investigate, but do so discreetly. We must avoid alarming the snake in the grass. Wenjin, this task falls to you. Wenlin, during this period, refrain from returning home. Reside at the military camp. If you're poisoned even there, it would indicate that the perpetrator is not within the Ji family. Ji Wenlin's poisoning had a significant impact on the Ji family. Whoever was responsible for poisoning him had no connection to Qin Minghao. His role was solely to heal, not to uncover the truth. After departing from the Ji residence, Chunda was still shaken. If someone could scheme against someone of Ji Wenlin's stature, what about them? Xiao Hao, do you think we will be implicated in this matter? Chunda feared the unknown assailants might bring them harm. As long as you refrain from speaking indiscriminately, no one will know our involvement. However, should you dare to disclose anything, the Ji family will not spare you. Chapter 89, Disdained. What kind of words are these? As a physician, would I disseminate my patient's confidential information? I simply believe that life among these affluent families is not as carefree as imagined. Compared to the Ji family, Chunda hailed from a collateral branch of the Qin family, where infighting was less prevalent. Additionally, having distanced himself from the Qin family early on, he had not encountered much intrigue, making it difficult for him to accept, even at his age. Indeed, yet the wealthy possess both power and riches. What do we have? While we may live freely without being schemed against, should trouble arise, there is nowhere to turn for help, Qin Minghao lamented. Upon returning to Chunda's clinic, Qin Minghao left several prescriptions before hailing a taxi to the Shun Corporation. Hello, I would like to speak with Director Zhou. The contract has been drafted, yet to avoid an awkward encounter with Shun Yiru. He and Shin's mother had deliberately chosen to meet at the Shun group rather than at the Shun residence. Director Zhou? The receptionist regarded the plainly dressed, youthful Qin Minghao with disdain. What company are you from? She inquired. Qin Minghao had no company. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's expression became even more scornful as she impatiently typed on her computer, stating, "There is no appointment under your name. You cannot go upstairs. I arranged a private meeting with Director Zhou." Qin Minghao felt embarrassed, having spoken to Shin's mother through Shin Yiru's phone. Private? Who are you trying to deceive? Do you not know that our Director Zhou is still on leave and has not returned to work for nearly 2 months? Nowadays, even swindlers do not bother to verify their facts before acting. Leave at once. The receptionist ordered Qin Minghao to depart. Is it not possible that Director Zhou has returned, but you are unaware? He indeed had an arrangement with Shun's mother to sign the contract at Shun's corporation. Such an important matter, Shun's mother would not flake out. I know nothing. There is nothing happening at Shun Corporation that I do not know. Are you leaving or not? If not, I will call security. The receptionist retorted. Speak with more respect. I indeed have an appointment with your Director Zhou. However, it is a private meeting, and whether you are aware of it is inconsequential. You may call Director Zhou to confirm. Qin Minghao replied. Although he disdained a receptionist's attitude, it did not mean he would respond in kind. Call? Since you claim to have an appointment with Director Zhou, you must have his phone number, right? Why not call him? Qin Minghao chewed his lip. If he had Shun's mother's number, he would not be having this conversation with her. Are you sure you do not wish to verify? Qin Minghao's patience dwindled. What? You have a private meeting with Director Zhou, yet you lack the ability to call? I will ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not? The receptionist glared, hands on her hips. You will regret this. Before Qin Minghao could finish, the receptionist exploded, grabbing the phone and shouting, "There is a troublemaker in the lobby. Someone come and throw him out." Within a minute, 2 men dressed as security guard arrived. Who dares to cause a disturbance at Shun Corporation? Have you lost your mind? The receptionist pointed at Qin Minghao's head, exclaiming, "This kid, he even attempted to infiltrate Shun Corporation, potentially to steal corporate secrets. Hurry and throw him out." The 2 security guards brandished their rubber batons, pointing them at Qin Minghao. "Kid, are you tired of living? Daring to come here to steal, get lost. Or do not blame us for being rude." Qin Minghao felt exasperated. Could these people not think? Who would be so brazen as to steal? Furthermore, was it so difficult to make a simple phone call to verify? I said, "I am here to meet Director Zhou. She invited me to Shun Corporation. And if you do not believe me, you may call to inquire rather than simply assuming. And you, miss, you have been telling me to leave. I have tolerated your attitude for long enough." Qin Minghao's expression held exasperation as he wished to avoid conflict with Shun's personnel, provided they did not force his hand. "I have tolerated you for far too long. What are you still standing there for? Throw this fraud out. Do you think you're someone of importance? Everyone who comes to Shun Corporation is dressed impeccably. With your shabby appearance, you dare claim to know our Director Zhou." The receptionist grew increasingly agitated. Is this not a case of judging by appearances? Qin Minghao was taken aback, realizing the reason for the suspicion lay in his ordinary attire. Must one wear a suit and tie to gain entry into Shun Corporation? If you truly knew our Director Zhou, I would eat my computer. On the 16th floor, in the vice chairman's office, Zhou Meiwan glanced at the clock. 30 minutes had passed since her appointment with Qin Minghao. Why had he yet to arrive? Could he have lost his way? Zhou Meiwan contemplated sending her secretary to check on the situation, but hesitated, fearing the secretary might not recognize Qin Minghao. Thus, she decided to descend the stairs herself to greet him. "Kid, are you asking for trouble?" 2 security guards swung their rubber batons, aiming to strike Qin Minghao. Bang! Bang! Qin Minghao lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the security guard's abdomen, causing him to be sent flying, the rubber baton slipping from his grasp. "How dare you lay a hand on someone for the Shun family? Call for help," yelled the receptionist. From a small door ahead, 7 or 8 security guards rushed out, encircling him. "I have already stated that I merely wish to meet Director Zhou. I lack his contact information. Why can't you reach out to him?" Qin Minghao sighed. Still stubborn even when facing certain doom. "Break his legs." One of the guards, clutching his stomach, struggled to rise, glaring at Qin Minghao with evident malice. "Do you truly believe you stand a chance against us? I have refrained from using excessive force out of respect for Director Zhou and Shinyiru. If you continue to be ungrateful, do not blame me for being impolite. You even know our young lady's name. It appears you have done your homework." The receptionist remained unmoved, convinced that this scruffy-looking individual could not possibly know Director Zhou. "Enough with the chatter. Attack him," commanded the head of security. "Very well. If you insist on being unreasonable, do not blame me for responding with violence." As Zhou Meiwan exited the elevator, she beheld chaos in the hall, with guards sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. What is happening? Who dares cause trouble at our Shun family? She hurried into the fray, only to discover that the troublemaker was none other than Qin Minghao, whom she had been waiting for. Upon seeing Zhou Meiwan, Qin Minghao ceased his actions without a word. "Xiao Hao, why did you attack our group as bodyguards? You owe me an explanation." Chapter 90. I was hoping to demand an explanation from you too, Director Zhou. The receptionist was taken aback upon seeing Zhou Meiwan. The director had indeed returned and recognized this unrefined individual. This is a disaster, she thought, panic-stricken, as she prepared to shift all blame onto Qin Minghao, only to be met with the grim voice of impending doom. "Auntie, it is only out of respect for your status as Yiru's mother that I am willing to collaborate with you. If you demand an explanation from me, I wish to demand one from you as well. If you do not wish to work with me, you may say so directly. I, Qin Minghao, have never begged anyone, and do not require the insult of a mere receptionist. Qin Minghao was equally incensed. The receptionist's demeanor revealed that the Shun family lacked integrity. You dare ask me for an explanation? What does that even mean? When did I allow the receptionist to insult you? What on earth is going on? Zhou Meiwan observed the rage in Qin Minghao's eyes and recognized that the fault lay with her. You tell me, what exactly transpired? Zhou Meiwan furrowed her brow. Her gaze sharp. The receptionist trembled in fear, unable to articulate her thoughts. How could she have known that this unassuming man truly knew Director Zhou? If he does not speak, then you shall. Zhou Meiwan turned to the head of security. Director Zhou, this is not our fault. It was Xiaoli who reported a disturbance. This fellow indeed had an appalling attitude. We initially tried to persuade him to leave peacefully, but when he refused and continued to act arrogantly, we were left with no choice but to enforce measures. Listening to the head of security's words, Qin Minghao scoffed. I merely asked you to call Director Zhou for confirmation. And you label that as boasting? You told me to leave, claiming I was ungrateful, yet you initiated the attack on me. Director Zhou, I have witnessed the corporate image of the Shun family. I fear this business deal cannot proceed. Farewell. He turned to leave. Wait, Xiao Hao, please do not rush off. I have yet to clarify the situation. Zhou Meiwan raised her hand and slapped the receptionist across the face. What's going on? Explain it clearly. Or do you not believe I can make your life in Yuqing unbearable? Zhou Meiwan had not anticipated that a contract was about to be signed when such a debacle occurred. Most crucially, Qin Minghao's comment regarding the Shun family's corporate image could spell disaster if it spread. Director Zhou, I truly did not know he knew you. He had no appointment, and he does not possess your contact information. The receptionist explained, covering her face in distress. So what? Why could you not have called me to confirm? What do you think I brought you here for? To be a mere decoration and cause trouble? Had Qin Minghao not insisted on them making the call, it would have been excusable, but he had been polite, and yet they had summoned the guards. The most humiliating part was that none of them had even made an attempt to contact Qin Minghao. Are all of you devoid of common sense? Although Zhou Meiwan was unaware of the specific details, she understood they were at fault, her face flushing with embarrassment. You, and all of you, have acted incompetently, abused your authority, and must promptly apologize to our esteemed guest. Xiao Hao, do not stoop to their level. Zhou Meiwan stated. Is this to be simply brushed aside? Is it to be a mere thunderstorm with no rain? Qin Minghao was dissatisfied with such an outcome. Forget it. I shall return when I can afford a suit and tie and have a proper standing to present myself. His tone was icy. What do you mean by wearing a suit and tie? Zhou Meiwan was not foolish. She discerned that Qin Minghao was mocking her. What exactly have you done? Zhou Meiwan glared furiously at the receptionist, who had proven to be incompetent. I. The receptionist had not anticipated Qin Minghao's sensitivity, stammering and unable to voice her initial words. Truthfully, I did not say much. I merely mentioned that anyone conducting business with the Shun family should be dressed appropriately, and someone like me is not worthy. She dare not speak, but Qin Minghao spoke for her. Slap. Another resounding slap. Zhou Meiwan was nearly driven to madness by this fool. Who told you that one cannot enter the Shun family without proper attire? You're nothing more than a gatekeeper. Yet you presume to set the rules. From this moment forth, you and your accomplices are dismissed. The Shun family conducts business with integrity. We do not tolerate those who look down upon others. A corporate entity like the Shun family could not possibly lack standards. Attire was indeed a fundamental criterion. However, as the vice chairwoman and the wife of the Shun family's chairman, she would never dare to impose such rules openly. Yet this receptionist had the audacity. No, director. I realize my mistake. Please do not fire me. The receptionist panicked, realizing that working at the Shun family was a privilege. Being dismissed would leave her with nowhere to go in Yuqing. Director, we truly knew nothing. We were merely following orders. The guards, also facing dismissal, were equally aggrieved. Sir, we were wrong. We genuinely understand our mistake. Please spare us. The guards, displaying wisdom, recognized who held the authority over their fates. Very well. Dismiss only the two principal offenders. They are not without their struggles. Qin Minghao stated, noting Zhou Meijuan's sincerity and choosing not to be overly aggressive. He offered her a means to save face while also allowing himself an exit strategy, avoiding unnecessary enmity. Since Xiao Hao has spoken, you shall not be dismissed today. A month's bonus shall be deducted. If that is agreeable? The guards quickly shook their heads. No objections, no objections. Retaining their jobs while only facing a bonus deduction was already generous. They would not dare to voice any dissent. You too, go to finance and collect your wages. And then leave. Zhou Meiwan would not even spare a glance at the receptionist and the head of security. The receptionist, in tears, pleaded for mercy, while the head of security glared viciously at Qin Minghao. Just you wait. He spat, throwing his hat to the ground with a thud before stomping on it as he turned to leave. Hee. Qin Minghao watched the figure of the security captain depart, thinking what a fool he was. Xiaohao, I apologize for the inconvenience today. I assure you, it will ensure it never happens again. Zhou Meiwan had lost both face and dignity today. She could not afford to be tough and could only smile at Qin Minghao. If this business deal fell through, Qin Minghao would indeed suffer a loss. But if he wished to continue, countless investors would be eager to support him. It would be her who ultimately faced a substantial loss. Aunt, you're being too serious. I share in the frustration. In retrospect, it isn't so dire. Let's proceed with signing the contract. Yes, let's sign the contract. I have it prepared. Let's go to my office now. Chapter 91. The Taste of Conspiracy. The contract, in black and white, lay before Qin Minghao. He could indeed leverage today as incident to suppress Shun's mother and demand an additional 10% of profits. However, Qin Minghao did not wish for money to tarnish their relationship, believing that making Shun's mother feel indebted to him might prove more beneficial than merely acquiring extra profits. The contract is satisfactory, yet there is one matter I must clarify. The formula is not the most critical aspect. Rather, it is a specific raw material. Without this raw material, even if one follows the formula precisely, the results would not be as effective. I am the sole producer of this raw material. I will provide it to you free of charge each quarter. The formula may be disclosed. However, the raw material must remain confidential. Without this raw material, production is impossible, as many medicinal properties counteract each other. Without the raw material's neutralization, it could yield adverse effects, Qin Minghao warned. Raw materials? Zhou Meiwan pondered. Perhaps this was not such a bad thing. After all, Qin Minghao had stated that he was the only one capable of producing the raw materials, alleviating concerns about formula leaks and imitation production. As for Qin Minghao, having signed a contract, if he failed to provide her with raw materials, he would incur a 100-fold penalty for breach of contract. He would likely not take such a risk. Very well, I will heed your advice. 3 copies of the contract were signed with both their names. I propose a price of 11,000 per bottle for the whitening cream. Zhou Meijuan's statement nearly caused Qin Minghao to choke on his own saliva. 11,000 per bottle? Will it even sell? Qin Minghao gazed at Zhou Meijuan in disbelief. Who would be insane enough to spend such a sum on a bottle of cosmetics? Although it was crafted by him, he was still astonished by Zhou Meijuan's pricing. Do you know how much a woman earning 5,000 a month spends annually at beauty salons? Are you aware of the average woman's expenditure on cosmetics, clothing, and jewelry? Zhou Meiwan smiled mysteriously. Since they were entering the cosmetics market, she had certainly conducted her research in advance. Look at this. Zhou Meiwan tossed a document to Qin Minghao. My goodness. Qin Minghao was genuinely taken aback. A woman with a monthly income of 5,000 spends nearly 100,000 annually on cosmetics, clothing, and jewelry. Wait, if they earn 5,000 a month, that's 50,000 in 10 months, 60,000 in 12 months. How do they manage to spend 100,000 on their appearance? Qin Minghao began to doubt the accuracy of the data. Continue reading. I will clarify your doubts once you finish. The more Qin Minghao read, the more astonished he became. He had never considered the terrifying purchasing power of women. Ordinary individuals aside, those affluent socialites and celebrity influencers spent tens of thousands a month at beauty salons, accumulating over $1 million annually. Do you still think our pricing is excessive? Zhou Meiwan was pleased with Qin Minghao's expression. Not at all, not at all. Qin Minghao replied, for he would never spend such sums on clothing or cosmetics. We shall not pursue a mass market approach for our whitening cream, but rather a high-end one with limited releases. Our clientele will consist exclusively of those with monthly incomes exceeding 100,000. Furthermore, I plan to conduct an event in Yuqing, selecting 50 users of varying ages for a trial. After a week, we will officially launch the product, offering an 8% discount for that week with no limits. After that week, we will limit sales to 1,000 bottles each month, and the price will also increase. This strategy will be maintained until the next product is introduced. Zhou Meiwan had already devised a detailed plan. I am not well versed in this. You may take charge. I have prepared the formula. and you could decide the timeline for future products. However, it would be prudent to show me the product before release, ensuring it meets quality standards. Qin Minghao aimed to be a hands-off partner, preferring to let the profits flow into his accounts effortlessly. No problem, a pleasant collaboration. Upon signing the contract and exiting the Shun Corporation, they encountered Shun's father. Are you certain that Director Zhou has arrived at the group? Shun's father hurried past, seemingly in a rush. He is in the deputy director's office. Shun's father brushed past Qin Minghao without recognizing him and entered the Shun Corporation. Qin Minghao retrieved a shared electric scooter and returned home to investigate the poison within Ji Wenlin. After repeated tests and confirmations, he finally identified the toxin, the poison of the Wuwen flower. Qin Minghao gazed at Ji Wenlin's blood, realizing the malicious intent at play. The Wuwen poison had long been thought extinct. Even its primary ingredient, the guzi, had vanished. Yet, someone had managed to administer such poison. Those afflicted with the Wuwen toxin met tragic fates, as it was a slow-acting toxin that would not cause instant death, but would alter one's temperament, leading to increasing agitation and madness. By the time the poison pervaded the body, the victim would become so distressed that they would self-destruct in a frenzy. What kind of ruthless character had the Ji family offended? Given the dosage Ji Wenlin had received, had he not encountered Qin Minghao, he would have been doomed within 3 years. Moreover, Ji Wenlin was no ordinary individual. He seemed to be a military officer, possibly a battalion commander, someone who could lead troops into battle. If the Wuwen poison made it difficult for him to control his emotions, it could lead to catastrophic decisions, endangering not only Ji Wenlin but the entire Ji family. Qin Minghao appeared to have stumbled upon a significant conspiracy. The elder Ji, along with the current head Ji Xianbing and the eldest son Ji Wenlin, all bore hidden ailments. TSK. Qin Minghao clicked his tongue. This matter was far from simple. However, what concern was it of his? Taking money to resolve another's troubles was one thing. But Qin Minghao still required the Ji family's protection. The Ji family must not fall. They must grow stronger, granting him the time to mature and evade the venomous grasp of the Luo family. Regardless of who plotted against the Ji family, Qin Minghao could only utter one thing: my apologies. Although the Wuwen poison was a slow-acting toxin, it was not easy to neutralize. Yet, that was someone else's concern. He possessed a reservoir of spiritual water. Just a single drop could counteract Ji Wenlin's Wuwen poison, provided he refrained from further toxicity. Thus, he needed to identify the individual responsible for administering the poison. Qin Minghao casually shaped a hawthorn pill, rolled it in the spiritual water, and placed it in a vial, preparing to deliver it to Ji Wenlin the following day. As for when to take it, the Ji family could decide. How could he assist the Ji family in becoming more formidable? This was a conundrum. He needed to elevate himself to a level comparable to the Luo family, which was utterly impossible in the short term, be it in financial, human, or political power. However, the Ji family already stood on par with the Luo family, and being slightly ahead could suppress the Luo family's influence. Chapter 92. Is Yiming well? Xiaohao. When will your cleansing pills be ready? The Luo family had placed all their grievances squarely on Qin Minghao's shoulders. Luo Su had not suffered any repercussions and had long forgotten the incident, merely feeling that life had become somewhat dull and seeking an excuse to distance himself from Sun Xiaoyao. The cleansing pills will be ready by tomorrow. I can give you 10. Will that suffice? Originally, Qin Minghao intended to maintain a low profile, but the circumstances no longer permitted such discretion. Expedience had become imperative. Cousin, reserve 1 for the family, and sell the remaining 9 as swiftly as possible in Yuqing. Qin Minghao sought the assistance of Yuqing's influence. Sell in Yuqing? This deviates somewhat from our prior agreement. From now on, I shall provide you with 5 essence cleansing pills bi-weekly. 5 must be sold in Yuqing, while the remaining 5 are yours to manage as you see fit. I require Yuqing's power to contend with Zhao Shiqiang and Yang Kaijun. Qin Minghao refrained from mentioning the Luo family, wishing not to burden his cousin with undue worry. I understand. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to sell all 9 to individuals from Yuqing. I know precisely who to sell to and who not to. The ancient martial families of Yuqing were not inferior to those in the northeast. Thus the market for essence cleansing pills posed no concern. Indeed, I trust your judgment. But please attempt to keep the Chun family uninvolved, Qin Minghao advised. He aspired to cultivate his own network and influence rather than enhance the Chun family's reputation. At least not at this juncture. Do not worry. I shall claim that they were concocted by a close friend of my master. They would not dare harbor any ulterior motives, Chen Su remarked with a mischievous grin. Although unaware of Chen Su's master's identity, Qin Minghao could discern his confidence, which sufficed. Let's see. I recall there is an underground auction in Yuqing in 3 days. Shall we attend together? Chen Su swiftly determined the fate of the essence cleansing pills. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will accompany you the day after tomorrow. After concluding their conversation, Qin Minghao entered the space once more to commence the refining of the essence cleansing pills. The following day, Qin Minghao first visited Chunda's clinic. Miss, you must not overexert yourself. Allow me to prescribe some medication for you to take home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar profile. Sister Mingwei, what troubles you? Qin Minghao expressed surprise at encountering Yi Mingwei there. Xiaohao, you can see me? Yi Mingwei had not seen Qin Minghao in quite some time. Since that day, she had deliberately avoided him, not out of disdain, but due to uncertainty regarding their relationship. As a widow, she was considerably older than Qin Minghao, and their association seemed inherently imbalanced. Qin Minghao glanced at Chunda, his mind racing. Indeed, I can see you. The elderly physician I mentioned is this gentleman, and he is the one who restored my sight, he explained. Sight? What sight? Chunda was utterly bewildered by Qin Minghao's remarks. Is this true? Thank you, Dr. Chun. You truly are a miraculous healer. Yi Mingwei gazed at Chunda with profound gratitude. Chunda was at a loss, perplexed by what Qin Minghao was implying. When had he become a miraculous healer? Yes, indeed, a miraculous healer. Sister Mingwei, what ails you that you have come to the clinic? Qin Minghao inquired, his concern for Yi Mingwei apparent. He understood that she had been avoiding him, yet he did not wish to impose pressure. However, this did not equate to indifference. Do you know each other? This patient asks. Chunda began, but was interrupted by Yi Mingwei. Dr. Chun, thank you for today. How much do I owe? I'll transfer the funds for the medication. Xiaohao, there are matters to attend to at the restaurant, so I must take my leave. With that, Yi Mingwei hurriedly departed with her medicine. Cousin, what is the matter with Sister Mingwei? Qin Minghao inquired. Xiaohao, I understand your concern, but do not fret. As a physician, I adhere to medical ethics and cannot disclose patient information. If you truly wish to know, you must inquire directly with her, Chunda replied, a knowing smile upon his face. By the way, what happened to your eyes? When did I treat your eyes? Since when did I become a miraculous healer? With Qin Minghao's medical skills, did he truly require treatment? Chunda sensed a hint of ambiguity in the relationship between Qin Minghao and Yi Mingwei. Very well, I shall refrain from prying into the patient's privacy. As a stakeholder, do I not have the right to review your recent management of the clinic? Please show me the medical records, Qin Minghao stated, fully aware of Chunda's intentions but unfazed. You seem quite concerned about Yi Mingwei. Are you not aware that she is a widow? And what of it? Qin Minghao replied nonchalantly. However, Chunda perceived an underlying significance in his words. In this era, widows were not particularly stigmatized, yet Yi Mingwei. Chunda said, very well, you may look for yourself. He handed Qin Minghao Yi Mingwei's medical record. Cold uterus? Difficulty conceiving? Qin Minghao se dont y comprendait chaîne de hésitance. Had he been so transparent in his demeanor? How could it be a cold uterus? Though this ailment afflicted many women, the severity in Yi Mingwei's case was indeed rare. You ask me, whom should I inquire with? I am a doctor, not a clairvoyant regarding her condition. It is likely due to overexertion or adverse living conditions. What else could it be? Though they were cousins, the familial distance was palpable. Aware of Qin Minghao's character, Chunda chose to refrain from further counsel, leaving him to ponder the matter himself. What medication did you prescribe for her? Qin Minghao inquired. A remedy to invigorate the blood and dispel cold, Chunda replied, gazing at the prescription on the table. Qin Minghao remained silent for a lengthy moment before picking up the pen. Let's change that. Use this instead. While Chunda's prescription was adequate, it was rather conventional, slow to take effect, and lacking in efficacy. This prescription is exceptional. Truly, it is no wonder you are my cousin. Your seemingly casual prescription far surpasses my own. Qin Minghao wished to keep his medical prowess concealed from Yi Mingwei. She was already avoiding him, and should he become exceedingly adept, she would have even more reason to reject him. Why the secrecy? Are you some chivalrous guardian wishing to perform good deeds anonymously? Chinda remarked, perplexed by Qin Minghao's thoughts. Their relationship was evidently unusual, and Chinda sensed Qin Minghao's genuine concern for Yi Mingyue, perhaps even leading him to fabricate tales. This need not concern you. Simply remember to substitute the prescription, Qin Minghao instructed. I prescribed a week's worth. I do not know where her home is, and by the time she returns, the opportunity will have passed. Prepare the medicine, and you shall personally deliver it to her. With that, Chunda turned to prepare the remedy. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to meddle in the affairs of Qin Minghao and Yi Mingyue. Young people's matters should be resolved by themselves. Although Yi Mingyue was a widow, they were neighbors, and he knew her to be a strong and self-reliant woman. Reflecting on this reasoning, particularly regarding Yi Mingyue's haggard appearance, Qin Minghao felt a deep concern. He took the medicine and addressed Chunda. This is the antidote for young Master Ji. You shall personally deliver it to the Ji residence. I shall not go. Qin Minghao's primary purpose in visiting Chunda was to deliver medicine to Ji Wenlin, and his encounter with Sister Mingyue was purely coincidental. Upon leaving the clinic, Yi Mingyue hurried home, her first action being to enter the restroom and gaze into the mirror. How haggard I look. Yi Mingyue had not anticipated encountering Qin Minghao at the clinic and was astonished that he recognized her immediately, especially in her current state. She felt certain that he must be disappointed by her appearance. Yi Mingyue felt utterly dejected and disheartened. She had never envisioned presenting herself before Qin Minghao in such a state. Even though she resolved not to burden him, she still wished to leave him with a favorable impression, rather than this weary visage. Knock, knock, knock. Mingyue, are you home? Qin Minghao called out from the courtyard. What's he doing here? Yi Mingyue stood up nervously, feeling somewhat at a loss. Hearing sounds from within, Qin Minghao deduced that she was indeed at home. Mingyue, I'm coming in. Wait. Yi Mingyue rushed into her bedroom, glancing at the cosmetics on her table. Before she could gather herself, Qin Minghao had already entered. Xiaohao, why have you come? Yi Mingyue lowered her head, embarrassed to meet his gaze. I brought you some medicine. Dr. Chen mentioned that the previous prescription wasn't suitable, so he prepared a new one for you. Qin Minghao placed the medicine on the table and looked at Yi Mingyue, noticing that she seemed to have lost weight during their time apart. Huh? How much is it? I'll pay you. Yi Mingyue awkwardly turned to find her phone. There's no need. Dr. Chen said it's free. Just return the previous medicine to me, and I'll take it back. As Qin Minghao spoke, he moved closer to her. Stop avoiding me. Haven't you hidden long enough? He felt a flicker of anger, seeing Yi Mingyue so tense and flustered before him. I haven't been around for a while to give you time to calm down. Mingyue, my eyesight has recovered. I can take care of you now, and won't be a burden anymore. This time, Qin Minghao addressed her by name instead of calling her sister-in-law. Over the past month, he had pondered whether his feelings for Yi Mingyue stemmed from dependency or gratitude. Perhaps it was a blend of both, but undeniably, he had developed fondness for her, feeling a deep empathy for her resilience and independence, which mirrored his own struggles. Her kindness and gentleness captivated him. What are you talking about? Yi Mingyue feigned ignorance, yet Qin Minghao fixed his gaze on her. Look at me and tell me why you're avoiding me. Is it because you don't like me, or am I simply not good enough for you? His sudden assertiveness only heightened her feelings of inadequacy. It wasn't that Qin Minghao fell short of her standards. Rather, she felt unworthy of someone so youthful and handsome. Stop it, Xiaohao. I am your sister-in-law. Yi Mingyue reminded him of their differing statuses. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Are we even related? We are merely neighbors. That should not be a barrier between us. Qin Minghao embraced Yi Mingyue tightly, preventing her from resisting. Mingyue, I no longer wish to call you sister-in-law. His gentle yet commanding voice whispered in her ear. Yi Mingyue's heart raced at his words. Please don't hastily reject me. Give me a chance to care for you as you have cared for me. His breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine and flushing her cheeks. I don't deserve you. Yi Mingyue, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, covered her face with her hands. Who says you don't deserve me? Qin Minghao seemed to grasp the root of her reluctance. You are more deserving than anyone else, Mingyue. During my darkest days, it was you who stood by me, selflessly caring for me and giving me hope and courage to persevere. He recalled the time he had lost his only family and had been blinded, feeling utterly hopeless. It was Yi Mingyue who had been with him every day, gently urging him to keep living. She had fed him, bathed him, and replaced his sight during his darkest hours. I'm much older than you and have been married before. If she were 5 years younger and had never been married, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to be with Qin Minghao. Age is but a number, and I don't mind your past, just as I have my own. Qin Minghao genuinely didn't take care. But it's different. Feeling the increasing pressure of Qin Minghao's embrace, Yi Minghao struggled to breathe. There's nothing different. You're a divorcee, and so am I. What's the distinction? Qin Minghao argued. Please let go of me. Yi Minghao protested, aware of the differences. He and Lu Yuanyuan had merely held a wedding ceremony without legalizing their union. While she had indeed been wed to her deceased husband, despite never having consummated their marriage. I want to let go. I want to allow you to leave me. Qin Minghao declared before suddenly leaning down to kiss her. In that fleeting moment, Yi Minghao felt as though the air had been drawn from around her, her mind clouding as she instinctively closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss. There was no resistance, and she even felt a spark of excitement. They embraced tightly, with Qin Minghao clumsily seeking her response. Yi Minghao reciprocated in kind, the two igniting a passionate connection that felt like the most exquisite experience in the world. Realizing that Yi Minghao was beginning to struggle for breath, he reluctantly pulled away. Xiaohao, please, don't. Chapter 94, Moral Coercion. The ringing of a phone interrupted Qin Minghao's moment. Cousin, what's wrong? He felt disgruntled by Chun Su's call. Xiaohao, you need to come back quickly. That dog Yang Kaijun has shown up. Not only him, but all the residents are gathered at our doorstep, and Zhao Shiqiang is determined to demolish. They had thought Zhao Shiqiang was merely talking, yet he was evidently serious. What? I'll return immediately. Upon seeing Yi Minghao's flushed face, all romantic notions vanished from Qin Minghao's mind. Minghao, something has come up. I must go back. Chen Su's voice was loud enough for Yi Minghao to hear. I'll go with you. Without a second thought, Yi Minghao took Qin Minghao's hand. Though she said nothing, Qin Minghao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, believing Yi Minghao's actions spoke volumes about her choice. There's no need. Stay home and rest well. I can handle this. Trust me. He knew that Yang Kaijun's arrival was not a good sign, and Wu Ti let Yi Minghao face danger alongside him. Be obedient. I'll be back soon. At the entrance of the Qin family courtyard, a crowd had gathered, oblivious to how Yang Kaijun had incited them, each person seemingly eager to devour Qin Minghao, even tearing down their front gate. Chen Su, tell Qin Minghao to come out. Exactly. Why should he refuse? Hearing the crowd's outcry, Qin Minghao pushed through. Why should I agree? Upon seeing him, the crowd surged with renewed fervor. Qin Minghao, are you even human? Your misfortune shouldn't drag us down. Exactly. We owe you nothing. Why should we suffer because of you? Yang Kaijun stood at the forefront, a cunning smile on his face. Xiaohao, you shouldn't be so selfish. Qin Minghao looked at Yang Kaijun's hypocritical face and sneered. You're right. You owe me nothing, but I don't owe you either, do I? I have no say in how the demolition office operates, but I have the right to protect my interests. If you call me selfish, fine, I could accept their terms. But who will compensate me for my losses? Perhaps you could take it from your demolition funds? Regardless, I am enduring these losses for the sake of everyone. Qin Minghao gazed at the gathered individuals, contemplating that if they were to express their willingness at this moment, he might just accept the condition for the greater good, for the sake of all the neighbors. Why should your losses be borne by everyone else? It is you who has entangled us in this predicament. It is only fair that you compensate us. Why should we compensate you? Yang Kaijun, fearing that the others might be swayed by Qin Minghao's words, immediately interjected. Indeed, Kaijun is right. Why should we shoulder your losses? We haven't even demanded compensation for our own losses. Listening to the neighbor's remarks, Qin Minghao felt a pang of disappointment. So, you believe I should acquiesce to the demands of the relocation office and, furthermore, compensate you for your losses? Qin Minghao inquired. Of course, they replied. If it weren't for you offending the relocation office, our compensation wouldn't have been reduced. Yang Kaijun had been stirring up trouble, and it seemed these neighbors were summoned by him. Enraged, Qin Minghao retorted, Enough of this. Yang Kaijun, stop sowing discord. Are you taking advantage of the fact that we are not versed in the law? Do not be deceived by this scoundrel. He is a real estate developer and is deliberately trying to incite discord among us. He simply wants to force Xiaohao to accept their terms. Jian Su Xiaodet. It is true that I am a member of the construction company, but I also grew up on this very street, which is why I returned, to ensure that you are not implicated by him. Dear uncles and aunts, the construction company never intended to trouble anyone. It is because Qin Minghao's property does not meet regulations that we must conduct a remeasurement. If he refuses to accept the relocation terms, we cannot commence our work. As long as we do not commence work, you will not receive your relocation compensation, and you may even be deemed as a stubborn household. At that point, the authorities will forcibly demolish, and not only will you receive no compensation, but you may also be arrested under the pretext of obstructing urban development, Yang Kaijun asserted. Nonsense. How is our property not up to standard? Stop exaggerating. No one has the right to forcibly demolish. If it weren't for Sun Xiaoyao's intervention, Chen Su would have lunged at Yang Kaijun. So, if I agree to your conditions, the construction company will compensate the others as originally promised? Qin Minghao inquired, narrowing his eyes. Of course. We are a conscientious enterprise, Yang Kaijun replied with a smile. So, do you all believe I should agree to the terms offered by the construction company? Qin Minghao turned to all the neighbors. The crowd, witnessing the disappointment in Qin Minghao's eyes, found themselves momentarily speechless. They understood that the conditions set forth by the construction company were unreasonable. Were it not for their own interests, they would never agree. However, since the situation had not befallen them, and the only losses incurred were those of Qin Minghao himself, they were reluctant to empathize. Xiaohao, we do not wish for this either, but we must survive, mustn't we? Indeed, the construction company is not refusing to pay. If you agree, what harm could it do? Is there truly no alternative? Kaijun, as Xiaohao's good brother, can't you lend a hand? Though a few still possessed a conscience. Wishing for Yang Kaijun to assist Qin Minghao, they remained unaware of the deep-seated enmity between Qin Minghao and Yang Kaijun. A person who harbored intentions for Qin Minghao's downfall would not extend a helping hand. Uncle, I have done my utmost. Yang Kaijun smiled faintly, feigning helplessness. Very well, since everyone believes I should comply with the construction company's conditions. I have nothing further to say. Might I request some time to consider? Qin Minghao understood that if he did not provide them with a satisfactory resolution today, they would not simply let it rest. They might even be incited by Yang Kaijun to commit further transgressions, resulting in pain for the kin and joy for the foes. Consider? How long do you intend to ponder? You're not plotting anything behind our backs, are you? Yang Kaijun was skeptical of Qin Minghao's willingness to accept the construction company's conditions and immediately raised the alarm, unwilling to grant him any time for deliberation. Are you afraid of me? Qin Minghao taunted, his gaze mocking. Indeed, Yang Kaijun could not contain himself and was easily provoked by Qin Minghao. Afraid of you? I shall grant you 3 days to ponder. I look forward to seeing what you can achieve. Chapter 95. The Luo family takes action, lacking in ability, yet I shall not concede to your wishes. Qin Minghao scoffed. Is that so? You remain unaware of whom you have offended, do you? Do not harbor illusions. Your only option is to submit. Let us depart. I wish to see what a mere student can do to alter this situation. Yang Kaijun strode out in a show of arrogance. Everyone disperse, disperse. The representatives of the construction company have left. You sycophants need not linger here. Chen Su shouted angrily at the neighbors outside the yard. Hey, who are you calling a sycophant? Some attempted to retort, but were pulled away by others. Why are you dragging me? When did we become sycophants? Protested another. It is better to retreat while we can. We have indeed acted unethically. The fact that they are still willing to consider means there is hope. If you provoke them, what if they refuse to consider any longer? Do you still want your relocation compensation? I still want mine. After some consideration, the neighbor acknowledged the reasoning, realizing that now was not the time to provoke Qin Minghao. I'm not a sycophant, he muttered under his breath. Cousin, are you truly planning to submit? Jiansu Yingui. Of course, I do not intend to submit. By the way, have you found out about what I asked you to investigate? Does Zhao Shiqiang have any designs on this land? In a city where development opportunities were scarce, he could not believe that only Zhao Shiqiang was interested in this land. Forget it, Chen Su sighed. I have tried, but they refuse to engage, as if Zhao Shiqiang has some formidable backing. A vice mayor, it seems. Chen Su was unaware of Luo Baoqing's true identity and thus did not know who the vice mayor was. What? Are you certain? No wonder. Qin Minghao finally understood why Yang Kaijun was so confident that he could not turn the tide. The Luo family had not taken action against him for so long, not because they were inactive, but because they intended to use Zhao Shiqiang to eliminate him. No wonder the relocation office dared to act so brazenly, even threatening him without a solid justification. What a cunning strategy from the Luo family. What is the matter? You look pale. Chun Su noticed the dark expression on Qin Minghao's face and felt concerned. It is nothing, merely a surprise. Cousin, do not involve yourself in this matter, Qin Minghao replied. He bore the responsibility entirely himself. The Luo family had no intention of targeting his cousin, and he feared that his cousin's involvement might provoke the Luo family's ire, bringing about a reckoning for both old and new grievances. I am contemplating a plan. After all, he is just a vice mayor. We have no grievances with him. I refuse to believe he can wield such unchecked power. Chun Su was defiant. Who says we have no grievances with him? Cousin, do you know the surname of this vice mayor? Chun Su, impulsive by nature, made Qin Minghao fear that he might act recklessly. After some contemplation, he decided to reveal the truth. What surname? Qin Minghao sighed helplessly. His surname is Luo. Luo Baocheng, whom you nearly killed, is the youngest son of Vice Mayor Luo, and Luo Baoyu, whom we frightened, is the elder son. So tell me, do we not have enmity with him? Not only Qin Su, but even Sun Xiaoyao was left speechless. Have we not brought trouble upon you? The two exchanged awkward glances with Qin Minghao, their faces etched with guilt, observing him as if he had long anticipated this moment. The events had unfolded, and if given another chance, would they yield to him because of his status? Qin Minghao inquired. In unison, they shook their heads. Then it is settled. I shall not either. Thus, offending the Luo family is inevitable. Our immediate concern is to find a way to prevent them from intervening in this matter. You two stay at home while I step out, Qin Minghao declared, dialing Ji Wenjin's number. Ji, do you have time for a meeting? Ji Wenjin had also heard of the demolition of Qin Minghao's family home. It is merely a house. If you desire, I can provide you with one, even 10 sets if necessary. Ji Wenjin felt it unnecessary to confront the Luo family over such a trivial issue. It is not merely about the house. If I concede this time, do you truly believe the Luo family will let go? Moreover, I have long-standing grievances with Zhao Shiqiang, the chairman of the construction group, and his prospective son-in-law, Yang Kaijun. Qin Minghao recognized that Ji Wenjin would not readily acquiesce to his request. I can approach Luo Baoyu and have him retract the order, Ji Wenjin suggested. Yi, I did not come to you seeking your intercession. If the Luo family continues to bully me and I do not act, it would be rather unbecoming. One should reciprocate respect. If one provokes me, I shall return the favor 100-fold. What do you wish to do? You should be grateful the Luo family does not deem you a threat. Otherwise, had they taken matters into their own hands, you would have perished long ago. Ji Wenjin was correct in agreeing to protect Qin Minghao, but that did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. His protection was predicated on Qin Minghao's compliance. Yet the Luo family had never intended to spare him. Ji, I understand your hesitation stems from a lack of leverage. Shall we engage in a business deal? Qin Minghao proposed. What do you intend? Ji Wenjin gripped his phone tightly, suspicion clouding his expression. This young man was not one to be trifled with. What scheme was he concocting? Ji Wenjin feared not the insufficiency of his resources, but the possibility that the terms Qin Minghao offered would be impossible to refuse, potentially leading him into direct confrontation with the Luo family. The entirety of the Ji family's influence lay within the military, and though they possessed a commercial enterprise, it was not extensive. Furthermore, as far as he knew, all of the Ji family's business was managed by Ji Wenjin himself. Did he not wish to expand further? Qin Minghao was aware that Ji Wenjin had not entered the military, opting instead to manage the family's external ventures, though the nature of these businesses eluded him. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. You have acknowledged that our family's primary strength lies within the military. Regardless of my business acumen, as long as the Ji family endures, my enterprises shall flourish, and we shall never lack for resources. Ji Wenjin was not easily deceived by Qin Minghao. His absence from the military was due to a disdain for conflict and constraints. Moreover, the Ji family already had ample representation in the military. There was no need for all the direct descendants to tread the same perilous path. But what if the Ji family's military influence were to falter? Qin Minghao's words were audacious, even hinting at a curse. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? Yevenianus engerflared. Qin Minghao was provoking him, challenging the entire Ji family. He might caution, have you never pondered why the core strength of our family has suffered ailments across 3 generations? Chapter 96. Engaging in another business deal. Was this truly just a coincidence? Qin Minghao was unfazed by Ji Wenjin's threat. If the Ji family possessed such limited vision and ambition, it would be better not to pursue this deal, lest they seek retribution when they became the sole rulers. What do you mean? Ji Wenjin narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Have you discovered who poisoned the eldest son of the Ji family? Qin Minghao did not answer, but turned the question back on Ji Wenjin. Not yet. You and T suggest that someone is deliberately targeting our family. Would you? In truth, they had considered this outcome, yet they were reluctant to accept it. Who would dare to take such bold action against the Ji family? Yi, have you not already drawn your own conclusions? I can assist the Ji family in enhancing their military standing in a short period. That is the business I wish to discuss with you. Qin Minghao had numerous strategies to aid the Ji family, but only if they were willing to reciprocate. You? What means do you possess? After a prolonged silence, Ji Wenjin finally inquired. You will know upon our meeting. They arranged to convene at Xiaofilu. After hanging up, Qin Minghao entered his space. Herbs, spiritual water, alchemical furnace. Qin Minghao began to refine the herbs, and upon completion, he changed his attire and proceeded to Xiaofilu for the appointment. Speak, how do you intend to assist the Ji family? Ji Wenjin asked straightforwardly. Has Ji come alone? Qin Minghao observed the spacious private room, noting his solitary presence. Is my presence insufficient? Ji Wenjin was uncertain of Qin Minghao's intentions. Of course not. As the young master of the Ji family, you surely have no lack of protectors by your side? Perhaps summon one or two. It would be beneficial for verification purposes, preferably with a significant disparity in capabilities. Qin Minghao's method of aiding the Ji family was quite simple, to strengthen their military influence. What exactly do you intend to do? Ji Wenjin's brow furrowed tightly, unable to discern Qin Minghao's objective. I have stated my desire to bolster the Ji family's military might. I believe you understand how our animosity with the Luo family originated. The ancient martial artists employed by the Ji family had not only failed to subdue him, but had nearly fallen victim to his counterattack. Are you not curious about my abilities? Qin Minghao chuckled as he poured himself a cup of tea. It was merely an ambush. Did you truly believe I had conducted an investigation? Yevenian scoffed. Indeed, it was an ambush, yet not everyone could successfully ambush an ancient martial artist. We exchanged 9 genuine blows. Moreover, the battlefield does not adhere to any rules. Qin Minghao sipped his tea and produced the elixirs he had crafted. Do you believe that with my ability to ambush an ancient martial artist, I could not slay a few on the battlefield? Qin Minghao continued to inquire. You cannot possibly be considering entering the military? While this might indeed be a viable option, merely possessing some skill does not guarantee success in the military. Ji Wenjin spoke the truth. Mere combat proficiency does not equate to merit in the military, where all commanders must excel in both civil and martial disciplines. Although Qin Minghao's ability to ambush an ancient martial artist was impressive, he alone could not alter the military structure. I understand, but what if every soldier under the Ji family's command possessed the strength to contend with an ancient martial artist? Then the Ji family would wield an invincible army. It would not be a single individual, but a collective. It could comprise 10 men, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Yi, would such a force not render the Ji family invincible, making it impossible to earn accolades? Ji Wenjin felt a dizzying excitement. Even merely listening to Qin Minghao's words ignited a fervor within him. At that point, not merely on the battlefield, even the ancient martial families would not stand a chance against them. It is well known that the ancient martial families have long been arrogant due to their inherited legacies, openly challenging the authorities. The officials have long wished to deal with them, but alas, the families have not committed any fundamental errors. They cannot confront them openly, nor can they defeat them covertly. Qin Minghao's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, caused Ji Wenjin's breath to quicken. After a while, Ji Wenjin managed to regain his composure. While what you say is indeed tempting, what gives you the right to make the soldiers under the Ji family so formidable? Qin Minghao waved the vial in his hand. By virtue of this, he declared, words alone are insufficient, which is why I suggested you summon some individuals to conduct an experiment. Since Qin Minghao dared to speak, he must possess the capability to deliver. This represented an opportunity for the Ji family. However, the ability to seize it depended entirely on Ji Wenjin. Are you certain that what you possess is effective? Ji Wenjin expressed his skepticism. How will you know unless you try? Not only can it enhance their combat abilities, but also does so in a short time without any aftereffects. Qin Minghao's words stirred Ji Wenjin's interest. I shall trust you this once. Wait and see. Ji Wenjin acted swiftly, and within minutes, two men entered the private room. Young master. Ji Wenjin waved at them. This is a Chong, a martial arts elite, who previously accompanied high-ranking officials on foreign visits. His combat prowess is unquestionable. This is a Tian, a retired member of a special forces unit, adept in combat and assassination. Ji Wenjin introduced the two men to Qin Minghao. Who among you possesses superior skills? Ji Wenjin was uncertain of their relative strengths. If it came down to a fight, a Tian's skills were indeed more lethal, having trained in lethal techniques. A Chong spoke. Very well, you two shall spar for my observation. Qin Minghao instructed. What? They thought Ji Wenjin had summoned them for some special task. Yet it turned out to be a request for a match. We cannot unleash our full potential here. Let's relocate, Ji Wenjin suggested. A lavish spread of delicacies lay untouched as Qin Minghao followed Ji Wenjin out of the establishment. Half an hour later, Ji Wenjin brought Qin Minghao to a boxing gym. Prepare yourselves, you two will take the stage. A Chong and a Tian moved swiftly, donning new attire but foregoing boxing gloves as they stepped onto the platform. As expected, when it came to life-and-death combat, a Chong was no match for a Tian, who dominated defensively. The spectators quickly discerned who was superior, rendering further combat unnecessary, prompting Qin Minghao to halt the match. That's enough. A Chong, step forward. Chapter 97. A stir of emotion. Have a sip of water and replenish your strength. Qin Minghao said as he produced a small pill and offered it to a Chong. What is this? A Chong eyed the dark pill warily. Consume this, and I assure you, you will send a Tian sprawling. Qin Minghao declared. What? Upon hearing this, a Chong was even more reluctant to take it, fearing it might be some sort of stimulant. I concede, perhaps I should forego the pill. A Chong hastily waved his hands. Take it. Ji Wenjin interjected, eager to witness the potency of Qin Minghao's concoction, which could instantaneously enhance one's abilities. Young master. A Chong dared not refuse Qin Minghao, but could not defy Ji Wenjin's command. Reluctantly, he accepted it, downing it with water as if it were poison, his face contorting in distaste. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a Chong felt a warm surge envelop him, filling him with an unprecedented vigor, a feeling beyond description. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yevenian inquired. None. It feels remarkable. I believe I could take on 10 opponents now. A Chong exclaimed, brimming with confidence. This extraordinary sensation bolstered A Chong's self-assurance. Shall we give another go? Qin Minghao looked at Ji Wenjin. Let's do it again. A Chong re-entered the boxing ring, acutely aware that not only was he filled with strength, but his senses had sharpened as well. A Tian's punches appeared to him as if in slow motion, allowing him to evade with ease. Below the stage, Ji Wenjin watched in astonishment. A Chong's speed had dramatically increased. A Tian also sensed a Chong's transformation and launched another punch, faster and more ferocious than before. Why are you moving so slowly? A Chong effortlessly dodged a Tian's rain of blows and seized his wrist, pulling him forward with a fierce motion. A Tian felt as though a vice gripped his hands, rendering him powerless to escape, and he was propelled forward uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, a Tian reacted, attempting to clamp his legs around a Chong's waist. Yet, a Chong's speed surpassed a Tian's. Retreating swiftly, he charged forward again, delivering a kick to a Tian's abdomen, sending him crashing off the boxing platform. The entire exchange, from a Chong's ascent to a Tian's defeat, unfolded in mere moments. Ji Wenjin stood transfixed, disbelief etched across his face, while a Tian could hardly accept that he had been rendered powerless against a Chong gazed at his hands, feeling as if he were in a dream. Had he truly sent a Tian flying? A Tian, without any means to retaliate? Impossible. This cannot be. A Tian refused to accept the reality, eager to return to the ring, only to be restrained by Ji Wenjin's grip on his arm. Enough. This ends here. A Chong, you may come down as well. Qin Minghao had succeeded, astonishing Ji Wenjin. Ji Wenjin turned to Qin Minghao. What exactly did you give a Chong? Ji Wenjin's expression turned serious. It is a specially formulated secret elixir of mine. However, this is merely a trial product. It cannot permanently enhance one's combat abilities. It only provides a temporary boost. Yet the results are evident, are they not? Although the enhancement is fleeting, it was sufficient to leave Ji Wenjin in shock. Therefore, Can you produce a formula for a permanent enhancement? Ji Wenjin quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It is not impossible, but the cost is exorbitant, one that neither you nor I can afford. Qin Minghao spoke truthfully. The most effective elixir for enhancing combatability is the marrow-washing pill, but it is a resource he intends to leverage for wealth, not to distribute like candy. You two may leave. Ji Wenjin glanced at a Tian and a Chong. We need to discuss matters further. Ji Wenjin settled onto the sofa, pouring Qin Minghao a glass of red wine, his demeanor markedly different from before, now serious. I have always wished to engage in a proper discussion with you, yet you have consistently maintained your guard against me. Qin Minghao took a seat opposite Ji Wenjin, but did not touch the wine. What are your terms? How can you provide me with a potion that permanently enhances combat abilities? Although Chang's performance had astonished him, it was not sufficient for satisfaction. There are better options. No one wishes to settle for a temporary enhancement. Quite simply, you must pay for it. Young Master Ji, tell me your price, and I shall supply you with as many potions as you desire. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Qin Minghao declared. Pay for it? Are you certain? Did you not come to me regarding the relocation matter? Ji Wenjin assumed that Qin Minghao's terms would pertain to the relocation, only to be surprised that it was about money. Indeed, but young master, are you not averse to intervening? Qin Minghao had his methods to compel Ji Wenjin to take the initiative in this matter. Name your price. Yevenian replied. If it were merely about spending money, this would be simpler. Qin Minghao extended a finger. 10,000? Ji Wenjin found this price acceptable, yet he sensed that Qin Minghao's dealings would not be so straightforward. As expected, Qin Minghao shook his head. 100,000? Qin Minghao shook his head again. You surely do not wish to sell it for 1 million per dose? Is this not an outrageous demand? His father commands tens of thousands, and at 1 million each. How much would it take to transform everyone into the kind of talent that can rival the ancient martial families? The market price is 100 million each. Qin Minghao remarked with a smile. Are you mocking me? Ji Wenjin abruptly stood up, glaring at Qin Minghao in fury. 1 million is beyond my means, let alone 100 million. The Ji family wields power, but that does not equate to wealth. Their entire assets amount to merely a little over 10 billion, and they must allocate several billion each year for military expenses. I spoke of the market price, and since we aim to establish a long-term partnership, I shall offer a discount to the Ji family. How about this? 50% off, 50 million each. Ji Wenjin clenched his fists, yearning to strike Qin Minghao. I cannot afford that. Perhaps we should discuss the medicine you owe a Chong instead. Ji Wenjin ultimately restrained his anger, for he had a request of Qin Minghao. This bargain is a mere 10,000 each, but it is only a one-time offer. Shall we consider an alternative trading method? I can further reduce the price. 5 million each for a permanent remedy, and with the purchase of one, I shall gift you 100 one-time doses. How does that sound? Ji Wenjin narrowed his eyes, unable to decipher Qin Minghao's true intentions. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Be direct. Ji Wenjin rubbed his temples, realizing that Qin Minghao was not adhering to the expected protocol. You asked for directness, so I shall be forthright. See Zhao's family business and venture into real estate. You will earn money and naturally afford the medicine. Chapter 98. Once again, Qin Minghao had the upper hand. So your ultimate goal is still demolition? Qin Minghao nodded. This is not merely the final aim. It was the singular objective from the outset. Qin Minghao stated with unwavering composure. Opportunities are fleeting. Ji Xiao. Consider carefully whether you wish to profit, to earn more. As long as the Ji family purchases over 1 billion from me, all subsequent acquisitions will not only include 100 one-time doses, but also a permanent remedy. Exceed 15 billion, and it becomes 1 permanent remedy plus 2. Surpass 20 billion, and it becomes 1 permanent remedy plus 3. Qin Minghao declared. His intention was simple, to encourage Ji Wenjin to expand his business territory. The market in Yuqing is limited. If he wishes to grow, he must inevitably wrest business from others. Ji Wenjin is well aware of whom to target and whom to avoid. Qin Minghao, are you not afraid of inciting trouble? For the sake of the Ji family, I would go to any lengths. Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Ji Wenjin did not anticipate that he would ultimately find himself at the mercy of Qin Minghao. Discounts and gifts seemed generous. But did they not merely position him against the Luo family? See Zhao Shiqiang's business? You dare not, Ji Xiao. If you eliminate me, you will lose all chances to acquire these medicines. I am genuinely curious about one matter. Clearly Feng Ge mentioned that you are unafraid of the Luo family, and you have consistently clashed with their descendants, refusing to yield them any respect. Why then this sudden hesitation? My acquaintance with Ji Wenjin arose from Feng Cheng's assertion that he was the only one bold enough to offend the Luo family. However, upon closer engagement, Qin Minghao perceived that Ji Wenjin was not as formidable as he initially appeared. Rather, he seemed constrained in his actions. Feng Cheng was correct. I fear not the Luo family, but that does not mean you may exploit me. Yevenian asserted. His conflicts with Luo Baoyu and Luo Baocheng are his own affairs. Yet he did not wish to serve as a pawn for Qin Minghao. Yishou, have you contemplated why the Luo family has not openly dealt with me, but has instead relied on the Zhao family? They may have known of my connection with the Ji family all along. Now you assert that you do not wish to be utilized by me. Do you think the Luo family would believe that? Qin Minghao remarked, lifting the wine glass from the table. Your reluctance to engage in this business does not preclude others from doing so, regardless of whether you perceive me as scheming or manipulating you. I am ultimately employing an overt strategy, one that is quite transparent. This business does not have to be conducted solely with you. Others from the Ji family can partake. Or indeed, others outside the Ji family might as well. Mankind perishes for wealth. Do you believe others would not dare to accept my terms? Qin Minghao suddenly realized that the illustrious third young master of the Ji family was not as untouchable as he had initially seemed. Every individual harbors weaknesses and desires. And even he, Qin Minghao, is no exception. By grasping their vulnerabilities and aspirations, one can seize their lifeblood. Ji Wenjin's vulnerability lies with the Ji family. Do you intend to force me into conflict with the Luo family? Ji Wenjin recognized that he had no option but to acquiesce to Qin Minghao. I have stated that everything rests upon you, Ji Xiao. I harbor no desire for convoluted schemes. However, your constant wariness of me hinders our potential collaboration from being forthright. Qin Minghao did not wish to offend Ji Wenjin too severely, yet Ji Wenjin was unyielding, leaving him with little recourse. If I refuse to comply, you may approach my elder brother or my father. Should the entire Ji family deny your proposal, you may seek others. His elder brother and father remained oblivious to the depths of Qin Minghao's treachery, viewing him as a benefactor. Once he spoke, they would undoubtedly acquiesce, and the ramifications would ultimately fall upon Ji Wenjin. Rather than allowing such a scenario to unfold, it would be wiser to agree to Qin Minghao's terms. If this truly results in the Luo family's downfall, he could simply step forward to shoulder the blame. As long as the Ji family's military influence grows stronger, he would be willing to do anything. Thus, Ji Xiao, will you agree or not? Qin Minghao refrained from answering, instead posing a counter-question. I will agree to your terms, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. However, as a condition, you must first provide me with 2 permanent remedies at no cost. Ji Wenjin was no fool. 2 remedies equated to 200 million. Yet who am I to deny a generous offer to a business partner? I shall grant them to you. First, let us address the demolition issue. Though both parties reached an agreement, neither felt entirely satisfied. They arrived in luxury vehicles but departed on shared bicycles. Upon returning home, Qin Minghao immediately entered his space, contemplating how to refine the cleansing elixir for military use. In the space, 1 hour equates to a day in the external world. After a full 10 hours, equivalent to 10 days outside, Qin Minghao successfully developed a simplified version of the cleansing elixir. While the effects were certainly inferior to the original, one cannot expect more without adequate investment. After securing the elixir, Qin Minghao exited the space, and it was already the following morning. Little Hao, I have received an invitation to the ghost market. Let us go together tonight, Qin Minghao announced. The ghost market? Is an invitation necessary to visit the ghost market? Do they not frequently set up stalls there? It is not a mere stall at the ghost market. It is an auction event. I have put 2 cleansing elixirs up for auction tonight. Do you not wish to see who purchases them? Chen Su whispered mysteriously in Qin Minghao's ear. The ghost market also holds auctions? Qin Minghao was unaware of this, believing the ghost market was solely for stalls. Indeed, and generally, ordinary people cannot gain entry. Given my status as a seller, I was granted an invitation, and I managed to procure an additional one for 100,000. Chen Su lamented, having grown increasingly impoverished since arriving in Yuqing, nearly draining his little treasury. Let's go, why not? Qin Minghao was intrigued by the auction at the ghost market. Let us finalize the plan. I shall await you at home at 9 tonight. Qin Minghao nodded. By the way, what of the demolition issue? Chen Su looked at Qin Minghao apologetically, aware that his predicament was due to his own actions. He wished to contribute, yet the forces he had offended were too formidable, leaving him at a loss for avenues of assistance. Upon learning that he had offended the Luo family, people almost instantly turned hostile, some even forcibly ejecting him. It was only then that Chen Su realized the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred. The matter of the demolition has been resolved. Within 3 days, a new developer will take over. At that point, the specifics of the demolition will be examined. Once this land is in the hands of Ji Wenjin, the course of action will become clear. Fine, your reassurance puts my mind at ease. Chen Su recognized that his cousin was not as simple as he appeared, and thus he did not doubt his words. Meanwhile, the construction company welcomed numerous officials from the Supervisory Bureau. Chapter 99. Ji Wenjin takes action. Is it Zhao Shiqiang, the chairman of the construction company? We have received reports of your involvement in bribery, unfair bidding, and forced demolition. Please accompany us for an investigation. Zhao Shiqiang was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Supervisory Bureau officials. Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding? Why would the Supervisory Bureau be here? You'll find out once we return for the investigation. The officials from the Supervisory Bureau were exceptionally assertive. No, gentlemen, I am an associate of Mayor Luo. We are all part of the same family. Zhao Shiqiang murmured. We do not care who you are associated with. Hurry and accompany us for the investigation. The officials showed no regard for his status. They had no choice, although they were uncertain about the truth of Zhao Shiqiang's claims. They could not afford to offend Mayor Luo, nor could they disregard the whistleblower. Please, let us discuss this calmly. May I make a phone call first? Zhao Shiqiang scanned the room for Yang Kaijun, perplexed as to why the Supervisory Bureau was suddenly investigating him. After all, no businessman is entirely clean, otherwise they wouldn't be called businessmen. They were merely following Mayor Luo's orders. Why would the Supervisory Bureau intervene? Zhao Shiqiang had never felt such panic before. The leading man contemplated the possibility that Zhao Shiqiang might indeed be affiliated with Mayor Luo. Just then, a man in the crowd stood up. This seems rather irregular. Doesn't it? The speaker was a Chong, sent by Ji Shao to monitor the situation. What I mean is, don't entertain any illusions. The man had not anticipated such a resolute stance from Ji Shao's associates. It was a classic case of the devil fighting, while the innocent suffer. Can I at least arrange for a handover? Although Zhao Shiqiang did not know who a Chong was, he could tell that the Supervisory Bureau officials were clearly intimidated by this man. Mr. Chong, we do not have the authority to prevent Director Zhao from handing over his responsibilities. The man asserted. Hurry, you have 5 minutes, and you will hand over in my presence. A Chong's intention was to deny Zhao Shiqiang any opportunity for rescue. With no other options, Zhao Shiqiang pretended to facilitate the handover, secretly writing a note in the hopes that his secretary would see it and pass it to Yang Kaijun. Thus, Zhao Shiqiang was taken away, and it was only in the afternoon that Yang Kaijun learned of the incident. What did you say? This is impossible. Yang Kaijun's immediate response was disbelief. With Mayor Luo's protection, how could the Supervisory Bureau dare to investigate the construction company? Even in times without Mayor Luo's backing, the Supervisory Bureau had never conducted an investigation. Kaijun, what do we do? My father won't face any trouble, will he? Zhao Meilin panicked upon hearing that Zhao Shiqiang had been taken away. Don't cry just yet. This situation is not so simple. I will find a way to clarify it. Yang Kaijun soon discovered the note left by Zhao Shiqiang and called Luo Baoyu. Luo Xiao, it's Yang Kaijun. Luo Baocheng glanced at the unfamiliar number. Yang Kaijun? Which Yang Kaijun? He could not recall knowing anyone by that name. I am the son-in-law of Zhao Shiqiang, the chairman of the construction company. My father-in-law was taken away by the Supervisory Bureau 3 hours ago. Only then did Luo Baocheng remember that he had indeed contacted Zhao Shiqiang previously. The Supervisory Bureau? What crime has Zhao Shiqiang committed? Did he mention who he was working for? Luo Baocheng inquired. He did, but the officials were adamant and still took my father-in-law away. The reason for the detention is forced demolition. Is it possible that Qin Minghao, upon recalling Qin Minghao's confident demeanor, Yang Kaijun felt that this matter was intricately tied to him? Qin Minghao? That's impossible. Wait, I will inquire with the Supervisory Bureau about this. How dare they act against someone serving my Luo family? Luo Baocheng hung up and dialed the director of the Supervisory Bureau. Seeing Luo Baocheng's call, The director of the Supervisory Bureau's face contorted with worry. This is a summons for accountability. Luo Xiao. Hu Chulin, are you out of your mind? You dare act against my people? Luo Baocheng shouted angrily over the phone. Hu Chulin furrowed his brow, helplessly responding. Luo Xiao, please calm down. Even if we had 3 times the courage, we would not dare touch your people. We have no choice. The whistleblower is not ordinary. If we do not bring him in for a thorough investigation, it could implicate Mayor Luo. Luo Baocheng believed not a single word of Hu Chulin's explanation. Who in Yu City could touch his father? Do you think I'm a fool to be tricked? Implicate my father? You are not worthy. This declaration tightened Hu Chulin's brow. He accepted Luo Baocheng's attitude, recognizing him as the son of Mayor Luo, but they were not worthy of such treatment. Hu Chulin also became angry. We may not be worthy, but the whistleblower is Ji's third young master, Ji Wenjin. If we do not investigate thoroughly, Ji Xiao will not let it go. If he files a complaint, not only will we face consequences, but Mayor Luo will also be punished. If Luo Xiao finds this inconsequential, we can release the individuals immediately. Hu Chulin's words left Luo Baocheng momentarily speechless. You said who? Yvenyan? If it is indeed Ji Wenjin, this situation could become quite troublesome. Exactly, it is Ji Wenjin. Hu Chulin sneered. Go ahead and curse. Do you truly believe the Luo family can dominate Yu City? How could Ji Wenjin possibly report Zhao Shiqiang? It is known that Ji Wenjin has only had private conflicts with his brother and has never brought matters to light. What has gotten into Ji Wenjin? I do not know, but now we must figure out how to proceed. Moreover, Ji Xiao has ample evidence. Although Hu Chulin feared the power of the Luo family, it did not mean he could allow his dignity to be trampled upon. As top-tier families, why should their conflicts drag him, a mere employee, into the fray? Furthermore, while Ji's family maintained a strong stance, they still showed respect towards them, merely requesting a fair investigation without demands for favoritism or abuses of power. He could not afford to side against Ji Wenjin. Keep a close watch on the situation and await my instructions. Luo Baocheng dared not act rashly and promptly relayed this information to his father. Zhao Shiqiang has offended Ji Wenjin. For Luo Bin, a mere Zhao Shiqiang holds no value. He is not worth a falling out with the Ji family. I do not know, but it seems so. Otherwise, Ji Wenjin would not take action against him. After all, no one knows of our relationship with Zhao Shiqiang. Luo Baocheng stated. What then should be done? Do not interfere. If Zhao Shiqiang dares to speak recklessly, let him remain silent forever. Chapter 100. The Abandoned Child. Just as Zhao Shiqiang, merely a pawn. If he can be useful, I have no qualms about giving him some benefits. But if he cannot even handle minor matters, he shall become a discarded piece. Discarded pieces hold no value. Luo Bin is unaware that the insignificant ant he overlooks has already begun its retaliation. Had he known, he would not so readily abandon Zhao Shiqiang. Zhao Shiqiang remained oblivious to how he had offended the third young master of the Ji family. But the officials from the Supervisory Bureau treated him with a modicum of courtesy, instilling in him a semblance of confidence. Mayor Luo would not ignore his plight, for he was indeed acting on behalf of Mayor Luo. Hu Chulin received a call from Luo Baocheng. The matter was strictly official, with just 4 words. Hu Chulin understood that Zhao Shiqiang would not be released. With the Luo family's protection, he still had a glimmer of hope. But now it was clear that the Luo family had unhesitatingly abandoned him. Unfortunately, Zhao Shiqiang remained oblivious to the peril he was in. Hu Chulin conveyed the orders, and the attitude of the people from the Supervisory Bureau towards Zhao Shiqiang instantly shifted. Zhao Shiqiang, the evidence is all laid out before you. Do you still refuse to admit it? What evidence? I know nothing of it. Zhao Shiqiang stubbornly denied everything. After all, the legal entity of the construction group was not him. He was merely an executive director. Even if the fact were laid bare, what could it matter? His punishment would not be severe, and besides, there was still Mayor Luo. Zhao Shiqiang, do you really believe that Mayor Luo would risk offending the Ji family to bail you out? Stop dreaming. If Mayor Luo had even the slightest intention to protect you, we would not be treating you this way. Seeing that Zhao Shiqiang was still lost in his fantasies, the Supervisory Bureau staff kindly reminded him. What? What did you say? Mayor Luo won't help me? That's impossible. I work for Mayor Luo. Zhao Shiqiang was overwhelmed by this revelation. His charges could range from severe to mild, all dependent on Mayor Luo's stance. But But now the Supervisory Bureau was informing him that Mayor Luo had no intention of coming to his aid. Just the charge of forced demolition alone was enough to bring him down. Zhao Shiqiang, I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse. Warn the Supervisory Bureau staff. Let me make one phone call, just one. Zhao Shiqiang pleaded. Even if Mayor Luo would not assist him, he still had options. There was Yang Kaijun and the Chung family in Kyoto. As long as he could reach Yang Kaijun, I can allow you to make a call, but I do not wish to hear Mayor Luo's name from your lips. Zhao Shiqiang nodded repeatedly, understanding that there was never any agreement between himself and Mayor Luo. He knew the mayor's methods and could only resign himself to his fate. All right, I know what to do. Zhao Shiqiang took his phone and called Zhao Meilin. Meilin, it's your father. Listen to me. You need to contact Yang Kaijun and tell him that the Luo family has gone back on their word and is now refusing to take responsibility. The one who reported me is Ji Wenjin, the third young master of the Ji family. I have never offended him. There must be a reason he is targeting me. Have him find a way to clear this up and get me out. Tell him it's imperative he rescues me, or he won't have a good outcome either. Zhao Shiqiang knew Yang Kaijun was not a virtuous person, but right now, he could rely on no one else. For his own life and future, he had to threaten Yang Kaijun. That Zhao Meilin did not have a chance to say another word before Zhao Shiqiang hung up. With Zhao Shiqiang arrested and the construction company sealed, Zhao Meilin leaned against Yang Kaijun, sobbing. Kaijun, you must have a way, right? Zhao Meilin cried uncontrollably, while Yang Kaijun furrowed his brow, his expression icy. Why would GS third young master report the construction company? Let me think. Yang Kaijun was conflicted. Was he really going to contact the Chung family for the sake of Zhao Shiqiang? He knew very well that the Chung family would not care about such a trivial matter. In fact, they would likely think poorly of him for not handling it effectively. But could he just ignore it? It seemed there was no alternative. The pressing concern was not to rescue Zhao Shiqiang, but to preserve the construction company. If Zhao Shiqiang were gone, his only daughter, Zhao Meilin, would inevitably take over. Looking at Zhao Meilin, who was utterly lost, he realized she knew nothing beyond indulgence and entertainment. She could not manage such a large company. In the end, he would have to rely on himself. He could seize this opportunity to claim the construction company for himself and subsequently oust Zhao Meilin. In this way, he would finally possess his own enterprise. Yang Kaijun figured this was the only way to minimize his losses. Thus, he engaged in negotiations with Zhao Shiqiang while investigating why the third young master of the Ji family was targeting the construction company, seeking ways to safeguard it. The person named Yang Kaijun has been trying to arrange a meeting with me. Should we meet? Ji Wenjin inquired of Qin Minghao. Does he genuinely wish to rescue Zhao Shiqiang? Qin Minghao expressed surprise, as this was not typical of Yang Kaijun's character. He had always been self-serving. Could it be he truly viewed Zhao Shiqiang as a father-in-law? I think too much. This brat must have tricked Zhao Shiqiang into confessing. Zhao Shiqiang cannot escape now. His current efforts are directed towards preserving the construction company. Ever since Zhao Shiqiang was taken for investigation, the construction company had remained sealed, halting all operations and projects. I estimate he seeks to save the construction company, knowing I am the one who reported him. Ji Wenjin initially thought that sending Zhao Shiqiang in would require some effort, especially with the Luo family involved, but to his astonishment, the Luo family had so easily abandoned him. Ji Wenjin then realized he had been played by Qin Minghao. The Luo family was completely unaware of his connection to Qin Minghao, or else they would never have given up on Zhao Shiqiang so readily. Oh, is this Yang Kaijun's idea, or Zhao Shiqiang's? To abandon oneself to protect the construction company? This does not seem like something Zhao Shiqiang would do. That remains uncertain. Should we meet? After pondering for a while, Qin Minghao still believed that Zhao Shiqiang had been played by Yang Kaijun. Otherwise, he would never have confessed so easily. It must be noted that his charges were numerous. Even the bribery charge alone could imprison him for life. With this incarceration, there was no chance Zhao Shiqiang would be released for at least 20 to 30 years. Let us meet, but I wish to accompany you. Qin Minghao felt it was time for Yang Kaijun to realize who had truly outmaneuvered him. As for Zhao Shiqiang, Qin Minghao deemed it necessary to meet him and inform him of Yang Kaijun's recent undertakings. Perhaps there would be unexpected benefits. If you proceed this way, the Luo family will know that I am aiding you from behind. Are you certain you wish to do this? Chapter 101. A display of power. The Luo family is currently unaware but will eventually find out. However, I believe Yang Kaijun may not inform them of our relationship. Qin Minghao was quite confident in this. Yang Kaijun had his own pride and was unlikely to serve the Luo family or act as a sycophant. Very well, let us meet at Xiaofu Lu. I'll have someone call him. After enduring pressure from Zhao Shiqiang and Zhao Meilin for half a month, Yang Kaijun finally met Ji Wenjin. Inside Xiaofu Lu, Yang Kaijun adjusted his attire and expression as he pushed open the private room door. Upon entering, he was startled to see Qin Minghao beside Ji Wenjin, nearly collapsing in shock. How could you be here? Yang Kaijun gritted his teeth, and in an instant, all the puzzles fell into place. Qin Minghao, it was you. You orchestrated all of this. Why wouldn't I be here? I heard you've been seeking connections and asking many people just to meet me. Qin Minghao replied with a smile. Although he was standing while Qin Minghao was seated, Yang Kaijun felt as though he was being looked down upon. You were the one who had Ji Xiao report the construction company. Yang Kaijun was perplexed about how Qin Minghao had managed to attach himself to Ji Xiao. After all, he was the third young master of the Ji family, who held equal status with the Luo family, a figure of great power. What gave Qin Minghao the right? I do not possess such immense power, do I, Ji Xiao? Qin Minghao raised an eyebrow at Ji Wenjin. Stop pretending to be innocent. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have wasted my time meeting someone so inconsequential. Yang Kaijun, you've always wanted to see me, haven't you? Here's your chance. What do you wish to say? Ji Wenjin did not expect Qin Minghao to possess such a mischievous side. Ji Xiao, please do not be deceived by Qin Minghao. He. Yang Kaijun stammered, utterly at a loss for words. From the tone of Ji Wenjin just moments ago, it was evident that the relationship between the two was anything but ordinary, far beyond the scope of his mere utterances to incite discord. What does he mean by he? Oh, right. I understand your intentions. You merely wish for the unblocking of the construction real estate, do you not? Simple enough. Upon hearing Ji Wenjin's words, Yang Kaijun's eyes sparkled with hope, but before he could respond, Ji Wenjin continued. This matter hinges solely on a word from Qin Minghao. Qin Minghao. Again, it was Qin Minghao. Ji Wenjin's statement struck him like a thunderbolt, instilling both hope and despair. Qin Minghao despised him. How could he possibly let him off the hook? Yang Kaijun, I am aware that you have long-harbored designs on my demise. Regrettably, your petty schemes are beneath notice. Do you think that by aligning yourself with the construction real estate and the Luo family, you can act with impunity? Today, I too shall wield my influence. As long as you disclose why you acted as you did, I will spare the construction real estate. Qin Minghao fixed his gaze firmly on Yang Kaijun. Ha! Do you believe I would accept your deceitful words? Is Qin Minghao merely a pawn of the construction real estate? It never concerned me. You may seal it off. For I, Yang Kaijun, will incur no losses. As for the reasons, why should there be so many? You deserve to die, and your hypocritical mother should perish as well. Yang Kaijun understood that Qin Minghao had summoned him solely for the purpose of humiliation and would not oblige him. With a resounding slap, Qin Minghao struck Yang Kaijun's face upon hearing him dare to slander his mother. My mother is no mistress. Were it not for her, you would have frozen to death on the streets long ago. She treated you as her own son, and yet you betrayed her, even maligning her after her death. Yang Kaijun covered his face, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, yet he refused to yield. Own son, if she regarded me as such, why did she betroth you to Lu Yuanyan? I am clearly older than you. If she treated me as a son, why would she not finance my ventures? She merely took me in like a stray dog to showcase her supposed kindness. You. Qin Minghao looked at Yang Kaijun, who was consumed by resentment, stunned by his perspective. There was a significant revelation here. Ji Wenjin, observing the agitated Qin Minghao and the bitter Yang Kaijun, could not help but smirk. He had presumed that Qin Minghao sought merely to flaunt his superiority. Little did he know that the two bore a grudge against each other. Silence. Qin Minghao and Yang Kaijun shouted in unison at Ji Wenjin. All right, I shall remain silent. You may continue, Ji Wenjin shrugged, aware that making light of their deep-seated enmity was disrespectful, and he did not take offense at their outbursts. You claim my mother did not arrange your engagement to Lu Yuan, but are you aware that my mother's first choice was you? It was Lu Yuan's parents who disapproved, and Lu Yuan herself who did not wish to marry you. As for your claim that my mother withheld funds for your business, do you realize that your so-called good brothers intended to swindle you? Qin Minghao felt a surge of indignation at Yang Kaijun's lack of gratitude and a sense of injustice on behalf of his mother. You accuse my mother of hypocrisy, yet you know not the sacrifices she made for you. Upon finding you, she treated you as her own son, striving for 3 years to secure your identity. You are unaware that when my family faced demolition, she sought to have your household registration transferred to ours. You know nothing. You are a wretched ingrate. Yang Kaijun was taken aback. Why had he never heard of these matters? Impossible. These must be the fabrications of Qin Minghao. If this is true, why have neither you nor your mother ever mentioned it? You are merely deceiving me. Yang Kaijun roared, his voice a desperate attempt to mask his wavering conviction. He had done no wrong. It was Qin Minghao and his mother who had wronged him first. Thus he must plot for his own benefit. Deceive you? Do I even merit such a feat? Qin Minghao retorted coldly. If you believe we owe you, why not in my life? Why not? Qin Minghao was not naive enough to expect Yang Kaijun to experience a change of heart. He merely sought to understand why he had not been killed. Do you wish to know? I refuse to tell you. Yang Kaijun defiantly lifted his chin, unwilling to back down. Why do you waste your breath on him? Ji Wenjin could scarcely bear to witness this. Yang Kaijun was indeed an ungrateful wretch. Regardless of whether Qin Minghao's mother was hypocritical or genuinely cared for him, the gratitude he owed her was repaid in this manner. Let us see whether your words hold more strength than your fists. Did you not boast of your prowess? Now is the time to showcase it. Chapter 102. I too shall act for others. Qin Minghao cast a frosty glance at Ji Wenjin, as if to imply that any further comment would provoke his ire. Must I remain silent? Ji Wenjin sensed the palpable threat and quickly withdrew. Yang Kaijun, as long as you reveal your motives, not only will I ensure Ji Wenjin facilitates the unblocking of the construction group, but I shall also grant it to you, providing you with the resources to contend with me. Qin Minghao inhaled deeply. Humph, do you truly think so highly of yourself? Yang Kaijun tilted his head, still defiant, even as a captive. This opportunity is singular. Devoid of the construction group, you will have no support. Should I decide to eliminate you now, there would be none to avenge your demise. Reveal the truth, or face death. Qin Minghao's words were deliberate and unwavering. I can divulge the information, but you must uphold your promise. Yang Kaijun discerned that Qin Minghao was not merely threatening him, with Ji Wenjin as his backing. He could indeed execute him without a trace. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Even if he were to learn the truth, what good would it do? Did Qin Minghao dare to confront the Chun family in Kyoto? Such an act would only hasten his own demise. Rest assured, I am not you. I, Qin Minghao, am a man of my word. Yang Kaijun scoffed. Your mother's demise was not my doing, nor was the accident that befell you. Impossible. I heard you with my own ears, speaking with Lu Yuanyuan about how you caused my mother's death. Qin Minghao, however, would not accept Yang Kaijun's claims. Indeed, I did utter those words, but do you truly believe that a mere thug like me possesses the capacity to orchestrate a silent murder unnoticed? I too was acting on someone else's behalf. There were those who desired your lives. Your survival may be attributed to either the mercy of your adversaries or sheer luck. Yang Kaijun chuckled. Who is it? His inquiry echoed Qin Minghao's suspicions. I do not know. I was merely compensated to persuade your mother to hike, and, at a crucial moment, to contact you. As for the actual events, I did not partake, but rather had Lu Yuanyuan execute them. My hands remained pristine. Yang Kaijun taunted, provoking Qin Minghao furter. Enraged by Yang Kaijun's smug demeanor, Qin Minghao lunged forward, grasping his throat tightly. Speak. Who commanded you? Was it the Chun family from Kyoto? Yang Kaijun's heart sank at the mention of the Chun family. How did he know? They were his greatest ally. Yet the Chun family would never permit him to divulge such information. Otherwise, his fate would be more dire than Zhao Shiqiang's. Before Qin Minghao could avenge his mother, the Chun family would ensure his silence. I do not know. Even when Qin Minghao had his hands gripping my throat, rendering my breathing labored and my face flushed, Yang Kaijun did not concede. Why should I speak? Qin Minghao flung Yang Kaijun against the wall with great force, leaving him feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. I give you one last chance. Tell me, who exactly compelled you to act this way? Qin Minghao's foot pressed down upon Yang Kaijun's chest, and despite the cold sweat beating on his forehead, he remained resolutely tight-lipped. I have told you I do not know. They merely provided me with a sum of money, and then vanished. Yang Kaijun asserted. You're lying. Had Qin Minghao not engaged a private investigator, he would have surely believed Yang Kaijun, given his cowardly nature. Alas, Qin Minghao was not without knowledge. The clues were simply too fragmented. During the time you and Lu Yuanyuan departed from Yuqing, you traveled to Kyoto and met with the Chun family. Did you think I was unaware? Qin Minghao's agitation grew, and his foot pressed down with increasing force. Blood erupted from Yang Kaijun's mouth, yet he wore a bizarre smile. I told you, I do not know. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Do you believe I lack the courage? Qin Minghao's eyes blazed crimson, provoked by Yang Kaijun's taunts. Enough. As Qin Minghao's murderous intent became palpable, Ji Wenjin hastily intervened. Do not allow this to escalate to a fatal conclusion. This scoundrel is clearly provoking you. He is emboldened, perhaps with contingencies in place. There will be ample opportunities to deal with him. Do not fall into his trap. Yevenian Ernst. You think that if you remain silent, I cannot uncover the truth. With Ji Wenjin's counsel, Qin Minghao regained his composure. Then investigate. The more you uncover, the swifter your demise. Yang Kaijun staggered to his feet, clutching his chest, blood staining his mouth and even his teeth, yet he grinned defiantly at Qin Minghao. Let us see whether you perish first or I do. I have spared your life. Today I shall not kill you, but do not tempt me for a second chance. Qin Minghao stated coldly. Ha ha ha. If you do not kill me today, next time it will be you who dies. Do you truly believe that with the Ji family as your backing, no one dares to touch you? You had better never leave Yuqing. As Yang Kaijun spoke, he staggered from the private room. He had been injured and was merely holding on. This time, he had been careless, allowing Qin Minghao to discreetly align himself with the Ji family. It seemed he would have no choice but to seek assistance from the Chun family. Qin Minghao, who would have thought your origins were so tragic? Do you require my aid? Ji Wenjin, having witnessed Yang Kaijun's provocation and Qin Minghao's loss of composure, genuinely offered his help. No need. Your assistance is unwelcome. Qin Minghao coldly rebuffed. He desired to exact revenge with his own hands. Very well, what the construction group? Yevenian inquired. Unseal it. Find a way to provide it to Yang Kaijun. What? Qin Minghao, you have lost your mind. He has so openly provoked you. And yet you would grant him the construction property? When did Qin Minghao become so magnanimous? Was he not a cunning fox, mercilessly calculating against his own? Now, he was to be forthright with his enemy? The construction property is neither mine nor his, but Zhao Shiqiang's. Find a way to expedite Zhao Shiqiang's release. Let the rightful owner reclaim what belongs to him. Qin Minghao scoffed. He was indeed inclined to unseal the construction property for Yang Kaijun. He merely pondered how Zhao Shiqiang would react upon discovering that Yang Kaijun had immediately forsaken him after his misfortune while seizing control of his construction group. Would he be pleased? Enraged? That was of no concern to Qin Minghao. What did it matter if the construction property were given to Yang Kaijun? Could he maintain it? Ji Wenjin quickly grasped Qin Minghao's intentions. He knew this fox would not act selflessly, especially not towards his adversary. Damn, Qin Minghao, you sly old fox. Are you attempting to incite a conflict between Yang Kaijun and his father-in-law? Chapter 103, Birthday Invitation. Such cannot be stated. The construction property rightfully belongs to Zhao Shiqiang, does it not? What is Yang Kaijun in this regard? A son-in-law? He has yet to wed Zhao Meilin, not fully entwined with the Zhao family. To seize the construction property is utterly unjustifiable. Qin Minghao was also reluctant to release Zhao Shiqiang, for he too was a cunning fox, and the malevolence lurking within those antiques had yet to be resolved. If it were possible, he would prefer not to, but the circumstances were pressing. He must leverage the situation. Allowing them to fight amongst themselves would alleviate much of Qin Minghao's burden. Zhao Shiqiang's release was already a foregone conclusion. I lack the power to demand his release. Ji Wenjin stated. He does not need to be released immediately. Without giving Yang Kaijun some time, how can he cultivate his own influence? Should Zhao Shiqiang emerge now, he could effortlessly reclaim the construction property, which would be utterly uninteresting. You are truly devious. What are your family's project developments? Ji Wenjin had no intention of venturing into real estate. His actions were merely a means to negotiate with Qin Minghao to exchange for the medicine in his possession. Do not return the project to the construction property. If you're interested, we can explore alternate pathways. It is not mandatory to develop housing. Qin Minghao remarked. This parcel of land, now in Ji Wenjin's hands, had the potential to generate billions, This was indeed liquid gold. I will have someone analyze this matter. My funds cannot simply be squandered. Are you truly not demolishing? The issue at hand was not the land, but rather Qin Minghao's reluctance to demolish. Otherwise, Ji Wenjin could easily recoup the money he invested. I will consider it. Qin Minghao replied. Very well, I shall not pressure you. A month's time, no more than a month. The funds of the Ji family do not come easily, and I still need to earn money for medicine. Qin Minghao nodded, comprehending his intent, and withdrew a small vial from his pocket. Within were 3 pills. You may give one to your father, another to your elder brother. As for the remaining one, whether for yourself or another, that is beyond my concern. I will provide a prompt response regarding the demolition. In truth, had the circumstances been different, Qin Minghao might have been amenable. Yet, he remained reluctant. Until a mutually beneficial solution was found, he must remain prepared for demolition. At the Qin family courtyard, Yang Kaijun received a call from the supervisory bureau early in the morning. Frankly, he had not anticipated that despite his overt provocation towards Qin Minghao, the construction property would still be unsealed. Did he think this would instill guilt within him? That he would feel gratitude? Such a notion was laughable. The construction property, devoid of leadership, was naturally handed over to Yang Kaijun, given Zhao Meiling's naivety. Yang Kaijun was acutely aware that his position as acting director was fundamentally flawed. He must swiftly consolidate control over the construction property. In the Qin family courtyard, Qin Minghao received a call from Shun Yiru. Qin Minghao, tomorrow is my birthday. Will you be attending? Shun Yiru had not been in contact with Qin Minghao for some time. Since the last instance, when Shun's mother had meddled in matchmaking, Shun Yiru had been sulking, awaiting Qin Minghao to reach out to her. Little did she know that the only time he had contacted her was to discuss matters with her mother while avoiding her. This had only deepened Shun Yiru's gloom. Yet inexplicably, the more she felt this way, the more she longed to see Qin Minghao. Is it your birthday? Allow me to wish you a happy birthday in advance. Qin Minghao replied. Hey, I invited you first. Can you give me a definitive answer? Shun Yiru pressed, not receiving the response she desired. Of course. If Miss Shun has invited me, how could I not attend? Regardless of their relationship or his current collaboration with Shun's mother, he ought to make an appearance. Then it is settled. Tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock at the Huiguang Hotel. I shall await your arrival. Since he was to attend Shun Yiru's birthday celebration, he needed to prepare a gift. What should he choose for her? This troubled Qin Minghao, for Shun Yiru's family background and status ensured she lacked for nothing of value. After much contemplation, Qin Minghao entered the space, yet after a thorough search, he still could not find a suitable gift. Perhaps he should visit the mall? Regardless of the cost, as long as his intentions were conveyed, that would suffice. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed the piece of dragonstone, jade, resting on the windowsill. Initially, he had intended to absorb the spiritual energy from this jade to facilitate his breakthrough. But with the advent of his own space brimming with spiritual energy, he had ceased to focus on this particular piece. With only 1 day remaining, he wondered if he would have enough time. Qin Minghao approached Chen Su's room. Cousin, do you know anyone who processes jade? Such matters were indeed best left to Chen Su. What are you processing? Jian Su In Gui? Jade, specifically a jade bracelet. With only a day at his disposal, earrings or a necklace would likely be too time-consuming. Thus, a bracelet would be the quickest to craft. Sure, just wait a moment. I'll contact someone for you. Qin Minghao pondered as he transported the dragonstone, jade, to Chen Su's room. This is for you. Can it be ready by 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? Chen Su furrowed his brow. How can you bear to part with such a piece of dragonstone jade? And why the urgency? You should know this jade is quite valuable. Chen Su was curious about who the gift was intended for. Just tell me if it can be done. If not, I'll seek another solution. Qin Minghao discerned the teasing glint in Chen Su's eyes. Of course, it can be done. However, is it not a bit wasteful to craft only 1 bracelet from such jade? How about you give me a piece as well? I'd like to make a small pendant for your sister-in-law. Chen Su chuckled, having recently been pursued by Sun Xiaoyao for gifts, and now found himself financially strapped. All right, you may handle this piece of dragonstone jade as you wish. By the way, make me 2 bracelets. The remaining piece is not urgent. Chen Su was aware that Qin Minghao was using his own resources to gift his fiancée, and perhaps he should also prepare a gift for Minghua. Leave it to me, you can rest assured. The next day, Chen Su returned in the morning with the bracelets. Alongside the 2 bracelets, he also brought 2 jade pendants, a finger ring, and a sizable remnant of jade. I took care of your sister-in-law as pieces. Here are the 2 bracelets you requested, along with the jade pendants made from leftover material. and here is the finger ring. Keep the extra material safe. Chun Su was indeed efficient. Qin Minghao already possessed a finger ring, one that came with a space, so he had no need for another. I don't want this. It's too old-fashioned. As for the jade pendants, I cannot carry so many. Let us each take one. As Qin Minghao examined the identical jade pendants, he realized Chun Su's intentions. Chapter 104, The Banquet. Who brings two identical jade pendants as gifts? After securing the presents, Qin Minghao hailed a taxi, intending to attend the banquet. He had initially considered riding a shared bicycle, but given that it was a grand hotel and he was attending Shen Yiru's birthday celebration, it seemed inappropriate to arrive in such a shabby manner, lest he embarrass Miss Shan. The taxi halted at the hotel entrance. After paying, he prepared to enter. I'm sorry, but our hotel is fully booked tonight. A security guard blocked Qin Minghao's way. I know, it's Miss Shen Yiru's birthday banquet. I am one of her invited guests. Do you have an invitation? Qin Minghao, unfortunately, did not possess one. However, he had Shen Yiru's phone number and could ask her to come and escort him. The guard scrutinized Qin Minghao, though he was neatly dressed. He was clearly not of the same caliber as the other guests. His attire, a somewhat outdated sports sweatshirt and sneakers, did not suggest familiarity with Miss Shen. Nevertheless, he had stated clearly that he was an invited guest, and no invitation was required for Miss Shen's birthday celebration. May I ask your surname? How should I address you? I need to confirm. Though he lacked an invitation, there was a guest list. Qin Minghao. The guard quickly located Qin Minghao's name on the list. Ah, Mr. Qin, please. Before the security officer could finish, a white Ferrari screeched to a halt before them. The door swung open, and a sharply dressed man emerged, tossing his keys to the security guard. Park my car. Just as Qin Minghao was about to enter, he noticed a woman following the man, a woman he recognized. Lu Yuan. Has she found a new benefactor? Lu Yuan spotted Qin Minghao as well, yet this time, she feigned ignorance. Having finally secured a new patron, young and handsome, without the need to cater to older men, she was not foolish enough to create trouble for herself. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder how this bothersome fellow had managed to show up. With his attire, how could he possibly be in attendance? Once he parks the car, bring me the keys. The man pointed at Qin Minghao, evidently mistaking him for hotel staff. Sorry, I cannot deliver them. Qin Minghao coldly refused. Oh, you have quite the temper. What? Is it beneath you to deliver the keys for me? The man said, pulling out a wallet and stuffing a wad of cash into Qin Minghao's hands. This should cover a month's wages for you. Qin Minghao frowned. I am not staff here. You have no right to command me. What? Are you rejecting my kindness? The man was unyielding. Lu Yuan silently observed, her expression betraying her satisfaction at Qin Minghao's humiliation. Look at him, a mere pauper. Wherever he goes, he is looked down upon. How does he have the audacity to stand here? I have already told you. You lack the authority to command me. Keep your money and stay away. When the man insisted, Qin Minghao threw the money back at him and turned to enter the hotel. Stop right there. Su Cheng had intended to display his prowess before the beauty, but was caught off guard by this insolent fellow who dared to reject him. What else do you want? Qin Minghao glared at the man and the smug Lu Yuan beside him. You tossed aside my money. You've got quite the audacity. I'm giving you a chance now. Pick up the money, accept it, and wait for security to return with the keys. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise. Su Cheng scoffed, unsure where this upstart had come from, daring to undermine him. Otherwise what? Qin Minghao coldly retorted. Are you going to kill me, or worse? You must be here for the banquet, right? Since you are a guest of Miss Shan, I shall refrain from engaging with you. Do not overstep your bounds. Qin Minghao shook his head, pondering when these wealthy heirs would ever exhibit some normalcy. Are you also a guest invited by Yiru? Su Cheng questioned. Skepticism etched on his face. Why can't I be? Qin Minghao countered. Ah Chung, you wouldn't be attending a banquet hosted by Miss Shan, would you? Shen Yiru, the only daughter of the Shun family and heir to the future Shun group, invited only the most affluent and distinguished guests to her festivities. How could Qin Minghao possibly be present? Indeed, the Su family and Shun family are well acquainted, and Yiru and I have grown up together, so of course, she would invite me. But who are you? I've never seen you before, and you dress so poorly. Are you truly a guest of Yiru? Su Cheng scrutinized Qin Minghao, unable to fathom how this commoner could be connected to Yiru. You must be joking with me, right? Before Qin Minghao could respond, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up before them. Where's the security? From the car emerged Ji Wenjin, scanning the vicinity for a guard to assist with parking. The moment Su Cheng laid eyes on Ji Wenjin, his expression shifted dramatically. He disregarded Qin Minghao entirely and instead approached Ji Wenjin with a servile demeanor. Young Master Ji, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Are you in need of parking? If you would allow me, I would be happy to assist you. Yi Wenyin, taken aback by Qin Minghao's unexpected presence, ignored Su Cheng's obsequiousness and made a beeline for Qin Minghao. Su Cheng, with his hand poised in the air to receive the keys, watched in disbelief as Ji Wenjin passed right by him without so much as a glance, opting instead to converse with that lowly fellow. This left Su Cheng's smile frozen, his face ablaze with humiliation, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. How could this nobody possibly know young Master Ji? What was his true background? Surely he hadn't inadvertently offended someone he ought not to have. Are you also here for Xin Yiru's birthday celebration? Ji Wenjin, despite their usual antagonistic exchanges, found Qin Minghao a preferable companion to the insincere Su Cheng, especially after the 3 pills he received from Qin Minghao the previous day had thoroughly won him over. You know him? Yi Wenyin inquired, his expression softening upon recognizing a familiar face. Not really, Qin Minghao replied, shaking his head. But he insisted that I park for him. That one? Ji Wenjin's expression shifted as he glanced at Su Cheng below the steps. Little Qingzi, have you become so twisted as to have my brother park for you? Although Ji Wenjin was not fond of Qin Minghao's scheming ways, he nonetheless regarded him as someone under his protection. It was unacceptable for any random individual to bully him. Young Master Ji, it's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding.